The Myriad Spider Lair Mystic Realm is a mid-level world located within the territory of the 9 Provinces Federation. Inside, there are 7 major cities that serve as central bases. Whitescale City is one of them, a place where land prices are sky-high, and every inch of land is worth a fortune. And yet, in the very center of this city, there is a private mansion backed by a mountain and facing a river, known as the City Lord's Mansion. That young man is the young lord of Whitescale City, and he is actually a transmigrator from another world. In his previous life, Bok Tuan was a soldier who died in the line of duty. But his story wasn't over yet. His soul crossed the barrier of life and death, drifting into this strange new world. Tuan, Vien Fa Tien Vu, Bach Chi, Kobak, Tuan. Unlike transmigrators who simply possess another's body, Bok Tuan was reincarnated and reborn in a new body while still retaining the complete memories of his past life. Early in the morning, Bok Tuan had just finished bathing. He stared at his reflection in the mirror. His thoughts began to wander. He had lived with this face for 10 years, but he was still stunned every time he looked at it. He was unbelievably handsome. Just then, a spatial portal suddenly opened in midair. A strange creature silently emerged from within. Tuan turned to look. He was not unfamiliar with the creature that had just appeared. It was a gold-rank, red-eyed silver carp. It swam closer to Tuan and said, "Tuan, it's time for breakfast." "I know. Tell my dad. I'll be down as soon as I'm ready." Bach Tuan replied. The fish reminded him not to keep everyone waiting too long. Then it dove back into the spatial portal and disappeared. That red-eyed silver carp was a gold-rank pet. It was also the contracted spirit beast of Bach Tuan's father, who was considered a regional powerhouse. Going downstairs, Bach Tuan saw that everyone was already seated. The beautiful woman was his mother in this life, and next to her was his younger sister. Bak Tu Enju, the man picking up food, was his father. The silver-haired old man sitting at the head of the table was Bak Kan Sung, the lord of Whitescale City, and his grandfather. "Grandfather, when did you get here?" Tuan asked as he pulled out a chair and sat down. "Today is the annual awakening ceremony, and I must go give a speech. As the city lord, I need to be present to encourage the candidates." "Tuan, you're participating this year too. Come with me to the Grand Hall for the awakening ceremony in a bit." "Yes, grandfather," Tuan replied immediately. He had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. This event is officially called the Annual Beast Taming Awakening Ritual, organized by the Federation. At this time every year, the entire Federation holds this ritual for its youth. Its purpose is to awaken the hidden potential within each person. Those who pass get to enter the Beast Tamer Academy and gain access to specialized knowledge, but if they fail, they can only attend a regular public school. That's why this ritual is like the college entrance exam from his previous life. A life-defining turning point. One's beast-taming talent determines their status in society. Without it, you're practically invisible. But as if guided by fate, Bak Tuan had nothing to worry about. A month ago, he had already self-awakened an A-rank beast-taming talent named Intuition. It's a spirit-type talent that grants its user incredible combat intuition, and at times, even allows him to sense the vague emotions and thoughts of spirit beasts. This is an extremely rare type of beast-taming talent, known for its versatile and stable power. Not only does it help in detecting danger, but during battle, it also allows the user to avoid disaster and seek opportunities. It even enables communication with spirit beasts, providing a huge advantage in taming and controlling them. Therefore, the awakening ritual was no longer that important to Bak Tuan. He maintained a calm demeanor because his A-rank spirit-type talent was rare, and to self-awaken, it was an extremely difficult feat to achieve. His grandfather understood this well. Knowing that Tuan was a genius that the great clans would fight over, even in his original world, he knew he himself could never reach that level. But this grandson of his could definitely reach it in the future. Bach Kan Sung was just worried that at such a tender age, Tuan would have a hard time facing those terrifying experts, so he decided to let him be tempered further, hoping Tuan would learn true restraint and composure. With that thought, Bach Kan Sung softly called his grandson's name. Tuan, who was sipping his tea, looked up when he heard his name. "Tuan, remember this. The Awakening Stone of the 9 Provinces Federation is a supreme treasure. There is only one in the entire Federation," he said slowly. "That stone has an extraordinary origin, existing since the dawn of the new era. When the New World was formed, hordes of monstrous beasts invaded the human realm, pushing humanity to the brink of extinction. Mankind was almost wiped out, but in that despair, the ancestors discovered the Awakening Stone. From then on, the first people to possess beast-taming talents were born. They relied on the power of that stone to unlock their abilities. Thanks to it, humanity escaped extinction, and so began the era of the beast tamers. You could say the Awakening Stone is the very foundation of the beast-taming civilization in the 9 Provinces Federation. Anyone who wants to become a beast tamer must pass 3 stages: awaken their talent, open a beast-taming space, and finally, perform a contract with their first beast. The descendants of great families or major sects often have innate talent and can awaken early. However, they still have their disciples and descendants participate in the annual awakening ceremony. The purpose is to borrow the power of the stone. This helps them build their own beast-taming space sooner. After a lengthy explanation, Bak Kan-sung concluded that the Awakening Stone was a priceless treasure and would be very useful for Tuan. He instructed him to take the ceremony seriously. And Tuan, understanding his meaning, obediently nodded. Previously, he was busy studying beast-taming knowledge and training his talents, so he didn't know much about this stone. Now that he understood its importance, he certainly couldn't miss out. His father suddenly slammed the table, declaring that a man must be decisive, and that the awakening ceremony and opening a beast-taming space were what truly mattered. The resounding slam startled Tuan and Tu Engu. His mother put her hands on her hips, looked at her husband, and huffed before reminding him not to be so loud, causing Mr. Bak to immediately lower his voice. "I was just speaking a little loudly. I wasn't being aggressive." After the meal, a private driver took Bak Kan-sung and Tuan to the Awakening Plaza. Bak Kan-sung told his grandson to go into the main hall first. "I still need to prepare some more material for my speech." When Bak Tuan arrived, the plaza was already packed with people waiting. The moment they saw him appear, a whole group of female students' eyes immediately lit up like stars in the sky. "Young Master Bach. Hello. It's been a while since we last saw you." They swarmed him, leaving Bak Tuan to do nothing but scratch his head and force a smile. "Young Master Bach has been missing from school for a whole month. You must have been preparing diligently." "Right. Young Master Bach. It's only been 1 month, but you've gotten even more handsome." They were all fellow students from Tuan's academy, which was under the jurisdiction of Whitescale City. This is the most prestigious academy in the city, a gathering place for the children of generals, officials, and the wealthy. With his status as the young city lord, Bak Tuan was naturally the leader of the pack. Just then, a commotion erupted from within the crowd. A figure charged straight towards Tuan. It was a chubby young man, his belly jiggling with every step as he ran and called out loudly. Seeing this, Tuan swiftly sidestepped to dodge him. This caused the chubby guy to stumble forward, nearly falling flat on his face. As soon as he got up, he grinned and said, "Brother Ann, long time no see. I missed you to death. Don't you remember me?" "Hey, Fatty Veen, cut it out with that sappy tone. People will get the wrong idea." Bak Tuan replied with a frown. "Why would you say that we've been best friends since we were kids? Fatty Veen, you're a real waste of the name Vien Fa Thien. It sounds so majestic, but on you, it completely loses its heroic aura." The two of them had been inseparable since childhood, and Tuan once even thought that Vien Fa Thien was the real protagonist. But as the years went by and Vien Fa Thien's body grew rounder, that thought faded away. While Tuan was reminiscing about his friend's once slender figure, an arrogant female voice rang out beside him. "Bak Tuan, you haven't been to the academy for a month. I was starting to think you got scared. If you're willing to admit defeat now, I'll let it slide." That voice belonged to Feng Thien Vu, the daughter of Vice City Lord Feng Duong Vm. She had a striking appearance and high innate talent, but her personality was arrogant and overly competitive. The bet to see who had the stronger talent in today's ceremony was her idea, and now she was acting all triumphant, making Tuan just shake his head. "What's wrong? Are you planning to go back on your word?" Feng Thien Vu said scornfully. "This little phoenix is looking forward to seeing you lose and pay the price for our bet." A month ago, she set the condition that the loser would have to accept the winner's demand, certain that victory was in her grasp. But now, Tuan was 90% sure he would win. After all, an A-rank talent is just 1 level below S-rank, and the number of people with S-rank talent in the entire 9 Provinces Federation could be counted on one hand. Besides, the Myriad Nest Grotto Secret Realm was just a mid-tier world under the Federation's control. As Tuan walked away, Vien Fatien ran after him and whispered a warning to be careful, saying he'd heard the Feng family had given Feng Thien Vu a special treasure to aid in her awakening, which was why she was so confident. "It's fine. The Feng family has deep roots, so it's not strange for them to use a few tricks." Tuan replied calmly. His intuition told him she had no ill intent. She was just overly competitive and wanted to prove herself. Before long, all the students had gathered in the main square. On the high platform, Bak Kan-sung appeared. He stood there in his capacity as the city lord of Whitescale City, offering a few words of encouragement to the students. When the speech concluded, The candidates were then guided one by one to prepare for the ceremony. They were divided and entered the Advance Hall and the Grand Awakening Hall. Inside the Grand Hall, the Awakening Stone was floating in midair. Everyone was instructed to sit in a meditative, cross-legged position and begin the awakening process. Bok Tu-an knew exactly what would happen next. After the Federation activated the stone, its power would be projected throughout the entire hall using a spatial projection method. This was truly an unbelievable miracle. At first, Bok Tu-an entered a very stable meditative state, his aura as powerful as a dragon's. He could feel the flow of his talent, energy burning fiercely within his body. But then, something unexpected happened. The energy source surged far beyond his initial control. Tu-an felt as if he were falling into a bottomless abyss. Pain spread throughout his entire body. The stream of energy coursed through his body and then rushed violently towards his brain. He tried to muster all of his willpower to control it. The brain is extremely important, and if it were damaged by the energy, the risk of losing his mind was very high. Tu-an knew he needed to escape this state as soon as possible, but at that very moment, his intuitive talent guided him. Perhaps this wasn't a disaster, but a rare opportunity instead. As an A-rank talent, the probability of it being wrong was almost zero, and it certainly wouldn't turn against its master, so Tu-an decided to trust it, continuing to maintain his awakening state while struggling to regulate the energy. This continued until the energy fluctuations became extremely violent. This immediately caught the attention of the ritual supervisors. Upon identifying the person as the city lord's nephew, the entire group of supervisors looked horrified. They immediately ran to inform the city lord and Elder O. If anything were to happen, none of them could bear the consequences. Whose name was etched into the annals of history. Thinking about this, Bok Kan-sung felt more unease than joy. If it really was a talent mutation, this awakening process would be extremely dangerous, and he wanted to rush in and stop it immediately. But Ulao, who was in charge of the ritual, stopped him. Old Bok, what you're doing is against the rules. This place is under the direct management of the Federation, so not even the city lord is allowed to enter. After saying that, he gently reassured Bok Kan-sung. Ulao assured him that the Grand Hall had a protective mechanism from the 9 Provinces Federation, so Bok Tu-an would definitely be safe. The old man chuckled and praised. A young hero, unparalleled in this world, old Bok. You are truly blessed. But Bok Kan-sung still couldn't feel at ease. Meanwhile, Bok Tu-an was still struggling within the overwhelming waves of awakening energy. A line of mystical text suddenly appeared before him. Heaven and earth have 3 branches. The branch of heaven, the branch of earth, the branch of man. It was unclear how much time had passed. As soon as he finished reading, Bok Tu-an felt an excruciating pain, crying out as he opened his eyes. Before him was the vast grand hall. The awakening stone was still floating in midair. Tu-an's breathing was still erratic and heavy. Those 3 words just kept circling in his mind. Heaven, earth, man. This was so strange. Then suddenly, he received a mysterious notification. The notification said he had awakened a mythic rank, mystic-type talent called the Eye of Heavenly Revelation, allowing him to see through the laws of heaven and perceive everything within a certain range. Shocking Tu-an so much he nearly collapsed. In the world of beast taming, talents are divided into 9 ranks, from lowest to highest. They are F, E, D, and C, followed by B, A, S, SS, and the highest, SSS. The SSS rank was supposed to be the pinnacle for a beast tamer. Yet now Tu-an had awakened a mythic rank talent. He had never even heard of a rank that surpassed SSS. And on top of that, it was a mystic type. This announcement was nothing short of a mental shock to him. In the Great Hall, most candidates had completed their awakening. Those who achieved A rank were overjoyed. Those who only got D rank cheered. And those with no talent burst into tears. All of this fell into Bok Tu-an's sight. He quickly realized this was the effect of the Eye of Heavenly Revelation. It was truly a heaven-defying ability. With it, he could see through the true nature of everything within a certain range. In battle, if Tu-an could grasp his opponent's talents, abilities, and weaknesses, his victory would be almost certain. At that point, his chances of winning would be nearly absolute. The more Tu-an thought about it, the more excited he became, and he immediately wanted to test his ability by observing the talents of the candidates around him. Most of them possessed D rank or C rank talents, with an occasional A rank, proving that this generation still had many geniuses. While observing, a thought suddenly struck Bok Tu-an. That's right, he should try checking out that awakening stone. Tu-an raised his head and stared intently at it. The information he received made his mind feel like it was about to explode. It turned out that the stone was a life-type spirit beast, Possessing an SS rank life transfer talent, it had the potential of a divine master. With awakened skills that included the gold-grade life plunder and the orange-grade deadwood rejuvenation, it was originally a seed from the ancient tree of life. But it had remained dormant for a long time due to a lack of nutrients. Tuan was stunned. He never expected to see a legendary divine-level beast with his own eyes. A voice from the speakers echoed throughout the Great Hall, instructing candidates to line up according to their numbers and report their awakening results. Tuan's mind was still reeling. That stone, which it held, would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the 9 provinces. It seemed this world of beast taming still held far too many secrets. It was not as simple as Tuan had once thought. He couldn't stop thinking about it. Finally, it was Bak Tuan's turn to be tested. He placed his hand on the device. He followed the same procedure as everyone before him, but the machine quickly displayed the results. That Tuan had awakened a talent. It was an A rank. Spirit-type talent named Intuition. Who? Just A rank. Bak Tuan couldn't help but blurt out. His talent had clearly mutated, and perhaps the machine had also sensed the abnormality. Immediately after, it continuously displayed error warnings. Beep. Unable to determine. Exceeds A rank. Beyond appraisal capabilities. Beep beep. System error. The sound of the error alarm left both Tuan and the examiner confused. Not until Elder O stepped forward. Looking at him with a gentle gaze, he explained that the device could only appraise talents below S rank. And since no one in the city had surpassed that mark in a long time, it was natural for the youngsters not to know, because earlier, an anomaly had occurred during Tuan's awakening process. Furthermore, his original talent was the A rank Intuition. That was why Elder O ordered the result to be re-recorded. That Bak Tuan had awakened an S rank talent, Super Intuition. Although S rank still didn't fully reflect his true power, but Tuan thought it was fine to conceal it for now. After the announcement was made, his friends immediately surrounded him with congratulations. A legendary S-rank talent. A truly outstanding genius. Everyone was full of admiration. He just gave a forced smile, saying he was just a little luckier than others. It was only S-rank, and everyone was already making such a fuss. If they knew he had actually reached the mythic rank, surpassing even SSS rank would surely throw the entire city into chaos. And that talent was beyond the system's appraisal capabilities, making it an unprecedented discovery. Stepping out of the testing area, Tuan saw his grandfather already waiting for him. As soon as he saw his grandson, Bak Kan Sung asked urgently, "Tuan, how did the mutation feel? Is anything wrong?" He lowered his head slightly and said in a soft voice, "Grandpa, I feel fine. It's just a shame I couldn't open a beast-taming space." His grandfather patted his shoulder lightly, giving him an affectionate smile. Not being able to open a beast-taming space is nothing to worry about. An A-rank talent mutating into an S-rank is the truly important matter. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. He also said that the resources of the City Lord's mansion were enough to help Tuan quickly establish a beast-taming space, so he shouldn't worry too much. At that moment, he was about to tell the truth about his mythic rank talent, but the Eye of Revelation immediately warned him not to reveal it, so Tuan remained silent. It seemed this was a secret that even his family couldn't know. He would have to be even more cautious in the future. He began to feel an eager anticipation to test the true power of the Eye of Revelation. First, Bak Tuan tested his intelligence-gathering ability, centering it on himself. Within a 10-meter radius around him, any object at all, whether it was a person or a spirit beast, nothing could escape Tuan's perception. This ability made him extremely excited. He thought to himself that later, as his strength grew, he would definitely expand the range of this detection. He could cover the entire continent, becoming a godlike being who oversees everything. Just imagining it filled him with indescribable joy. He was about to return to the resting room with his grandfather to recover his strength, when he suddenly noticed a strange sight. From deep within the awakening hall, a brilliant pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Looking closely, he saw it was a fire phoenix, spreading its wings and soaring high. Its presence was overwhelming, and its fiery light filled the heavens. A phoenix. Could it be? The phoenix cry heralds the dawn. The phoenix-shaped flame. Bak Kan Sung looked up, watching the phenomenon intently. After a moment, he confirmed it was the S-rank talent phenomenon. Phoenix Flame, and the one who possessed this type of phenomenon was undoubtedly someone from the Feng family. Bok Tuan felt a bit embarrassed. He had planned to show off to Feng Thianvu, and had even imagined the look on her face in defeat. Who would have thought they both awakened S-rank talents? Although his talent was actually far superior, outsiders wouldn't know that. That thought clearly dampened Tuan's spirits. No, there probably wouldn't be any more exciting scenes. He then asked his grandfather for permission to return to their estate first, but just as he took a few steps, Bak Kan Sung summoned 2 of his trusted subordinates. Bak Chi and Bak Thruok. The two were powerful twins. He predicted that his grandson would now be watched by many, so he wanted them to stay close to Tu-an and not let him go anywhere alone. He looked over at Bak Chi and Bak Thuok. Two gold-rank beast tamers stood imposingly before him. Bak Tu-an understood immediately. His grandfather had already taken care of everything. To be honest, he didn't like being managed so closely. But he couldn't argue with his grandfather. Just then, Bak Kan-sung handed his grandson a key. He said it was the key to the treasure vault. When you get back to the mansion, use the spirit jade crystals inside to construct your beast taming space. As soon as he saw the key, Tu-an's expression relaxed completely. The city lord's mansion truly lived up to its reputation of being absurdly wealthy. Spirit jade crystals are crystals containing special energy, extremely useful for building a beast taming space. Only when a beast tamer breaks through to a new realm would they dare to use this item, as it helps expand their space more powerfully. Therefore, spirit jade crystals are incredibly rare. Each one costs up to 19,000 Shao currency, and you can't necessarily buy one even if you have the money. Yet the city lord's mansion had them readily available. Bak Tu-an returned to the mansion and immediately went straight to the treasure vault. He instructed Bak Chi and Bak Thuok to stay outside and keep watch. No one was allowed to disturb him or even take a single step closer. The two of them immediately nodded and seriously complied. Bak Tu-an inserted the key into the lock. Next, he proceeded with a few more verification steps. There was an extremely strict retinal scan and blood test. Once the verification was complete, the mechanism began to activate. The massive gate of the treasure vault slowly swung open. Inside was the treasure accumulated by the Bak family over 100 years. Everything in here was an extremely rare artifact. Tu-an casually picked up an item. It was the core of an illusory rainbow spider, something that had caused various families to fight to the death at an auction, which eventually fell into the Bak family's hands for 150 million Chao currency. Ignoring it, Tu-an immediately went to find the spirit jade crystals, which were stored in a locked iron box. An ordinary person would have enough to brag about with just one piece. Yet inside there were a full 300 pieces, worth nearly 300 million. And that wasn't all. There were over a dozen similar boxes stacked around him. He was truly standing in a sea of money. He was really born in the right place this life. Without even trying, he had already surpassed the finish line. The beast taming space is always directly related to one's beast taming talent. An F-rank beast tamer only needs one piece to create a basic space, but an S-rank needs up to 30 pieces. So a mythical grade talent like Tu-an's would probably require several hundred. He had just thought of that. Before he could even open his mouth to ask, an information panel appeared right before his eyes, clearly stating a standard space requires 333 pieces, and a reinforced space requires 666 pieces. The perfect space requires 999 spirit jade crystals. Bak Tu-an's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that the Eye of Heavenly Revelation would provide an answer just by him thinking about it? This was even better than a search engine, and it seemed the full power of the Eye of Heavenly Revelation had yet to be revealed. The mere thought of it made him tremble with excitement. But for now, his priority was still building the beast taming space. With the mindset of a wealthy young master, he immediately chose the mythical perfect space, which cost 999 pieces. While Bak Tu-an was diligently creating his beast taming space inside the treasure vault, outside, his father was ecstatic, as congratulatory cards continuously arrived at the mansion. Ever since the news of Tu-an awakening, an S-rank talent spread, high-ranking officials and nobles from all over were vying to build connections with the city lord's mansion. With their sights set directly on Tu-an, I heard Madame Feng even inquired whether Tu-an was already engaged. Haha, Tu-an's mother couldn't stop smiling. In her eyes, Tu-an was still just a child. Yet after the awakening ceremony, he had grown up in the blink of an eye. But his father was starting to get anxious, because he had been in the treasure vault for 7 whole days without coming out. And although his father always appeared strict, he was actually extremely worried. In contrast, his grandfather, Bak Kan-sung, was very calm, telling them not to worry, as someone with an S-rank talent would naturally take longer to build their space than an ordinary person. Bak Kan-sung reassured his son in a steady voice. But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed a strange aura. The aura was so powerful that it made even him jump to his feet. He knew instantly that his grandson had succeeded. The beast taming space had been fully constructed, and the price paid was 999 spirit jade crystals. Finally, the beast taming space was successfully created. Kanzung, Bak Chi, Kobak, Tu-an. When Bak Tu-an opened his eyes, he was stunned by the sight of the space before him. Its scale was so vast that even he was astounded. The books clearly stated that A basic initial beast taming space was merely a blank area of about 108 square feet, yet Tuon's space was large enough to contain thousands of such spaces, complete with mountains and rivers, no different from a real world. Just then, the system displayed a new notification. Aided by your talent, your mythical perfect space has gained 3 additional effects. 1. It accelerates the growth of spirit beasts. 2. It removes negative status effects. 3. It has a chance to activate a spirit beast's hidden potential. Bak Tuan couldn't help but exclaim. Side effects. He had heard of them, but normally, a beast taming space rarely has side effects. And even if it does, they're usually insignificant. Yet, the one he just created possessed 3 heaven-defying effects. There's always been an unwritten rule in the world of beast taming. The more powerful the spirit beast, the longer its growth period. Many beast tamers would exhaust their lifespans and fall before even seeing their spirit beasts reach their peak. But now, within Tuan's space, even spirit beasts with immense potential would have their growth time shortened. With just those 3 effects alone, he was qualified to become the strongest genius beast tamer in the history of the 9 provinces. Next was the effect that removed negative statuses. In battle, if a spirit beast was poisoned or under crowd control, paralyzed or burned, it would basically lose all its combat effectiveness. Normally, it would take time and resources to heal them, but for Tuan, he just needed to return them to his space, to rest for a bit, and they would be fully recovered. As vigorous as ever. Finally, there was the ability to activate latent talents, the most heaven-defying of all. A spirit beast's talents are usually fixed, and only legendary treasures could interfere with them. But for Tuan, his space was enough, with no limit on the number of attempts. Spending 999 spirit jade crystals in exchange for such a space was worth every penny. Bak Tuan was extremely satisfied. Just imagine an ordinary family spending over $1 billion just to build a beast taming space. It would be completely unthinkable. Thankfully, he chose the right family to be reincarnated into. Tuan thought as he pushed open the door and stepped out of the treasury. Outside the door, all 4 members of the Bak family were already waiting. The moment they saw Tuan appear, they immediately surrounded him, asking anxiously, "Tuan, how are you? You haven't eaten for a whole week. You've clearly gotten thinner." Tuan officially returned to his daily life. The first thing he did was eat to make up for the past few days. The spring oyster seatail dish, which he used to be sick of. He now devoured it as if he were a starving ghost. Bak Kan Shung and his parents sat across from him, watching him intently without looking away. When he was finally full, he put down his chopsticks. He suddenly remembered something. He immediately said, "Oh, that's right. Grandpa, I used up all 999 pieces of spirit jade crystal to finish building the beast taming space." Bak Tuan's words struck like a bolt from the blue. 999 spirit crystals, over $1 billion in currency, vanished in the blink of an eye. His father seemed to have all the energy drained from him, slumping into his chair and muttering that his son was a heaven-sent money pit. Bak Kan Sung wasn't as panicked as his son, but sweat still beaded on his brow as he wiped it away, murmuring that he never expected an S-rank mutated talent to be so ridiculously expensive. Bak Tuan really wanted to tell them it was actually because of his mythic rank talent, but he kept quiet and continued eating until he was completely stuffed. Just then, his grandfather remembered something. His bonded spirit beast, the red-eyed goldfish, had just laid some eggs, and he told his grandson to go take a look and form a contract if he found a match. The moment he heard red-eyed goldfish, Tuan shot up in excitement, but since he had just eaten his fill, he nearly threw everything back up. After waiting for his food to settle, his grandfather took him to the spirit beast egg storage area. The staff in the storage facility worked meticulously, not daring to make a single mistake. The Bak family was fundamentally a water elemental power, so their methods for nurturing water-type spirit beasts were extremely systematic and unique. This was supplemented by a massive amount of resources to support their growth. Because of this, the first companion for the family's descendants was always a water-type spirit beast. This allowed them to rise through the ranks to become prestigious beast tamers in a very short amount of time. Although Tuan already knew about this area, seeing it with his own eyes still left him stunned by its sheer vastness. Most of the eggs here were silver rank and could reach gold rank upon maturity. But for someone with a mythic rank talent, that still wasn't enough. Tuan's spirit beast had to be of the absolute highest caliber. So, his grandfather led him straight to the diamond rank red-eyed goldfish. Though it was called a fish, its appearance was more akin to a dragon. Tuan's eyes were glued to the spirit beast before him. The Eye of Heavenly Revelation activated instantly, displaying detailed information. It was a water-type red-eyed goldfish at peak diamond rank. with an S-rank talent called Raging Water Current, and a potential that was also at the peak of the diamond rank. However, its life source was damaged, and it possessed 3 skills. One was the purple-grade Raging Water Current, while the other 2 were the blue-grade Water Arrow Barrage and Surging Ocean Waves. Overall, it was quite exceptional, but it had a weakness. Tuan wondered how this spirit beast could have suffered such damage to its life source. Bak Han-sung waved his hand, and the fish immediately swam closer to him. He spoke softly. "Old friend, Tuan has awakened. I'd like you to bring your children out to meet him." The fish gave a slight nod. Meanwhile, Tuan was thinking about trying to use his Eye of Heavenly Revelation to see if he could restore its life source. As he glanced over, he saw 2 spirit beast eggs right next to the mother fish. One egg is a water-type, white-scaled fish. It possesses the A-rank talent, Rending Water Flow, and has a primary diamond-grade aptitude. Its skills include the blue-grade Rending Water Flow. Water Impact and Surface Cannon are both green-grade. His grandfather urged, "Take a look and see which one you prefer." Tuan looked at the other egg, which was also a white-scaled fish. But it was very unusual. It possessed 2 talents. Besides the A-rank Rending Water Flow, it also had the S-rank Divine Flow Control. Its aptitude was also higher, reaching peak purple grade. It possessed 4 skills, 2 purple grade ones: Swift Water Control and Rending Water Flow, while the other 2, Water Impact and Surface Cannon, were green grade. The Eye of Heavenly Insight also reported that due to its excessively high aptitude, it developed 2 talents, but this caused a massive energy drain, leading to a risk of nutrient deficiency that could easily threaten its life. Bak Tuan's eyes were glued to it, a supreme purple grade with 2 talents. How could an offspring of the red-eyed goldfish be such a strange creature? Without a second thought, he made his choice without hesitation. However, Bak Han-sung couldn't help but be puzzled when he saw this. Tuan, this egg is withered and dull. Its life force is weak. It seems to have been born with a defect, and it might not even hatch. After saying this, Bak Han-sung looked guiltily at the red-eyed goldfish. Although he had spoken ill of its child, he had to do it for his grandson's sake. Even so, Bak Tuan was determined to choose the weaker egg, because his intuition told him that this was the most suitable companion spirit beast, and it would be hard to find another in the world with comparable water-type aptitude. Seeing that his grandson had made up his mind, Bak Han-sung didn't try to stop him anymore. However, to form a contract with one of those 2 eggs, he needed the approval of their mother, the red-eyed goldfish. Tuan had thought he would have to try and win over the red-eyed goldfish, but when they turned back, the grandfather and grandson witnessed a strange sight. It was using its mouth to pull a scale from its belly, then attached it directly to the egg. Tuan had chosen, "Is it trying to give this to me?" He couldn't hide his surprise. Tuan, that's the red-eyed goldfish's core scale. It can strengthen the origin essence of a water-type spirit beast. Attaching it to a water-type spirit beast increases its skill effectiveness by 10%. Bak Han-sung explained, perhaps there was no need to wait for permission anymore, as that scale was a thank you from the red-eyed goldfish, because Tuan had chosen the weaker egg, giving it a chance to survive. He held the white-scaled fish egg and the golden scale, and made a solemn promise to his grandfather and the spirit beast's mother. He returned to his room and placed the white-scaled fish egg and the core scale into a tank of clean water. Then, he added a nutrient solution made from heart-unfurling flower, dragon's beard root, snow lotus seed, scale dewgrass, purple orchid leaf grass, Desertwaldfruit, crimson blode Ginsengfruit, and blood-grade herb, all high-level ingredients. That mixture looked no different from poison. Yet when it was absorbed by the white-scale fish egg, it caused the fragile egg to suddenly become filled with life force. The Eye of Revelation was truly miraculous. It could help the white-scale fish transform from a fragile state into a strong and utterly perfect creature. Since that was the case, Bak Tuan could finally be at ease. Tuan, Vien Fa Thien Vu, Bach Chi, Ko Bach. Tuan, he quickly performed the contract ceremony with the spirit beast, and to his surprise, it succeeded much faster than expected. As soon as the contract was completed, a small crack instantly formed on the egg, and the white scale fish immediately wriggled its way out. Over the next month, Tuan nurtured it within his beast taming space. Under this supportive influence, it awakened a new innate talent, an S-rank talent called Nether Yin Power. It was accompanied by the skill Nether Water Erosion. The spirit beast's aptitude was upgraded to mid-tier monarch, just what you'd expect from a main character spirit beast. Even though it was just a newly hatched spirit beastling, the white-scale fish could already defeat a 5th stage unranked spirit beast. Its future was incredibly bright. Tuan was very satisfied. The white-scale fish was truly in a league of its own. None of his other water-type beasts were a match for it. He feared that if it didn't fight stronger spirit beasts, it would struggle to break through to the Black Iron rank. The spirit beast realms consist of unranked, Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, and Amethyst. Then comes Monarch, Epic, and Legendary, with the highest level being Divine. The unranked stage is for immature spirit beasts that have not yet been classified. Once they evolve sufficiently, they advance to the Black Iron rank to unlock new paths of development. Venturing out for real-world training was a necessary step it had to take. With that in mind, Bak Tuan brought the white scale fish out. He then told Bak Chi and Bak Thuok to prepare themselves. They would be accompanying him to Fire Bamboo Town. The world of myriad continents was home to 7 major cities. Each major city was surrounded by 7 satellite cities, and the place Tuan was heading to, Fire Bamboo Town, belonged to White Forest City. It was one of those 7 satellite cities. A volcano was located there, and inside lived a species of fire-type spiders called fire bamboo spiders, which were usually only at the unranked realm. The ones with the best potential only reached the Black Iron rank, which is perfect for Baklan's training. The 3 of them boarded the train together, the White Forest City Express line. Just as he was about to pass through the gate, Tuan heard someone shout his name, Bak Tuan, you dare avoid me. It turned out to be the little phoenix, Feng Tien Vu. He didn't even bother to turn around, simply stating that since they both possessed S-rank talents, it was a draw, and their bet was off. But Feng Tien Vu was still fuming. It was a draw. Sure. But then you just disappeared. Don't I even deserve a single word from you? Tuan was surprised she cared so much. She said she had searched for him everywhere after the awakening ceremony, and when she saw him preparing to leave the city, she assumed he was avoiding her, which only made her angrier. She yelled, calling him a betrayer, which made Tuan freeze. Anyone overhearing would surely mistake it for a lover's quarrel. He tried to ignore her and board the train, but she grabbed his arm to stop him, begging to have her say. Unfortunately, before her hand could even touch his sleeve, it was coldly intercepted by Bak Thuok. Miss Feng, please keep your distance. Startled, she turned to look at Bak Thuok, but she was immediately overwhelmed by a gold rank aura. Despite her own S-rank talent, she didn't dare resist and had to pull her hand back. Nevertheless, she still had to state the reason she was there. Feng Tien Vu had come all this way just to challenge Tuan to another match, proposing a battle between their pet beasts once they enrolled in the academy. Whatever you want. Tuan replied dismissively and walked away. He appeared calm, but inwardly he was annoyed. The little phoenix's personality was truly exhausting. If it weren't for the long-standing friendship between their 2 families, he would have already taught her a lesson. An announcement blared over the speakers. The train to Bamboo Fire City was about to depart. Tuan put the past behind him and focused on his training journey. Between the cities lay treacherous wilderness, teeming with scattered spirit beasts. Aside from professional beast-taming teams, few dared to travel alone. But due to the need for travel, people had created a special mode of transportation capable of traversing these wildlands. It was a train made from the 1,000-ring centipede spirit beast. Its body was as hard as steel and hundreds of meters long. With each car being a segment of the centipede's body, the higher the realm of the 1,000-ring centipede, the safer the train, and consequently, the more expensive the tickets. To Tuan, this was nothing. As a reincarnated young master from a wealthy family, he could have bought an entire car without issue, but his humble nature prevented him from doing so. What Tuan didn't expect, however, was that when he went to have his ticket checked in the first-class car, the system informed him he only had a second-class ticket. The staff immediately asked him to move to the car behind, much to his embarrassment. It was definitely his grandfather's doing. Before he left, Bak Kan Shung had told him he needed to learn to live like a commoner, experience hardships, and maybe even get scammed a few times to learn his lesson. He never thought his grandfather would actually go through with it, even forbidding Bak Chi and Bak Thuok from accompanying him as guards. The second-class car was incredibly noisy. Tuan activated his Eye of Heavenly Revelation and realized the rowdy crowd consisted of students from the Beast Taming Academy, hailing from Mineral Rock Town. He took the opportunity to scan the information on their spirit beasts as well. All of them had been enrolled for a year, and yet, their pets hadn't even reached the Black Iron rank. They were pathetically weak. Tuan smirked to himself. This was the difference between someone with ordinary talent and a cheater like him, but that thought was quickly extinguished when he discovered the girl named Tu Ko Bak. She possesses an S-rank mystic-type talent, capable of stealing another person's luck with a single use. All this time, Tu Ko Bak had been sitting quietly by herself in a hidden corner. Just then, another female student walked past. Her steps perfectly normal, but as soon as she got near Tu Ko Bak, She suddenly tripped and fell backward, then jumped up and started yelling despite falling on her own. "You jinx. Why did you bump into me? If I got hurt, could you even afford to pay for it?" Teo Kobak seemed all too familiar with this kind of scene, and even though it wasn't her fault, she still mumbled an apology. Seeing this, the other girl got even louder, telling her to never speak to her again. Bak Tuan observed in silence. This girl also has an S-rank talent, and it's even the same mystic type as his. Arare power. She must have caused a huge stir during the test. So why didn't Mineral Rock City report it to the White Keelan? Instead, letting her study at a small academy like this one. He felt this was highly unusual, and silently decided in his heart that he had to investigate the matter to its roots. The Z-ship zipped through the air. It wasn't long before it entered the borders of Bamboo Fire City. When the ship came to a stop, Teo Kobak quietly stepped off. Bak Tuan followed from behind and called out softly, "Bak Tuok," and a voice immediately answered, "Young master, you needed me." Bak Thuok appeared behind Tuan like a shadow. Apparently, even though their grandfather hadn't allowed them to come along, Bak Thuok was still ordered to follow from a distance and intervene when necessary. "Investigate that girl's background," Tuan said with a nod of his chin. Bak Thuok, who rarely smiled, gave a knowing smirk and whispered, "Young master, don't tell me you've already fallen for her," but Tuan immediately denied it, saying he just found her a little special. "If we can recruit her before she has a chance to get stronger, the Bak family's power will increase exponentially in the future." With that said, Bak Tuan turned his focus back to the objective of their trip. In this city, they are everywhere. Kansung, Bak Chi, Tuan, summon the silverfin fish. Let it train with the spider swarm. Even though the spiders aren't that strong, there's a massive number of them, and every single one is incredibly ferocious. Kanzong, Bak Chi, Kobak, Tuan. With a little more time, however, the outcome would still be the same. In just over 1 minute, it took down 4 5th-rank bamboo fire spiders. Compared to their sparring sessions, Tuan, Vien Fa Thien Vu, Bakchi, Kobak, Tuan realized that normally, his water spear attack could only pierce a single spot on a spider's head. But this time, the move made them explode into pieces. He found it strange, wondering if the Raging Torrent skill boosted the power of all his water-based abilities. The system quickly explained, making him exclaim in surprise. He never expected the white scale fish to have such an ability, so he decided he should find stronger bamboo fire spiders to continue training. After all, a spirit beast can only grow by fighting superior opponents. This is how skills progress, with each one divided into 5 levels: entry, adept, expert, master, and perfection. Currently, the white scale fish possessed 5 skills. If they weren't honed further, they would forever remain at a low level with weak power. Like a swordsman's slash, that is only at the most basic level. A swordsman at the entry and adept stages can only manage to slice through a single bamboo stalk. But after years of arduous training, upon reaching the perfection stage, a single strike is enough for Bachnat Kim to split an entire mountain in 2. That is the difference between the skill tiers. Even with the same skill, different spirit beasts can produce vastly different results and levels of power. While he was lost in thought, Tuan was suddenly surrounded by a swarm of bamboo fire spiders, and so, he and the white scale fish fought continuously for a whole week. After all that time, the white scale fish's power had skyrocketed. Sometimes, it would still get caught in its opponent's spider silk, but instead of weakening, the white scale fish only became more ferocious. Its counterattacks grew even more intense. He carefully watched every move his spirit beast made. At its current pace, another week of training could help it reach the 9th tier. Just then, Bak Chi appeared behind him, reporting that she had gathered all the information on little Kobak. Her parents died in a car accident when she was just a child. It seemed fate had cursed her with terrible luck, causing her loved ones to suffer one misfortune after another. Because of this, no one dared to adopt her after the accident. Her deceased parents left behind a massive debt. If she hadn't awakened her talent and received the protection of the Great Hall, she probably would have been sold off. When she entered the academy, she tried to make friends, but they all ended up in accidents, causing everyone to shun her. Luckily, she was strong and didn't give up. She took on part-time jobs after school to survive and pay off her debts. Unfortunately, every place she worked at either went bankrupt or shut down. Bundert. Her talent actually caused such bad luck, but she was innocent with a resolute character, which was admirable. He asked Bak Chi if anything unusual happened on the day she awakened. Bak Chi confirmed that there was. After she finished her test, the machine broke down and the operator ran into trouble, so they had to replace the machine and do it over. That's why her file recorded her as S rank. But only Tuan, having seen it for himself, knew it was real. He found it even more interesting that this talent could even affect equipment. He immediately ordered Bak Chi to go to Mineral Rock to take care of her debt, and at the same time, to bring her to the White Scale Beast Taming Academy. Hearing this, Bak Chi gave the exact same smile as Bak Thuok had earlier, thinking to herself that the young master's spring had finally arrived, casually using money to transfer someone to a new school. That's a classic rich boy move. Bak Tuan knew right away that Bak Chi was letting her imagination run wild again. He was about to correct her when he suddenly heard a scream. They saw Tu Kobak being chased by a fire bamboo spider. He immediately ordered his white scale fish to attack. It rushed in to rescue her. Seeing this scene, Bak Chi immediately thought this was a classic hero saves the damsel moment. Then she quietly withdrew, giving the two of them some space. Tuan Sahil, not even bothering to explain. Over there, Tu Kobak had fallen flat on the ground. Tuan thought he should act like a gentleman and help her up. So he stepped forward, but she seemed afraid of her bad luck spreading to him. So she struggled to get up on her own. Then, she realized he was the person from the same train car earlier. The two exchanged greetings and introduced themselves. She silently sized him up. Defeating a black iron rank fire bamboo spider in one move was truly impressive. Seeing her just standing there stunned, Tuan took the initiative and asked why she was here and where her friend was. At the mention of her classmate, Tyoko Bak showed a hint of embarrassment. She said that she and her friend had just run into some trouble. For anyone else, it would have been a disaster. But when Bak Tuan heard this, his eyes lit up. He excitedly grabbed her hand, urging her to quickly lead him to that place. His action made Tyoko Bak's face flush red. She quickly pulled her hand back and said softly that the place was very dangerous. And besides, she might bring him bad luck. But Tuan didn't care at all. He grabbed her hand again, insisting on going to the place where the anomaly occurred. He even smiled, saying his spirit beast would open her eyes. His mood incredibly excited. It would kill two birds with one stone, helping his white scale fish get some practice in as well. This would also let little Kobak witness his power, and conveniently make a good impression. From high above, Bak Chi was still secretly observing. She got excited like she was watching a romance movie when she saw her young master take the girl's hand, but she shivered the moment she saw Tuan's smile. Sensing the killing intent hidden within, little Kobak quickly led Tuan to the mutated spider's cave. Although this spider was a low-level creature, it possessed 2 innate talents, so he had to be extremely careful. For a small spirit beast to possess 2 innate talents, there must be a precious treasure inside the cave. With that thought, Tuan immediately released his white-scale fish to prepare for battle. Kobak advised him to retreat, saying this type of mutated beast was beyond a new student's capabilities. But Tuan simply told her to stand back and observe. He instructed the white-scale fish to use water spear impact to clear out the swarm of bamboo fire spiders. Once the leader revealed itself, he would unleash crushing water stream to finish it off. The white-scale fish nodded and then charged forward. The earth-shattering noise awakened the mutated spider inside the cave. It was instantly wide awake, and upon realizing the intruder was merely an 8th rank unclassified spirit beast, it became utterly enraged, because even though its opponent was weaker, it had dared to trespass on its territory. The mutated spider shrieked, ordering its minions to surround the intruder. But Tuan's white-scale fish was no easy foe. The power it unleashed struck fear into the entire spider swarm. The sight of Tuan, Vien Fa Thien Vu, Bak Chi, and Kobak, the mutated spider was absolutely furious. It launched a counterattack with its full power. A torrent of flames erupted, threatening to incinerate the white-scale fish, its intense heat vaporizing all the water in the vicinity. Seeing this, Tuan immediately yelled for his spirit beast to use divine flowing speed to evade the attack. The white-scale fish activated it instantly, its body transforming into a flowing current of water as it escaped the fiery onslaught. Divine flowing speed increases movement speed over a wide area, and since the white-scale fish had already trained this skill to the mastery realm, dodging the attack was child's play. Seeing this only made the mutated spider more ferocious. It frantically unleashed wave after wave of attacks, but the white-scale fish weaved through each blow as lightly as the wind, then suddenly closed in from directly above. Tuan immediately shouted a loud warning to his spirit beast. Don't fall for its taunts. Just focus on clearing out the minions around us first. The real battle has only just begun. Heeding its master's advice, the white-scale fish snapped out of it and immediately shifted its attack to the remaining bamboo fire spiders, watching all of its underlings get wiped out before its eyes. The mutated spider became extremely enraged. Tuan guessed that they had just forced it to unleash its ultimate move. And indeed, this time the attack was exceptionally powerful. The white scalefish remained calm, using flowing god speed to weave through the attacks. Then it suddenly counterattacked, aiming directly at the spider's leg and unleashing water flow rupture. Tuan watched intently. This move was just as powerful as water spear impact. Right now, it was a battle of water versus fire. The white scale fish clearly had the advantage. Based on temperature alone, victory seemed certain, but because everything was going too smoothly, Tuan started to worry, and just as he suspected, his fears came true. That spider had planned this from the start. With each move, it had been secretly spinning webs throughout the area. The longer the white scale fish dodged, the denser the webs became, making it difficult for it to move. If this dragged on, he and his spirit beast would be the ones at a disadvantage. With no time to hesitate, Tuan ordered the white scalefish to use dark water corrosion to finish off its opponent. The white scalefish immediately obeyed the command. It focused all of its power to deliver a fatal blow. The stream of attacks was like a relentless wave, splitting into many smaller branches. It surrounded the spider from all sides, leaving the mutated spider with no time to react. In the end, victory belonged to the white scalefish, however, because it had been injured earlier. After unleashing its final attack, the white scalefish was also exhausted. Tuan quickly caught it. Right at that moment, the system delivered some good news. The white scalefish had broken through to the 9th rank of the unranked tier. The goal of this trip was considered complete. Now, all he had to do was return it to the beast taming space and let it rest and recover. Tuko Bak then approached and quietly asked how the white scalefish was doing. "It's fine. It's just a little exhausted. It'll be okay after some rest." After that, Tuan walked over to the spider's corpse. He was about to collect the spoils of war, but just as he drew his knife, Tuko Bak quickly snatched it from him. It seemed she was quite proficient at handling the corpses of spirit beasts. Her movements were incredibly skilled. Tuan had no choice but to step aside, letting her do her thing. Meanwhile, he used his Eye of Heavenly Revelation to see if there were any treasures in the cave. But before he could finish scanning, he heard her call out excitedly, "Tuan! Tuan! Come look at this." I dug it out of the matriarch spider's corpse. In Tuko Bak's hand was a handful of awakening stones, mystical gems containing energy that could help living beings unlock new talents. He hadn't even had a chance to fully use his Eye of Heavenly Revelation before Tuko Bak found the most valuable treasure in the cave. It seemed her luck convergence talent was excellent for finding treasures. Previously, Bak Tuan had only ever seen two things capable of awakening talents. One was the awakening stone in the Grand Hall of the 9 Provinces Federation, and the other was his own beast taming space. And now Tuko Bak had found something similar. In the 9 provinces, anything that could awaken talents was a priceless treasure. But she didn't know that, and Tuan couldn't tell her, because even though he knew she was a good person, he worried that the allure of this item might sway her. So he just said, "I'm not sure either. I'll ask my family when we get back." Tuko Bak nodded repeatedly. Her hands were still busy carving up the spider's corpse, and watching her, Tuan felt it was the right time to invite her to his home. Kobak's movements paused. She turned her head to look at him, bewildered. "Are you trying to recruit me?" Tuan nodded, and she turned away again, plunging her knife back into the spider's corpse. In her heart, Bak Tuan was far too powerful, and she, on the other hand, had been seen as a bad omen since childhood, shunned by everyone, like a real monster. So she didn't dare to believe it, much less accept his invitation. "No, you're not a monster. You're just a little special." Bak Tuan took the knife from her, stopping her from taking her frustration out on the spider, and continued his offer for her to serve the young master of the Bak family in Bakland City. He promised that then, he would definitely take her to visit Spirit Taming City, a place of a higher realm. And she asked back, "Is that the home of the diamond-level beast tamer Bak Kanj Sung?" Tuan nodded, and extended his hand. Looking at that hand, Kobak suddenly thought, "Maybe I should try trusting someone one more time." She gently reached out her hand. She took Bak Tuan's hand and agreed, silently vowing to work twice as hard, to repay the person who had reached out to her in her most desperate moment. After they reached an agreement, Tuan told her he had a gift for her. He pushed aside the webs, revealing a nest of mutated spider eggs, and the eggs from a mutated spider were also mutated. This meant that a completely new species had been created. If harnessed properly, it could help the Bak family possess a line of incredibly powerful spirit beasts. So, Tuan told her to choose one for herself. He said to consider it an initiation gift for joining the Bak family. She asked in astonishment if he wanted her to form a new contract, and Tuan nodded, explaining that her old spirit beast contract could be dissolved. As a tamer's power grows, an old contract with a weaker beast becomes unsuitable. making it necessary to switch to a stronger one. There are two ways to do this. One is to forcefully break the old contract yourself. The other is to kill the old pet. Kobach hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose the egg with the highest potential. This proved that her innate talent was incredibly useful for finding treasures, and now it was time to dissolve her old contract. The first method would cause the beast tamer to suffer a backlash, which could even be fatal, while the second method was simply too cruel. Tuan wasn't sure which path she would choose, but Kobach didn't even need to think about it. She decided to abolish the old contract herself, the contract with the beetle she had raised for so long. When the process was complete, she coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Tuan anxiously rushed to her side to support her, asking if she was all right. She replied that she could handle it. Despite the immense pain, Kobach sat down. She looked at her beloved beetle one last time and slowly said her goodbyes. Although they had been together for a long time, it was time to let go. As for Tuan, after witnessing all this, he was more certain than ever that he had chosen the right person. With that business concluded, the two of them headed to Black Street in Bamboo Fire City to buy some necessary items. The spirit stone merchant growled, pointing at his wares and shouting, 9,000 yuan is already a steal, I can't go any lower. But Tuan wasn't so easily fooled. He just smiled and asked, are you trying to intimidate me just because I look young and naive? He even acted more annoyed than the merchant, saying the crystal core was smashed to bits and had no energy left. Hearing this, the old man quickly changed his tune, arguing that even though it was shattered, it still held the spirit beast's original imprint, which could help a similar beast comprehend a new skill. Tuan thought for a moment and nodded, admitting that if it weren't for its eye-catching appearance, he probably wouldn't have even noticed it. The system immediately reported Crimson Light Rending Sparrow Core, a peak Monarch-grade core, but it's severely damaged, only retaining the skill imprint for Heavenly Meteor Shower. Tuan's lips curled into a smirk that sent a shiver down Kobach's spine. To think they'd find a real treasure in a backwater place like this. It seemed Kobach's good luck was really paying off. The merchant, trying to sound more sincere now, offered, all right, how about 90,000 yuan? That's a fair price for both of us. Tuan just feigned annoyance and said, forget it. This trick was as effective as ever, just like the one his mom always used at the market. The merchant quickly grabbed his arm and said, 10,000 yuan, that's my final offer. Take it or leave it. Tuan simply smiled and nodded in agreement. Just then, a voice called out from behind as a purple-haired guy appeared, loudly cutting in. I want that spirit core. 2. He struck a cocky pose, ran a hand through his hair, and then yelled, I'll pay 20,000. Tuan smacked his hand away and frowned. Don't think it's cool to just snatch things away from people. That's a really low move. The purple-haired guy smirked and said, the old man hasn't sold it yet, so I have the right to make an offer. Don't I? He then added mockingly, what kind of beast tamer doesn't even have 20,000? He puffed out his chest and introduced himself. I'm the direct grandson of the mayor of Trukoa. I could even help you find a decent job. He was the very definition of a spoiled young master living off his family's name. Then, his gaze suddenly froze. He saw Kobach, with her smooth, fair skin and hands as delicate as bamboo shoots. He gulped, thinking she was a truly rare beauty. Tuan had truly had enough and suggested, if we both want it, let's settle this with a duel in the arena. He stepped in front of Kobach, thinking to himself, a cliché villain like this is all for show. His face practically has bad guy written all over it. I might as well use him for some warm-up practice. His Eye of Revelation instantly activated. The purple-haired guy wasn't one to back down either. He summoned his spirit beast, its aura flaring as he sneered. Playing the hero, saving the damsel. Are you? You have a death wish. His beast then spewed a torrent of blazing fire. The system reported Red Flame Clan. Fire Element. Peak Purple Silver Rank. Talent Molten Body. Quality Mid-Tier Black Iron. Skills Azure Flowing Fire. Chan Blazing Calamity. He roared, Tikao. Take him down for me. The spirit beast shot forward like a rocket, intending to rip Tuan to shreds, but he simply held Kobach gently and sidestepped with ease. Tuan found this amusing, as he rarely had the chance to engage in a true life or death battle. Most of the time, he was the one being protected. The spirit beast charged again, this time even more ferociously. Tuan smirked. I just took down a bronze rank spirit beast. Let's see what this black iron one has to offer. Once again, he dodged with ease. The purple-haired guy sneered. If you've got any guts, stop dodging and just stand there and take it. The surrounding crowd grew larger by the moment. Someone recognized him. Isn't that Chu Qingyi, the mayor's grandson? He's notorious for fighting dirty in duels and launching sneak attacks. His spirit beast was becoming more and more frenzied. Koba cried out in worry. Tu-on, be careful. The old merchant let out a sigh. This kid is done for, but Tu-on remained completely relaxed. If you don't want me to dodge, then I'll just meet it head on, he said, as he began to circulate his energy, moving his hands in a circular motion. He spun his body to redirect the force. His movements like someone washing rice with a single hand. Finally, he unleashed a decisive counterattack. The push sent the purple-haired guy's spirit beast flying, where it lay sprawled on the ground like a frightened puppy, looking utterly pathetic. The young master's face flushed with rage as he roared. You have to answer to me for that. You'll regret humiliating me. Ignoring his spirit beast still lying on the ground, he commanded, Tikao, use flowing fire. The beast obediently condensed a spinning fireball and launched it at Tu-on, but he dodged it with ease. The attack left a deep crater in the ground. Tu-on thought to himself, I guess it's time to summon my own spirit beast. Water beats fire. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his water element spirit beast. Come forth. Langu. Right after summoning Lannu, Tu-on immediately sensed something unusual as a giant snake suddenly appeared from behind him. It lunged forward, opening its mouth to swallow him whole. But Tu-on reacted in time, dodging it by a hair's breadth. It turned out to be a sneak attack from the purple-haired guy, who casually boasted, I can't believe you managed to dodge that surprise attack. The system chimed in, Pyre Serpent Race. Fire type, mid-silver rank. Talent Swiftness B. Quality mid-black iron. Skill Skyfire Starnet. And Poison type Azure Lion level A. Even Lannu thought this guy was playing dirty. Tu-on quickly gave the order, Langu, let's end this fast. Langu immediately complied. The purple-haired guy, still unaware of his predicament, shouted, Excellent Tikao. VM Liet. But a 2-on-1 fight was disadvantageous. Lan Engu was surrounded by a volley of fireballs, which then all suddenly exploded. Thick red smoke filled the air, completely obscuring Langu's condition. The purple-haired guy gloated. A low-level beast tamer dares to fight me, what a pity. That spirit beast had potential, only to be crippled like this. He laughed loudly, thinking he had already won. But Tu-on remained calm and retorted, Don't you think it's a bit hasty to jump to conclusions? From within the dense smoke, Lannu shot out, its body completely unscathed. It was enraged, swinging its tail to strike the purple-haired guy's spirit beast right in the face. A single blow sent Tikao flying and knocked it out on the spot. Meanwhile, Viemli darted forward like lightning, intending to constrict Lanengu with its body, but Lanengu was agile enough to evade it. It gathered its power to form a water orb, shooting it straight at Viemli's head and ending the match. The purple-haired guy was stunned, stammering, How is this possible? It's just an unranked spirit beast. At this point, Lanengu had finally vented its frustration. Tu-on recalled it and said softly, Your spirit beasts are indeed strong, but it's a shame they chose the wrong master. Hearing this sarcastic remark, the purple-haired guy flew into a rage. Since he was already a scoundrel, he had no reputation to lose. So he pulled out a dagger. He lunged forward, screaming, A weak beast tamer like you dares to act high and mighty. Die. Suddenly, Bak Chi appeared out of nowhere and landed a swift kick right to his head. She struck a stylish pose, smiled brightly, and handed Tu-on a letter. Young master, the city lord has a secret letter for you. Kicked so hard he couldn't get up. The guy could only lie there groaning, while Tu-on returned to his business, handing over 10,000 yuan and taking the spirit core. The scene shifts to a city with towering skyscrapers, where Tu-on is lost in thought in his private room. In front of him lay a cluster of rare herbs. A voice emanated from the letter. Tu-on, I've gathered all the materials you requested on Lanengu's evolution process. Even though you've chosen your own path instead of using the Bak family's secret techniques, your grandfather still respects your decision. But be careful. This is a path no one has ever dared to walk. He thought to himself, That's right. Lan Engu has surpassed the black iron rank, so now is the perfect time for its first evolution. According to the Bak family's path, it would become a red-eyed golden-striped fish. But the Eye of Heavenly Revelation points to a different evolution path called the Kun Peng. From entering the sea to become a Kun, it then transforms into ascending to the heavens to become a Peng. Next comes the purple fish transforming into a whale, the purple whale transforming into a Kun, and finally, the purple Kun transforming into a Peng. To achieve those 3 forms, it would take 9 evolutions. Tu-on was filled with excitement, aiming to become a divine beast that ruled both the sea and the sky. He summoned the Qilin fish again, calling out loudly, Little flying fish, come on out. It didn't hold back, ramming straight into his back and making Tu-on's spine ache. A voice called from outside the door, Tu-on, Are you okay? He then grabbed the Qilin fish. He gritted his teeth, spinning it around. Qilin fish. He pointed at its forehead and said sternly, "We're starting the evolution now. Understand?" The Qilin fish looked back with pitiful, teary eyes. Without another word, Tuan began the evolution ritual. Taking out all the necessary materials, everything was mixed together, and the process officially began. The Qilin fish's appearance gradually changed with each passing minute. Its fins and tail grew longer and longer, showing it had entered the final stage of the evolution process. The Qilin fish appeared completely transformed, like a child growing 5 years in the blink of an eye. Race Water Element White Shadow Giant Qilin Fish. Rank Black Iron Master. Talents S Rank Divine Flow Speed, S Rank Nether Yin Force, A Rank Water Flow Rupture, and A Rank Mystic Shadow Illusion. The system chimed in. Quality High Grade Monarch. Skills Purple Tier Water Riding Swiftness, Purple Tier Nether Water Corrosion, Blue Tier Water Flow Rupture, Blue Tier Void Mystic White Shadow, Green Tier Water Spear Charge, and Green Tier Surface Float have all reached the initial stage. It also has a special talent that helps effectively evade and mesmerize enemies. The Qilin fish's body suddenly swelled uncontrollably. Tuan was almost crushed under its weight, and he yelled in a panic. "Why is it so big?" He quickly shouted. "Go back now, or I'm going to be flattened into a pancake." The Qilin fish obeyed and immediately returned to the beast taming space. Tuan let out a sigh of relief. He almost lost his life under his own spirit beast. Luckily, the room was just a little messy. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Bak Chi asked anxiously from outside. "Young master." "What happened?" Tuan looked at the wrecked room and tried to calmly reply. "Nothing's wrong. I was just practicing my beast taming skills. Please prepare a new room for me. This one is unusable now." He thought to himself, "I need to solve this problem soon." He suddenly remembered he still had an unread letter. It had only one line written on it. Clear origin due. Red Wing City. He was overjoyed. "I didn't expect Grandpa to be so fast. I have to get my hands on it." His spirits lifted again. "While I'm at it, I'll go to Red Wing City and see if I can pick up any treasures." The scene changes to Red Wing City. The sounds of vendors echoed through the streets. Fresh spirit cores here, newly updated spirit beast distribution maps, adventure team recruiting. Room and board included too. Anne grimaced and complained. "It's so noisy it's giving me a headache." He had walked through the entire market without finding anything valuable. Just as he thought that, he immediately regretted it. The system announced Fire Element Spirit Beast Core. Black Iron Rank. Detected. Bronze Rank Fossil detected. Zhuming Eagle Feather detected. It looks like Tuan is about to strike it rich again. Two young men were gossiping on the side of the road. One guy said the auction would have a diamond rank resource. The other added, "That old hag who collects resources from all over Blue City will be there too." They got more and more excited as they talked. It's hard to guess who'll win it this time. Hearing this, Tuan started to worry. If the Lord of Blue City gets involved, getting the clear origin due will be difficult. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. "If you're going to buy it, buy it. If not, don't touch it." Kobach, who was holding an object, quickly pulled his hand back and asked quietly, "Sir, how much is this?" Hearing this, Duke Nu yelled, "What do you mean?" "A rock. This is a treasure. If you can't afford it, don't bother me." The system displayed a line of information. Hope Light Fruit detected. Diamond rank material. Tuan's eyes widened. The item Kobach was holding was actually diamond tier. Without a second thought, he rushed over and placed a hand on her shoulder. With a bright expression, he said, "Shopkeeper, wrap this up for me." Duke Ngu shouted the price. 30 million Nine Continents coins while laughing to himself. "Another rich? Foolish kid." Kobach was frantic. To Anne, "The price is too high. We should just forget it," Duke Nu gloated. "Kid, you have to pay the price to impress a girl." Tuan gritted his teeth and pulled out his card. Shouting, "Swipe it," he thought to himself. A diamond tier resource for only 30 million. What a steal. Duke Ngu accepted the payment, beaming with joy. "Thank you, valued customer." A giant spirit beast appeared in the sky, and everyone looked up. It was a crane with a heavenly aura. The man on its back shouted, "Phoenix Crested Cloud Leaping Crane." Forward, the system immediately displayed its information. Phoenix Crested Cloud Leaping Crane Clan. Neutral Element. Mid-tier Diamond Realm. Talent Feathered Treasure Call A. Aptitude High-tier Diamond. Skills Blue Feathered Treasure. Blue Cloud Leaping Blade. Green Cloud Dance. Kanj Sung glanced down from above and announced, "Old Devil, we have arrived." The crane continued to circle, leaving a sparkling trail of pinkish-purple smoke. On the other side, a man riding a crimson flame tusk laughed loudly. Isn't this the renowned city lord of Whitescale? He put his hands on his hips and said, The arrival of Whitescale makes my crimson river even more splendid. Kansung replied unhappily, Old man Shich, why bother pretending to be a gentleman? The opponent feigned humility. When a guest arrives, we must welcome them. Welcome, Old man Bach. From below, Tuan watched, moved, thinking, Grandpa came all this way, just for me. Against the purple evening sky, the two great birds soared in the same direction. The next day, the scene shifted to the inside of a magnificent palace. His grandfather asked in a serious tone, Do you really want to do this? Tuan answered firmly, Yes. I have to get the Azure Origin due. Suddenly, a voice called out, Old man Bach, what business do you have with me? Dong Lai spoke coldly. If it's about the Azure Origin due, let's not waste words. Whoever offers the higher price takes it. That was the city lord of Blue City, and behind her was her granddaughter. Kikiai. The girl stared intently at them. Tuan recognized her too. It's her. Kansung let out a loud laugh. Isn't that her granddaughter? I heard you were collecting diamond tier resources to cure the little girl. The woman replied irritably. You're beating around the bush like this. Are you trying to pressure me? A fierce pressure emanated from her entire body as she shouted, You and I are both diamond tier beast tamers. Why should I be afraid of you? Tuan raised his hand to block the blast of green energy, thinking, This is my first time facing the true power of a diamond tier beast tamer. I can barely breathe. In contrast, Kansung calmly replied, City Lord Lam, you misunderstand. The competition for the Azure Origin due is simply a matter of who pays the higher price, just like an auction. Kansung quickly created a protective barrier. It continued, I see you're not overly strict about diamond tier resources. Why don't we make a deal to settle this peacefully, too? Anne was secretly astonished. Only beast tamers at the silver tier or above could create a barrier like this. Dong Li, now calm again, frowned and asked, What kind of deal? He presented a box and said, I have a diamond tier Hope Light fruit. If I win the Azure Origin due, I will sell this to you for a comparable price. Tuan stepped forward and whispered, Grandpa, wait a moment. He looked at Chikai and smiled gently. This little girl's illness is so pitiful. How about I just give her the Hope Light fruit? The old man's face went stiff, but inwardly he was speechless with surprise. He thought, what was supposed to be a sale has now become a gift. This is definitely not part of the original plan. The woman couldn't believe it. With a sorrowful gaze, she asked, Young man, diamond tier resources are rare. Why would you give one to us for free? Tuan maintained his bright smile. Didn't everyone say she needs a diamond tier resource for her treatment? Chikai blushed with embarrassment when she heard him say, I like this girl, so I'm giving her the Hope Light fruit. Kansung glanced at his grandson with suspicion. Tuan had never been the type to chase after girls. And even if he was interested, this girl from the Lam family was far too weak to marry into their family. He just gave a strained smile, handed over the gift box, and said, My grandson can be a bit blunt. If he says he's giving a gift, he means it. Inwardly, he thought, perhaps he sensed something, and that's why he changed his mind. Dong Ni looked down at the box she was holding in her hands. She also took the child and, turning back, said a few words. City Lord Bach, I have accepted the gift. I will no longer compete for it. Kansung watched them go, replying softly, Thank you. City Lord Lam. Chikai shyly turned back and asked quietly, What's your name, Tuan? Flashed a brilliant smile. I'm Tuan. I live in Whitescale City. Remember to come find me when you're all better. She etched that name into her heart, and as she turned to leave, she still called out with a lingering fondness, Brother Tuan. Tuan stared intently ahead, murmuring to himself, giving away a diamond-grade resource for free. His face was cold as he thought, I'm not the type to throw money around for no reason. The system displayed Space Race, 9th grade unranked, SSS rank species talent, initial epic potential, initial orange grade species skill. A space-type spirit beast has great potential when it matures. But before that, it requires a colossal amount of energy. Otherwise it will drain the beast tamer, causing a severe burden. He looked at the little girl and thought to himself, an epic grade space-type spirit beast with an SS rank talent. If she survives, she will definitely become a future powerhouse. The system notification was still visible. SS rank auxiliary enhancement talent helps increase the power of all selected pets by 100%. Tuan gave a faint, mysterious smile. If this 3 million coin Hope Light fruit makes her grateful, then it's more than worth it. The auction hall was packed with people. The female host stepped out, announcing that the power level had spotlight hit the first item. The auction officially begins. So, without further ado, we'll start with a gold-grade spirit beast egg, a purple rock eagle, with a starting price of 1 million. The people below buzzed with discussion. A purple rock eagle is hard to raise, and even harder to train. Tuan and his grandfather were also watching from their private room. Tuan's eyes widened in shock. That item. It's... The girl raised her gavel. A genuine gold-grade spirit beast egg. Do I have any bidders? A shout came from within. 1 million. Everyone was stunned. Truly a rich family. Probably just buying it for fun. The world of the wealthy is so hard to understand. The host let out a small sigh of relief. The first item is raise. He focused on the information panel. The purple rock eagle is a wind lightning type. With a lightning talent, initial amethyst grade potential, and its skills include piercing bolt, startling thunder, and wind slash. Tuan reassured his grandfather. Grandpa, my intuition tells me this egg isn't as simple as it looks. He smiled smugly. To think that even the auction house's appraisers made a mistake. The gap between gold grade and amethyst grade is as wide as the heavens. The girl slammed the gavel down. Congratulations to the guest in seat number 3 for winning the purple rock eagle egg. And now for our next item. The hall echoed with thunderous applause. And an hour later, the host looked up and said, the final item is about to be unveiled. The Azure Vista Dew. The lights once again shone on a sparkling stone. There is no reserve price. Bidding is open. With a minimum raise of 1 million 9 provinces coins each time, the audience began to stir. I bid 10 million. Dreaming of getting a diamond grade resource for only 10 million. Are you dreaming? I bid 30 million. Then 50 million. Please give me a chance. In the face of a diamond grade resource, everyone's pride is meaningless. I bid 100 million. His grandfather quickly advised, Tuan, be calm. It's not time yet. Wait for the price to go higher. Then make your move. But Tuan frowned. The Azure Vista Dew was the key to awakening his second talent. He held a few blue stones obtained from the mutated fire spider chieftain. Awakening stones. How should I use these? Looking at the notification from the system, he thought, I was researching how to use the awakening origin stones and received a heavenly Tao's revelation. The first method, carry the origin stone on your person, and over time, there is a chance to awaken a talent from F rank to D rank, usable once a year. The second method, embed it directly into the body, with a chance to awaken a talent from C rank to A rank, usable once a year. The mutated spider chieftain must have randomly swallowed an origin stone, creating an effect similar to the second method. The third method, use the origin stone as the main ingredient. Combine it with alchemy skills. Add Azure Vista Dew and Heavenly Vista Tear. Soak in the solution for a day and a night, for a chance to awaken a talent from S rank to SSS rank. Right now, only the third method can help awaken a high-grade talent, but the ingredients to create the solution are incredibly rare. Heavenly Vista Tear, Whispering River Secret Leaf. I remember the White family's treasury has both of these items, but as for the Azure Origin Dew, I'll have to rely on the White family's power to help me find it. When someone bid up to 500 million, Duke Anu smiled triumphantly, knowing that if he could just get the Verdant Essence, he would ascend to the diamond rank. From a room on the upper floor, an even more terrifying number echoed out. 700 million 9 provinces coins. He immediately pleaded, I am Duong Duknu, a top-tier gold rank beast tamer, and this material is incredibly important to me, so I hope you will do me this favor. Then he shouted, 800 million 9 provinces coins, shaking the entire auction hall. Everyone knew Old Man Duong was just one step away from the diamond rank. The person in seat number 3 was clearly no ordinary individual, perhaps a powerful expert. City Lord Lam in seat number 2 remained silent, yet Duong Duke dared to challenge the bid. A powerful pressure immediately erupted from that room. A cold, disdainful voice rang out. A top-tier gold rank beast tamer. You think you're so strong? Duong Duke's face paled. That was the aura of a diamond rank beast tamer. The female host trembled as well. The expert whom the city lord himself had received yesterday. Who on earth could it be? A light cough came from the room, causing the entire hall to hold its breath. The host nervously began the count. 900 million 9 provinces coins going once. Does anyone else wish to bid? Duke Nu bowed his head respectfully. This junior was rude. I hope senior will forgive me. The surrounding crowd sneered inwardly. A gold rank tamer daring to compete with a diamond rank. He must have a death wish. The host continued the announcement. 900 million going twice. If no one else bids, the opportunity will be gone. Her heart was filled with excitement. 900 million going 3 times. It was strange that City Lord Lam, who was known to covet diamond rank resources, remained silent this time. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that room. The woman in red raised her hand and pointed. Congratulations to the guest in seat number 3 for successfully bidding on the verdant essence. The door burst open and old Devil Shich stormed in. Laughing. Old man Bak. How did you manage to make even Lam Yao yield to you? Kanshung was slightly annoyed. It was thanks to my grandson. Old Devil Sich looked at Tuan and sneered. Your grandson, so skinny and pale. Can he even be a beast tamer? But Tuan was focused only on the verdant essence. His heart pounding with excitement. He finally had the chance to unlock his second talent. Old Devil Sich slapped Kanshung hard on the shoulder. Alright. Then it's decided. Tuan was stunned. Decided what his grandfather replied calmly. In 3 days. You will fight a match against City Lord Shik's granddaughter. Tuan's jaw dropped in confusion. Who? Fight what? The red evening light descended, and the crimson flame wall glowed, reflecting the fiery sky. A girl kicked the door open in frustration, but her voice was cheerful. You hateful old man. I'm back. She grabbed his beard threateningly. Why did you call me back, if it's not something important? I'm shaving this whole thing off, he cried out. My little treasure. Let go. My beard is about to fall out. Old Devil Shich forced a smile. You're about to advance to the bronze rank. So I've found you a chance to obtain a spirit beast with diamond potential. She was startled. What kind of chance? He pointed towards Tuan. You just have to defeat him. Kansung encouraged from the side. Tuan, seize this opportunity, and you can enter the Shich family valley to choose a flying spirit beast for yourself. Neither side could hide their confrontational intent. Old man Bak, you're early. Let's get this over with quickly. We still have to go pick a spirit beast. Before Old Devil Shich could finish his sentence, he was already muttering. I hope your grandson loses quickly. Nan Ing looked at Tuan curiously and smiled brightly. You're really handsome. I'm Nyanya. What about you? Her innocence made him answer awkwardly. Tuan. Old Devil Shich barked softly, separating the two. Get to your positions. Quickly. Nan Ing stood straight, her voice firm. Little big brother. You'd better get ready. The system panel immediately appeared. Character Nyanye. Talent Grade A Spirit Transformation. Realm High Level Black Iron Rank. Spirit Beast Winged Fang Dragon Beast. A Fire and Wind Element type. Its realm is equivalent to the 9th unranked level. A Giant. Shimmering Spirit Beast appeared. Species Winged Fang. Fire and Wind Elements. Realm High Level Black Iron Rank. Talents Blue Gunpowder Attack and the Shimmering Blue Feather Guard. She commanded. Winged Fang. Take to the skies and control the heavens. Nan Ing pointed directly at Tuan. Summon your spirit beast. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Tuan raised his hand as a bright light exploded. Come forth. Giant void scale fish. A colossal figure descended from the sky. The scale fish appeared and immediately fell flat on its face with a heavy thud. It looked at Tuan, scratching its head and smiling. I tried to lose weight, but I'm still so round. Nan Inghe couldn't help but chuckle. Your spirit beast is actually pretty cute. Tuan could only sigh, feeling as if his entire body was falling apart. He had a real headache dealing with this spirit beast. He'd gotten an elastic core at an auction, which gave it the ability to change its size. He never expected that when it shrank, it would turn into such a bizarre shape. Duke Na immediately swooped down. Nanga smiled confidently and shouted, Duke Nya. Attack use Blazing Slash. Its fiery wings swept out powerfully, sending sparks flying everywhere. Tuan and his spirit beast dodged quickly, and although they avoided the hit, a gust of wind brushed past, making his hair flutter slightly. For the next attack, Tuan had to twist his body to evade it in a flash. He was starting to get angry and commanded, Scalefish. Counterattack with water cannon. Take it down. The scalefish unleashed a powerful torrent of water, and the churning pillars made the bird shriek in despair. Nan Inghe hurriedly shouted an order to Duke Na. Quickly, get out of the water cannon's range. The bird immediately spread its wings and flew away from the watery area. Tuan looked at his spirit beast and nodded in satisfaction. Good job. Since it evolved, the speed and power of its water cannon have clearly increased. Suddenly, a flying object hurtled toward them. The system immediately displayed its information, species. Kim Trichdieu. Fire and Wind type. 9th rank. Unranked realm. Talent A rank Fire Vortex. Potential mid-tier diamond. Skill Blue Fire Arrow. Movement speed extremely fast. Tuan watched the Kimdu spit fire and cursed himself. He had almost forgotten his opponent had another spirit beast. Fortunately, his scalefish absorbed the flames, It was just a 9th rank unranked creature, so the damage was negligible. He gently patted the scalefish's body. Sorry, buddy. I'm still inexperienced in battle. You've had it rough. Nyan Ingke continued her assault. Your defense is pretty good. Let's see if you can handle this next one. Both of her spirit beasts charged forward with ferocious power. Tuan connected his consciousness to the system and asked, "How much does an A-rank talent increase a spirit beast's combat power?" The system replied, 3 times. The 2 spirit beasts immediately began to circle them. Closing in, Tuan stared intently at the scalefish. They must be planning to attack from 2 directions. Wait a minute. Fish. That means... Zhich Lao Kui laughed loudly. Bok Lao Dao. Your grandson is sure to lose. Even Nan Ying's bronze rank beast couldn't withstand this. Kan Sung just gave a faint smile. Don't celebrate too soon. You might find that laughing early shortens your life. Duknya accelerated, charging straight ahead. At the same time, the Kim Trick Dew spewed out a blaze of crimson fire. A thick cloud of smoke and dust enveloped the area. Kan Sung frowned. Why hasn't Tuan made his move yet? Zhich Lao Kui snorted coldly. Don't worry. Your grandson won't get hurt. But by this time, Tuan had already erected a barrier around himself. All 3 of them were astonished. How is that possible? He's only at the black iron rank. Water swirled around Tuan as he chuckled softly. It turns out the protective barrier doesn't need to be silver level. As long as one's spiritual power is strong enough, and I have an abundance of it in my personal domain. It gave a decisive command. Giant white-scaled fish. End this battle, according to the plan. The scaled fish immediately unleashed its skills. Boundless ocean. Water cannon attack. Its body expanded into the shape of a giant whale, causing Old Devil Sich's eyes to widen. Old man Bai. What in the world is that grandson of yours? Kan Sheng was also stunned. I honestly don't know myself. The scaled fish created spiraling torrents of water, a massive column of water aimed directly at its opponent, sucking the winged fang into the center of the vortex. The golden drop bird couldn't dodge in time either. It was struck down, landing right at Nan Ying's feet. Losing her composure, she screamed, Winged fang. Use raging fire attack, go after Tuan. The bird immediately dove towards him. Winged fang tore through the air, its eyes blazing brightly. Its sharp beak sliced through the scorching atmosphere. Flames erupted around its body as red smoke blanketed the entire sky. Old Devil Sich was horrified. That girl has lost her mind. This attack is pure self-destruction. Ahead. The blue energy was swirling violently, but Winged Fang charged straight into it. Down below, Tuan remained completely focused. The torrent of blue energy showed no signs of weakening. Sweat beaded on Tuan's brow as he yelled, "Don't hurt it." The 2 spirit beasts collided violently. A burst of blue light erupted, and the flames shot upwards, making the scorching air feel like it was melting. Immediately after, the scaled fish darted straight toward Nanya, causing her to scream in panic. Kan Sung glanced at the frantic Old Devil Shich and calmly said, "Don't worry. Tuan knows what he's doing. He won't harm your granddaughter." Nyan Nge, suspended in midair, raised her hand and shouted, "I admit defeat, let me down." Tuan smiled, formed a light hand seal, and replied, "Thank you for going easy on me." He then withdrew his spiritual power. All 4 of them headed back inside. Old Devil Sheech was the first to speak. "A loss is a loss. Your grandson can go in and choose a spirit beast. But as for you, forget it," he thought gleefully to himself. This kid probably can't even tell the difference between a treasure and a piece of junk. Meanwhile, Kan Sung smiled, thinking that Tuan's intuition was far more accurate than that old man's judgment. Old Devil Sheech raised a hand, red energy gathering in his palm. He pressed his hand firmly onto the green switch. A brilliant light erupted, forcing Tuan and Nanangay to shield their eyes from the glare of the Crimson Fang Valley's entrance. Old Devil Sheech stood with his hands on his hips and announced, "Kid, I'll give you 2 hours. You come out when the time is up, finished or not." Then he turned to instruct his granddaughter. "Nye, you watch him. Don't let him cause any trouble." Tuan nodded. "I'll remember that." Behind him, Nan Ying crossed her arms and quietly replied, "I know." After saying his piece, Old Devil Sheech stepped back, and Tuan slowly walked into the Crimson Fang Valley. The moment he set foot inside, the scene that unfolded before him left him stunned. The system immediately displayed a notification. The Crimson Fang Valley is a fragment from a dead planet, refined into a small secret realm by an ancestor of the Sich family, using a secret technique. Its fire attribute energy is abundant, but slowly dissipating. Tuan raised his hand in awe, exclaiming, "This is truly miraculous." Nan Eng replied with pride, "Of course it is. This secret realm is what made my Shich family renowned for its mastery of the fire element. How could we maintain our current status without it? The entire space was bathed in a crimson hue. The intense heat made breathing difficult, and all the trees were scorched dry. Walking behind Nan Inga, Tu An asked, Miss Jich, could you tell me about some of the spirit beasts in this valley? Nan Inge stopped and pointed up. Tu An looked up as she said, That's a winged talon, a large, orange-feathered bird with glowing eyes. In front of it are 4 black birds. They are of the wind and fire elements, but I don't think they'll like you very much. Tu An wiped his sweat and replied softly, It's not just dislike. They look like they want to eat me alive. This left Nanga stunned and confused. Suddenly, a flock of yellow birds appeared in a massive swarm, their cries echoing across the sky. One of them dove straight for him. Tu An quickly stepped back as energy surged around his body. Nan Ing stepped forward to block, raising a card and chanting an incantation. The brilliant red card in her hand began to glow. A beam of light shot out from the card, pushing back the flock of birds and leaving them stunned. Nan Ung Ke turned back, tilting her chin at Tu An with an arrogant tone. For someone with a water attribute to dare, enter this place is like pouring water into a pan of hot oil. You're lucky they didn't all attack at once. Tu An nodded slightly. So that's how it is. He approached the bird's nest with a focused gaze, and information immediately appeared before him. Race winged talon. Fire and wind elements. Talent heavenly flame strike. A. Aptitude high diamond. Skills scorching flame strike blue. Wind rises clouds move blue. Another of the same type had the talent crimson fire cry. Mid silver aptitude. And the skill crimson fire harmony green. A third had ember of crimson fire B. Mid gold aptitude. And the skills crimson ember, before the fire blue, and crimson fire harmony green. He tapped one on the head, which enraged it. Tu An remained calm, thinking, just average. I'll find another. He leaped to the next nest, his eyes lighting up, which startled the bird into taking flight. He continued to move like this, from one nest to another, against the backdrop of the brilliant orange sky. The air was strangely quiet. An hour passed, and Tu An was still searching. Nyan Unga sat on a rock ledge, resting her chin on her hand in boredom. Hey, are you done choosing yet? Time is almost up, she grumbled. He didn't answer, his eyes still scanning. They're all just average. Diamond tier is the best they have. Getting annoyed, she shouted. Are you even listening to me? Tu An paid her no mind, thinking to himself, fine, I'll just take a diamond tier one. If I don't form a contract, I can just leave it for the Bai family. Behind him, Nan Ing was fuming and shouting at the top of her lungs. While lost in thought, Tu An's gaze was drawn to a bird with golden orange feathers. Who? He murmured. He moved closer, his eyes shining brightly. Its plumage was a shimmering orange. Its wings were golden, and its blue eyes were slightly closed, giving it an air of both mystery and power. Information appeared. Race mutated winged talon. Fire element. Talent blazing sun zone fire SS. Aptitude high bronze. Condition severe origin damage. Skills point of the blazing sun orange. Raging flame charge purple. Scorching flame strike blue. Crimson ember before the fire blue. Tu An was astonished, thinking to himself, a mutated spirit beast. And it even has an SS rank talent and a rare orange tier skill. How has no one discovered it before? He continued reading the information. This mutated fire elemental spirit beast has purged all other elements, leaving only pure fire. It is favored by the sun and matures quickly, but its yang fire nature has depleted its origin. If its origin can be restored, it could reach the epic tier. I almost missed out on a real treasure. Tu An gently picked it up under the watchful eyes of the black birds. He smiled and asked, Hey little guy, want to come with me? It slowly shook its head, its gaze cold and completely uninterested. He understood immediately, saying to himself, so you won't even bother to follow without a tasty treat. He then took out a brilliant red spirit stone. Its sparkling light made the winged talon approach out of curiosity. When it got a clear look at the spirit stone, it flinched, its eyes widening in disbelief. The winged talon stared intently before tilting its head. He voiced firm, I am the incarnation of the sun. Do you think this tiny little crystal core can entice me? Tu An chuckled and said softly, come with me, and I'll let you eat fire elemental cores until you're full. The winged talon started to sweat, its eyes darting back and forth to the stone, clearly wavering. Tu An held it with one hand while gently shaking the red spirit stone with the other. The winged talon tried to convince itself. Riches cannot corrupt me. Poverty cannot sway me. I will not bow down for a mere crystal core. It tried to lower its head, resisting the temptation and telling itself, no one can make me waver. The sky was crystal clear. A few seconds later, the winged talon couldn't resist and hugged the spirit stone tightly, its eyes sparkling. It's not that I'm not resolute. It's just that he offered too much. It thought. Nan-ing witnessed this scene, her eyes wide with astonishment. Tu-on held the winged talon and turned to look at her. He glanced at Nan-ing, calculating inwardly. The Lord of Red City is an expert at raising winged talons. If he finds out I'm taking this mutated one, there will definitely be big trouble. Immediately after, Tu-on decided to form a contract with Duke Na, thinking he might as well get it over with right here. Nan-ing saw this and screamed in panic. Are you insane? Why would you sign a contract directly inside the valley? A burst of red and blue energy erupted, enveloping the contract and Duke Na. The brilliant light forced Nan-ge to shield her eyes with her hand. Tu-on seemed to go berserk, his eyes turning sharp and cold as blue energy surged from him. He only had time to think. I'm done for. Duke Na folded its wings and quietly lowered its head. Tu-on's eyes widened in pain as he felt his entire body being drained. In front of him, a glowing red Duke Na was devouring his water-based spiritual energy. Nan-ing panicked when she saw this and rushed forward to help, muttering under her breath, "What an absolute madman." She raised her hand to create fire, and a stream of flames shot straight ahead. The stream of fire rushed toward the kneeling Tu-on. He was drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, thinking to himself, forming a contract directly with a mutated spirit beast was a truly reckless move. I was almost drained dry. Duke Na sighed, and the look in its eyes gradually softened. Tu-on raised his hand and chanted an incantation, sending Duke Na into his personal space. Duke Na landed with its eyes closed, clutching the spirit stone. The system displayed a notification. Player's mutated pet beast Duke Na, enfant form, has activated the mythical beast taming space effect. New talent. S-rank fire spirit physique. As it drew close to the spirit stone, Duke Na suddenly sensed something unusual. A giant eye and a torrent of water appeared high above. It raised its head as the system displayed more information. The fire spirit physique reduces water-type damage and can also convert an opponent's fire skills to enhance its own attack power. Duke Na flared with light, its red glow sweeping away the silent darkness. Beneath the water's surface, a creature poked its head out to watch. It was Kin Tu, watching without understanding what was happening. The scene changes. Nan-ing stood with her arms crossed, listening to a panting Tu-on speak. "Thank you for your help, Miss Xi. If there's a chance in the future, Tu-on will definitely repay you." Inwardly, he thought, if it weren't for her timely fire, spiritual energy, today's contract would have surely failed. I truly owe her a great favor. Hearing his thanks made Nan-ge blush slightly. She turned away and said in a low voice, "I didn't help you for your sake. I was just afraid that if you died, it would be difficult for the Sich family to explain things to the Bach family." She hesitated before continuing. "The Sich family isn't afraid of the Bach family, but I don't want another war." Tu-on smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Jix." She quickly denied it. "It's not like I care about you, Tu-on," just gave a wry smile. "Right." At that moment, Kan-sung and Old Devil Sich were waiting outside. They turned to look as the two of them emerged. Kan-sung supported his trembling grandson and asked worriedly, "Tu-on, what's wrong with you? Are you injured?" Tu-on gestured with his hand and gave a tired smile. "Grandpa, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired from forming a contract with my second pet beast." Hearing this, Kan-sung was shocked. "You dared to form a contract without any preparation. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Tu-on raised his hand to open his personal space, and Duke Na flew out, clutching the spirit stone, its brilliant red light stunning his grandfather. Tu-on smiled and pointed at Duke Na, which was perched on his head. "See, Grandpa, I'm fine. This little guy had something special about it inside the valley, so I formed a contract with it." Kan-sung was stunned, and Old Devil Zich was also left speechless. A thought flashed through Kan-sung's mind. No wonder Tu-on was so reckless. One look was enough to tell this spirit beast was extraordinary. Old Devil Sich realized it too, thinking in alarm, "Is this a mutated Duke Na?" Kan-sung supported his grandson and turned to say, "Old Devil Sich, our business here is done. We'll be taking our leave now." Nan-ing watched them go from behind. Old Devil Sich just gave a forced smile and said, "Travel safely." Nan-ge couldn't take it anymore. She pointed and shouted, "Tu-on, having high talent doesn't necessarily make you strong. A true expert is forged through hundreds of battles. The road ahead is long, and I will catch up to you." Tu-on paused for a moment. He chuckled and replied, "I won't wait for you. If you're good enough, then catch up on your own." As he left, he whispered, "Let's meet again at the top." Returning to White Scale City, The spirit beast landed gently as the wind swirled around the green lawn. Kansung instructed. Tuan, absorb more fire element spirit stones to replenish your energy. The boy replied obediently. I know, grandfather. As Tuan's figure disappeared, a voice called out from behind. Kansung, it was Thoithan, the old city lord. He turned to see Thoithan catching his breath. Who said, You've finally returned. Kansung frowned. Tu Vien, you're a grown man now. You need to be more composed. Thoithan leaned in to whisper the news. And after hearing it, Kansung became furious. Those brats have some serious nerve. The scene changes to outside, where Bak Thuok and Bak Chi are standing guard. Bak Chi spoke up. The young master is so diligent. He went into closed-door training as soon as he returned. Bak Thuok was silent, so she continued. Why did the young master forbid Kobak from meeting the Bak family descendants? The young miss already passed the Marquisate trial. Inside the room, Tuan heard everything clearly, a look of confusion on his face. Bak Chi added, Isn't that like some overbearing CEO locking someone away? Bak Thuok warned her. Stop talking nonsense about the young master. Tuan poured 5 vials of solution out onto the table. Then he stirred them together and ground a green spirit stone into a fine powder. When he finished, he wiped away his sweat and sighed in relief. The supplementary ingredients for the awakening solution were complete. Now he just needed to prepare the main one. Tuan carried the bowl of powder to the water's edge, pinching his nose as he crept forward. The smell was worse than sewage after a rainstorm, and he just hoped the Eye of Revelation wasn't messing with him. He poured the bowl of powder into the basin of black water. The mixture slowly dissolved and turned green, with small bubbles rising to the surface. Tuan grimaced and raised his hand. The solution had transformed, and the pungent smell was gone. A notification popped up. Awakening source solution detected. Tuan took off his shirt, revealing a muscular physique and sharp abs. He muttered, This concoction cost nearly 11 billion. It better work this time. He then jumped in, causing the water's surface to ripple gently. He smiled faintly. This water feels amazing. Tuan relaxed in the medicinal bath as a blue electric current traveled from his brain down his spine, emitting a strange light wherever it passed. In the sky, gigantic golden chains gradually appeared, linking together and piercing straight down into Tuan's body. Thunder boomed, and lightning tore across the dark sky. A drunk man inside a nearby house was jolted awake by the sound. He groggily looked outside, rubbing his aching head. He saw golden chains sprouting from a towering building, piercing through the clouds and forming a vortex in the sky. Faced with such a bizarre sight, his mind grew even fuzzier. Could an awakening energy source have appeared in the middle of the city? The thought was immediately dismissed. No way. The awakening point is 100 kilometers from the city center. The energy couldn't possibly reach here. He clutched his bottle, plopped down on a chair, and sighed, muttering, I must be too drunk. Just seeing things. The golden chains continued to hover in the air. The golden chains wrapped around Tuan's body before shattering piece by piece, breaking into smaller segments. 2 days later, Tuan opened his eyes, sat up, and stretched. His body cracked and popped from the lack of movement. He rubbed his eyes and suddenly noticed the faint image of a golden chain within them. The system displayed a notification, Chains of Heavenly Tao. In SSS rank rule talent, a spirit user cannot fully integrate all rules, but the power of the Heavenly Tao can resonate with origin power. Tuan, read it carefully, then repeated to himself, resonate with the origin of a living being and break the limits. He burst out laughing. Catching the attention of the servants downstairs, he began to plan. I need to find someone to test this theory on first. As soon as he had the thought, he called out loudly, Bak Thuok. Outside the door, Bak Chi was sweating and motioned to Bak Thuok, wondering what was wrong with the young master now. Bak Thuok just looked bewildered. Who knows? Bak Thuok gently pushed the door open and walked in, only to be met with an unexpectedly awkward sight. Tuan, unfazed, spoke quickly. I have something urgent I need your help with. Don't panic. Just stay right there. Bak Thuok's face turned beet red as she frantically ran out, mumbling, I'm sorry, young master. I can't help you with that. Realizing the strange atmosphere, Tuan fell silent, shrinking back, his face burning with embarrassment. He flushed, sinking lower into the water. Ahem. It's just a misunderstanding. After composing himself, Tuan got properly dressed and went to discuss the matter with Bak Thuok. He instructed her as she stood still. Relax. Don't resist. In Tuan's eyes, the golden chains appeared again. The chains of Heavenly Tao activated. The chains became tangible, wrapping around Tuan's arm. On his command, The golden chains moved, quickly binding Bok Thuok tightly, leaving her confused about what was happening. Before she could react, the sharp end of the chain swung up, plunging straight into her chest and piercing through her body. A stream of golden energy spread out, running along the chain, connecting the two of them. Tuan focused, guiding the blue immortal light like an electric current through his body. 1 second later, the system reported success. The link with Bok Thuok was complete, and he received her B-rank water element talent. The chain between them hadn't disappeared yet, so Tuan called out, "Bok Thuok, deploy your defense." Bok Thuok immediately focused, raising her hand to create a defensive barrier. In front of her, Tuan appeared, resting his chin on his hand and observing intently, his face close as he stared at the chain still wrapped around her. Bok Thuok trembled, unsettled by his strange gaze, wondering what kind of trick the young master was planning now. Despite her anxiety, Tuan was lost in thought, realizing he could now proceed to the next step. "Dispel the defense," he said, his words confusing her even more. There's another step. The scene shifts to West City, in a deserted alley, where Bok Thu calls Tuan. "Young master, I've arrived." He answered the call, his face slightly tense. "All right, Bok Thuok." A golden chain passed through the door, connecting to Bok Thuok. Tuan followed the chain with his eyes. Now she could leave without disappearing like before. Bok Thuok's hesitation as she spoke made Tuan frown, unable to understand what was happening. She didn't dare speak directly, cautiously watching his expression, feeling that the young master's behavior today was just too strange. "First, you let your subordinate see you without any clothes on. Then you did all those weird things, and you just kept staring at my body. If you're feeling stressed, you can talk to us. Bok Chi and I are always willing to help. But you can't just..." As Bok Thuok rambled on, Tuan was startled into a realization. Could it be, "Bok Thuok, you don't see anything on your body?" In response to the strange question, Bok Thuok answered firmly, "I don't see anything at all." Understanding how the chain worked, his expression turned serious. "Just go back then. I'm hanging up." It was true. Bok Thuok couldn't see the chain. In the confusing situation, a chill ran down her spine. Who am I? Where am I? This is so confusing. Tuan was still focused on analyzing the rules, and it wasn't hard to understand why they existed. As long as there was a link, it wouldn't be affected by external factors. He searched through the Western pen and the eraser for clues. The chain of the Heavenly Tao has 3 special abilities. He pictured each characteristic. First was invisibility. No matter what he did, Bok Thuok couldn't perceive it, which made it look like he was bullying her. Second was suppression. Using the chain of the Heavenly Tao would forcibly connect him to Bok Thuok and share her talent. Thinking about the advantages of the chain, a slight smile touched his lips. The third was control. Resonance didn't require mutual consent. As long as there was a channel, the initiative was all his. Thus, it could be confirmed that the chain now had 3 characteristics, and each chain could link to a different beast tamer. In addition to his own eye of revelation, Tuan rested his chin on his hand, calculating. I can obtain 4 beast taming talents now. Inside the beast taming space, he stood in a lush green meadow. 3 sharp rocks rose up like beast claws, and the sky was brilliantly lit with stars. He felt something was unusual. Why was his beast taming space different? Looking around, it seemed to have expanded much more than before. In the coastal terrain, gentle waves lapped against the protruding blue rocks, and in the volcanic terrain, molten lava flowed everywhere. Tuan amused. It seems that every time I level up, the beast taming space expands with new terrain. Suddenly, something claw-like flashed past him. Duknya powerfully flapped its wings, bursting into flames as it shot straight ahead. The flames crashed directly into the water, causing a series of explosions beneath the lake's surface. The agitated scalefish shot out from the water, thinking it was its turn, and spewed a column of water straight at Duknya, who was hovering in the air. Tuan saw this and immediately yelled, "Hey, you round blue thing. Stop that right now." The scalefish trembled as it tried to explain, "It's not what you think." Tuan didn't bother listening and scolded them sternly. "You two are teammates who will fight together in the future. So why are you fighting now?" Tears welled up in the scalefish's eyes and it retorted, "He attacked me first." Dukna also chimed in. "It kept spraying water everywhere, getting my feathers all wet. And I hate water." Tuan fell silent as he thought it over. So that's what happened. The scalefish was practicing its skills as planned. But Duknya couldn't handle that environment. A new idea suddenly sparked in his mind. What perfect timing. Tuan raised his hand toward the scalefish, creating a current of water that enveloped it. "You won't have to struggle in this small pond anymore. I'll take you somewhere more spacious." With that, he teleported them to the coastal area, inside the beast taming space. He marveled. Being able to teleport anywhere I want is so convenient. Seeing the vast ocean before it, the scalefish's face lit up with joy, its eyes sparkling like stars. Without a moment's hesitation, it dove straight into the deep water. Returning to its original, massive size, it then burst out of the water, sending a massive spray high into the air. Seeing the scalefish so happy, Tuan felt relieved. Forcing itself to stay small all the time must have been really uncomfortable. Tuan glanced at Duke Nya perched on his arm. And now for this little troublemaker. He immediately teleported to a volcanic region, and a notification popped up. Phoenix Blowed Fire Parasol Tree, a divine beast's tree. Infused with the Phoenix bloodline, it helps enhance fire-type talents. He walked toward the base of the giant tree and said, "This will be your new home." Tuan walked and observed, picking up a stone from the tree with 2 fingers, a thoughtful look on his face. The fire energy here is incredibly rich, enough to replenish the origin energy. Duke Na is lacking. Duke Na happily found a spot with plenty of warm rocks, kicked up its feet, and stretched out with a look of pure bliss. Seeing him so relaxed, Tuan narrowed his eyes. "Have you been practicing the skill I told you to work on?" Sensing the menacing aura from Tuan, Duke Na fell silent and quickly looked away. Suddenly, its tone shifted to one of arrogance. "I will become an existence as blazing as the sun, forcing a mere mortal like you to look up to me in awe." Seeing its arrogant attitude, Tuan pointed forward. "Duke Na, use blazing sunflame and destroy that boulder over there." Duke Na immediately took flight, spewing a torrent of brilliant flames. It fanned the inferno with a powerful flap of its wings, sending it hurtling toward the target. The attack slammed into the ground, causing a massive explosion that filled the area with thick smoke, revealing a terrifying scene of destruction. The boulder was obliterated into tiny fragments by the overwhelming force, yet Duke Na remained smug, puffing out its chest and flapping its wings. "Human, do you see how powerful I am now?" Tuan gritted his teeth, forcing a smile to hide his frustration. "Duke Nya, how about I teach you a few moves? I guarantee you'll become much stronger." But Duke Na just shook its head with an arrogant squint. "I was born to shine as brightly as the sun." Its tail wagged in delight. Tuan glanced at the stone in his hand, thinking, "Just as I predicted. Do I really have to intervene for such a trivial matter?" He held the stone right up to Duke Na's face and said, "Take a look at this." Duke Nya couldn't hide its excitement, its eyes widening as it stared intently at the object. It whispered, full of desire, "A monarch grade core." Its feet began to hop, and its wings flapped restlessly, ready to lunge forward and seize the precious treasure at any moment. Duke Na lunged for it but missed. Tuan had anticipated this all along. He wasn't going to give it up that easily. His face twisted into a devilish grin. "If you want this, you'll have to pay the price." Duke Nya froze, a look of confusion on its face. Tuan smirked. "Want to make a bet?" Duke Na immediately flew up, chirping its agreement. All right, a bet it is." Tuan smirked coldly and laid out his condition. "You have to cast your skills exactly according to my training method. If it works, I win. If not, you win." Duke Na was thrilled, thinking the condition was a sure win, since it could just claim the method was ineffective no matter what. Meeting Tuan's cunning gaze, Duke Na didn't hesitate for long and immediately nodded in agreement. With the deal struck, Tuan began gathering energy while patiently explaining, "Watch closely. Every time you cast a skill, you must gather your power steadily." But Duke Nya looked bored, standing with its wings on its hips and paying little attention. Ignoring its arrogant attitude, he patiently demonstrated while teaching. The energy needs to be compressed. The more condensed it is, the stronger the attack will be. He gathered water energy into a sphere between his hands, compressing it to its absolute limit. Duke Na's eyes widened in confusion. This was the first time it had ever seen anyone do that. Before it could react, Tuan swung his arm, and the sphere shot forward like an arrow. The energy slammed directly into a large nearby boulder, completely obliterating it in an instant. Duke Nya was stunned. A mere water sphere was stronger than a fireball. It seemed it had underestimated this new master. Seeing the spirit beast dazed, Tuan couldn't hide a smug smile. Duke Nya had no idea that the last move was a trick. Tuan smirked to himself. The lava rock had been superheated, so dousing it with cold water would obviously make it explode. But Duke Nya was no slouch. It immediately mimicked the technique, soaring into the air and gathering energy to create a massive fireball. It poured all its power into this one attack, its entire body channeling energy into the sphere. The flames swirled like a meteor as it hurtled downward. In a flash, That power pierced through an entire mountain range. The mountain exploded. The majestic scenery from a moment ago was now a pile of rubble. The peak vanished, and debris flew everywhere. The fireball shot past like lightning, creating a gust of wind that made Tuan's hair stand on end, his jaw dropping in shock. When the sphere landed, it created a deafening explosion, sending up a mushroom cloud of dust. Just like a massive bomb, its energy was so powerful it lit up the entire sky. Looking at the devastation, Tuan's eyes widened. He thought to himself that Duke Na's talent was truly terrifying. With just a little guidance, it had already grasped the concept. The technique was nearing initial mastery. Although still clumsy, the improvement was obvious. He held out his hand to catch Duke Na, regaining his composure. Tuan smiled smugly. "See, my training methods work instantly," he reaffirmed. "As long as you follow my method, you'll improve rapidly. The results speak for themselves." Sure enough, Duke Na nodded its head eagerly in agreement, even flapping its wings and chirping to show its loyalty. The little spirit beast still hadn't realized it had been led by the nose. Happily clutching the spirit core in its claws, it paid no mind to Tuan's sly, triumphant expression behind it. He muttered to himself, "Hook, line, and sinker." Stepping into the house, Tuan immediately heard cheerful chatter coming from the dining room. It was Tuno and Fa Thien. Seeing her older brother, Tu Ngu's eyes lit up like stars. She pointed and cheered. "Big brother is back." Fa Thien was startled and turned around, blurting out reflexively, "Brother An." Tuan walked over and gently patted Tu Ngu's head, asking about the situation. "Where are Mom, Dad, and Grandpa?" Behind them, Afuk remained professionally silent, placing food on the table. Hearing the question, Tu Ngu puffed out her cheeks resentfully. "They're still not back." The little girl was upset, her eyes welling up with tears as she tugged on her brother's sleeve to complain. At the same time, Fa Thien also sighed. "My dad has been away for many days too." Hearing this, Tuan felt a sense of unease. Uncle Veen isn't back either. Could something have happened in White Scale City? He thought as he opened his system panel to check. The words demonic curse sect appeared, but there was no further information. Seeing Tuan spacing out, Fa Thien waved his hand and called, "Brother An, Brother An." The food was now served. Tuan didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Fatty Veen, why are you here?" Fa Thien looked bewildered, but despite his confusion, he answered honestly, "Today is the first day of school. I came to ask you to go to the Beast Taming Academy with me." Tuan scratched his head and muttered, "First day of school. Oh right, I'm still a student." Fa Thien's eyes widened. "You even forgot about that, I'm speechless." Tuan quickly made a plan and ordered, "Afuk, prepare the carriage." Afuk bowed. "Yes, young master." A magnificent city appeared against the deep blue sky, with an endless stream of people bustling about. Not far away, a young woman had been standing and waiting by a carriage for some time. Seeing Tuan approach, Kobak gave a slight bow and greeted him. "It's been a while, Lord Tuan." Her delicate face, shoulder-length green hair, and violet eyes made him pause, his heart skipping a beat. His vision seemed to be covered in a soft, pink mist. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful. He shyly scratched his head and quietly asked the girl in front of him, "Kobak, are you getting used to living in White Scale City?" She looked down, her cheeks blushing as she tucked her hair back and said softly, "Thanks to your help, I'm doing very well in White Scale City." A blue car sped through the bustling street. Before long, they had stopped in front of the gates of the Beast Taming Academy. Tuan and Fa Thien walked down the long corridor, with Kobak following quietly behind them, as serene as a gentle breeze. Fa Thien frowned, whispering as they walked, "And who is that young lady behind us? I've never seen her before." As they reached the classroom door, he added worriedly, "There are a lot of people from the vassal cities in this class, so be careful." The moment they stepped inside, the classroom fell silent, and all eyes turned toward them. A group with red and green hair glared at him with disdain, looking at him as if he were an enemy. Others, however, cheered as if they'd seen their idols, shouting, "Greetings, young Master Bach, greetings, young Master Tu An Hei." And Tu An could only sigh, thinking to himself, instead of cultivating, these kids are just gathering and making a racket. Unbelievable. Fa Thien was still worried, reminding him, "You're the top freshman from the main city. Don't let them bully you." Surrounded by the tight circle of people, Tuan reluctantly nodded a greeting. "Hello, everyone." He tried to remain calm and find a way out of this awkward situation, thinking to himself that maybe he should talk to his grandfather about taking a temporary leave of absence. The more he thought about it, the more he felt the academy environment was too peaceful and far less effective than training on a real battlefield. Picturing scenes of survival in the wild, in the back corner of the class, one person had been watching silently this whole time. He was Ng Gaotian, possessing an SS rank Dark Affinity contract talent, but he was still in the unranked realm and had yet to acquire a spirit beast. Behind him were two lackeys, one S rank and one A rank. The one with the mushroom haircut whispered, "Boss Long, that's the top guy from the main city. Should we test him?" Nobles like him probably just rely on connections. Hearing this, Zhao Tian's eyes immediately blazed with fire, causing the two behind him to shrink back in alarm. Tu An felt a scorching wave of heat and turned to see Nal Thien staring intently at him, his eyes glowing red. He smirked faintly, while Ko Bok stood frozen. The two men locked eyes, the tension as taut as a bowstring. A fierce confrontation between fire and water. Nal Thien was still seething with anger, his gaze looking like it could incinerate his opponent. Tu An, on the other hand, was much calmer, silently assessing him. His talent isn't bad, but without a spirit beast, he's still far too weak. As they stared each other down, Ko Bok suddenly stepped between them. Her voice rang out forcefully, stopping the senseless provocation. "If you insist on this, then don't blame me for what happens next." Her face, as radiant as the dawn, made Nal Thien's heart pound wildly. His legs trembled, and his face flushed bright red. He stammered and scratched his head, apologizing profusely, leaving his two followers stunned. "Boss, why did you give in so quickly?" Suddenly, a girl's voice called out from the doorway. "Tu An, you haven't forgotten your promise to me, have you?" Thien Vu stood at the classroom entrance, her eyes filled with pride. "Fight me, Tu An." He chuckled to himself. The Purple Phoenix had arrived at the perfect time. A good fight would surely open these kids' eyes. With that thought, he scanned the classroom, his smile widening. He put his hands in his pockets and nodded. "I accept. Little Phoenix." He suggested using the academy's courtyard, and she nodded in agreement. Thien Vu's fighting spirit ignited. "You're not getting away this time." She crossed her arms, her confidence blazing. 2 months of arduous training were all for this very moment. She looked him straight in the eye and said firmly, "Let's go." Tu An simply smiled and followed. While a buzzing crowd of students trailed behind them to watch the show, chatter erupted from all directions. Some were astonished that young Master Bok and Miss Fuang were dueling, and with spirit beasts no less. Others were excited, urging their friends to hurry for this rare opportunity before all the spots were taken. The two men behind Zhao Tian were also talking. The black-haired one mentioned they seemed to have some old history, and the blonde one agreed, saying this was a great chance to see the power of the city's main family. Zhao Tian simply nodded. "Let's go watch." The arena was bathed in brilliant sunlight, where two figures stood in the center, ready to begin their battle. Tu An raised his hand and gestured. "Let's get started. Little Phoenix, I don't want to waste any time." She put her hands on her hips, her eyes filled with pride. "Fine. I'll defeat you in front of everyone, so they can all see true power." As she spoke, she focused her energy, forming a blazing red fireball in her hand. She summoned her spirit beast. A pair of flaming wings sprouted from her back, and a brilliant light enveloped the entire arena. A purple phoenix appeared. Its eyes flashed with a ferocious light that sent a shiver down the spine of anyone who met its gaze. The system immediately displayed its information. Fire element crimson-tainted purple-feathered Luan. Realm initial stage, black iron. Talent, the voice of the phoenix cry S. Aptitude initial stage, 4 spirit. Skills, world-shaking phoenix cry purple. Introductory. Smoke annihilation rush blue. Proficient. It is an ancient bird carrying the bloodline of the Phoenix clan, capable of unleashing a power that terrifies its opponents. The light was so brilliant that Tu An had to shield his eyes, thinking to himself, "Another bird I never expected." An ancient spirit beast like this could reach the purple crystal level. Thien Vu spread her fiery wings in midair, and the radiant light covered the entire area. Seeing this, Tu An smirked. "Interesting. This Phoenix clan has more secrets than I thought." She maintained her confident demeanor, her voice laced with light mockery. "Tu An, don't you find my spirit beast strange?" She then looked down at him with an arrogant gaze. "You've never seen it before, have you? Do you need me to tell you its name?" He remained calm, resting his chin on his hand as he deduced, his gaze as sharp as a detective's. "The power of the Phoenix clan is indeed impressive. I didn't expect you to be able to form a contract with a crimson-tainted purple-feathered Luan, a rare creature from the myriad spider lair mystic realm." He looked up, the corners of his lips curling into a brilliant, confident smile. "But no matter what, The outcome of this battle won't change. Tianvu was slightly stunned, not expecting her opponent to see through her so quickly, and he even dared to challenge her. "Little Phoenix, make your move," he said. "If I summon my spirit beast, I'm afraid you won't have a chance." She gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing. "This arrogant fool. You'd better not regret this." She immediately gave the command, and the phoenix unleashed a blazing beam of fire like a thunderbolt. Tuan let out a soft sigh. This move again. He tilted his body, effortlessly dodging the stream of red fire that tore through the air towards him. The phoenix let out a low roar, gathered its energy, and launched a massive fireball directly at his back. Tuan glanced back, his eyes flashing. He chuckled inwardly, still using the same old trick. The fireball crashed down like a meteor, engulfing Tuan completely and leaving him no room to escape. The audience in the stands held their breath at the sight of the sea of flames. Only Now Tian remained calm, wondering if the match was really decided so quickly. Tianvu watched with a smug look as her opponent was swallowed by the fire. Suddenly, a hand reached out from within the flames. With a casual flick, he tore the torrent of fire apart, his expression still calm as a faint smile appeared on his face. "Is that all you've got? Hurry up and use your strongest move." She was dumbfounded, and a cold sweat trickled down her face. "This is impossible." The crowd erupted in an uproar. "They're both new students. How can the gap in power be this huge?" Someone else retorted. "Can't you see?" He blocked a spirit beast's skill with his bare hands. Kobach, watching from the stands, cheered excitedly. "Young Master Tuan, you're so cool." Tianvu gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. "Damn it." Then she shouted, "Crimson-tainted, purple-feathered Luan, use your ultimate move." She flew into the air, channeling her energy into the phoenix. Instantly, a massive sound wave formed, reverberating throughout the entire arena as fierce winds swirled violently. The spectators quickly covered their ears and backed away to avoid the terrifying wave of sound. Tuan raised his hand to erect a barrier, with energy swirling around him as he tried to block the sonic storm. He gritted his teeth, bracing against the pressure, and the audience couldn't help but watch with concern. Seeing this only fueled Tianvu's aggression. She yelled out her command. "Phoenix, keep attacking. Teach him a lesson." Tuan stepped out from behind his barrier, frowning slightly. This skill has enough power to pierce through defenses. Not bad. The phoenix dove like a bolt of lightning, its flaming talons reaching out. But Tuan instantly summoned his spirit beast, the giant silver-scaled shadowfish. A colossal fish emerged from the void, its silvery light reflecting all across the arena. Its enormous mouth alone was 100 times larger than the phoenix. Even though the crimson-tainted purple-feathered phoenix was not weak, it trembled in fear before the colossal creature. With a single flick of its tail, the phoenix was flung far away. It crashed to the ground, landing hard right beside Tianvu. The spirit beast she had always been so proud of had fallen right before her eyes, its once blazing wings now covered in ash. Tuan and his spirit beast stood there, looking down coldly as Tianvu knelt in the hazy smoke, trying to hold back her tears. She looked up, and in a hoarse voice, said, "I surrender." Tuan looked at her and said in a low voice, "Little Phoenix, have you forgotten something?" She trembled all over, her eyes filled with a mixture of anger and helplessness. She clenched her fists as sweat trickled down her face. "The winner takes all. So what do you want? Just say it." Tuan chuckled softly, leaned in, and whispered something in her ear, causing her to freeze on the spot. Tianvu became flustered, her cheeks burning red as she stammered, "You just wait." Tuan laughed out loud and waved to the audience. "The show's over. Everyone can go home now." Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, and the surrounding buildings swayed back and forth. Tuan frowned and put his hands in his pockets as people started to panic, wondering what was happening. Screams echoed from all around. "It's an earthquake. Everyone get to safety." He looked up to see a colossal object hurtling straight down from the sky. Debris flew into the air, and before Tuan could even react, Bok Thuok and Bok Chi appeared in a flash. Raising their hands to create a protective barrier, an energy shield enveloped them, blocking all the flying rubble. They stood on either side of Tuan, protecting him in the center of the chaos. He frowned and looked up as Bok Thuok said urgently, "Young Master Tuan, this place is dangerous," Bok Chi added. "Please return to the main residence at once." He looked at them and asked urgently, "Bok Chi, what's going on?" She replied, "I don't know either." As buildings collapsed and the ground shattered, a bad feeling began to stir within him. Thick clouds of dust and smoke billowed into the air. At the same moment, the sky above White Scale City began to shift in an unusual way. Suddenly, gigantic airships filled the sky, A purple ship bearing a spider emblem hovered high above, and inside, a group of red and blonde-haired terrorists were piloting it alongside a horde of monsters. Atta yelled, "What are our people inside doing? Why haven't they finished setting up the defense system yet?" The blonde man stepped forward to report to Atta. "Number 2 just messaged us. He said everything has been slightly delayed because of the earthquake." Atta glanced at the system, and a map appeared. He roared with glee. "Excellent." The earthquake came at the perfect time. He then commanded, "Prepare to release the explosive flame demon spiders." The blonde man bowed his head and acknowledged the order. All over the city streets, power lines were strewn about, and buildings were collapsing one after another. Inside a vehicle, Tuan, Bak Chi, and Bak Nuok were moving with great urgency. Tuan looked out the window with a worried expression and thought to himself, "Eye of heavenly revelation. What on earth is happening?" A blue eye materialized, casting a mystical light all around. The system alert sounded. Now, searching for the cause of the earthquake in White Scale City. Heavenly revelation received. On the display, a clear image appeared, vividly illustrating two planets colliding with each other. Two worlds on the verge of collision created a spatial reaction, causing tremors and letting out a ferocious roar. Tuan frowned. A conflict between two worlds. He rested his chin on his hand, his gaze distant. What would happen if two mystic realms merged? He entered the depths of his subconscious, looking at the unfolding eye of revelation. The system reported that it was tracking the myriad spider lair world and an unnamed world, and had received a heavenly revelation. On the screen, buildings shook and debris flew everywhere. 3 months before the two worlds were set to merge, some areas in the myriad spider lair mystic realm experienced tremors, with the roars of beasts echoing at various intensities. 3 months later, the conflict gradually subsided. Cracks appeared in space, and the two worlds began to partially merge. In another year, the two worlds will completely fuse into a high-level mystic realm. Tuan smiled knowingly. This time it wasn't a disaster, but a great opportunity. While driving on the highway, Tuan heard loud explosions, and several buildings in the distance began to catch fire. The flames spread wide, tearing through the protective shields over various districts. Tuan silently looked outside, his voice low. The protective shield of White Scale City has been destroyed. The terrorists have set off bombs, causing fires to spread, buildings to collapse, and flames to light up the sky. A terrorist laughed maniacally, commanding his comrades, "Excellent. Let's begin the operation." Atta kicked a swarm of giant spiders out of the flying saucer. They fell like a rain of steel, one after another, covering the city's sky. Tuan's car was still speeding through the chaotic streets. Suddenly, an alarm blared. "Danger." Tuan was startled, his eyes wide, and he stammered, "Warning, warning." He immediately turned and shouted, "Bak Chi, Bak Nuok, activate the defenses now." Instantly, a protective shield enveloped the entire car. A spider that had just landed exploded, sending white smoke mixed with a green glow spreading everywhere. In the war room of the city's main government building, the atmosphere was as tense as a bowstring, with continuous alarms blaring. State of emergency. White Scale City has entered a Level 1 war alert. A soldier rushed in, reporting to Kanj Sung. A magnitude 8 earthquake has occurred. Cause unknown. The protective energy core was bombed by the demonic spider cult, and our defenses are engaged with fierce beasts. The situation is extremely critical. Kan Sung remained calm, giving orders in a deep voice. Immediately dispatch people to repair the central core, and mobilize all beast tamers to aid in the city's defense. His voice rang out sternly. Public Security Bureau. All government personnel are to urgently participate in relief efforts. Everyone move out immediately. Yes. City Lord. Kan Sung's expression darkened. The demonic spider cult has been hiding for so long, and strikes at this exact moment. Is it really just a coincidence? The Vice City Lord standing beside him chuckled. "Old Bak, you're overthinking it. How could those insects possibly cause an earthquake? It's just a coincidence." Suddenly, the system relayed an alert from a patrol soldier. The Awakening Hall is under attack, requesting urgent reinforcements. Kanj Sung was shocked and slammed his hand on the table. "We're done for. The demonic spider's target is to destroy the hall, to sever the very roots of White Scale City." He commanded sternly, "Hurry. Reinforce the Awakening Hall. Lao can't hold out for long." Inside the city, explosions roared, and Tuan's figure appeared amidst the smoke and dust. Standing next to his heavily damaged car, Bak Chi went forward to inspect it, looked around, and reported, "Young master, this car is beyond saving, with no other choice." She turned to Tuan and said, I'm afraid we'll have to continue on foot. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted, blanketing the area in thick smoke. Tuan turned to look, his eyes filled with shock. That direction is. He realized in horror that the place being attacked was the Awakening Hall, the most important target in the entire city. While Tuan was still in shock and had not yet reacted, suddenly, an airship sped in from the distance, and as soon as Tuan saw it, a warning panel instantly lit up, clearly displaying the words Demon Spider Cult. He gasped, calling out their name, while Bakchi gritted his teeth, muttering that those bastards had shown up again. A fleet of airships headed straight for the Great Hall of Awakening, from which smoke and fire were billowing furiously. Inside the cabin, a terrorist spoke in a cold voice. It's time, Sansa. On the ground below, patrol soldiers were desperately fighting the flames when one of them yelled, "Get the medics first. There are still wounded over there." But at that very moment, something began to descend from the sky. A dark shadow fell over one of the soldiers, and he looked up in shock, wondering what was falling from the sky. The unidentified object crashed to the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. From within the smoke, an arm slowly emerged. As the smoke slowly cleared, it revealed a swarm of grotesque demon-faced spiders, causing the patrolman to scream in panic. "We're doomed. Those are phantom demon-faced spiders." The spiders rushed forward like a whirlwind, shattering the soldiers' formation and forcing them back, as shouts echoed all around. "Fall back. Provide covering fire." Hearing the commotion outside, Tinhan frowned and asked, "What in the world is going on out there?" The soldier beside him immediately got on the comms. "Demon nest to monster den. Does anyone read me? Please respond." But before he could get a reply, the doors began to shake violently. Tinhan immediately issued a command. "Prepare for battle." The door was being struck with immense force, its metal surface starting to buckle and warp, looking like it was about to burst open at any second. The door exploded inward as smoke billowed out, and the demon-faced spiders immediately stormed in like a tide of death. Before the soldiers could even compose themselves, their ranks had already fallen into chaos. The frenzied monsters began their attack. The very instant they broke through, Tinhan quickly realized that their armor was completely ineffective against these creatures, so he immediately summoned his spirit beast. Aquilin materialized in a brilliant flash of light as he shouted, "Manifest." Tinhan commanded, "All units, form a shield wall immediately." The soldiers swiftly moved forward, raising their shields to form a defensive line in front of him. The shields interlocked tightly, creating a solid defensive barrier. Immediately afterward, Tinhan activated his ability, Guardian Starstone. Massive boulders materialized and fused with the shield wall, forming a solid stone fortification as he shouted, "Hardcore defensive pillar." Once the defensive line was up, he lowered his voice and instructed, "Hold your positions no matter what. Don't do anything reckless. We just need to stall for time." He let out a sigh. "For years, no one has dared to touch the Great Hall, and now they've gone and ruined my peaceful retirement." From behind the stone wall, he roared, for the divine temple outside. The spiders weren't about to wait around. They immediately launched their own attack. They all accelerated simultaneously, charging forward like a furious tempest. A terrifying screeching sound ripped through the air, echoing throughout the entire space. The demon-faced spider crashed into the defensive line like a cannonball, the violent impact shaking the wall and sending up thick clouds of white smoke. Behind the wall, Tinhan remained calm. His voice was deep and steady as he said, "Don't worry. They won't break through just yet." However, on the other side, cracks began to form on the stone wall. A shield was exposed through one of the cracks, and the spider immediately shot its web toward it. The web wrapped around the shield, sticking to it as if it were fused with the defensive line. It gave a powerful tug. The soldier holding the shield was ripped from his position and collapsed, leaving a huge hole in the wall. Tinhan's eyes widened in alarm. "This is bad," he thought. Instantly, the horde of spiders poured in like a bursting dam. They completely crushed the defensive line, and everything Tinhan had constructed quickly turned to rubble. His expression hardened, his eyes becoming as sharp as daggers. He roared, "Concentrate your fire and suppress those monsters." Gunfire thundered like a storm as the soldiers desperately fought back. Bullets tore through the air, but the phantom shadow demon-faced spiders moved with an unnatural speed, like ghosts flitting through the muzzle flashes. They slithered and dodged every volley of bullets, as if performing a dance amid the rain of death. Tinhan was speechless, thinking to himself, "Their speed is unbelievable." Suddenly, a spider lunged right at his face, the distance too short to react. But Tinhan was fearless. His eyes lit up as he shouted, "Now is the time." He slammed the spear in his hand into the ground, instantly creating a violent tremor. A series of sharp stone spikes erupted from the earth like the fangs of a wolf. The razor-sharp stone spikes impaled the bodies of the demon-faced spiders, causing black blood to spurt out violently. Tinghen let out a long sigh. His grip on his spear relaxing, his exhaustion was clear as he muttered, "Finally, it's quiet for now." But he inwardly grumbled, "Old Bai still hasn't arrived, and I've already played my trump card." At that very moment, a dark figure glided out from the carcass of a giant spider. The entire battlefield went silent, and even Tin Han stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. A terrorist. She climbed right out of the spider's corpse. Tin Han immediately roared, "There's a person inside the spider." Before anyone could react, she and her comrades pulled out their cannons. Her voice shrieked like thunder. "You demons who have destroyed this world. Now it's time for you to pay." The moment the words left her mouth, she swung her arm, launching a cannonball that flew straight towards Tin Han with a horrifying shriek. A fierce explosion rocked the entire area, its pressure wave sending many soldiers flying. But Tin Han held his ground, managing to deploy a shield just in time to block the full force of the shockwave. Using the thick smoke as cover, the terrorists immediately rushed forward to attack. They pounced while the soldiers were still disoriented, attacking like savage beasts. But the defensive squad was not so easily broken. The soldiers still on their feet immediately returned fire, unleashing a volley of bullets. Amid the thick smoke, the woman suddenly appeared, screaming furiously, "You want to die." At that exact moment, a spear sliced through the air towards her. Tin Han lunged forward, the spear in his hand transforming into a sturdy shield. He blocked her attack head-on, forcing her to immediately fall back with a guarded expression on her face. Tin Han glanced at the soldiers behind him. He yelled, "All of you who are still alive, take the wounded and retreat now." With a calm expression, he bowed his head to his spirit beast, saying, "It's just us left to carry this fight." He then looked up with a stern gaze as the ground trembled, and large rocks swirled around him while he shouted, "Space Starstone." Giant boulders shot forward like falling meteors. In the blink of an eye, they twisted into a circle, surrounding both Tin Han and his enemies. The stunned enemies could only look up as the ring of stone closed in, forming a giant cage that enveloped the entire area. Seizing the opportunity, the soldiers quickly retreated, carrying the wounded to safety. Inside the cage, the female terrorist sneered at Tin Han. "Old man, you're nothing but a lowly henchman," she growled. "You'd risk your life like this for a job that pays pennies." Tin Han remained calm, a slight smirk on his lips as his eyes never left his opponent. "You wouldn't understand." She immediately gave the order, "Everyone, attack." The blonde-haired minions swarmed forward, their gleaming swords slashing relentlessly. As Tin Han and his spirit beast charged into the fray, the two sides clashed violently, the harsh clang of weapons filling the air. Every attack was met with a counterattack, locking them in a fierce stalemate. Amidst the chaos, the female terrorist suddenly drew a glowing purple crossbow, aiming it directly at Tin Han as he fought within the encirclement. She pulled the trigger. The bolt tore through the air like a flash of lightning, carrying immense power. Just then, a chill ran down Tin Han's spine. He turned his head to see the bolt speeding towards him like a call from the Grim Reaper, and the only thought in his mind was, "I'm dead." The Kirin suddenly let out a deafening roar. A wall of stone erupted right behind him, completely blocking the poisonous bolt. Not wasting the opportunity, he launched an attack that forced the blonde woman back. While the Kirin simultaneously appeared behind her, the blonde woman quickly turned around, but before she could react, the Kirin sent her flying like a sandbag. She slammed hard against the wall behind her and collapsed. As Tin Han gripped his spear tightly, its tip erupting in brilliant flames, he swung it powerfully, unleashing a force like a tornado that blew away everything in its path. The crossbow was knocked from the terrorist leader's hand, clattering onto the stone floor. But from behind, a figure charged in like a whirlwind. It was the blonde woman, this time wielding two sharp scythes that glinted with a cold light. Tin Han remained unfazed, instantly summoning a glowing shield to block the surprise attack. A loud metallic clang rang out as the scythe struck the shield hard. Tin Han muttered to himself, "Just as I expected." Each slash only strengthened his confidence. A smile appeared on his lips as he thought, "Now is the time." At that moment, Tin Han's spear unleashed a terrifying amount of power as he executed his technique. Stardust Break. A massive boulder shot out, slamming directly into the blonde woman's stomach. She was sent flying, crashing into the wall near the terrorist leader. Tin Han let out a cold laugh. After all these years, the demon spider sect hasn't changed a bit. He roared, "As long as I, Tin Han, am here, none of you will set foot in the central core. Not even for a single step." His words drove the terrorist leader into a rage. and she screamed, "You talk too much. Old man, shut your mouth." She drew her sword, blue lightning crackling around the blade. With a single swing, she shattered Tin Han's giant boulder, leaving him stunned. Seeing this, he paled and thought to himself, the 5 elements counteract each other. Her wood element overcomes my earth element. This is bad. I'm completely suppressed. The Qilin appeared just in time to block for him, forcing the terrorist to dodge. Tin Han gave a slight nod and whispered, "Thank you, my old friend." The Qilin let out a mighty roar, causing a series of stone slabs to rise from the ground and form a solid shield. But she was unfazed and immediately threw a volley of daggers toward Tin Han. One of the daggers landed right at his feet. There was a bomb attached to it. He exclaimed, "This isn't good." The explosion tore through the ground, its sound reverberating loudly. Leaning on the Qilin, Tin Han panted heavily but still managed to say, "As long as I live, the crystal rock wall will stand." Despite his severe injuries, he continued, "If the Great Hall is destroyed, the entire system will be wiped out." The terrorist sneered. "Enough with the tough talk." She grabbed him by the collar and pulled him close, her voice dripping with contempt. "We've investigated you thoroughly." She leaned close to his ear, hissing through her teeth, "Your beast-taming space may be powerful, but it has its limits." She let out a cold laugh. "This time, we brought the cat shadow ghost-face spider specifically to break your crystal space barrier." Loud thuds echoed from outside, and she laughed. "Listen to that. They've already started." Outside, the cat shadow ghost-face spider was digging its legs deep into the stone barrier. Each of its steps tore the ground asunder, corroding the solid layers of defense one by one. The stone cage began to crack and crumble. Tin Han collapsed to his knees, his eyes filled with despair as he hissed, "Damn it." He gritted his teeth and whispered, "Lao Bai, I can't hold on any longer." An earth-shattering sound erupted from behind them. From a distance, a gigantic fist came crashing down, followed by the silhouette of a massive ape. It smashed the stone cage to pieces as if it were made of paper. The terrorist looked up in alarm. "What in the world is that?" The ape roared, raising its fist to bring it down on her head. But the ghost-faced spider lunged in to block the blow. A figure shot down from the ape's back like a meteor. It was Dothan. He landed beside Tin Han, calling out, "Old man." He helped him up and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Tin Han replied weakly, "Do I look okay to you?" While the ape was overwhelming the ghost-faced spider, Dothan chided him, "You're still joking at a time like this, and where is Lao Bai?" But before he could finish, Tin Han cut him off. "He's on his way, just taking his sweet time." Right on cue, a large bird flew overhead. Dothan laughed. "See, Lao Bai is here." Tin Han smiled too, still as cocky as ever. Kansung had just arrived, his spirit beast flying right beside him. In the blink of an eye, the divine crane had lifted the demonic spider high into the air. Without hesitation, Kansung shouted, "Get ready, Lao Fuang." The divine crane immediately hurled the monster downward like a rock. Down below, Lao Fuang charged forward on his warhorse like a wildfire, ready to intercept it, wielding a staff of fire and riding a flaming Qilin. Lao Fuang looked like a god of war as he yelled, "Use that move. Kill and fire." Old Phoenix rushed to where the giant spider was about to land. As he got close, he instantly raised a blazing fire barrier with the staff in his hand. Once everyone had gathered, Kansung spoke with cold contempt. "You scum of the demon spider sect." His face hardened as a murderous aura spread from him. He growled through clenched teeth, "You have failed. Surrender now." The subordinates began to panic, whispering, "Boss." Blondie gritted his teeth and ordered, "Plan B, I'll hold them off. You all retreat." The one in the smoke mask stepped forward, saying in a monotone voice, "Boss, leave this suicide mission to me." As she removed her mask, revealing a suntanned face, the woman said softly, "You still have a sister to protect. I have nothing left to lose." Watching his comrade leap onto the spider's back, the leader was stunned, whispering, "Bo." She just turned her head and smiled faintly. "Let me handle it this time." She tossed him the gun, instructing, "Take this." The woman silently tightened her grip on the weapon in her hand, her eyes filled with determination. The gun flickered with a strange light. As the group shouted in unison, for the Azure sect, Terra quickly regained her composure. She pulled out a series of smoke bombs and said concisely, "I'll provide cover for you." Thick plumes of smoke billowed out. Kansung hastily threw up a shield to protect his rear, only to realize they were just smoke bombs. Seeing the fog enveloping the area in front of him, he immediately ordered, "Break formation." At the same time, he commanded the divine crane to give chase at once. Receiving the command, the divine crane tore through the dust cloud, pursuing the spider that was carrying Blondie away. They were heading straight for the core. Right after, Gorilla and Old Phoenix also sped up, following closely behind. The terrorist group moved nimbly, leaping over obstacles like the wind. From behind, Gorilla roared. There are two more of them. They're approaching the core. Suddenly, the spider spat out a series of sticky globs, one of which hit Gorilla squarely in the back. At the same time, the fire Kirin in the air also faltered and lost control. The sticky slime held fast, immobilizing both Gorilla and the Kirin, which in turn trapped Old Phoenix and his comrades in the adhesive mess. A soldier hissed, "Damn it!" aboard the divine crane. Kansung frowned. This spider's speed is too fast. In the distance, Old Phoenix shouted, "Old Bai, you go after them, I'll take care of these things." At the core, two of the terrorists had already arrived. From behind, Kansung arrived on the divine crane. One of the terrorists reported urgently, "Boss, he's caught up to us." The spider arrived just in time, but it was a step too late. Blondie shouted in alarm, "This is bad. The boss is in danger." At that same moment, Gorilla and Old Phoenix also arrived just in time. Without hesitation, Gorilla, the fire Kirin, and Old Phoenix immediately joined forces to finish off the spider. Gorilla threw a punch as heavy as a mountain, launching the beast high into the air. Old Phoenix descended from above before it could even recover. He slammed his staff down, piercing straight through the spider demon's body. The blow caused the spider's body to crack open, revealing the person hiding inside. The force of the blow slammed down from above, shattering the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The exhausted spider lay motionless. Lao Fuang stepped forward and said firmly, "Surrender." "You punk," another soldier added. "Your plan ends here." The terrorist remained silent, his expression completely unchanged. At the core, the crane god had just landed, sending dust flying everywhere. Kansung jumped down and said grimly, "Spider Demon Sect, do you still stubbornly insist on fighting us?" His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he raised the wooden staff in his hand. The wooden staff transformed into a lightning whip. He advanced, cracking it against the ground, his voice low. "Your death will be well deserved." Each lash of the whip tore their bodies apart, spilling blood everywhere. Kansung roared, "Attack!" The crane god shot forward like a beam of light, and the two terrorists drew their weapons to defend themselves. One of them swung his sword in a direct assault against the crane god. Seeing the energy radiating from the sword, Kansung frowned. Wind-suppressing thunder, a wood element technique. He thought to himself, "I can't use a counter-element. I'll have to change my approach." The leader gave the order, "I'll provide cover. You seize the core immediately." Without hesitation, the two terrorists charged at Kansung, determined to seize the core at all costs. One leaped high to attack with his sword, while the other snuck around towards the core, but Kansung noticed immediately and shouted, "Radiant Cloud Crane. Stop him." The crane god immediately moved to block his path. Suddenly, the blonde man threw his scythe forcefully towards the ceiling. The scythe latched onto the ceiling, and just as the crane god launched a powerful kick, the blonde man used its chain to swing away, dodging the heavy blow. Without stopping, he continued to glide forward. As soon as he passed the crane god, he threw another scythe. The scythe latched onto the core, and he used the momentum to swing himself right up to his target. Meanwhile, Kansung was still locked in combat with the other terrorist. When he looked back, his face darkened. His heart sank as he realized the danger. This is bad. Once inside the core, the blonde man rushed to the energy center and skillfully activated the system. As a mystical blue light began to spread, he trembled with excitement. This day has finally come. He pressed a button on the control panel, thinking to himself, "Just a little longer." The blonde man raised his hand to press the button, shouting, "For the holy sect," but his hand began to tremble. Unable to press down, a chain had been pulled taut around his neck. From a distance, Kansung had ensnared his neck with the whip while fighting the other one. The blonde man roared in anger. "You damn old man." Kansung's glare was as sharp as a blade. In a low voice, he said, "The game is over. Invaders." Elsewhere, the white-haired woman was blocked by Lao Fuang. She yelled, "This is our land. You're the real invaders." All while her right hand tightly gripped a hidden gun, she shouted furiously, "What right do you have to play the victim?" Suddenly, she drew the gun and fired, catching everyone completely by surprise. The bullet shot straight ahead, nearly hitting Old Feng, but luckily he managed to dodge in time. The bullet flew straight past him, heading toward the red-haired man in the middle of the fight. Immediately after, the bullet's trajectory shot straight for Kansung. Seeing this, he shuddered. It was too fast. He couldn't dodge. A pair of wings shot forward to block it. Kanj Sung recognized it was his radiant cloud crane, which had managed to intercept the shot. The bullet was powerful, and the crane immortal took the full force of the blow. Instantly, the crane immortal's limbs convulsed, as if a powerful electric current was destroying it from the inside out. Kanj Sung watched and screamed in anguish. My crane. In the blink of an eye, the crane immortal vanished, and the light from Kanj Sung's whip also went out. He panicked, his heart turning to ice. It's over. This was the moment the blonde-haired man was freed, and the red-haired one immediately rushed over to back him up. Together, they both lunged to press the button. Once it was done, they said to each other, "We're finished. Let's bail." By the time Kanj Sung realized what was happening, it was too late. They left, leaving behind a timed bomb. A massive explosion erupted right before Kanj Sung's eyes. Scene change. The media is reporting that yesterday, Whitescale City was hit by a magnitude 7 to 8 earthquake, leaving 213 people dead and 235 missing. The city's shield has been destroyed, and level 3 monsters are pouring in. While the defense line is struggling to hold, the newscaster says that terrorist elements launched simultaneous attacks on multiple provinces, and City Lord Kan Sung is personally leading the counterattack. The news continues, reporting that one terrorist has been captured, and the situation is mostly under control. Hearing this, Tu An was suddenly reminded of his grandfather. In the chaotic atmosphere following the attack, Vice City Lord Bok Thuachi appeared to give a speech. Doctors were rushing around treating patients, and shouts of "make way" echoed through the halls. His image was broadcast, reassuring everyone, "We will definitely get through this." But everyone was in turmoil, and the doctors kept encouraging patients. "Just hang in there," a voice announced. Whitescale City has incredible soldiers, and they are risking their lives in the rescue efforts. For the severely wounded, some of whom might lose both eyes, the doctors could only offer words of encouragement. "Come on, you can do it." Hearing this, Tu An's heart ached, and he was overcome with emotion. As he passed another hospital room, he heard a weak voice say, "Hang in there." "Oh, Vi." The person beside the bed quickly tried to soothe him. "The doctor will be here any second." On the hospital bed, the wounded soldier, whose legs had been amputated, stared blankly at his comrade, his eyes still filled with shock. The person beside him could only grip his hand tightly, trying to impart a final sliver of hope, whispering, "You have to try." Seeing their clasped hands, an old memory flooded back to Tuan. He remembered a past battlefield, where a comrade had grabbed his hand, softly calling his name amidst a storm of bombs, his voice trembling. "I can't believe you actually came back to save me." Seeing this, a panicked Tuan called out, "Captain." The captain maintained his resolute expression, smiling calmly as he said, "This kid, I thought you were so cold, but you managed to surprise me sometimes." Then he let out a soft chuckle. He placed his cap on Tuan's head, his voice hoarse. "It really is a surprise." Tuan stood frozen, unable to speak, watching him adjust the cap. It continued, "If you make it back alive, don't forget." But before he could finish, his last breath escaped his lips. Right before Tuan's anguished eyes, Tuan clenched his fists tightly. Bok Thuk and Bok Chi called out worriedly, "Young master." Bok Thuk stepped forward and asked quietly, "Are you all right?" Tuan's face was pale, as if he had just woken from a nightmare, but he still managed to reply, "It's nothing. I'm fine," he whispered. "For the rest of the way, I don't want anyone to say a word." Tuan worried, "How is grandfather?" Just as he finished speaking, the door to the hospital room swung open. A soft voice called out, "Tuan." In the stark white room, Lao Feng, Doithun, and his mother stood in somber silence. His mother's voice trembled as she said, "Tuan, your grandfather." On the hospital bed, Kan Sung, with only one arm remaining and his body covered in wounds, removed his oxygen mask. "Is that you, Tuan?" he asked in a hoarse voice. He told the others to leave first, saying, "I'm fine. I want to speak with my grandson in private." Once they were alone, Kan Sung asked softly, "You weren't injured, were you?" Tuan sat down and replied gently, "I'm okay, Grandpa." Gazing at the countless injuries on his body, Tuan said with concern, "But Grandpa," Kan Sung raised his sleeve, calmly stating, "These are nothing to worry about." His expression suddenly turned grave. "Compared to my lost arm, what I'm about to tell you is far more serious." Tuan tensed. Having never seen his grandfather look so serious before, he asked, "Do you know anything about the spider demon cult?" Tuan replied, "Only that it's a heretical organization of another race that commits acts of terror." Kan Sung nodded. "That's right. Before, They only sent out silver rank spirit masters. But this time, they could materialize their spirit energy, proving their followers have all reached the diamond rank. It continued. Unlike in the past, their actions this time were methodical and well-planned, even exceeding my predictions. To An Guest. So they caused this earthquake too. Kan Sung put his oxygen mask back on, gasping for breath as he whispered, "No, it's much worse than that. I received word that a secret realm is closing in on the Myriad Spider Nest world, and I'm afraid it's about to be destroyed." Tuan took his grandfather's hand and said firmly, "My intuition tells me that secret realm isn't being destroyed, but rather, it's merging with another." Kan Sung was slightly taken aback and asked, "Are you sure?" Tuan confirmed. "It's true. It's the vision I saw earlier. The merging of two worlds caused the earthquake." Hearing this, his grandfather breathed a sigh of partial relief. In a solemn tone, his grandfather said, "To An, I am actually from the Bai family on the origin planet." Tuan was stunned. What? This revelation stunned Tuan, and the name Origin Planet rang through his mind. Chang Sung slowly began his story. Back on the Origin Planet, I was once chosen by the head of the Bai family, but I was arrogant and prideful, looking down on everyone. In the end, I was exiled. It continued. I was banished to the Myriad Spider Nest secret realm. But luckily, I was granted a second chance. All I had to do was kill the purple gold rank Spirit Spider Empress, and I would be allowed to return to the Origin Planet. But I was too rash and misjudged my enemy. I failed, and my spirit beast, the red-eyed golden-striped fish, was wounded and can no longer evolve. The memory of the crane god falling weighed heavily on his heart. He murmured gravely, "And now, my phoenix crown cloudwing crane is dead as well." He was filled with sorrow, knowing that reaching the purple star rank in this lifetime would now be nearly impossible. Tuan stepped closer, saying with conviction, "You still have a chance, Grandpa." But Kan Sung just shook his head gently. "You don't understand the whole story." He placed a hand on his grandson's shoulder, his voice filled with faith. "From this day forward, you are the future of the Bai family. You once said you would become the strongest spirit master." "Right," he went on. "Then go to the Origin Planet," leaving Tuan speechless. His tone became stern. "In 1 year, you will participate in the secret realm selection. If you place in the top 10, you can go to the Origin Planet. Only there can you reach the peak as a spirit master." He gripped his grandson's shoulders, his trembling hands conveying his will. Tuan was moved and cried out, "Grandpa." He removed his necklace, saying slowly, "I believe you have the gift. The Bai family will support you with all its resources." He gave Tuan a card and instructed, "The resources in this vault are enough to get you to the diamond rank. Be sure to use them carefully." Kan Sung added, "Tuan, don't repeat my mistakes." The image of his former captain flashed in his eyes, and he smiled. The most precious thing in this life is the bond that connects people. Tuan watched his grandfather in silence as the image of the captain once again became clear in his own mind. He accepted the necklace and said quietly, "Yes, Grandpa." At the Bok family manor, Tu Ngu sat on the steps, asking with concern if her big brother was sick like their grandfather and why he hadn't returned yet. Her two maids quickly reassured her not to worry, that young Master Tuan would be fine. Just as they said that, the door swung open, and Tuan walked in, holding the necklace. He quietly reflected on the words he'd heard about the bonds that connect people to one another. The moment she saw him, Tungu ran over joyfully, shouting his name. "Big brother." She threw herself into Tuan's arms, nearly knocking him off balance. Bach Chi, Bach Tuok, and the other two maids could only look on, speechless at the little girl's playful energy. Tu Engu said softly, "Big brother, you're finally home." Her voice trembled as she asked, "Big brother, are you hurt?" Looking at his little sister in his arms, Tuan smiled gently as a warmth filled his heart. He felt so lucky to have this family. He patted Tu Ingu's head and said, "I'm okay." To himself, he thought that having experienced death, the fear of his own weakness still remained, and that was precisely why he needed to become stronger. But now, he realized there was something even more precious than strength. It was his family. They were the ones who had pulled him out of the abyss. Tuan thought to himself that this bond was the very thing that kept him alive. The scene shifts to his room, where he is packing for a journey. Clutching his grandfather's necklace tightly, Tuan dressed himself in proper attire, his gaze firm and resolute. He opened a wooden box containing a spirit stone, a letter, and a necklace, and told his sister, "Tungu, Mom and Dad will be home soon. Please help me give this box to them." Hearing this, Tungu nodded obediently. Tuan gently stroked her hair and said, "I have to go far away for a while. so be sure to listen to everyone while you're at home. Kobak approached him, speaking softly. Young Master Tu-an. Tu-an smiled and said in a gentle voice, Kobak, are you ready to come with me? She blushed slightly and replied, I'll follow wherever the young master goes. Tu-an asked, Aren't you scared? Kobak answered confidently, As long as you're here. I'm not afraid. He smiled. Don't call me young master anymore. She immediately responded, Yes, young Master Tu-an. The two of them then headed towards a building that was still under construction. Kobak asked, Tu-an, where do you plan on going? He looked off into the distance, replying that he hadn't decided on a specific destination, but he did have goals in mind. This trip was to increase his power and search for certain materials. He opened his system interface and asked in a serious tone, Eye of Power, how do I heal my grandfather's arm? The system responded, displaying a vial of medicine called the Water of Life. Tu-an then thought about his grandfather's spirit beast, wanting to find a way to heal the red-eyed golden-striped fish. The system offered another suggestion, Celestial Spirit Water, which was needed to heal Kanj-sung's spirit beast. Celestial Spirit Water was a violet spirit-grade material that contained pure water elemental energy, making it incredibly valuable for water-type spirit beasts. He ran his finger across the system interface, quietly reading the names. Water of Life. Celestial Spirit Water. Suddenly, the result gave him pause. What? The system reported that it had data on the Water of Life, but the Celestial Spirit Water was completely unaccounted for. He murmured to himself that at least there was information on the Water of Life, but the Celestial Spirit Water had vanished without a trace. Tu-an then asked the eye, How can the core of the Great Awakening Hall be repaired? The system displayed a message. The hall's spiritual origin is damaged and cannot be restored. Tu-an remembered how his grandfather had fallen into despair after the Great Battle. He had left behind proof of the Violet Lightning Eagle and its Violet Crystal Grade evolution path, hoping to reignite his grandfather's hope that one day they could save Whitescale City. He wondered, now that the trail to the Celestial Spirit Water had gone cold, where was he supposed to go next? Suddenly, his whole body trembled, his hand froze, and he was shocked to find his body unresponsive. Looking down, he saw a hand resting on his shoulder as the Eye of Power opened once more. That hand pointed to a bright spot on the system panel, guiding him to a specific location. Kobak noticed something was off and asked, Tu-an, did you discover something? He was still lost in thought as he said, Let's head to the East Gate first. It's the closest exit. Kobak asked worriedly, Do we have to cross the wasteland? I have a bad feeling about this. Tu-an smiled faintly to reassure her. We're beast tamers, so there's no need to be afraid. Besides, we can travel with an expedition team. The two continued along the bumpy road, as Tu-an explained. Expedition teams are groups of mercenaries who specialize in venturing out to find resources. High above, the sky was clear and blue, but a long convoy of vehicles was jammed in front of the East Gate. Soldiers were conducting inspections, ordering everyone to line up to exit the city. The chaotic scene made Tu-an stop in his tracks. How strange. He pointed ahead to where the crowd was bottlenecked and whispered, Kobak, your bad feeling was right. Just then, a vehicle came speeding towards them. Tu-an managed to pull Kobak out of the way, shouting, Watch out. The two of them managed to leap aside just in time, completely avoiding a collision with the vehicle. The driver slammed on the brakes, and the vehicle screeched to a halt in the middle of the road. They looked at each other awkwardly, their hands still tightly clasped. Tu-an quickly looked away and asked softly, Are you okay? Kobak. She blushed as she replied, I'm fine. Kobak looked around in surprise. The monster tide just receded. So why are so many people leaving the city? Tu-an gazed into the distance, analyzing the situation. The rich are probably worried Whitescale City will fall, so they're taking the chance to escape. They're weak, so they have to hire expedition teams for protection. Ahead of them was a long line of convoys. Since the rich were hiring guards, the crowd was even larger, and the already narrow East Gate was completely packed. A female military officer stepped forward and shouted, Stay on alert for vicious beasts. All vehicles will be strictly inspected, and the military lane must remain clear at all times. Tu-an watched her as her commanding voice rang out again. Anyone leaving the city must surrender all weapons and present your personal information for inspection. Kan Huyen was checking the list. Even after the disaster, they kept the gate open, merely to maintain an illusion of safety. Tu-an's personal information appeared on the scanning panel. The two entered a narrow corridor, where a voice from a loudspeaker announced, All individuals leaving the city must wear protective masks. Tu-an complied and put on his mask. Kobak did the same without hesitation, and then they both stepped out into the vast wilderness. They split off from the crowd and quickly ran outward. An never stopped scanning his surroundings. He stared intently at the landscape. This area had once been a defensive line, a burial ground for countless vicious beasts. He raised his binoculars, searching for the expedition team's outpost. Ahead of them was a stretch of crimson land, blazing with a fiery heat. He smiled faintly. Found it. That's the place we need to go. The sky was a deep blue, and workers bustled back and forth without stopping. Tuan blushed slightly as he walked past a few provocatively dressed women. The two of them finally arrived at the main tent area. Tuan pointed. That's the expeditionary post over there. Let's go. A tattered flag fluttered in the wind. That must be the Red Monkey mercenary group. Inside the Red Monkey camp, Feng Lang spoke up. Hey Lao Duan, check out the two newcomers. What do you think? Lao Duan glanced over. Not bad at all. He chuckled, putting on a friendly act. Well, hello there, kids. His eyes were full of insinuation as he asked teasingly. You two lost. Feng Lang let out a whistle, making Kobach flinch, and Tuan could clearly sense the hostile intent. He glanced over at Kobach, wondering to himself what kind of abilities she might have unlocked since leaving the Bach family. Kobach shuddered slightly, unsettled by the way those men were staring at her. Tuan clenched his fists as power surged within him. Lao Duan just laughed loudly. It's dangerous outside the city walls. Why don't you let your uncle here protect you? The man lunged forward, blocking the path of the two. In the blink of an eye, Lao Duan was right up in Tuan's face. He lifted Tuan's chin, his voice a creepy drawl. Well now, little one. A chill ran down Tuan's spine. While Kobach stood frozen to the spot, Lao Duan savored the boy's reaction and chuckled sinisterly. Oh, are we angry now? My little treasure. Tuan instantly retaliated, slamming him down to the ground. The man's head slammed into the dirt, and Tuan continued by twisting his wrist. Lao Duan howled in pain, yelling for his buddy. Feng Lang, help me. This kid is actually fighting back. A brilliant blue flame erupted around Tuan's body as his voice deepened. Go on. Try me. Let's see who breaks first. Feng Lang was stunned. The pressure radiating from Tuan was suffocating, and the sunlight glinted blindingly off his weapon. Suddenly, everyone's attention was drawn to the front. A weary voice called out, Vice Captain, what is it this time? What's all the noise about? Shichmin ran a hand through his hair, replying casually, What do you think the savage beasts are here? Tu Qin checked the sensor. Numbers are fluctuating between 200 and 300. A shout echoed down from the watchtower. Feng Lang, give me a situation report. Now. He was aiming at a distant target as the vice captain asked, Are you finished with your business? The situation doesn't look too good. Black smoke billowed in the distance, rolling in from the east. The horde of savage beasts was only a few minutes from the outpost. Lao Duan struggled and pleaded. Hey, kid, let me go. We're on the same side now. You don't want to just stand here and die, do you? But Tuan's face remained as cold and emotionless as ever. He violently shoved the man's hand away, his voice resolute. Stay away from me. Lao Duan scrambled for his communicator. Quick, get the vice captain on the line. It's total chaos out here, high above. A light flared as someone created a fireball, reassuring everyone. Stay calm, Zhishmin yelled at the top of his lungs. It's too late to fall back to the city. Everyone, prepare to defend the post and wait for reinforcements. As long as we're alive, we have a chance. The crowd below still hadn't fully processed what was happening, only catching bits and pieces of Shichmin's name. Tuan glanced over, nodding to himself. At least one person here has a clear head. Shichmin shouted. I am the vice captain of the Red Monkey mercenary group, a silver rank beast tamer. I will hold the main front. I need someone to defend the other flank. Who will step up? He scanned the area. All the Black Iron rank members looked down, none of them daring to take the risk. A voice rang out from the crowd. A young woman with blonde hair. I'm a silver rank. I'll do it. A young man next to her also raised his hand, causing a murmur to spread through the crowd. Tuan was speechless at the sight, as even his chance to step up was stolen. The guy who just walked forward laughed confidently. Just give me some more firepower, and I can hold this line. Isn't that the young master of the Min family? He's actually reached the silver rank now. Zaying him. Zhichmin frowned. What a typical pampered young master. I wonder if he can even hold out. He immediately gave an order. Lao Duan, Feng Lang, take a few men and get the heavy weapons. The two of them replied in unison. Roger that. Then Zhishmin shouted, Stay alive, everyone. Tuan watched that young master, then leaned over and whispered to Kobach. Stick close to me later. That guy is bound to cause trouble. The temperature around them was scorching, as if everything was on fire. The young master arrogantly summoned his spirit beast. Come on out. Crimson Flame 8 break time is over. The sky was crystal clear, and everyone was rushing to prepare for battle. And Fa knelt in prayer. Please, Almighty One, grant me the strength to overcome today's trial. He opened a holy book and read softly, May your spirit be with us, to guide and protect our brothers and sisters. The young master stretched his arms, while Lao Don gripped his weapon tightly, praying for courage and resolve. Kobak watched the scene, her heart still uneasy, and she quietly murmured, Please let us be steady and not lose heart. Lao Don walked over to Tuan and asked, Are you a beast tamer too? His gaze swept over Tuan, noting the young man's composure, and he nodded. You look stronger than that rich kid. Not bad. Tuan smiled faintly. Looks like you're not all brawn yourself. Lao Don glanced over at Kobak and said, half jokingly, Your girlfriend over there looks worried. Kobak trembled slightly. Her hands clasped tightly together. Tuan placed a hand on her shoulder and said gently, It's all right. Kobak, just stick close to me, and everything will be fine. She bit her lip and replied softly, I'm okay. Just a little scared. The two of them stood close together, waiting for the storm to arrive. Lao Don reloaded his gun and yelled, The beast horde is coming, get ready to fight. A siren echoed as someone on a high platform yelled, Hold your fire, let them get closer. Countless gun sights swiveled towards the horde of beasts. Black smoke engulfed the entire area ahead of them. Seeing the violent spectacle, someone exclaimed, Tukin's fireworks are insane, but the rest of them are still charging. Fong Lang aimed carefully through his scope. These things are ridiculously tough. He squeezed the trigger. Let's see how you like a taste of this. The bullet pierced through a beast's head, and another one immediately left the barrel. Another beast fell to the ground. Fong Lang reloaded quickly and yelled, A few of them have broken off and are heading your way. The automatic guns fired relentlessly, but a few beasts still managed to slip through. Tukin fumed. One of them got through my line of fire. She gritted her teeth and yelled back, Well, go after it, then. You useless fool. Lao Don rushed forward, inspecting his weapon as he spoke. I told you, the caliber on your machine guns is too small. They barely pack a punch. He swung the barrel forward and laughed. A bigger barrel is always better. Lao Don held the gun with both hands and fired relentlessly. The savage beasts collapsed one by one, their heads blown to bits. The remaining ones began to climb the city walls. Tuan's face tensed up. The bronze rank beasts were about to break through. The young master, however, was thrilled. It's my time to shine. While still firing, Lao Don shouted, Not yet. Quick. Push the oil barrels down. The others hurriedly rolled the oil barrels to the edge of the defensive line. The beasts were held back by the obstructing barrels. While Fong Lang maintained his continuous fire, he aimed directly at the oil barrels, using them as his targets. The oil caught fire, incinerating the entire wave of charging beasts. Tuan nodded in admiration. Your squad isn't half bad. Lao Don boasted smugly. Of course. We red apes are top tier in the wastelands. The roaring flames made the horde of savage beasts hesitate. But one that looked different suddenly stood upright. It's showing off its power. Lao Don narrowed his eyes and stared. The main force has finally revealed itself. Tuan called up his system interface and activated his Eye of Heavenly Insight. Data immediately flashed before his eyes. Alchemical Beast. Steel Rank. High Tier Silver Realm. Talent Killing Fogue C. Skills Killing Fangs. Battle Roar. And overwhelming killing aura as a Crimson One closed in. The entire pack fixed their eyes on the target ahead. Fong Lang gritted his teeth. Looking through his scope, this one is no pushover. His face grew serious as he reported, I've got 7 to 8 silver rank beasts on my side. Lao Don was stunned. Really? That many? He turned and pointed. Hey young master, the rear is all up to you now. The young master replied confidently, Just leave it to me. He summoned his spirit beast. Come forth. Golden-horned frog. A giant frog appeared. Golden-horned frog. Metal element. Mid-tier silver realm. With a flexible body. High gold-tier aptitude. And skills including combo attacks, and a tongue as tough as steel. Jishmin also summoned his battle beast immediately. Too many silver rank beasts had appeared. They had to be cleared out fast. He roared, Red Fire Ape. Use Fiery Fist Shockwave. As flames erupted from its punch, with a single blow, the savage beast's head was instantly blown away. Immediately, another one charged in to attack. The two sides crashed into each other, fighting ferociously. Jichmin yelled, Red Fire Ape. It's time to use that move. The spirit beast dodged the attack in a flash. His arm blazed with fire again, as the Scarlet Fire Ape relentlessly threw flaming punches, unleashing its Crimson Lotus bursting flame fist. The monstrous beast's body was shattered to pieces under the barrage of attacks, after landing several fatal blows. The Scarlet Fire Ape turned and roared its report. "Vice Captain, the army is on its way. They'll be here in about 8 minutes." Hearing this, his expression darkened. Cheers erupted from behind the city wall, and Shichmin turned to encourage his men. "Brothers, just hold on a little longer." Just as everyone's morale was soaring, a sudden red flash zipped past a warrior's head. The man next to him dropped his gun, his face turning pale as he called out in a trembling voice, "Old Truong." Before the man could understand what was happening, a dark shadow appeared behind him, and as he turned to ask, his head was sliced clean off by the red light, sending flesh flying everywhere. Seeing this, Tuon's expression tensed up, and he raised his hand to gather energy. Preparing to jump into the fight, he attacked in a flash, a powerful and precise burst of green light striking down on the beast from above. But in the distance, many more monsters were lurking, and Tuon thought worriedly, "This is bad." Just then, several giant spiders descended from the sky, tying up the monsters, and he was so stunned he reflexively covered his head. He quickly regained his composure, knelt down, and raised both hands to concentrate the energy that was swirling powerfully around his body. Tuon thrust his hands toward the horde of monsters, and the surrounding energy immediately erupted, rushing forward to sweep them all away. After the fight, Tuon turned to the person who had just saved him, and recognizing the familiar figure, he exclaimed, "Ko Bak," then immediately asked, "Did your spider already reach the Bronze Realm?" Ko Bak gently tucked her hair back and replied softly, "I bought some materials on the black market, which is why it advanced so quickly." Beside her was a giant purple spider, its body radiating intense heat. It was a fire-type lava spider at the early-stage Bronze Realm, with an A-rank lava body talent, high-grade gold potential, and the skills, blue molten silk and green burning fireball. Tuon's eyes widened as a cold sweat broke out, and he thought to himself, what kind of insane luck is this? The scene changes as the city wall shakes, cannons are smashed to bits, and the monsters continue their relentless destruction. White smoke filled the air as Old Doan yelled at the young master while firing, "I'm out of ammo. Summon your spirit beast and get in the fight." The young master pointed and commanded his golden-horned toad, "Use your giant tongue attack." The toad shot out its massive tongue, sweeping it across and knocking down the entire group of monsters. Tuon clenched his fists and told himself, "Everyone is fighting with all their might. I can't just stand here and watch." He immediately summoned Duke Nya, his voice firm and decisive. "Come out." Duke Nya. The bird swooped in, unleashing 3 bolts of blue fire that struck the ground like lightning, causing Tuon to yell in panic, "Duke Nya, stop." However, the firebolts landed right in the middle of the monster horde, not missing their mark at all. Tuon frowned and raised his fist in anger. "I didn't even give you an order yet." Duke Nya landed with arrogant eyes, declaring, "This venerable one is the incarnation of the sun. Why would I need your direction?" Annoyed, Tuon smacked it on the head, dazing the bird and leaving a large bump. Seeing this, Ko Bak and the spider beside her were both completely stunned. The scene shifts to another location. Xichmin, the Scarlet Fire Ape, and another man were hiding behind some crates, while a giant monster patrolled outside. He recalled the man it had killed earlier, his gaze darkening as he thought, "It's too fast. I'm no match for it. I just have to stay calm." While he was still strategizing, his teammate suddenly raised his gun. Xichmin gritted his teeth and hissed, "What do you think you're doing? Put it down." But the man didn't listen. He charged out, firing as he ran and shouting, "I'll put my life on the line to take you down." As expected, the monster spun around and lopped his head right off. It was the Macehead Fiend, towering and immense, clad in gleaming black armor wrapped in purple cords, its sharp claws glittering. In its hand, it held the freshly severed head. Xichmin hid himself deeper, sweat pouring down as he trembled inwardly. What is this thing? Could it possibly be gold rank? The radio crackled to life with a report. "Vice Captain, the eastern defensive line has been breached. The demonic beasts are pouring in," he muttered to himself. "It's just one disaster after another." He quickly gave an order. "Fong Lang, provide support at the 6 o'clock position," Fong Lang replied. "Roger that." He swiveled his rifle's barrel in that direction, right where the monster was hiding. From behind a crate, Shichmin heard a teasing voice. "Hey, Vice Captain, you're buying me dinner after this." Fong Lang adjusted his scope, then squeezed the trigger. The bullet struck the Macehead Fiend in the head, forcing it back a few steps. Shichmin seized the opportunity, shouting. Now the red fire ape ripped the bandage from its eye, its left pupil erupting into a fierce blaze. It gathered its energy and unleashed a massive stream of fire, growling softly. Flame blast. But the macehead fiend darted to the side, dodging the fiery path in the blink of an eye. A massive explosion echoed through the construction site. Lao Don, Fong Lang, and Tuan were all startled, exclaiming in unison, "What was that?" Tuan immediately shouted, "Winged Fang, go provide support." Obeying the command, Winged Fang flapped its wings and took off. Meanwhile, the situation on Shichmin's side was incredibly tense. The macehead fiend closed in, its purple claws creating a deadly arc of light as it swung. Shichmin managed to erect a shield just in time, holding his ground, but the pressure was immense, and the shield began to crack. He glanced at the red fire ape, which still hadn't moved, and screamed, "Get back here." A moment later, the shield shattered, and she grabbed him by the neck, lifting him into the air. Just as Winged Fang arrived, the macehead fiend spotted it and hurled Shichmin straight towards the creature. Fortunately, Winged Fang managed to swerve and dodge just in time. Lao Don rushed in to catch Shichmin. The impact of their landing, blasting a huge hole in the wall. He panted and asked, "Vice Captain, you okay?" Shichmin gritted his teeth. "I'm fine, but..." High above, Winged Fang relentlessly spewed fire. While on the ground, the macehead fiend raised a purple shield to block the assault. Watching this, Shichmin said, "If we can't pin her down, we're all dead. Someone has to keep her occupied." He yelled, "Fong Lang, use that alchemical bullet Tu Lin gave you. Now's the time." Fong Lang chuckled softly. "Make that 2 meals, and don't you dare try to skip out on me." He swapped out the ammo, muttering, "I really hope this doesn't wreck my baby." But the moment he squeezed the trigger, the rifle's barrel exploded. He panicked. Crap. It's ruined. The bullet, imbued with immense energy, shot straight towards the macehead fiend, and a brilliant flash of light completely overwhelmed her vision. Fong Lang saw his rifle was wrecked and reported, "Shichmin, my sniper's done for. Only the scope is usable." At that moment, Tuan was rushing over. Ahead, Lao Don and Shichmin shielded their eyes to watch the macehead fiend. Shichmin shot back, "That's a Tu-Kin problem. You go ask her for a replacement." Tuan arrived and stood beside them as Winged Fang landed on his arm. Lao Don gave a wry smile. "There's no way she's getting up after that." "Right, Shichmin." His gaze fixed, answered sharply, "Wrong. Look." The macehead fiend is still standing, completely unfazed by the bullet and the energy wave. Fong Lang remained in his position, taking aim from afar, but in the very next second, the macehead fiend vanished from his sights. Fong Lang was stunned, cursing inwardly. "Damn it. She found me." She shot upwards like a rocket, her claws extended to strike him down. While he still gripped his rifle tightly, a moment later, the sniper's perch exploded. A brilliant flash of purple light tore across the sky. Tuan looked up, his eyes wide in shock. He thought to himself, "That speed. It's truly worthy of the gold rank." In the macehead, Fiend's hand was only a fistful of wires, not Fong Lang's head as she had anticipated. She glanced down and saw 4 flickering auras of purple, blue, white, and red light below. Enraged, she roared and detonated the entire sniper's perch, which erupted in a cloud of white smoke. On the ground below, Tuan kept his eyes fixed on the scene. The hammerhead chariot flickered in and out of sight, closing in on Tuan's back from above. He felt a powerful surge of energy as his expression hardened. She lashed out with her claws but only managed to grab his shield. Tuan channeled his spiritual energy, thinking to himself, "This speed is impossible to track with the naked eye." She slammed her head and claws into the shield with all her might. Tuan realized the barrier was about to break, thinking, "It won't hold for much longer." Just as he expected, the shield cracked and then disintegrated. The giant hammerhead chariot stood menacingly, her shadow looming over Tuan as he covered his head. Just then, a strand of spider silk shot out and wrapped around Tuan's waist, yanking him up through the shattered remnants of his shield. Before the hammerhead chariot could strike, the silk thread had already pulled Tuan out of her reach, saving him in the nick of time. Tuan closed his eyes and fell right into Kobach's arms. They both blushed. Anne stammered, "Kobach? Ooh. Thanks. No. I mean, sorry." Kobach looked down to avoid his gaze and replied softly, "It's okay. You don't have to thank me." Then, supporting him with one arm, she raised her other and commanded, "Fire bamboo spider. Spew lava." Streams of lava rained down, creating glowing red fissures in the ground. The scene devolved into chaos as the hammerhead chariot swiftly dodged every attack, each one missing by a hair's breadth. Sweat beaded on his forehead as Tuan gritted his teeth. She dodged again. Could it be? He remembered how she had avoided the bullet with incredible speed. Yet she didn't dodge physical attacks. While her reaction to spiritual energy was extremely sensitive, he deduced that she could likely only sense spiritual energy fluctuations, and not detect things physically or visually. Tuan turned his head and shouted, "Hey, you mercenaries, I have a way to beat it. We need to cooperate." But before he could finish, Lao Don and Sheech Min had already turned to run. Tuan yelled after them, "Hey, are you two just bailing on us?" Sheech Min simply replied, "We're out to here." Tuan could only turn to Kobach. "It's just us now." But just then, a voice shouted, "Hold on." The person who spoke was the rich guy. He pushed up his glasses and smirked. "Did you all forget about this high-level beast tamer right here?" Behind him stood the golden-horned frog. He commanded arrogantly, "Golden Horn, bodyguard." Upon hearing the command, the golden-horned frog immediately opened its mouth and swallowed its master whole, much to everyone's shock. From within its body, a brilliant white light began to shine. The frog began to transform. Its face took on the features of the rich guy, and even his glasses appeared. It slammed its hands on the ground, radiating an overwhelming aura. Bodyguard, an A-rank talent, is a state of fusion between a spirit beast and its master, comprehensively boosting their abilities and unlocking special skills. Seeing this, Tuan rested his chin on his hand and thought, "It looks a bit ugly, but it's effective." Kobach frowned. "That's so gross." The golden-horned frog crouched down, surrounded by green energy, and roared, "Now watch me unleash my true power." It lunged forward, creating an incredibly powerful shockwave, but the hammerhead chariot dodged it with ease, leaving the frog to continue hurtling forward. It curled up in pain. Seeing this, Tuan nodded slightly. "Just as I thought. It only recognizes targets that contain spiritual energy, relying entirely on energy sensing." He turned to Kobach and said, "Our plan might actually work." Kobach hesitated. Air voice small. "But I'm afraid I can't do it." Tuan took her hand, his voice firm. "It's okay. I believe in you. And you need to believe in yourself. You just did it a moment ago, didn't you?" Hearing this, her face flushed slightly. Tuan smiled. The winged fang on his back spread its wings, and his eyes blazed. "I will definitely win." From behind him, Kobach started to reach out to stop him. Tuan looked directly at the hammerhead chariot and yelled, "Hey, hammerhead chariot." A fierce blue light erupted around him as energy swirled. His voice deepened. "Come and get me." He glanced aside, realizing she had already circled behind him. Just as planned, he thought. She's attacking from the rear again. He analyzed quickly. Her speed is incredible, but there's always a slight delay before she strikes. This time is no different. All I need to do is... He pulled his hands back, and a brilliant blue energy flared up like a fire, illuminating a huge section of the battlefield. Tuan looked at the macehead serpent with suspicion, thinking to himself that now was the time to strike. The energy around him surged, glowing so brightly that she had to raise a hand to shield her eyes. Tuan thought, "In your eyes, all you can probably see is a light as bright as the sun." Then he shouted, "Winged Fang. It's time." Winged Fang charged forward with a mighty roar, unleashing a powerful column of fire that swept toward the macehead serpent, knocking her off her feet. The pillar of fire crashed down, throwing the area around the macehead serpent into chaos and incinerating the spiderwebs. Tuan pointed and commanded, "Hold her down." Immediately, Winged Fang soared high into the air, spewing a swirling vortex of fire like a cyclone from hell. Tightly encircling the macehead serpent, the flames rose high above her head. Despite her immense size, the macehead serpent had to look up at the ring of fire closing in on her. Kobach signaled to her fire bamboo spider to shoot its silk. Strands of webbing shot out rapidly, pulling several large cargo containers into a pile. Tuan seized the opportunity and yelled, "Winged Fang, deliver the final blow." Winged Fang's eyes blazed with power as it poured all its strength into the finishing move. It was the core ray beam technique. Its wings spread wide, and a crimson pillar of fire shot down from the sky with a deafening boom. Smoke billowed everywhere as cargo containers exploded and flew in all directions. Scene change. From a distance, a pair of binoculars is monitoring the entire battle. At the Whitescale City border post, the person holding the binoculars exclaimed in admiration, "Incredible." The person next to him was also stunned. A green light emanated from a crack in the ground. Tuan looked down and asked softly, "Kobach, are you okay?" She nodded. "I'm fine." Suddenly, from beneath the earth, a hand with razor-sharp claws emerged. Kobach tensed up and immediately backed away, calling out softly, Tu-an. It's not dead. He began to panic. Am I seeing things? From the ground, the mace-head serpent shot up. Her chest plate was torn apart, but her aura was still terrifying. Kobak retreated, while Tu-an stood calmly above, snapping his fingers. Then let's finish this. He summoned the scaled fish and shouted the command, "Devour." The beast lunged forward, opening its mouth and swallowing the mace-head serpent whole, but as soon as it closed its mouth, the scaled fish's eyes rolled back, and a fierce red, thorny light appeared. It roared in pain, attacked from within. Red, thorny vines like blood vessels spread across its body. Tu-an was shocked, muttering, "The giant white shadow scaled fish." Sweat beaded on his forehead. His mind went blank, unable to comprehend what was happening. Kneeling amidst the red vines, Tu-an thought, "Something is invading." Kobak ran over in a panic. He brushed away the blood-like threads and ordered, "You retreat first." Meanwhile, Lao Don sat up from the base below, looked around and said, "It must be over." "Who?" Jichmin climbed up after him and turned to say, "Let's go see if any of them are left." The white smoke was thick. Lao Don picked up a charred leg of a golden-horned frog. Its mouth exploded too. "Probably no survivors." Xichmin replied, "Look over there. Tu-kin is coming out of the bunker." Before them was Kobak supporting Tu-an. Jichmin looked at the two of them. "Oh, a bronze ranker managed to survive. Huh." Tu-an's eyes began to close. The four of them, Lao Don, Tietsa, Tu-hin, and Jichmin stared at him. Lao Don tossed the frog leg aside and sneered. "Looks like the young master is done for." Tu-an's vision blurred. Jichmin panicked. "Lao Don, what are you just standing there for? Give me a hand." He quickly called out, "Hey, kid." Then he looked at the group. "It's bad. He's passed out." Tu-an collapsed completely. Tu-an's consciousness drifted as if sinking into the depths of the sea. A voice echoed, "Tu-an." He vaguely sensed someone calling his name. The green, bloodshot eye appeared again, coiling around him with a chilling coldness. He jolted awake in terror, his eyes flying open as he sat up in bed. Tietsa and Kobak sat on either side of his bed, their eyes filled with worry. Kobak had already called for a doctor, but now that he was awake, Tietsa propped himself up and said it was likely just from using too much spiritual power. Tu-an clutched his head, mumbling, "Why is my spiritual power limit so low?" To which Kobak replied, "I don't think that's it." Lao Don opened the tent flap and stepped inside, causing the two to turn immediately. He said, "So you're awake. My boss is looking for you." Tu-an followed Lao Don outside, where Jichmin was tending a fire. Zing him, Jichmin called out, "Hey, Pronserank brat, you're finally awake." He smirked. "I never expected a kid like you could pull off something so big." As Lao Don and Tu-an walked closer, Tu-an replied nonchalantly, "So that's why you guys abandoned us and ran ahead." "Right." Jichmin let out a dry laugh. "You've got a sharp tongue, don't you?" Scratching his head in embarrassment, he said, "I can't blame you for thinking that. I'm the deputy leader, and I had to ensure my team's survival." He looked up with a slight smile and said, "If I had known you were this capable, we wouldn't have pulled back. But let's cut to the chase. Do you want to join our squad?" Hearing this, Tu-an's lip curled into a slight sneer. "Oomph. You expect me to believe you with just a few empty words," he thought to himself. "This guy abandoned us once. He'd definitely do it again." Jichmin ignored his reaction and said quietly, "We lost people too. Our manpower is low. Our mission is to escort clients to Shaolin Town, but now we don't have the strength to do it." Tu-an crossed his arms, sizing up the offer. Shaolin Town. That was on the way to Old Tree City. This was a perfect opportunity to travel with them. Jichmin looked at him seriously. "Don't say no, just yet. We won't let you take a loss. You'll be paid handsomely." He held up 3 fingers and asked directly, "We'll give you a 3% cut. What do you say?" Tu-an smiled slightly and nodded. "It's a deal." Seeing Jichmin's cunning expression, he thought to himself, "But I'm not working as your soldier." Jichmin laughed heartily. "It's true what they say. Even a gentleman is tempted by money." The night was still draped in a gloomy gray, and a chilling air enveloped everything. The scene shifts to the red base near Shaolin Town, where 3 armored vehicles quietly pushed deeper into the dense, narrow forest. Lao Don looked around, frowning and grumbling. "What kind of road is this? It's one pothole after another, and the engine keeps breaking down right after we fix it." Standing next to Kobak, Tu-an blushed and thought to himself, "Looks like Kobak's ability is really showing its effects this time." Lao Don then announced, "We'll camp here for the night and enter the town tomorrow." Tu-an immediately asked, Why don't we just go now? The moonlit landscape was so silent it was eerie. Lao Don explained, the nights around Shaolin Town are extremely dangerous. Even gold-rank spiritual beasts can be killed here. This place is called the Azure Forest. Suddenly, a complaining voice rang out. Why aren't we there yet? The whole group turned to see a blonde woman in a tight green dress and a white scarf, furiously shouting, "This road is absolute torture. You're all useless." Beside her stood a man with round glasses and a resigned look on his face. While in the distance, another blonde man sat by the vehicle. Tietsa glared at her, his voice icy. "If you want to live, shut your mouth. Make any more noise, and you'll draw all the vicious beasts to us." The woman froze. Not daring to say another word, she screamed, "Do you have any idea who I am? My brother is the town master of Shaolin Town, a gold rank master." The boyfriend behind her tried to reason with her in a low voice. "Honey, he has a point. You know," but she wouldn't listen, continuing to shout insults. "I paid good money to be comfortable, not to suffer like this." Tuan and Sheech Min glanced at each other and let out a quiet sigh. He cracked his neck and muttered, "To dare to provoke your own protectors in the middle of the wilderness. What an idiot." Tuan stood beside him, a helpless expression on his face. Sheech Min turned and pointed towards some wooden tree houses, telling the group to rest there for the night before continuing tomorrow. The four of them silently entered and sat around a flickering fire pit. Tuan's eyes scanned the room. It was as simple as ever, but something felt wrong. He suddenly detected a strange smell coming from the fire's smoke, and his heart lurched in panic. "This is bad." Kobak's face turned pale as he clutched his head, swaying as he whispered, "Tuan, I'm Saudidzi." Tu Kin and Lao Don, now wearing masks, pushed aside the curtain and entered. Lao Don spoke first. "Are they all out?" Tu Kin replied. "See for yourself." All four of them were slumped on the ground. The knockout drug was truly effective. They looked at Tuan with suspicion. Tu Kin crouched down and prodded him, while Lao Don lifted his arm and asked, "Why did we wait until now to make our move?" Leaning against the wall, Chichmin replied, "This kid is pretty strong. He could replace Fonglang. To lure him in, we had to make him trust us first." They quickly shackled Tuan's hands with iron cuffs. Chichmin squatted down, staring intently at Kobak and Tuan. They must be from some powerful family. Holding them for ransom would be worth it. After that mess in White Scale City, one big score and we can retire. Lao Don counted the bodies and then frowned. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, where's the other one? Just then, the sound of applause echoed, shattering the tense atmosphere. A man named An Fa stepped out with a bizarre smile, muttering a confusing string of words about light, the earth, wisdom, and the grace of the Lord, proclaiming himself to be the most faithful servant. Jichmin frowned and whispered to Thixa, "What's he talking about? Is he crazy?" Thixa grimaced. "How did my knockout gas not work on him?" Lao Don was furious. His hand tightening around his gun, he aimed his gun directly at Anfa and yelled, "Who the hell are you? And stop spouting all that preachy nonsense." Anfa raised his hands in surrender, but he still had an eerie smile on his face. His voice was calm and gentle as he said, "Let's just talk first." The moment Thixa and the others saw the symbol on his hand, they immediately became wary and took defensive stances. Shichmin gritted his teeth and said, "You're from the demonic curse cult." From a corner, Tuan watched in secret, surprised that this guy was actually a member of the demonic curse cult. He had already put on his mask, and was now peeking out to observe. He never expected to stumble upon something this huge. It turns out his eye of revelation had warned him about the knockout gas, which is why he was able to activate his mask in time. 2. Anne thought to himself, "I thought this was just a typical kidnapping. I never imagined the demonic curse cult had a hand in it. I guess I'll just have to keep observing for now." Siechmin signaled for Lao Don to lower his gun, then asked, "And what exactly does the demonic curse cult want to negotiate with us?" And Fa smirked and said, "I am an external agent for the demonic curse cult. I specialize in scouting and recruiting talented individuals." He pointed toward Tuan and Kobak, saying, "My apologies for the intrusion, but I'm only here for those two beast tamers. Anyone who can take down a gold-rank vicious beast is exactly the kind of talent I'm looking for." Chichmin scoffed, "Too bad for you. They're our property now. If you want them, name a price." And Fa shook his head, his smile turning cold. "A deal? We're not here to make a deal." Instantly, two stoic, blonde-haired men appeared behind Shichmin. He roared in anger, "So you're just planning to take them by force?" The system suddenly displayed a 3D image. Tuan was stunned as he watched. "What's going on? Where did those two guys come from?" He glanced at the projection device and finally understood the trick. In the distance, someone was silently aiming a rifle. A deafening shot rang out, and a bullet flew straight toward the member of the demonic cult. The shot blew his arm clean off. Jichmin was stunned. Who fired that shot? A voice crackled over the communicator. "It's me, Captain," it exclaimed. "Fong Lang. You're alive." From the bushes, Fong Lang replied, "You'd better be buying me dinner for this." And Fa clutched his arm, crying out in pain. Sichmin muttered into his comm, "I told you to go easy. We need him alive." Fong Lang replied, "My rifle's busted. I'm lucky I even managed to hit him." Lao Dong, holding the 3D projection device, reported, "Boss, those other two guys were just holograms. There's only one of them." The whole group stared at Anfa with contempt. Jichmin let out a grim laugh. "And you really thought you could mess with us? You little punk." And Fa trembled uncontrollably, trying to suppress the pain as he stammered, "The high priest is on his way. If you touch me, you're all dead." But the group immediately swarmed him, kicking him mercilessly. "I'll take one of your kidneys first, just to be safe." In the dead of night, a group of people riding spirit beasts soared through the sky. Rushing straight ahead, a man in black flew close to Arthur and reported that they had reached the green pine forest. He replied, "Prepare to land." I hope Anfa wasn't wrong this time. As the whole group descended toward the house ahead, hearing a strange noise, Old Duan looked around cautiously, while Sigmund wondered, what was that sound just now? Anfa heard it and laughed excitedly. "You're dead. The high priest is here. You're all doomed now." An object crashed down, slamming into the roof with a loud bang, causing Zian to wearily open his eyes and wonder what was going on. It turned out to be Arthur and his spirit beast, who had crashed straight down. Seeing him, Anfa joyfully raised his remaining arm and exclaimed, "High Priest, you've finally arrived." A system panel appeared behind him, displaying Insectoid Race, Sea Conch Beast, Realm, Peak Gold Rank, Talent, Gaze of Terror, and all death attribute skills. Extremely dangerous. Arthur stepped off the spirit beast's back, holding a scepter, and asked in a low voice, "Where are they?" A system panel appeared for him, showing Arthur, Blackgate Spirit Domain, 4 Tamed Beasts, Peak Gold Rank. Anfa knelt at his feet and pointed behind him, to where the two unconscious children were. Ahaze. Dark purple aura began to rise from behind Arthur. Xian broke into a cold sweat. This guy's presence is just too terrifying. Arthur unleashed an overwhelming power that froze Old Duan's group in place. He said, "Get out of the way." Old Duan raised his gun. "What do you think you're doing, Sigmund?" Enraged, found himself suppressed by a similar aura, and panicked. "What's happening? I can't move my body." It turned out Arthur had used his power to immobilize them, walking past as if they weren't even there. Arthur approached Xian and Gubai, murmuring a prayer. "Mother of myriad insects, please save these two lost souls." An secretly peeked and saw the man pull out a purple potion. The system displayed Venomous Spirit Elixir, mixed from Spirit Marrow and a Beast Queen, used for control and realm enhancement. While chanting, Arthur brought the vial, which had a needle, closer to Xian, hoping his soul would lead them out of the fog. Xian panicked. "Damn it. He's trying to control me." Unable to pretend any longer, he broke the bindings on his hands. He grabbed Arthur's hand to stop him and smirked. "Sorry, but I'm not into having men warm my bed," and then launched a water-based attack. Arthur raised his hand to create a shield, blocking the attack, and replied dismissively, "Child's play." Seizing the opportunity, Xian hoisted Gubai onto his back, calling out to her repeatedly, "Gubai, wake up." Realizing the danger, he decided to retreat. Xian threw a thick smokescreen toward Arthur, but he swatted it away, dispelling the fog in an instant. Taking advantage of that moment, Xian smashed through the wooden wall behind him and escaped. Arthur immediately ordered his subordinates to give chase. In the gloomy forest, Xian carried Gubai deeper into the shadows, calling her name as he went. "Gubai, are you awake yet?" But she didn't respond. He cursed inwardly. This knockout drug is really strong, and then commanded, "Eye of God. Full scan." The system activated, scanning everything from the blades of grass to every single tree trunk. On a large tree, it detected strange golden egg-like fruits and immediately displayed a report. A species, curly green banana tree. Wood type, high level. Talent for fragrance emission. Skills include binding vines. Aptitude of mid-gold rank. Xian supported Gubai as he approached, thinking, this plant is blocking the only way out. and with her still unconscious, moving is extremely difficult. Looking up, he saw numerous enemies on spirit beasts pursuing them from the air. He panted. The enemy has the sky completely surrounded. What do I do now? Left with no other choice, he activated his beast taming space and hid Gubai inside. He remembered the past, how he once used this method to survive an almond explosion. Now, standing behind a large boulder, he thought, Gubai is safe. All that's left is to deal with those soldiers. His gaze fell upon the forest of green banana trees ahead, a corner of his mouth curled up. Tonight, the green banana forest might just be his advantage. Inside the wooden cabin, Lao Don was still tied up tightly, and Fa struggled to say to Arthur, "Save me, my lord." Arthur just watched, saying nothing. Then he coldly prayed, "Mother Wanju, please guide his soul to the promised land," causing a bewildered Fa to blurt out, "Who?" The moment he finished speaking, his scepter unleashed a blast of purple energy that struck Fa, incinerating him. Lao Don was in utter shock, unable to believe he would kill his own comrade. Shichman immediately made contact. "Fong Lang, what's your situation?" Fong Lang looked at his gun, which was covered in white tape, and replied, "The gun is severely damaged. I'm helpless now." Hearing this, Shichman's face paled. He trembled. "Could it be that I'm going to die here today?" High above, a subordinate riding, a spirit beast reported, "My lord, we found the target." From their vantage point, they saw Tuan in the middle of a grassy field, but it was unclear where the woman who was with him had gone. Arthur commanded, "Just bring that kid here first." The group riding the spirit beasts immediately charged toward Tuan. Tuan dashed away, glancing back with a triumphant smile. "They've taken the bait." A spirit beast lunged, swiping with its sharp claws, but he managed to erect a defensive barrier just in time. Suddenly, vines shot out from the green banana tree, bristling like tentacles. They wrapped tightly around the spirit beast, sealing off all escape routes. Then they suddenly constricted around the entire group from the demonic cult, stunning them. "What is this, vines?" someone managed to realize and shout. "It's a wood element spirit beast." Before they could even react, they were completely swallowed by the green banana tree's vines in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Tuan let out a smug laugh. "Just as I planned. The green banana tree only attacks creatures that enter its territory. The demonic cult members are large targets, so as long as I stay on the outskirts, they'll be seen as the enemy. Once it identifies something as an enemy, the green banana tree will use its most terrifying power to annihilate it." The system displayed a notification: green banana tree. Complete form. It transformed into a humanoid shape, grabbed two of the intruders, and drained their spiritual energy, leaving behind only two pristine white skeletons. Inside the tree's trunk, a green banana began to grow larger. The system reported silver-grade ingredient, brimming with life force, capable of healing any wound. Tuan thought intently. It has life force. That means it can be used as a substitute ingredient for a healing potion. Having decided, he swung his arm, and a blast of water-based energy shot out, slicing off a banana. Tuan caught it, took a deep sniff, and muttered, "This smells amazing. It's addictively good." He suddenly froze. "Crap. I was so focused. I crossed the boundary." He looked towards the green banana tree as it captured people and guessed, "It doesn't seem to have noticed me. It must be focused on absorbing spiritual energy." He rejoiced silently. Time to bolt. But as he took his first step to run, he stepped on a green frog. He lost his balance, slipped, and tumbled over. He rolled right back into the forbidden zone. The frog hopped onto him, and he thought gloomily, "Frogs again, I have the weirdest luck with these things." Behind him, the green eyes of the green banana tree began to appear, sending a chill down his spine. Tuan glanced back, his voice trembling. Well, I might have overdone it a little." Elsewhere, in a gloomy old forest, a flock of white birds spread their wings and flew across the deep night sky. Arthur raised his hand to signal his subordinates about the situation. An echo rang out before falling silent, and his face grew stern as he declared, "All right, Supreme Deity, we need more forces." He stared at the glasses left behind where Anfa was just incinerated, vowing, "Anfa, your spirit general will become a part of the Great Spider Empress." He swung his scepter, and a purple flame ignited in his left hand. Several horrifying, multi-eyed, spider-like creatures emerged from the purple flame. Sheetman watched in horror, thinking to himself, "We're screwed. What in the world are these things?" Arthur commanded in a stern voice, "Go, my children." The small monsters nodded and slowly crawled away, They crawled over to the adventurers, approaching Lao Don. The creatures circled behind Tu Qin and Shishmin, tightening around their necks, causing the entire group to panic and fall to their knees. Arthur swung his scepter and shouted, "From now on, you all will obey me. Otherwise, the spider bombs on your necks will detonate." Shishmin glared at the monster squeezing his neck, gritting his teeth in frustration. Chi. Cutting back to Tuan, the giant green banana plant was reaching out its hands, trying to grab him. Terrified, Tuan ran for his life with all his might, glancing back and thinking, "I'm really done for this time." The giant green banana plant slammed its huge hand on the ground, but he managed to jump away just in time. However, the sheer force of the impact was so powerful it launched Tuan into the air, sending him flying as high as the moon, like he'd just been shot into orbit. He then came crashing down into a dense forest. He shot up, his head covered in leaves, and squinted back at the giant banana plant, sighing in relief. "Phew, that was lucky. I landed just outside its territory." He scratched his head, opened his spatial storage to put away the bananas he'd just stolen, and thought, plant-type spirit beasts are so powerful. I wonder if it's possible to form a contract with one. Suddenly, a noise made him look around cautiously. Someone was coming. Tuan immediately hid behind a large tree to observe in secret. The members of the spider demon cult had arrived. The assassins spread out to search. Lao Don grumbled in frustration. "How are we supposed to find anything in this pitch-black darkness?" Arthur began to chant. "Mother of 10,000 spiders, my master, please guide your servant immediately." His scepter ignited with purple fire. He slammed the scepter down forcefully, and the energy from the purple flames radiated outwards in all directions. The system alerted Tuan. "Warning, you have been detected." He panicked, thinking, "Oh crap, they found me." A beam of purple light extended from the scepter straight to where Tuan was hiding. Arthur pointed along the light and shouted. Over there, Tuan saw Shishmin's group with Arthur and wondered in confusion. Why is the adventurer party working with the spider demon cult? Tu Qin suddenly appeared, aiming her gun at Tuan and ordering coldly, "Freeze. You're surrounded." Tuan raised both hands in surrender, muttering to himself, "This is seriously the unluckiest day of my life." Suddenly, a surge of water power flared in his hand. "Looks like I have to use the old trick again." He flicked his wrist, sending a cloud of white smoke toward Tu Qin, thinking, "How many times have I had to do this today?" Seizing the opportunity, he leaped up into the tree branches and took off like the wind. As the smoke cleared, Lao Don asked with concern, "Tu Qin, are you okay?" She squinted in the direction Tuan had vanished and replied, "I'm fine. But we let that kid escape." Seeing this, Arthur roared furiously. "What are you all standing there for?" After him, Shishmin scowled and retorted, "Besides you and me, who else here is a beast tamer? How are ordinary people supposed to keep up?" Arthur calmly replied, "Perhaps I should remind you that you still have spider bombs on your necks." Hearing this, the entire group fell silent despite their frustration. Avoiding his gaze, Arthur said coldly, "What makes you think you're in any position to bargain with me?" Shishmin thought in frustration, "He's completely underestimating me." Just then, Fong Lang's voice came over the communicator. "Shishmin, is everyone all right?" Shishmin quickly replied, "We're fine. We just have bombs on our necks." Fong Lang, hiding in a nearby bush and observing with his rifle, whispered, "I'm close. I can provide support." Shishmin hastily stopped him. "We don't know how the bombs work. Don't do anything rash." "Got it," Fong Lang nodded. "Roger that." At the base of a large tree deep in the forest, Tuan clutched his wrist, wincing in pain as he looked at the red tentacles wrapped tightly around it. He frowned as those things appeared again. System warnings blared: source damage, spirit power depletion, limits halved. Tuan circulated his energy to force the tentacles away and stood up, his left hand trembling slightly. He knew the situation was grim. He had already used too much spirit power today, and the system kept beeping. "Warning, warning." He grumbled in frustration. "Just shut up already." Lao Don and Shishmin approached, followed by a hideous one-eyed ape. Lao Don shouted for Tuan to hear. "Hey bronze rank kid, get out here now." The system panel displayed Shishmin's information. Talent, strength enhancement, rank, mid-silver, pet beast. Red flame ape, hiding behind a tree. Tuan watched them with deep suspicion. Why would an adventurer's party team up with the demonic curse cult? Something shady was definitely going on. He noticed something latched onto the back of Shishmin's neck and asked the system about it. The explanation came back: a spider bomb. "I see. So they're being forced." He called for Duke and Ya to land on his arm. He leaned in and signaled, "Duke Na, I'm leaving this to you. Remember not to kill them. I still need to talk to them." Duke Na brushed its wing across his face and chirped softly. "All right, I get it. You've got some kind of plan again, don't you?" It spread its wings and flew off. Tuan shouted after it, "Hey, don't let it be a repeat of last time." The bird chirped back, "Sonagi." Before darting through the canopy toward Lao Don's group, they looked up as a flash of light streaked across the sky. Someone shouted, "Look!" Up in the sky, a woman squinted, unable to see clearly, and wondered, is that a shooting star? Lao Don also looked up, suspicious. Maybe it's... Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened and he muttered a curse. A massive fiery explosion erupted from the light, blasting them both away. A fire phoenix burst through the smoke, circling right in front of them. Xichmin, who had been thrown against a tree, ordered his red flame ape to attack. The flame ape roared and threw a punch straight at Duke Na, but the bird was faster, neatly dodging every blow. It raised its head as red flames erupted around its body, and softly chanted, "Young Pool Fire." As it finished, it spread its wings and rained streams of fire down on the one-eyed ape, causing its opponent to roar in agony. The ape collapsed to the ground. Jichmin broke free and stared at the scene. Stunned. This kid's spirit beast is incredibly strong. He hid in the bushes, glancing at the man in the iron-helmed cloak, and guessed, it seems he has no intention of making a move yet. Watching the giant ape struggling in the sea of flames, he muttered, "I'll have to find another way." Just then, Lao Don raised his gun and fired repeatedly. Duke Na circled, dodging every bullet. Lao Don gritted his teeth, hissing as he pulled the trigger. Even bullets are useless. Suddenly, the phoenix spread its wings and dove straight down. It unleashed a powerful blast of fire, forcing Lao Don to stumble backward. The shock of the impact made him hit his head hard on the ground, knocking him unconscious. Duke Na reverted to its small form and landed on Tuan's shoulder. He rubbed his forehead as he looked at the fallen man and shook his head. "Duke Na, you overdid it again." At that exact moment, the ape charged forward. Swinging a giant fist at him, Tuan threw up his hands in alarm. "Wait a minute. Just listen to me." But the punch still came down, forcing him to raise a shield to block it. The immense force sent Tuan flying into a tree. Jichmin stepped out and said coldly, "We have nothing to negotiate." In the middle of the forest, the two faced each other, one in red and one in blue. Jichmin spoke, his voice half pleading, half commanding, "I have a reason I must take you with me." Tuan laughed and replied decisively, "You think I'm just going to go with you quietly?" Xichmin smirked. "It seems a fight is the only way then." Tuan gave a confident smile, ready to oblige. Beneath the dense canopy, flames blazed crimson. Duke Na faced off against the giant ape, revealing that its eyes weren't blind but were in fact its weapons. As the two creatures collided, crimson flames erupted, engulfing the entire space. Meanwhile, Tuan had to withstand a fiery barrage from Zichmin. He erected a shield to defend himself, but the other guy's attacks were relentless. He frowned. Here it comes again. As he attacked, Zichmin spoke. "Hey, Bronzekid, how did you get a protective shield? Is that some kind of rich boy technology?" Tuan tuned him out, focusing only on his rapidly depleting spiritual energy. He knew he couldn't hold out much longer. He clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. "Then I'll just have to push back." His internal energy surged, deflecting the stream of fire. Jichmin was forced back by the shield, and he sneered. "Interesting. You even know how to push with a shield. You've got quite an imagination." The moment he finished speaking, Zichmin's body erupted in violent flames. He warned, "This isn't a training match." "Tuan," he muttered, "so I don't have to hold back." He then chanted an incantation to enhance his power, and lunged forward, wreathed in crimson flames. Tuan gritted his teeth, calculating his options. He hadn't expected such a reckless charge at this moment. Unable to dodge in time, he was slammed hard in the stomach by his opponent. Zichmin continued to boast, "I've been fighting since I was a kid, and I've never lost to anyone." The blow sent Tuan's back slamming hard into the ground. He let out a soft groan, trying to swallow the pain. Zichmin wasn't satisfied yet. He raised his fist again as Tuan barely managed to cover his face. Zichmin said, "The spider demon cult is our common enemy. Do you think they'll spare you for helping them catch me?" He raised his fist to strike again, yelling, "Humph. What would a pampered pretty boy like, you know anyway?" To Zichmin's astonishment, Tuan grabbed both sides of his head and pulled him in close. He sprang up, slamming his head forcefully into his opponent's forehead, and shouting, "This is the only thing I know how to do." Using the momentum, Tuan flipped Zichmin over and pinned him down. Speaking urgently, I know you guys are being forced into this, the spider on your neck. I have a way to remove it. Jichmin was skeptical, asking through gritted teeth. You have a way, why should I believe you? Tuan held him down firmly, his eyes sharp and cold. Because I know your friend is lurking back there. In the bushes, Fong Lang aimed her rifle, her gaze cold. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, she heard a shout. Fong Lang, stop. Then, something came hurtling toward them. A canister landed, and thick white smoke billowed out, blanketing the entire forest. Fong Lang appeared behind Tuan, pressing the barrel of her gun to his head and whispering, "Don't move." Shichmin pointed, smiling with narrowed eyes. This still isn't enough to convince me. Bronzakit. Outside the smoke, Atho watched silently through the thick haze. A voice called out, "Hey, you there." Tuan had passed out. He was dragged by two men and brought before Atho. "We've brought him back," they said. Jichmin stepped forward, frowning. "Can you let us go now?" Atho glanced at Tuansa, unsatisfied, and gave another order. "And that girl over there, capture her too." Zichmin was furious, his voice a low growl. "This isn't what we originally agreed on." Arthur's eyes flashed with a purple light, and his voice turned cold. "It seems you've all forgotten about the spider bombs on your necks." Jichmin sighed. Whatever. It's not like we can drag this out any longer." Behind him, Fong Lang squeezed the trigger, firing straight at Arthur. But Arthur managed to summon a purple shield, blocking the bullet just inches from his face. Seeing his chance, Jichmin ordered his comrades behind him. "Move out, now's the time." Arthur froze in surprise. This whole thing was a setup. Tuan had already convinced them to form an alliance and launch a counterattack together. Within the thick smoke, Siegmin raised his hand to signal. "Shh. Everyone stay silent," Fong Lang whispered. "Boss is afraid that guy is listening. Keep it down." Tuan understood that the smoke grenades were to block the demon spider cult's vision. A truly clever idea. He put his hands on his hips and laughed, reassuring them. "Don't worry. I've already checked. The demon spider cult can't eavesdrop. They're just mutated spirit beasts. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spoken so loudly." Xichmin replied. "Then tell us the plan." Cut to the present. Lao Don had managed to restrain Arthur, recalling Tuan's words in his mind. The spider bombs have low intelligence and only obey commands through the staff. So all they needed to do was control him and the staff. Just as Tuan predicted, the man tried to stab Lao Don's thigh with his staff. Lao Don thought quickly, realizing that destroying the staff would free everyone. Tixa leaped into the air, swinging her claws in a direct strike. Everything was going according to plan. But Arthur was a high-level beast tamer. He struggled, and a strange purple light burst from him, stunning Lao Don. A powerful purple flame erupted, throwing Lao Don back. Arthur broke free from his restraints, forcing them to resort to their backup plan. He raised his head and roared in fury. "You insolent fools!" Then grabbed Tixa by the throat, hoisting her into the air. She struggled, but it was useless. Arthur forcefully threw her to the ground, his voice cold. "It seems I have been far too lenient." Tixa landed on top of Tuan. He winced in pain, but immediately proceeded with the next step of their plan the moment Arthur had broken free. Arthur raised his glowing purple staff, his voice chilling. "Prepare to receive your punishment, just as they planned." He was about to activate the spider bombs. Jichmin's eyes were fixed on the red spider crawling on the back of his neck, his entire body on high alert. Lao Don froze as he saw the spider's claws enlarge, but the detonation signal hadn't been sent yet. Tixa glanced at her own neck, trying to listen for any activity. This was his moment of greatest weakness. As planned, Tukin approached from behind with a dagger while Arthur was muttering a prayer. But it seemed he sensed her, for he turned and grabbed her by the throat, lifting her into the air. Tukin gritted her teeth, her gaze as cold as steel. Arthur shook his head, his voice dripping with contempt. "It's useless. The Lord knows everything." But the plan wasn't over. Tukin gave a slight smile, placing her hand on his arm as her eyes locked onto the staff. She knew that his protective shield was useless in close combat. She let her dagger fall, then expertly caught it with a twirl. With a practiced motion, she spun the blade, taking aim at her target and preparing to strike. Tukin smiled confidently. "We'll see who's the one who really gets cleansed." The blade shot forward, piercing the purple gem on the staff. A purple light exploded, and Tuan, standing beside Lao Don, clenched his fist and cheered. "We did it." Tukin looked at the spider on her neck and saw its red glow slowly fade away. Lao Don and Tixa also removed their spiders. Lao Don sighed in relief. "Finally, we're rid of these disgusting things." Zhishmin threw his spider to the ground and stomped on it, muttering, "Get lost." But before they could celebrate, Arthur violently shoved Tu King toward him. She crashed into Zhishmin. The impact, knocking them both over and dragging Lao Don down with them. The four of them scrambled up together as Zhishmin yelled, "Run!" watching the scene unfold. Tuan could only sigh and think to himself, "Not again." Arthur clasped his hands into a triangle, and the purple flames around him erupted violently. The light spread out, opening a portal to a spiritual domain. He floated in midair, purple energy swirling around his body. A wave of purple energy swept towards Zhishmin's group, leaving them stunned. Zhishmin, holding Tu Kin in his arms, whispered, "Is this the domain of a gold rank expert?" On the ground, Fong Lang trembled as he watched the flames, hearing a voice echo out, "Fong Lang, contact the captain." Now he quickly switched on his radio, calling urgently, "Boss, do you copy?" He yanked the antenna hard, trying to catch a signal, then announced, "The signal's jammed. We'll have to do this manually." As he ran, he pressed the radio to his ear and whispered urgently, "Captain, do you copy? This is an emergency report. Please relay the message." Back at the base, the girl in the white hat received the signal and turned to the red-haired woman with her feet propped on the table. Her voice was urgent. "Captain, Fong Lang has an emergency." In front of her, a man was looking at a map. Tioha frowned and sighed. "I'm in the middle of a meeting." "What is it?" A shout came from the radio. "We're surrounded by the spider demon cult. In the green banana forest, Zhishmin and his squad are about to be overwhelmed." Tioha shot to her feet, and the entire meeting room fell silent. She slammed her hand on the table, her voice growing stern. "The spider demon cult. You dare to touch my people." The man looking at the map quickly said, "There must be a misunderstanding." Tioha leaned on her staff and retorted, "A misunderstanding." She tightened her grip, causing red sparks to crackle around the staff before resting it on her shoulder, and growled, "The last person who dared to touch the Red Ape Squad, well, the grass is already growing on their grave." Change. Back to the spirit realm. The space was filled with a strange purple hue, and hundreds of eyes stared at the newcomer. Arthur's voice echoed, "Praise the Great Mother, the Almighty Lord." From the gate of the spirit realm, countless strange creatures appeared. They were all high-level spirit beasts, their bodies glowing with a blue light and emitting a ferocious aura. They darted forward, relaying orders to one another. "Seize him!" Their screeches echoed throughout the spirit realm. Tuan stood next to Duknya, looking up with a sigh. "So they're all spirit beasts. They certainly look strange." He turned to Duknya with a faint smile. "You've been eating my spirit stones this whole time. Now it's your turn to show me what you've got." The creature glanced at him and asked coolly, "What do you wish of me?" Suddenly, a red flame erupted, enveloping them both. As his clothes began to transform, Tuan whispered, "Father." The flame solidified into a suit of armor around Tuan's body. His hands glowed, covered in brilliant red gauntlets. His entire body was encased in fire, his face hidden beneath the glowing helm. Tuan observed his new form and chuckled softly. "So my attribute has changed to the fire element. This way, I won't be harmed anymore." Father's talent is truly powerful. He thought briefly of Min Tuo Kong and sighed. What a shame, to have such a talent and not know how to use it. In the end, I'm the one who benefits. High above, Arthur looked down from his spirit beast, his voice cold. "A rare talent." "Indeed," he smirked. "But you're still green." Tuan remained silent, not responding. A voice echoed from behind him as a flash of light appeared, startling him and causing him to spin around. Tuan froze, feeling his body zize up. In a moment of carelessness, he was ambushed from behind and tightly bound. His body was completely immobilized as thousands of eyes opened around him. Watching, Arthur stood silently for a few seconds, a thought flashing through his mind. What is that thing? The giant eye was slowly opening wider, its grotesque appearance terrifying to all who beheld it. Even Arthur couldn't comprehend the nature of this thing, knowing only that it did not belong to this world. Meanwhile, Tuan had broken free from his bonds, utterly stunned himself. How did I get loose? The feeling of fear still lingered. He looked down at the trembling monster, its eyes filled with terror. As if it were afraid of something, Arthur suddenly charged forward, unleashing a shadow blast. Tuan immediately countered with a gunsmoke blast. The two beams of red and purple light collided, creating a violent shock wave. Tuan narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "That was just me getting used to this form. Now, I'll let you taste my real power." Arthur shouted back, "Don't think you can look down on me." The onlookers could only stand and watch, as the collision of the two powers made the very earth shake. They could only marvel. Is this the power of those two? Someone sighed. When gods fight, mortals suffer. We'll just have to watch. We're in no position to interfere. Just then, Lao Don sensed a strange aura behind him and spun around in alarm. All eyes turned to look behind them. What was happening over there? The sight that appeared left the entire group stunned, only able to curse in disbelief. A horde of ugly monsters swarmed out of nowhere. Lao Don shouted, "Boss, tell that monkey to do something," while Seech Min, holding two kin, cried out, "There are too many of them," Thixia said in annoyance. "We're about to die, and you're still yapping. Just run while high above." Tuan and Arthur continued their fierce battle. A deafening explosion roared, and flames erupted violently, threatening to burn down the entire forest. Arthur's spirit beast gathered its energy, firing a massive purple orb from its mouth. Seeing this, Tuan cracked a smile, finally decided to fight for real. Huh, now I don't have to hold back. Let's do this, he clenched his fist, pouring spiritual energy into his palm. He charged straight at Arthur, yelling under his breath, "Take this." The two immense powers collided, and the resulting explosion roared as if it would tear the sky apart. Tuan continued to pour all of his spiritual energy into the punch, while on the other side, Arthur also strained to focus his power. The collision of their energies created a terrifying shockwave. The ground trembled as the two energy streams clashed and then exploded. With a flash of light that consumed everything, Tuan looked at his still flaming arm, feeling the intense heat. The stronger his blazing fang became, the greater the toll on his body, and a flicker of worry crossed his mind. Arthur, with a slight wound on his face, was astonished to find himself being overpowered. A sense of humiliation welled up inside him as a piece of his mask fell away. He praised quietly, "Not bad, kid." He glanced over and smirked. "You're certainly full of secrets." When the mask fell off completely, Arthur's true face was revealed. He looked at Tuan, a strange interest gleaming in his eyes. Tuan observed that face, realizing he had finally forced him to reveal his true form. But Arthur remained arrogant, stating slowly, "You are worthy of witnessing my true power." He began to chant, "Praise the Great Mother, the Supreme Lord. Merge with me as one of... Become one." Immediately afterward, the body of the many-eyed monster began to crack and break apart. Its tentacles thrashed wildly, twisting together and devouring one another amidst horrifying shrieks. Everyone stood frozen, unable to believe the scene before them. "What in the world is happening?" Tuan whispered. "What in the world is that thing?" A hand with sharp claws suddenly burst forth. As the transformation ended, Arthur smiled. The real fun is just beginning. A giant, grotesque creature appeared. Its voice, echoing as if from the depths of hell, announced, "Round 2. Begin." Arthur reached out, intending to snatch Tuan. Before he could even react, he was caught. "I'm screwed," he thought desperately. Arthur let out a cold laugh and said, "I told you, you're still far too green." He lifted Tuan into the air, preparing to slam him straight into the ground. A thunderous impact resounded as the giant hand smashed him into the earth, creating a deep crater. When Arthur pulled his hand away, he saw Tuan lying motionless, seemingly unconscious. The creature gave an arrogant smile. "This is the true gap in power between us." But then his tone shifted, his gaze turning cold. "You have talent. Join me." Tuan's lips curled into a slight smirk. He raised his hand, and a sudden explosion erupted right next to Arthur's ear. He snapped his head around, his voice dropping to a low growl. "Who dares interrupt my fun?" Down below, despite his apprehension, Jishmin shouted loudly, "Hey you, we already told you. This kid is with us." Beside him, the earth armor worm spat fire in a counterattack. He pointed to the sky and growled, "Our score isn't settled yet." On his command, the earth armor worm relentlessly fired, a barrage of fireballs, giving it everything it had, but it was all just like scratching an itch. The fireballs didn't even make Arthur flinch. Lao Don leaned in to whisper, "Boss, it looks like your trump card isn't doing so well." Sheechmin grimaced with a hint of regret. "This is my first spirit beast. I can't bring myself to break the contract." But his expression suddenly changed as he smirked slyly, who said, "I only have one trump card." While Arthur was distracted by Sheechmin, Tuan seized the opportunity. He muttered, "Stealth, chameleon earth lizard." Just as he finished, the spirit beast materialized behind him, catching him slightly off guard. Arthur sensed it and glared. Where did that little punk come from? Tuan used the spirit beast to conceal himself, constantly moving around and making it impossible for Arthur to pinpoint his location, confusing him even more. The giant launched a powerful strike, But Tuan had already vanished. Now safe. He had returned to Shichmin's side. Shichmin quickly glanced at Thiksha and said, "Hurry and check on that bronze kid." Then he turned and shouted, "Leave this guy to me. I'll take care of him." Thiksha turned to Tu Kin, asking for her help with the examination. Tuan was confused. "Why would I need help?" Shichmin glanced back and answered curtly, "Because I don't like being in anyone's debt." With that, he summoned another spirit beast and muttered, "To be honest, that guy has been getting on my nerves for a while now." Zaying himself being ignored, Arthur flew into a rage, raising his foot to crush them all. But just as he raised his foot, the newly summoned spirit beast charged in, attacking from behind to shield Tuan. A sharp, piercing sound echoed as Arthur roared in agony. Tu Kin looked at the information panel, her eyes wide with surprise. "I can't believe his body transformed like this." Thiksha, curious, said, "Let me see too." Tu Kin explained, "His talent probably allows him to fuse with his spirit beast, but the state isn't complete yet. It's like his spiritual energy is clogged." As Arthur struggled against Shichmin's spirit beast, Tu Kin continued, "That means we just need to help his spiritual energy circulate freely, and everything will be fine. After that, he'll just need to practice to perfect his fusion form." The moment she finished speaking, Thiksha unsheathed her sharp claws. "Time for surgery." Tu Kin stood beside her with a wicked grin. Hearing this, Tuan's face went pale. Real surgery. Before he knew it, Thiksha was right beside him, her voice soft. "Don't worry. This won't hurt a bit." For some reason, he didn't feel reassured at all. Then, without warning, she plunged her claws straight into his back. A powerful surge of energy flowed into him. So this was her painless method. You really can't trust women. Tuan felt as if his entire body was being reassembled from a chaotic mess. The power within him surged dramatically, and his body began to transform. When he came to his senses, the spirit beast armor covering his body had been upgraded to a whole new level. He was stunned by his new power. So this is the true fusion state. A feeling of complete control. The system's voice chimed in. "Phoenix Flame is ready." Tuan mumbled to himself. Phoenix Flame. Isn't that the little phoenix's innate ability? He hadn't expected the God's Eye to have recorded it in such detail. Suddenly, a voice replied, "You're welcome." Tuan jumped. "What? The system can talk. I thought it was just a tool." By now, Arthur had completely lost his composure, gathering his energy into a purple sphere of light, ready to unleash it. It was the exact same source of power he used against Tuan before, but this time, he wasn't holding anything back. The earth armor bug braced itself for the attack. Shichmin anxiously cheered on his spirit beast, ordering it to hold on, but Tuan stepped forward to stop him, his face filled with determination as he said, "Leave this to me." Without hesitating, he stepped forward, leaving Shichmin wide-eyed. Tuan glanced back, his voice firm, "Find a place to hide. I'll make him pay for ever coming here." Hearing this, Shichmin didn't try to stop him and just chuckled. This kid sure talks a big game. Tuan took a deep breath and began to channel his technique. A red flame erupted around his body as he shouted, "Phoenix Flame." The fire gathered behind him, forming a pair of blazing wings. Immediately, a system notification appeared. The Phoenix Flame talent was activated, entering the Scorching Fire Sacrifice state. The name alone sounded strange, and Tuan frowned. What is Scorching Fire Sacrifice? The system immediately explained that, when this state is active, using fire-type skills accumulates points based on spiritual energy consumption. Different effects are triggered at each stage. There are a total of 3 stages. Stage 1. Sun Flame enhances all fire-type skills. Then, Stage 2. Entering Nirvana helps mitigate fatal damage. Tuan was stunned. He never expected a single talent to have so many effects. An S rank was truly no joke, but in his excitement, he suddenly realized something was missing and asked the system, "Wait a minute, what about Stage 3? What does it do?" Suddenly, a series of strange, incomprehensible symbols appeared on the interface. Baklam stared in astonishment, never expecting to see such special symbols. The monster snarled contemptuously. "What an over-the-top display. You think you're so tough?" Then it suddenly unleashed its move. Phantom Thorn. Blazing charge. From the void, a barrage of transparent ice arrows shot straight toward Tuan, leaving him no room to escape. Tuan said nothing. His figure moved like a bolt of lightning, weaving through the gaps between the hundreds of incoming arrows. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the monster. Tuan's entire body blazed like a descending phoenix. He shot high into the air, aiming straight for the monster, preparing his counterattack. Without hesitation, Tuan descended like a meteor, pouring all his strength into a punch aimed straight at its face. The system simultaneously displayed that the sacrifice progress had reached 73%. The punch exploded against its face, snapping the creature's head back as blood sprayed into the air, giving his opponent no time to recover. Tuan closed in again. He locked onto his target, preparing to launch his next attack. He roared, activating New Sun Karma Fire. A brilliant cluster of red flames erupted, smashing directly into the monster's face before it could react. The system announced, "Sacrifice complete. Stage 1 effect. Sunflame has been initiated." Tuan clenched his fists, feeling the power surging through him. His skills transformed, their names changing as a series of notifications appeared on his status screen. He received new skills like Sunflame Smoldering Impact, Waning Sun Karma Fire, Blazing Charge, and Nuclear Ray. The monster, just recovering, clutched its head and shrieked, "I underestimated you." A purple light gathered in its chest as it roared. "Try this on for size." But Tuan was unfazed. He instantly rushed forward, extinguishing the purple light with a sweep of his hand, and yelled, "Shut up." Immediately after, Tuan retreated to a safe distance, while his opponent still hadn't had time to react, not giving it a chance. Tuan channeled his power, concentrating it into his right hand. The flames gathered into a brilliant fireball as he gritted his teeth. "Your evil karma ends here." The fireball shot forward like a meteor, illuminating the entire area, and slammed directly into the monster's colossal body. Tuan called this move Sunflame. Nuclear Ray. The flames erupted, incinerating it. Its entire body exploded like a bomb, disintegrating as its flesh melted into a slimy puddle. The explosion shook the entire forest like an earthquake, forcing even the combat helicopter to keep its distance. Tuha opened the aircraft door, remarking in surprise, "A new powerhouse with this level of diamond-class power. How did Jichmin get dragged into this fight?" Once the ground settled, the helicopter landed. Tuha and another person stepped out and approached the scene. The other person shouted, "Captain," Tuha commanded, "report the full situation." "Where is Jichmin?" The person quickly explained. "There's been a development. We ran into a lunatic from the demon spider cult. Zichmin is pinned down on the other side of the forest." Hearing this, she glanced toward the ruins, her voice wary. A disturbance this big would have definitely attracted the Lord of the Rainforest. The explosion site was now nothing but ash. The ground fractured into pieces. Zichmin and his team arrived to inspect the scene. He sighed in amazement. "I can't believe I've witnessed two spectacles like this in a single day." As the smoke slowly cleared, Bok Lam emerged. Zichmin and Lao Don shouted, "There's the bronze kid." They rushed over to check on him, asking if he was okay. Tuan turned around, looking normal, but his mind was in a panic, wondering what just happened. The system displayed a warning that he had overdosed on the drug. Symptoms of the overdose included increased blood pressure, hemorrhaging, dizziness, and total body muscle weakness. Bok Lam clutched his stomach and looked accusingly at Thixa. "Doctor, why didn't you tell me there were side effects?" She tensed up and avoided his gaze, stammering that the situation was too urgent to explain anything. Before the smoke could fully dissipate, black roots erupted from the ground and wrapped around them. The group panicked and yelled, "Damit?" Not again. Everyone immediately went on high alert, scanning their surroundings. Zichmin took command. "It's the Verdant Forest Lord Lao Don. Get the bronze kid and retreat. Now." He swung his flames to sever the roots, clearing a path for the group. As he ran, he muttered, "It's just one thing after another." Then he turned to Tuan and grumbled, "You kid, you're a real jinx." Tuan and Lao Don were ensnared by the roots, struggling to breathe. He shot back, "Hey, I'm the one who saved you guys." Tukin and Thixa were also surrounded. Tukin drew her gun and yelled in frustration, "If things get too hairy, we leave him behind." The group was cornered, and the roots kept growing relentlessly. Someone screamed, "This is bad. We're going to die trapped in here." The black roots merged into a gigantic tree trunk, trapping the entire group inside with no way out. From the trunk, pieces of wood twisted together, forming humanoid limbs. And finally, a contorted face with glowing eyes and sharp teeth appeared in a grotesque smile. The system displayed an alert, target green banana tree. Hunting. Verdant Forest Lord. Trapped inside. Everyone could only remain silent and helpless. Zichmin sighed. "Looks like we're trapped inside the body of the Verdant Forest Lord." He turned to Tukin and asked for a status update. "What's the signal like?" She checked her device and replied, "Still can't get in touch with Fong Lang." She stood up, measured the oxygen levels, and announced, "This place is airtight. We only have enough oxygen for 30 minutes. Hearing this, Shichmin punched the tree trunk hard, furiously looking for a way out. He gritted his teeth, his face filled with despair. I'm so useless. I always put my comrades in danger. Instead of comforting him, Tu An simply reminded him, you should conserve your strength. Getting agitated will only use up the oxygen faster. Shichmin snapped back angrily. What do you know? You're just some rich kid, but Tu An calmly replied. You are their leader. He continued. If you're like this, what will the people who trust you think? Shichmin fell silent, his gaze gradually softening. Tu An reminded him of his own words. People like you have overcome so much hardship. Now is the time to be at your calmest. He wiped his face and held his head high. The important thing is that you must believe in the people who have always put their faith in you. Outside, the helicopter carrying Tu Ha was hovering in the air, maintaining a safe distance from the giant monster. Seeing her pensive expression, Feng Lang asked, Captain, are you really planning to challenge the verdant forest lord? Hearing this, she gave a faint smile. Don't you trust my abilities? After careful observation, Tu Ha spoke up. Shichmin's whereabouts are still unconfirmed, and the only lead points to this area. To save them, we must overcome the obstacle before us. Suddenly, a transmission came through, interrupting them. Feng Lang, we are inside. The Lord. Upon receiving the message, she immediately stood up and assumed a combat stance. Her voice was cold. It's time to gut this thing. With that, Tu Ha summoned her spirit beast. Sigma Orb, come forth, she commanded. Spirit possession. The Sigma Orb immediately shrank and attached itself to her iron staff, causing it to erupt in brilliant pink flames. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped from the helicopter, hurtling straight toward the monster. The green banana tree sensed the dangerous aura and immediately raised its guard. A crimson shadow zipped demonically across its branches, using the roots to propel itself forward. In the blink of an eye, Tu Ha appeared right in front of it, her face alight with battle lust. She swung her staff and roared, Flying Crimson Tyrant's Inferno, take this. Then she slammed it straight down on the monster's head, splitting it in two. She didn't stop there, striking it once more. The wooden body cracked wide open, splitting into two separate pieces. Inside, Shichmin suddenly saw a red light descend and exclaimed in shock. What is that? Recognizing the familiar sight, Shichmin wondered. Red lightning. Could it be? Suddenly, Tu Ha landed, and he shouted with joy, Sis. In stark contrast to his excitement, she said flatly, Oh great, it's my annoying little brother again. Despite her cold shoulder, Shichmin still rushed forward with teary eyes. Sis, seeing her brother being a bit over the top, her face creased with annoyance. She didn't know how to respond, and just let out a simple TSK. Even so, Shichmin still charged in for a hug. But before he could even touch her, Tu Ha swung her fist right into his head. A huge lump swelled up on his head, which seemed to calm her down a bit. She glared at him and scolded. You're a grown man, so why are you still calling me sis so sweetly? A brat like you is only good for causing trouble. Everyone around was dumbfounded by the scene. Tu An turned to Lao Don and asked, Is your boss always like this? He sighed. Yeah. You get used to it. Tu Ha gave a signal. That's enough playing around. Let's move. Everyone, climb up now. The Lord of the Rainforest recovers quickly, so don't waste time. She also called upwards. Feng Lang, pull us up. He immediately replied, Roger that. Feng Lang activated the winch, pulling them away from the scene one by one. Noticing the large number of people, he asked, Is that everyone? Lao Don, who had just been pulled up, replied, The captain isn't up yet. Tu Ha was right behind them, climbing and urging, Don't stop. We have to retreat quickly. Seeing the tree trunk mending itself, she yelled, The Lord of the Rainforest is about to recover. But before she could finish her sentence, its body regenerated at an unbelievable speed. Her eyes widened in shock as she muttered, Damn it. It's recovering even faster than I calculated. The newly revived monster went berserk, opening its mouth to spew a green beam that burned through the rope ladder, causing Tu Ha to lose her grip and fall. Caught in the surprise attack, she only had time to think, This is bad. I'm screwed this time. Seeing this, Shichmin screamed, Sis. But Tu Ha immediately twisted her body to regain her balance and snapped, Shut up. I'm not dead yet. Hearing that, Shichmin could only nod obediently as she slid down the tree trunk to soften her impact. Once she came to a stop, she clung tightly to the trunk and breathed a sigh of relief. I guess I'm okay. Then she scraped her feet to gain momentum, red electricity crackling around her as she roared. Scarlet thunder. Without hesitation, she launched herself powerfully from the ground, A plume of fire erupted beneath her feet, twisting into a vortex that propelled her into the helicopter without a single scratch. The sight left Tuan and Xichmin gaping. Tuan said in awe, "Your sister is so cool." Xichmin nodded. "Yeah, I think so too." As soon as she landed in the helicopter, she turned back, flipped the monster the bird, and taunted, "See ya later, you bastard." With the Lord of the Rainforest finally defeated, the helicopter safely turned around. Tuha let out a sigh of relief, then asked her brother, "The one who saved you guys was that young man?" "Right," Xichmin nodded. "Yes." Hearing this, she immediately thanked him and introduced herself. "Thank you for your help. I'm Shish Tioha of Sichhong, a gold rank beast tamer." "What's your name?" Tuan smiled and replied, "I'm just a bronze rank beast tamer." Outwardly he was polite, but inwardly he was sizing her up. With such terrifying power and the surname Zish, could she be related to the Sich family from Crimson Medicine City? Tuha didn't back down either, asking directly, "Your surname is Bach. Are you perhaps from the Bach family of White Scale City?" Tuan nodded. "That's right. My grandfather is Kan Sheng." Hearing that, she was startled. City Lord Bach. In the blink of an eye, she closed the distance, lifted Tuan's chin, and said in a serious tone, "I've met many city lords, and I've been a mercenary for quite a few years." Suddenly, she broke into a strange smile that sent a chill down Tuan's spine. She growled, "Cut the crap. We've worked with Old Man Bach many times, and every now and then, some imposter tries to pull a fast one." As she spoke, she moved her face closer, her eyes glinting menacingly as she threatened him. "You're the first one who's dared to call himself the Young Master. I'm telling you, all the previous fakes were fed to the demonic beasts." She then squeezed Tuan's chin, examining him closely. Finishing her sentence, she brought her nose right up to his face, her gaze razor sharp. After a few seconds of observation, Tuha burst out laughing. So he really was the young master of the Bai family. Tuan, on the other hand, sighed to himself. This girl was truly unpredictable. From behind, Sichman shouted, "Hey, pay attention to other people for a change." She turned around, confused, then went back to her seat. Zichmin then asked Tuan, "Where's that friend of yours?" The question stunned Tuan. He had completely forgotten about her during the fight. He quickly stood up, opened his beast-taming space, and said hastily, "Excuse my rudeness." Inside, purple crystalline masses appeared, making Tuan frown. Purple crystals. The bizarre sight left him speechless. In the middle of the crystals, Kobach was bound tight, completely immobile. Without hesitation, Tuan immediately brought her out. The moment Zichmin saw this, he yelled, "Who gave you permission to stuff someone into a beast-taming space?" Tuha also shouted, "Who taught you to do that?" Tuan laid Kobach down and cried out for help. "Please, help me," she. Zichmin was shocked when he saw her. "Good heavens, what in the world is this?" He snapped. "What were you thinking?" Tuha bent down to observe. This has never happened before. No one but the master is allowed inside a beast-taming space. He picked up a few crystal shards from Kobach's body and frowned. They look like spirit stones. This must be a self-preservation reaction. It probably happened because your spatial spiritual power is too strong. Tuha turned to Thixa for her opinion. "You're the only doctor here." Thixa nodded. "I think that's highly likely. But to be sure, we still need to do a thorough check. The equipment here isn't sufficient. We have to go back to the base." Hearing this, Tuha made an immediate decision. "We're returning to Shaolin town." Meanwhile, in another place, a meeting room floated in the middle of a purple lake, shrouded in dense mist. In the center of the meeting room stood a woman, her solemn aura making the entire space feel heavy. Many shadowy figures stood around her in a circle. Then, a female voice rang out, "I have summoned you today for two matters." The one who had just spoken was High Priestess Solaris. Her presence silenced the entire room. Everyone listened quietly as she continued coldly. "The first matter, Priest Arthur is dead. The scene of the crime is between Whitescale City and Extreme Sight City." Solaris asked for their opinions one by one. The second priestess, Lilith, was the first to speak, her voice low and even. Arthur may have been number 6, but he was close to reaching the diamond rank. Next, Diego Barro spoke up. "Could it have been one of the city lords?" Solaris cut him off. "Last time, Kanj Sung was crippled. The only one strong enough to take down someone about to reach diamond rank can only be the Lord of Extreme Sight City." A male voice spoke up from behind. "It's also possible that the Hidden Moon Sect is responsible," said Mephisto, the fourth priest. "The Qingxiao Forest is their territory." The fifth priestess, Asmodon, remained silent. Solaris gave her command, her voice icy. Regardless of who it was, they will pay a heavy price. Asmodan, this task is yours. The opponent is very strong, so act with caution. Asmodan nodded. As you command, Solaris moved on to the second matter. It concerns the fate of our entire clan. The celestial signs have been volatile recently, which makes me uneasy. She paused for a moment, then elaborated. This is a sign that the Spider Queen is preparing to hibernate. Her sacred body is gradually entering a state of lunar occultation. Lilith nodded, her voice deepening. 25 stellar calendars ago, after the great slaughter at Casamarca, the Spider Queen entered a state of solar flare and has remained so ever since. For her to want to sleep now is highly unusual. Solaris agreed. Previously, a lunar occultation only occurred every 90 stellar calendars, but this time is different, she continued. At the same time, 3 planets have appeared. This could be related to a celestial anomaly, or it could mean the Spider Queen is about to undergo a transformation. Solaris paused for a second, then continued in a cold tone. This matter affects the very survival of the Sun Brilliance sect. We cannot be careless. Diego spoke up. High Priestess, the people of the Hidden Moon sect will surely try to approach the Spider Queen. Should we send someone to watch them and prevent them from obtaining her grace? Solaris gave a slight smile. A good idea, but we must act with caution. They are not to be underestimated. Diego bowed and replied, yes, without the Spider Queen's grace, their strength is nothing. In the ethereal purple room, Ashanti Code, Mother of a myriad spiders, may you live forever. Mother of a myriad spiders, may you live forever. When everyone else had left, only Diego and Asmodan remained. He spoke, half joking, half serious. Now it's just us. Are you busy, I mean? Are you free right now? Asmodan turned away coldly. I'm busy, and I'm not interested. Diego reacted. You've got it all wrong. I just wanted to discuss something. And hey, don't give me that contemptuous look when we're talking. Asmodan didn't answer, simply giving an order to the beast beside her. Let's go. Xingtian. Diego shouted. Hey. Wait, how is it that I can hear you talking to it? Diego sighed helplessly and lowered his voice. All right. I get it. The High Priestess chose you. After all, you must feel very honored right now. But have you considered that Arthur was also the one assigned to the mission, and he was famous for being hard to kill? Asmodan froze. Diego's voice grew keener, but his words were clear. And it's precisely because Arthur was like that not even his body is left now. The High Priestess knows your strength perfectly well. Sending you is no different from sending you to your death. Before he could finish, Asmodan spoke in a cold tone. Choose your words carefully. Diego didn't back down, walking right past her. If it were me, I wouldn't call this trust. Like the witch said, the stars are changing, and the world is in chaos. Only the strong will survive. Asmodan called out after him. Aren't you afraid I'll report this to the High Priest? He was unfazed, simply saying, I trust you're smart enough not to be a tool, glancing at the dagger stuck in the ground at her feet. Her expression faltered. Just as dawn broke, urgent shouts shattered the silence. Hurry! Get her to the emergency room. Kobach lay motionless, her face deathly pale. The gurney sped down the hospital corridor, its wheels making a harsh clattering sound, as someone ran alongside shouting, Move it! Out of the way! She was taken into an examination room. Outside, a worried Tuan asked, What's the verdict? Thisha replied softly. She's stable for now, not in any danger, but we don't know when she'll wake up. Tuan was extremely anxious, his eyes glued to her, his voice choked with emotion. What can we do to wake her up? Thisha sighed. Honestly, I'm not sure. Her spiritual veins are a tangled mess. No one has ever tried to keep someone inside a spirit beast for that long. Tuha whispered reassuringly. Don't worry too much. Thisha is a great doctor. If she says it's okay, it usually is. Besides, I just met someone who might be able to help. Hearing this, Tuan immediately grew agitated. Who is it? I want to see them right now. On the way to meet this person, Tuan kept wondering. It was fine last time, so why did it go wrong this time? Was it because it was too long up ahead? Tuha warned. When you meet him, don't get worked up. Suddenly, thorny vines appeared on his hand. He was startled. That's weird. Why is it acting up now? The thorny vines gradually took over Tuan's mind. Pain. So much pain. A whisper echoed in his head. Kill. Kill. Tuha turned back and saw he wasn't responding, so she called out loudly. Hey, kid. Are you listening to me? Why are you so quiet? Tu-an hid his hand behind his back, gave a random nod, and followed Tu-ha to the room. She kicked the door open and yelled, "Ao-ri, get out here and help." A male voice called out from inside. "Sis Hao Ni. I already told you. I'm busy." Seeing the symbol on the cloak, Tu-an's face darkened. "Why is it the demon spider cult? Those red thorns are controlling me." "Kill. I have to kill him." Tu-ha looked at Ao-ri eating noodles and was furious, shouting, "Busy with what? You're just eating noodles," he replied nonchalantly. "Eating is serious business. It shouldn't be taken lightly." Still, he stood up and asked, "What is it this time? Didn't we just have a meeting?" Tu-ha glanced towards Tu-an. "My friend here needs help. It's related to a spirit beast, so I figured you'd know more." Meanwhile, Tu-an was struggling with a torrent of dark thoughts. Hatred. The demon spider cult. Grandpa. White Scale City. His mind was in turmoil. Looking at Ao-ri, his eyes turned bloodshot, filled with a single thought: kill. But Ao-ri remained calm. "Oh ho? It looks like he's the one who needs more help." Tu-an roared. "Who needs help from the demon spider cult?" The red thorns shot out, urging him on. "Kill." The blazing red thorny vines went berserk, tearing the house apart from the inside. Ao-ri dodged nimbly. While chewing his noodles, he said, "Looks like this guy is not okay." Looking at the mutating spirit beast, Ao-ri guessed, his core essence is tainted. He's probably turning into a ferocious beast. Luckily, Kin 2, in its frenzied state, was sealed within the spirit beast space. Seeing this, Ao-ri decided to act. Oh ho, so he's stuck in the spirit beast gate. As long as he still has his will, he can be saved. He chanted an incantation. "I pray to the mother of all things for mercy." With his sword in hand, a green light enveloped him. "To exorcise evil and protect life, never to harm. Grant me the strength to save this brother." He drew a circle in the air and summoned loudly. Bronze Statua. Manifest. A chubby, green spirit pet appeared. He called out, "Wood spirit, come on out." It immediately latched onto his head. Ao-ri winced. "You've gotten fatter again. I told you not to eat spirit stones before bed." Just then, Kin 2 opened its mouth wide and roared. Ao-ri calmly replied, "Don't get hasty. Your turn is coming." Pointing his sword at it, he told Wood Spirit, "Use Wind Veil on me." Kin 2 immediately retaliated fiercely. A powerful stream of water shot out from its mouth. Ao-ri dodged just in time and rushed forward, unleashing wind-suppressing thunderfall. In an instant, he appeared right in front of King 2. It suddenly closed its eyes as if accepting its fate, as the blue vortex from his hand shot towards it. But then he paused. He did say he was saving the world, so why use a lethal move? You don't need to be harsh to discipline a naughty child. So he flicked his finger, tapping hard on its horn. This sent it flying backward, and at the same time, he shouted, shattering its skull with a flick. After that blow, Kin 2 vanished. While Tu-an lay unconscious amidst the rubble, Tu-ha watched the scene and frowned. "You hit him a little too hard this time." Ao-ri, still slurping his noodles, casually replied, "It's just a scratch. I'm more worried about his primal core being damaged." She snapped angrily, "Can you stop eating noodles? He's passed out." Hearing this, Ao-ri asked, "What's this? Are you worried about him?" Tu-ha retorted irritably, "Worried my foot. My younger brother is already enough trouble for me." Ao-ri interjected, "Well then, how about you help me take him and his friend to the village? My treat on the noodles." She yelled, "In your dreams, pay for the transport and damages first, or we're not going anywhere." Elsewhere, a stream of blue liquid flowed onto a luminous flat surface. Tu-an was soaking in it, and he slowly opened his eyes. Before him were two strangers. The girl asked, "Are you awake?" The young man leaned in closer to look. "Not yet." With that, he stuck two fingers up Tu-an's nose. "Let me wake him up." Tu-an shot up, looking around in a panic. "Where is this? What is this liquid?" He quickly recognized it. The essence of nature, which not only restores spiritual energy, but also helps stabilize one's chi and blood. The girl turned and chided George. "Why would you do that to the high priest's guest?" George laughed. "He doesn't understand anything anyway." Watching them talk, Tu-an was bewildered. What are they saying? Suddenly, Aura appeared behind him, chewing noodles and smiling. "You're awake, my friend." Tu-an jumped and shouted, "You're from the Demon Spider sect," he immediately retorted. "Demon Spider? What? We're the Descendant Spider clan. You people are just terrible at naming things." He stood up to face him, yelling, "Where is this, and where is Kobak?" He answered evasively. "Are you sure she wants to see you?" The girl next to them blushed and handed him some clothes. "Hurry and put this on." or you'll catch a cold." He blushed, quickly took them, and stammered his thanks. After getting dressed, he asked again, "Who are you?" Really, when he turned back, no one was there. Aure had disappeared. A stone flew straight at his head. Tuan whipped around and snapped. "What was that for?" George ignored him and said, "Follow me." "You idiot." He just stood there, confused. What are these two saying? I don't understand a thing. The girl opened a door, smiling in welcome. "Welcome, honored guest." As the door opened, Tuan stared in astonishment at the scene behind it. Could this be? Before his eyes was a fantastical city, shrouded in darkness, that highlighted the vibrant blue patterns on the stone walls. He exclaimed in shock, "Are we underground?" The girl took his hand and pulled him along. Tuan asked, startled, "What are you two planning to do?" She pointed ahead and said, "The priests are waiting at the divine temple." Though he didn't understand, Tuan still looked in the direction she pointed, and hesitantly asked, "Over there." He looked up at the magnificent temple ahead, and asked doubtfully, "You mean I have to go in there?" The girl handed him an object, a 6-star spider, and said softly, "This is for you." She held up her own wrist to demonstrate. "You wear it like this." Tuan watched the small spider crawl on his hand and muttered, "This is weird. It's giving me the creeps." George, impatient, had already started ahead, not forgetting to taunt, "Hurry up, you idiot." The girl frowned and reminded him, "George, to be respectful to our guest." He ignored her words, using the silk shot from the 6-star spider to nimbly traverse the terrain like a monkey. Seeing this, Tuan understood how to use it. So that's how it works." He held out his hand and commanded, "Shoot." But the spider remained still. He scowled. "Why isn't it moving at all?" The girl gently reminded him, "You have to bond with its soul first. Only then can you use its power." She placed her hand on his chest and said softly, "Synchronization is a connection of hearts, not a form of control." Then she placed a hand on her own heart, slowly explaining, "Unlike contract users, we communicate heart to heart, understanding each other once our heartbeats align." But she forgot. Tuan couldn't understand a word. He just frowned to show he was lost, groaning to himself, "Why is she saying so much?" A notification popped up, surprising him. Could the divine eye translate? The message was clear. She says, "To use your spirit energy to commune, not to control." He mumbled to himself, "Use spirit energy to commune." He closed his eyes to give it a try. In his subconscious, a pair of green eyes opened and asked, "Who are you?" He replied, "I am Tuan." It repeated, "Bach Tuan." He said, "I mean you no harm." He gently touched the spirit form before him and whispered, "I want to be your friend." The 6-star spider trembled slightly, accepting his words. A line of text appeared. Synchronization skill unlocked. Without hesitation, he immediately activated it, thinking, "Let's go." He then traversed the unfamiliar terrain with an ease that suggested he had been there before. They landed in front of a divine temple. His eyes widened as he took it all in. Only now could he see its full magnificence. It was truly colossal. The girl bowed her head and said, "Only the invited may enter, so I will take my leave." As he stepped onto the bridge, blue light reflected off the lake's surface. Glowing patterns raced along the pillars, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Tuan looked around, muttering, "This is the temple of the demon spider cult. They are my enemies. So why did they bring me here?" Just as he stepped inside, Auri's voice echoed, faster than I expected. "I thought it would take you much longer to understand synchronization." He turned around with a faint smile. "I am Oraven Hutsan, High Priest of the Moonshade tribe of the Spider Queen clan." Seeing Tuan's expression harden, he added, "You must be wondering why the demon spider cult is helping you." He paused for a moment, his voice lowering. "The reason is," with a snap of his fingers, 3 screens of light appeared. He pointed at them and said, "This is a long story. This planet is called Kalalon, also known as the Myriad Curses Mystic Realm. It is our home, a place where people and creatures live together, developing communication techniques. But then, your people came and began their conquest. An image appeared, showing a time when the 2 worlds were still at peace. We traded spirit stones and beast-taming techniques in exchange for your science." He recounted in a level voice, "We even brought you to meet the Spider Queen Mother God. Everything seemed like it would be fine. But in the end, you betrayed us. You used your beast control techniques to try and dominate the Spider Queen, hoping to increase your own power. But the Spider Queen is practically a god. She cannot be controlled." Auri continued. The resulting resistance left the Spider Queen gravely injured, causing her to fall to the purple star level, The planet's spirit veins fell into chaos, and the spirit energy became unbalanced. All living beings had their power limited, capped at the purple star level. And so, a war began that would last for hundreds of years. His voice remained steady as he spoke. The war dragged on. The outsiders possessed superior technology, and many of our tribes were wiped out. In their desperation, the Spider Queen clan split into two factions. From that, the Demon Spider cult was born. The Sunscorch faction worships strength, who believes in the Spider Queen Mother God, and seeks revenge. The Moonshade faction, however, sues for peace, hoping to end the war through negotiation and avoid a meaningless slaughter. Tuon's voice suddenly cut in. You have been talking this whole time, but still have not answered my question. Why are you helping me? Ao Rei calmly replied. I am explaining. But Tuon growled. I want a straight answer. Ao Rei suddenly appeared behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder and whispering, Child, do you believe in destiny? Tuon flinched, stepping back warily. What are you trying to do? Ao Rei raised a hand to reassure him. Do not be so tense. Your problem with your eroded origin is not over. Stop using your spirit energy, or you really will turn into a beast. The moment he finished speaking, red spikes once again erupted from Tuon's hand, glowing intensely. Seeing this, Tuon suppressed his spiritual power. Ao Rei smiled and said, Now, let me finish the story I started. Before becoming the High Priest, the Chosen One must complete a cyclical pilgrimage to the Spider Queen's lair. He explained, That's also the reason why I'm helping you. When I arrived, I didn't see the Spider Queen. Something unusual must have caused her to leave the sacred ground. While investigating the cave, I discovered a young man and his spirit beast lying unconscious. Both were heavily injured. He kept apologizing to his spirit beast, his voice trembling, which caught my attention. I had never seen anyone respect their spirit beast so much, so I rescued them and brought them back to my tribe. Ao Rei's storytelling voice softened. I lived with him for a while and gradually realized his good intentions. Someone who should have been an enemy became a friend. Then he lowered his voice. He once told me his name. Kensung, he said softly, then looked at Tuon. Now do you understand why I'm helping you? But Tuon was still confused. Wait a minute. Hold on. My grandfather knew you when he was young. Then how old are you? You only look about 30. Are you kidding me? Ao Rei calmly replied. Didn't your grandfather tell you we age very slowly? Anyway, let's go see your teammate. As they walked through the gate, he added, Didn't you know a beast taming space is a private domain? Outsiders who intrude will face a powerful rejection. He continued as they walked. Your friend is truly gifted. An ordinary person would have already disintegrated. She only suffered from disordered spirit veins, which is considered lucky. Arriving at the place where Kobach was being treated, Ao Rei said, The crystallized spiritual power has been removed. Her life force and spirit veins are both recovering. Looking at Kobach lying motionless on a flower pedestal, he continued, The beast taming space affected her spirit, so the chances of her waking up are very low. Tuon frowned. She'll never wake up, Ao Rei said quietly. But there is still hope. He said cautiously, I know a way, but it depends on whether you dare to try it. Tuon narrowed his eyes. What way? Ao Rei explained. When the Spider Queen is in her moon-hidden form, she secretes a mysterious liquid that can heal all injuries. Our ancestors used it to create a divine artifact, but because of a war, the artifact was hidden in a warrior's tomb. To get it, you must enter that place. He warned, the tomb is filled with traps. Grave robbers who enter either die or are maimed. Hearing this, Tuon shivered slightly, but even more terrifying are the rumors of a fierce beast that wandered into the tomb, reanimating the dead and turning the place into a massive army of corpses. This made Tuon turn pale. Ao Rei smiled, put his arm around Tuon's shoulder, and asked, So, do you dare to try, although scared? Tuon said seriously, What happened to Kobach is my fault. I must take responsibility. I'll go. Ao Rei chuckled to himself. Not bad. Kan Shung's grandson is indeed responsible. The two of them proceeded inside. As they walked, he explained, This city is over 1,400 years old. The tomb is at least 1,000 years old. He clarified, This is a warrior's cemetery, and it's always guarded, not just to stop thieves, but also to prevent what's inside from getting out. Zing Ao Rei. The guards quickly bowed. High Priest, you've arrived. He nodded. Open the gate. With the order given, Tuon entered easily. Ao Rei suddenly called out to him. Hey, Tuon. He gave a smirk. Actually, everything I said about the dangers before. was all a lie. Tuan froze as the door slammed shut. He banged on the door and yelled, "What kind of game are you playing? Open up." There was no answer. He had no choice but to search around for another way out. He approached the object in the middle of the room. It was the divine artifact he mentioned, but he said he was lying, didn't he? The more he thought, the more confused he got. The moment he touched it, white smoke billowed out. Crap. I forgot to check it with the eye of God. An explosion instantly engulfed him. He coughed, looking around. What the hell just happened? In contrast to the ancient scenery, he was now in a brightly lit room with a smooth, polished stone floor. Tuan was stunned. Could it be? Did I travel back to the past? He walked over to a body leaning against the wall, dressed in an enemy uniform, probably someone he had shot down before. He followed his memories. That's right. He still remembered it clearly. Tuan hurried up the stairs as old images flooded his mind. The battle from that year, the mission to eliminate the enemy commander, and in the end, he was the only survivor. This very room was that place. He asked himself, what am I even doing here? This is just the past. Even so, he placed his hand on the door and opened it. I have to save Kobak and Grandpa. That's what's important. The heavy door creaked open, revealing the decaying corpse of the past Tuan inside. He froze. What am I doing? He stared intently as a strange feeling washed over him. A voice echoed in his head. You still haven't let go of the past. He was startled. Who's talking? The corpse in front of him moved. It is I. Tuan backed away. Impossible, you're supposed to be dead. I already ended everything. From the corpse's mouth, red tendrils slithered out and wrapped around him. I am you. And you are me. The creature shrieked and lunged at Tuan. You're the one who's dead. You should disappear. I'm the real one. He reached for the gun that had fallen nearby, almost getting it. As thorny vines pierced through the concrete floor, he screamed, You're me. No, you're just a shadow of the past. I am not you. Finally, his hand managed to touch the gun. Tuan did a quick check. Luckily, there were still bullets in the chamber. He pointed the gun straight into the corpse Tuan's mouth and said coldly, I'm not who I used to be. I am the beast tamer Tuan now. I have friends and family to protect. He squeezed the trigger, the bullet ending it all. I'm no longer the me I was before. The corpse Tuan dissolved into a faint blue mist, taking all the resentment with it. Tuan stood up, relieved. Goodbye. Past. Now, there is only me. The beast tamer Tuan. The scenery around him began to change. He returned to the chamber in the ley line. Realizing it had all been an illusion, Tuan looked at the object in his hand and sighed. Oh well. At least I got the divine artifact. Kobak can be saved. Ori was already waiting, clapping in approval. Not bad. Tuan, you got out pretty fast. Huh? Anne frowned and held out the item. Stop joking around. If you were going to make me take a test, you should have said so. You pushed me into this on purpose, didn't you? He just kept smiling brightly. If I told you beforehand, where's the surprise? He explained that the trial is based on each person's inner self, their own inner demon. Ari tilted his head and asked, So, what was your inner demon? Tuan's expression suddenly darkened. It replied quietly, He's gone now. But Ari pressed further. Besides saving your friend, that divine artifact can also heal your eroding origin. It can only be used once, because the sacred fluid is incredibly rare. Will you choose to save your friend, or save yourself? Tuan lost his composure and grabbed Ore by the collar. Just how many more things have you been hiding from me? Why didn't you say so sooner? Ore just smirked. That's everything. I swear. He knew Tuan couldn't do anything to him, so he asked back. So, what's your choice? Tuan trembled with anger. I'm a monitor. He had made his decision. Ore stood by and confirmed. Are you really sure you want to do this? Tuan nodded. I'm sure. He reminded him, you have to stab it directly into the Dantian, where the spirit veins intersect. Kobak was still lying motionless among the flowers. With Are watching intently, Tuan reminded himself, the Dantian. That's the exact spot. He lowered his hand toward her lower abdomen and whispered, Kobak, it's going to be okay soon. She suddenly burst out laughing. That's so ticklish, making him jump with his mouth wide open. And Are also chuckled teasingly. He blushed and shouted, Ore. He shrugged. Come on. It was just a little joke. Miss Ko has been awake for a while. I just wanted to test you. You're Kansung's grandson. After all, how could I resist teasing you? He added. Actually, it was Miss Ko's idea. Tuan was shocked. What are you shifting the blame? Uncle Kobak said shyly. It's true. I suggested it. Please don't be angry. Young master. He averted his gaze and said softly, "It's okay. As long as you're well." I'm relieved. Ore cleared his throat and said, "I can't meddle in the affairs of you young people, but there are still things that need to be done." I explained, "The divine artifact in your hand is an all-purpose healing device. Although it can only be used once for a complete cure, it will continuously support recovery afterward, with its effects lasting a lifetime. However, it only controls the corrosion. It doesn't eradicate it at the root." Tuan nodded in understanding. "So from now on, I have to use the divine artifact to keep my origin from deteriorating further." Ori confirmed. "That's right." He frowned, his hand trembling slightly. "Given the current situation, this is probably the best way." Without hesitation, he plunged the device straight into his dantian. Luminous characters appeared, enveloping his body. As a mechanical voice rang out, initiating healing connection, a stream of energy surrounded him, emitting a soft, gentle light. The God's Eye displayed a notification. Corrosion level decreasing. 13.8% remaining. Tuan quickly brought it under control. The corrosion dropped to a safe level, and the divine artifact switched to standby mode. He opened a portal to the island. "I have to check on the fish." Standing before the sea, he called out loudly, "Hey fish." There was no response. He frowned. "Something's not right," he commanded. "God's Eye. Scan the vicinity." The system reported. "New device detected. Update available." Tuan thought it was probably the divine artifact. It really sounds like a computer. He chose to update, and the system reported, "Processing, updating interface, updating data, complete," and restarting. A deep, muffled roar echoed from the depths, sounding just like Kin 2. The water surged and churned, startling Tuan. What the heck is going on now? Then he was swept away by a wave. He panicked. Wasn't the corrosion problem already dealt with? Why isn't it stable yet? A colossal shadow closed in, engulfing him. Tuan cried out, "Hey fish, it's me." Tuan, Kin 2 unexpectedly licked his face, mumbling, "Friends. So happy." Tuan felt a tickle and thought to himself, "This fish seems to have gotten dumber. Could its illness have been so severe that it damaged its brain?" He commanded. God's Eye. Scan Kin 2's status. A screen popped up, asking if a detailed report was needed. Two options appeared. Yes. No. Tuan was losing his patience. Yes. Hurry up. A dense wall of data appeared. Pet beast. Fish species. Title. Giant shadow of the nether water. Previously suffered from origin corrosion, causing failed evolution. Temporarily stabilized after treatment with the divine artifact. Current rank. Newborn silver. Status. Normal. Stamina A+. Speed B. Physical attack A+. Spiritual attack A+. Primordial attributa. Water. Health. 1400. Attack. 403. Current damage due to interrupted evolution. Recoverable upon leveling up. Tuan was stunned. This report is exhaustingly detailed. He thought, it seems the divine artifact has enhanced the God's Eye. So, what about my own stats? He immediately gave the command, God's Eye. Show me my information. As detailed as possible. The data panel lit up. Tuan. Species human. Title. The one who fell from the sky. Grandson of Kan Sung. Class. Beast tamer with extraordinary talent. Former student. But is actually a transmigrator. Previous life. Mercenary sergeant. Has now accepted his new identity and the responsibility of protecting those important to him. He currently possessed the divine artifact Alanya, which helped harmonize and control a portion of the origin erosion. He furrowed his brow, wondering what this was. As a new gauge for origin erosion had appeared, the gauge indicated that upon reaching its maximum level, the body would lose control, potentially entering a berserk state or undergoing beastification. At that point, his strength would increase, but his spiritual power would rapidly decline. And once beastified, the process was irreversible. The progress was currently being controlled by the divine artifact. He deduced that this meant he could use the origin erosion as an enhancement mechanism, though the risks were also extremely high. Tuan nodded in understanding. The upgraded Eye of God was really convenient. Now he could view detailed stats for both himself and his pet beasts. Although the erosion was dangerous, it could be utilized in combat. Kin 2 kept rubbing against him. Tuan was both relieved to be alive and plagued by a headache. Not only was he stronger now with new options, but the mission to leave Whitescale City was still incomplete. There was still no news about the myriad spirit heavenly water, and to top it off, this fish had clearly gotten dumber. It was so annoying. Elsewhere, Asmodan completed experiment number 100,239. The dissection of the sixth priest, Arthur Alucard. She discovered his heart was encased in a layer resembling a spirit stone. The spiritual power within was tightly compressed, as if it had been forcibly condensed by something. From the extent of the damage, it was clear the attack's power surpassed the gold tier, a terrifying force even greater than Arthur himself possessed. She prepared to take a sample for analysis. She isolated its active properties and found no abnormal reactions, initially confirming it was not radioactive. The sample was placed into a test tube, ready for more detailed examination. When submerged in a spiritual power solution, it remained stable and caused no fluctuations, floating just like an ordinary spirit stone. Amadon ordered, Xing Tian, halt observation of the Forest Lord. Move all other samples to Sector B. She twirled the test tube in her hand, her eyes lighting up. This could be the key to her old research. If so, she could replace a very rare material. She turned to her headless subordinate and added, also, bring the sample found at the crime scene. We'll run parallel experiments. Her gaze rested on the object inside the giant test tube, its faint light reflecting on her face. She operated the control panel, lost in thought. What kind of power could compress spiritual energy into a crystal? A few seconds later, the results appeared, and she whispered, crystallized origin. It contains the fused energy of Arthur Alucard. Grade A+. Compatibility A. It's incredibly stable. She turned and ordered, bring the rest of it. The clue might be in there. The subordinate brought a container, inside which was a strange, carefully preserved crystal fragment. Amadon thought to herself, this must be what the culprit left behind. She placed it into the machine, waiting tensely for the results. Then, she whispered, this is pure Yang spiritual power. Joy flooded her face. She never expected that while merely trying to track down Arthur's killer, she would find traces of a precious pure Yang body. The heavens are truly on my side. Amadon beamed, her voice echoing through the room. I can't believe the killer possesses a pure Yang body. Atho, what a rare genius. Her face was now twisted with a crazed expression. She swore to find that culprit at any cost, then turned to the creature sleeping in the test tube and whispered, just wait. My child. It's almost time for you to awaken. After speaking, Amadon ordered her subordinate, Xing Tian, immediately expand the search. Bring every single clue back to me. What started as an investigation had turned into an obsession for her. Her eyes gleamed as she thought, I want to meet him, and the sooner the better. Elsewhere, the sun beat down on a wide-open landscape, with white clouds drifting lazily like a painting. Tuha leaned against her car, sighing softly. It's so hot. Why aren't they here yet? Just as she spoke, she heard approaching footsteps. She rolled down the window and said, oh, so you finally arrived. In the distance, Tuan and Aure were arguing as they walked. Why do you keep following us, kid? I'm just passing through Mu City. You think I have some ulterior motive. I'm a friend of your uncle. Their endless bickering made Kobach sigh. You never had good intentions from the start. Tuan said, even though you saved us, I still can't trust you. To be honest, you're just using me as a cover. Tuan growled, you have the nerve to say that. You clearly just want me to pay, so you can hitch a free ride. Ao Ri chuckled wryly. You really are Kan Sung's nephew. You guessed it perfectly. Tuha looked at the three of them and impatiently cut in. Are you done arguing? I'm getting tired just listening to you from all the way over here. Kobach, fed up, yelled, both of you, shut up, argue one more time and I'll start swinging. She turned away in embarrassment, stammering a quiet apology. Tuha walked over and patted Tuan's shoulder reassuringly. Then she turned to the other two with a stern look. Could you two shut up and get in the car? Look how embarrassed you've made her. Seeing the two finally quiet down, Tuha introduced herself. I'm Tuha. And you are Kobach, replied hesitantly. My name is Kobach. As they walked toward the car, Tuha complimented her. The way you told them off earlier was pretty cool. Surprised, Kobach asked. Really? Tuha nodded. Yeah. You looked like a character straight out of Thelma and Louise. Once everyone was settled in the car, Tuha started the engine and asked, before we head out, I want to know why you're going to Great Wood City. Ori chimed in. It's because little Tuan here wants to go. Annoyed that Ari spoke for him, Tuan retorted angrily. Hey, don't answer for me. You shameless punk. The car rolled out, heading straight for Greatwood City, just as Tuan wished. On the way, he explained everything. My spirit beast had an accident and evolved to the silver rank. so it was a blessing in disguise. But my other one hasn't broken through yet, so I want to find some materials there. Also, there's a treasure I need to help my grandfather. Hearing this, Tuha warned him, looking for treasure going to Greatwood City right now isn't a good idea. That place is already split into factions. As she spoke, the car was already approaching the city. The factions in the city aren't exactly friendly, but they've always maintained a delicate balance. It looks peaceful on the surface, but something has been happening lately. Tuha continued. Lately, a strange individual has shown up. No one knows their name, but their methods are brutal. Victims are found dismembered or with body parts eaten away. It sounds like zombies or vampires, but the factions in the city don't believe in that kind of thing. They think it's just a turf war. Now, mercenaries are patrolling the entire city. Hearing this, Kobach said with a tremble, "Zombies. Vampires." Tuan tried to calm her down. "Don't worry. It's probably just a rumor." But Kobach wasn't trembling with fear. She was trembling with excitement. She looked up, her eyes sparkling. "Not at all. I'm actually really excited. Let's hurry up and get there." Her reaction left Tuan in complete shock. He wondered if some kind of switch had just been flipped inside Kobach's head. Before long, they had arrived. "We're here," Tuha announced. Tuan stepped out of the car, his eyes scanning the surroundings in awe. This is... Before him stood a colossal, towering tree. Its canopy so vast it covered the entire sky. Kobach exclaimed in amazement, "Greatwood City." While Tuan was still admiring the sight, Ori jumped out and shouted excitedly, "Let's go find some upgrade materials." Tuan shot him a look. "Stop pretending to be so thrilled." Tuha Kutain, annoyed, "Pay me first. You can argue all you want after that." The two of them froze. Ori glanced over at Tuan, who glared back at him. "What are you looking at me for?" In the end, Tuan reluctantly took out his card to pay. After settling the payment, he shot Ori a look and muttered, "Damn it. You still got a free ride." Tua took the money and advised them. Across the street is the Blood Shadow Tavern, the biggest information hub in the city. "I'm not going in. I need to investigate that zombie case. Call me when you're finished." Tuan was about to say something to Kobach, but when he saw how interested she was in the zombie case, he had another idea. "I should help her out." He started waving his arms to signal Tuha, but the more he gestured, the more confused she looked. "What kind of dance is that?" After a moment, she finally understood and burst out laughing. I get it now." She played along, saying, "My little brother was supposed to come with me today, but he overslept." "How about she takes his place?" Tuan added. "I'm not very good at this sort of thing, but Kobach is. Would you like to go?" Kobach's face lit up as she nodded. "Yes, I'll go." Tuha and Kobach left, leaving the two guys behind. Ori laughed triumphantly. "And then there were two. It's boys' time," Tuan sighed. "Geez, how old are you to still be calling yourself a boy?" They walked into a nearby bar, with Ori still tagging along. "You should call me a mature young man," he said. Tuan was fed up. "Why are you still following me?" Ori answered casually. "You're not old enough to be in here by yourself." "Are you? How could I let you go into a bar alone?" he kept nagging, even bragging about how well he knew the area. Hearing this, Tuan laughed. "Are you short on cash for a tour guide fee?" Ori quickly defended himself, pointing to the girl at the counter. "How could that be? The receptionist and I are close. She provides all the most reliable intel." As he spoke, he pulled up a chair and greeted her cheerfully. "Hey Tunoan, long time no see. Got any hot tips for me today?" Hearing the familiar voice, she turned around with a cold smile. "Ori, you still dare to show your face?" Then she turned to her colleague, Chishuyan. "Tally up all his debts." This made him choke, and he quickly waved his hands. "Wait a minute." Ore immediately changed the subject. "This time, I'm here to introduce a new client to my dear Tunon." He glanced at Tuon and explained to Tunon again. "It's for a new client." Tunon shook her head and refused. "If that's the case, go find Mr. Press." "Cow." Tuon thought to himself, "If my god's eye didn't have a range limit, I wouldn't need to waste my time coming here." Suddenly, her phone rang. "Tunon, someone's looking for you." She sighed in exasperation. Again, Ore curiously peeked over and asked, "Who is it? Someone I know." She opened her phone and replied, "What do you think? It's that guy you met online yesterday." She explained briefly. "Probably some rich kid from an SM club. Super arrogant." Then she showed Ora her phone. Fook Bok Tin was showing off his abs, with a caption about loyalty and lifelong care. What a creep. She said she liked the post and immediately forgot about it. but now he's constantly harassing her with messages. Suddenly, a shout from the distance made everyone turn their heads. "Hey, girlie!" A shirtless guy, wearing a ridiculous mask, rushed forward, laughing loudly. "Aren't you happy to see me? It took me a lot of effort to find this place." He then approached Tunoan and asked loudly, "So, have you made up your mind?" Kim Hangtai lifted her chin, a twisted smile on his face. "Let me be your master. Ha ha ha, be my slave, and I'll give you the world." Witnessing this firsthand, Tuan cursed inwardly. "Every rich person I've met is either an idiot or a psycho. Is there not a single normal one out there?" Unable to stand it, he got up, ready to intervene. "I guess I'll help her out." But Orr quickly stopped him. "Wait, don't do anything rash. This is Kumuk City," he continued to explain. "The people here aren't like those in Baklan City." Meanwhile, Tu Noan showed no fear, coldly exposing the guy's past. Kim Hangtai, young master of the Kim Corporation, 19 years old, hates his stepmother, enjoys tormenting others, arrogant, and a womanizer. In just the last month, he's been involved with 49 different internet celebrities. Hearing this, he was speechless and couldn't argue back. Tu Noan continued, "You think just because you have money and abs, girls will willingly become your slaves?" Her eyes were sharp, her voice firm. "But you're wrong. In Kumuk City, being rich doesn't mean you can do whatever you want." As soon as she finished speaking, she lunged forward and jabbed a syringe straight into him. Without hesitation, she injected the full dose of the drug into Kim Hangtai. He was instantly frozen, his body covered in countless black crystals. He screamed in pain. "What did you inject me with?" Before he could finish, he collapsed backwards. Tunoan calmly explained, "It's just an anti-spirit power drug. To a normal person, it's like saline solution. But to a beast tamer like you, it's a poison. Half of your spirit veins are already destroyed." Ore commented, "Tunoan is famous for hating beast tamers. Her nickname is the Spirit Vein Assassin." Tuan whispered, "Does she know you're a beast tamer?" Are replied confidently, "Of course she does. She's an information broker I personally vouched for. She doesn't mess with me because I'm special." A person who had just walked in interrupted their conversation. A strange man spoke up. "Long time no see. I thought you wouldn't dare return to Kumuk City." He slowly continued, "Especially after you angered the city lord." It turned out to be Tran Thien, nicknamed the All-Seeing Eye, an information specialist. He's a normal human, but very dangerous. He teased Ore, "What kind of trouble are you causing today?" Ore joyfully hugged him. "Oh me god. Is that you? Brother Tran, I just came to the Blood Shadow bar for some info. I wouldn't dare cause trouble on your turf." Tran Thien replied coolly, "I don't think you need any information." Behind them, Tu Noan was dealing with Kim Hangtai, telling her colleague, "Take him to the back kitchen. The garbage truck will be here later. Just toss him out with the trash." Tran Thien turned to look at Tuan. "The one who really needs information is probably this kid, the nephew of the Bok City Lord." From Baklan City, he recited Tuan's information flawlessly, leaving him stunned. Leveled the Azure Dragon Forest. His strength can't possibly be just at the silver tier. He's also a rarely seen, gifted beast tamer. He concluded, "Because I am the owner of the Blood Shadow Bar, or to be more precise, I am the head of the 9 Provinces Federation Intelligence Center." He invited him to sit. "An honored guest has arrived. Now that the greetings are over, it's not too late to sit down and talk." The three of them sat at a table. Tran Thien began, "Young Master Bach, someone like you surely isn't looking for materials to break through the silver tier, right? What you really want is a rare item, like those strange treasures from the auction the other day." Meanwhile, Ora raised his hand to order a drink. "Chi Suyan, a tequila, no salt. Put this one on the young master's tab, too." Anne thought to himself, "I can't believe he even knows about the auction. It seems his influence is considerable, perhaps covering the entire 9 Provinces Federation." As he thought this, he replied, "That's right." Tran Thien immediately quoted a price. "Information about materials is very expensive. Which type are you looking for?" Without a moment's hesitation, he answered, "Soul-nourishing heavenly water. A purple crystal tier water-type material. Money is not an issue." Seeing his decisive attitude, Tran Thien deduced, "So your second spirit beast is the Liwo, which doesn't need water-type materials. Could it be you're trying to save someone, specifically the heavily injured Bok City Lord?" "That's right." Tuan was stunned. He even knew his grandfather was injured. "How could such top-secret information have been leaked?" Tran Thien answered calmly. "Even if White Scale City tries to hide it. Walls have ears. Just by analyzing the materials you're looking for, I could tell what's going on with City Lord Bach. Tran Thien added, with enough data, you can deduce many things. That's the core of the intelligence business. He casually mentioned that recently, some people of unknown origin have been investigating White Scale City. Consider this information a freebie. Tuan was surprised and asked curiously, who is it? Who's spying on White Scale City? Ari cut in. Hold on. We came here for information about the material. So where on earth is the celestial spirit water? Tran Thien explained that 3 months ago, a mercenary team was escorting the celestial spirit water through the Howling Wind Mountains, and they never came back. Many others have gone in searching since then, but none have escaped. Tuan immediately asked the system to look up information on the Howling Wind Mountains. The result showed that the area is managed by Old Shepherd City and was once a major spirit ore mining site, but its veins are now depleted. Seeing Tuan's determination, Tran Thien advised him, in my opinion, you shouldn't go in there yourself. The terrain is complex and easy to get lost in, not to mention the vicious beasts. Despite the well-intentioned advice, Tuan bowed his head and said, thank you, but I have my reasons. I must find the celestial spirit water. With that said, Tuan took out his card to pay. As he was preparing to leave, Tran Thien suddenly spoke up. There's one more thing. You've probably heard the rumors since you arrived in the city. His expression grew serious as he spoke slowly. The zombies, the vampires, those recent murders are all real. This is a warning, not intel. You guys need to be careful, especially at night. Hearing this, Tuan clenched his fists and became more vigilant. He left the bar with a troubled mind and hurried steps, worried that Kobach and her group might be in the kind of danger the rumors described. Meanwhile, over where Kobach and Tuha were, as they walked and talked, Tuha recounted, my little brother and I were once wandering the streets when we were chased for 3 blocks by some crazy gang. We ran right into a girl with eyes as sharp as daggers. She was young but extremely fierce, probably a police academy student. We finally escaped after running all over Old Shepherd City. From east to west, the two entered a dark alley as Tuha continued. After that, she and I became friends. I heard she's a cop now, and one of the rare good ones around here. Hearing this, Kobach realized that this friend was the one who had asked Tuha for help. Kobach was surprised. Not expecting the police to seek help from a mercenary, Tuha simply smiled, explaining they had a history. Sometimes the police can't act officially, so it's normal for them to cooperate with civilians like us. She walked up to the guards and called out, Old Tran, I'm here. What's going on? Hearing Tuha's voice, Old Tran turned around, her expression serious. You're 3 minutes and 41 seconds late, she reprimanded, and on top of that, Old Tran's eyes darted to Kobach, making her flinch. You brought a stranger along, Tuha quickly explained. Xihmin drank too much, so I conveniently brought a new person. Then she teased with a laugh. Hey, Old Tran, don't the 3 of us have the tiniest eyelashes you've ever seen? Hu Kobach asked, taken aback. Old Tran sighed. Can you please be serious for a moment? I called you because my colleagues are completely useless. She pointed to a motionless body and reported, this is the 2nd victim today. I was hoping another one wouldn't turn up before you arrived. Time of death was 8:23 p.m. If only I'd gotten here earlier, Old Tran said in frustration. The forensics and M.E. teams couldn't identify what attacked the victim. I doubt they even bothered to investigate properly. Tuha comforted her. You're the only dedicated female officer in this city. Everyone else is just looking out for themselves, so don't let it get to you. She took out her phone to photograph the scene and told Tuha, I'm going to call for someone to transport the body. Tuha asked, where to Kobach, who had been silent all this time, moved closer to inspect the body, and suddenly said, hold on. With that, she took a small pair of tweezers from her bag and said politely to Old Tran, please excuse me. She used the tweezers to pull something from the body. Looking at the object, she exclaimed in surprise, this is a human tooth. Old Tran frowned and asked, are you sure I'm positive? Kobach answered firmly. She held up the tooth. It was deformed, full of cracks, and emitted a strange blue light. This tooth is badly damaged, not like one from a living person. It also has traces of spirit energy, which means it was definitely used with a spirit energy device. After a thorough analysis, Kobach concluded, a dead person shouldn't be able to attack. The recent rumors are true, which means the culprit is a reanimated corpse. It requires a constant connection to a spirit energy device. They're called Frankensteins. Elsewhere, Tu, Anne, and Ore were looking for the item. Tu and questioned Auri's directions. Are you sure this is the fastest way? Ore stammered. I must have remembered it wrong. Behind them, a stranger appeared, their cold eyes tracking their every move. Sensing something was wrong, Aure warned. Hey, look behind you. It immediately attacked, its withered arms swinging up to reveal a sharp sword, its ferocious face ready to strike. Aure yelled. It's a soul corpse, even more dangerous. There was another one ambushing them from behind, with another one joining in. Both of them charged forward, making the situation critical. One soul corpse immediately swung its sword at Aure, but he parried it, shouting, "These soul corpses are monsters, created by those lunatics from the Solaris sect, combining the techniques of people who fell from the sky like you." The other one rushed to attack Tuan, but it was too slow. Tuan easily dodged and yelled, "What the hell are you talking about?" Aure decapitated the soul corpse, explaining as he fought. They use spirit stones, or other materials with spirit power, to replace biological signals, bringing corpses back to life. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a defensive stance and gave a serious order. "You need to run. You're not strong enough to face these things." Tuan protested. "What? Are you looking down on me? I've fought monsters since I was bronze rank." Aure didn't say much, turning to look at the soul corpse, whose head had just reattached itself. Even after being decapitated, these things don't die. You can't kill what's already dead. Seeing this, Tuan was stunned. This regenerative ability is terrifying. Aure turned back and calmly explained, advising Tuan to retreat. "Your power is great, but fighting here now would affect the entire city. Instead of wasting your energy for nothing, it's better to go get help. And don't underestimate a diamond rank." Tuan finally agreed to retreat, saying he would find Kobak. "If you make it out, meet me at the old woman's place." Aure stayed behind to face the two soul corpses, his eyes fixed on them, thinking to himself, "Solaris, is this how your demonic cult treats the dead?" With that, he activated his power, blue electricity crackling around his body, his gaze turning ice cold as he prepared for a serious fight. Meanwhile, Tuan had just escaped the alley and was rushing to find reinforcements. Another soul corpse blocked his path, this one with a completely different form, leaving Tuan stunned. "What?" Another one. It opened the eye on its forehead and initiated scanning mode. Tuan didn't understand what was happening, thinking to himself, "What the hell is going on?" The soul corpse's eye began to lock onto its target, identifying Tuan and activating capture mode. As the system's voice faded, its lower jaw split open like a dry flower petal, a truly horrifying sight. Activating capture mode as it began to emit sound waves. Tuan was dazed, trying to resist by covering his ears, but it was useless. The sonic waves were too powerful, and all he could do was brace himself. Not sound waves again. This is even worse than that time with Tu Fuang Hong. Seeing that Tuan was still standing, the soul corpse increased the intensity of the waves. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his head in agony. He gritted his teeth, trying to stay conscious, but the sonic waves were too strong, and his awareness began to fade. "Damn it, I'm about to pass out." Finally, he collapsed, his eyes closing as he lost consciousness. Just before completely blacking out, Tuan vaguely saw the figure of a girl appear in front of him. Time passed slowly. The sun gradually set behind the distant mountains, and the cold, silver moonlight blanketed the silent land. As Lao Tran drove with Tuha and Kobak, she asked Kobak curiously, "Hey kid, where did you learn all that stuff from earlier? You're almost as good as a detective." Tuha laughed and chimed in. "That's right. The White Kirin Academy doesn't teach spirit power investigation." Kobak blushed and replied, "It's just a hobby." Suddenly, a dark shadow passed over them. Tuha pointed up. "Lao Tran, something's falling from the sky," she replied nonchalantly. "Who would throw something onto the highway?" No sooner had she spoken than a figure slammed down from above onto the roof of the car, causing Tuha to scream in panic. The sudden impact made Lao Tran lose control of the steering wheel. The car swerved, skidded, and then crashed into a nearby concrete wall. The person who had fallen was none other than Aure. Tuha shouted angrily, "Aure, what are you doing?" Lao Tran could only sigh. "Sir, could you please get off the car for me?" Aure was drenched in sweat, his hand still gripping the sword that was pinning the creature beneath him. His voice was urgent. "I can't. If I let go, it'll escape. It's the only clue we have." The pinned soul corpse struggled relentlessly. Aure suddenly turned to Lao Tran. "You police still use old electronic equipment?" "Right, let me borrow it. I need to extract data from this thing." She immediately ran to get it. "Wait a moment. I'll bring it right over." She attached a cable to the soul corpse's neck, her voice low as she worked. Whoever made this soul corpse is clever. They even utilized the old connection ports. Lao Tran asked, "What are you planning to do?" Aure replied, "I'm going to read its memory directly. I need to find out where their lair is." Xiaohe chuckled as he watched Aure hunched over his work, teasing, "What kind of trick are you pulling? And where's that young man who was with you?" Gubai stood beside them, excitedly snapping photos with her phone. "Is this a real zombie?" Lao Chen frowned at the electronic screen. "The coordinates. It's the Wind Howl mountain range. That place has been abandoned for ages. So what could be happening there?" Auri clenched his fist and said quietly, "Tuan has been captured." His words left everyone stunned and in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, Tuan was unconscious, his hands shackled in iron cuffs and suspended from a cold wall. In his pocket, a phone vibrated softly. The sound jolted him awake. Tuan looked around the unfamiliar room in confusion, his mind still hazy. "Where am I? That must be Gubai calling." The anti-spirit power cuffs held him fast, impossible to break with spirit energy. He tugged hard, muttering in frustration, "Just my luck." Then an idea struck him. "If I can't break them with spirit power, then I'll just use my strength." Tuan activated the system. God's Eye. Release corroded limit. The system issued a danger warning, but he just snapped. "Ignore it. Do it now." Instantly, his body erupted with power as his disinhibition ability surged. He channeled his strength and ripped the cuffs right off the wall, feeling a violent surge of energy flow through him. This berserk mode was definitely worth it. A little costly, maybe, but acceptable. He reached into his pocket for his phone, planning to call Gubai back before she got too worried. But the moment he touched it, the screen cracked and shattered into pieces. On the other end, Gubai heard a message that the number she was calling was out of range. Xiaohe blurted out, "Don't tell me he's already dead." Tuan stared at his shattered phone and sighed. "Crap. I forgot I was still in berserk mode." The system announced, 5 seconds remaining until loss of control. He quickly activated suppression mode. Once he stabilized, Tuan began to survey his surroundings. The place looked like an abandoned quarry or a mine. It occurred to him that this might be a spirit stone mine. He placed a hand on the wall and felt a flow of energy. "Just as I thought. There's still a spirit stone vein here. If I can detonate it, I might be able to blast a way out." Suddenly, the wall in front of him began to tremble. Then it cracked wide open. A massive blast of energy shot out, heading straight for him. Dust and smoke filled the air, and Tuan coughed repeatedly. "What was that? I didn't even activate my spirit power." He looked up and saw the person who had just appeared. "Why does she look so familiar?" The person smiled and waved. "Well, if it isn't the Bai family's boy. Long time no see." Tuan was shocked. "Yichu, what are you doing here?" She crossed her arms and said with a pout, "What kind of question is that? You're not happy to see me?" Tuan quickly replied. "Of course I am." But Yichu glanced behind him, her voice dropping low. "We can talk later. Another guest is on the way." Behind her, several spirit corpses had silently appeared. Yichu didn't seem scared at all. Instead, she snapped her fingers excitedly. "Hey kid, watch me try out some new moves I've been practicing. Let's get him, come on." Instantly, a bird shot out from behind the spirit corpses, moving at an incredible speed. It landed on her shoulder, and she said, "Let's show this kid what we're made of." She cupped her hands together, gathering her spirit power. "Fire spirit bodyguard." Then she shot forward, charging straight into the group of spirit corpses. Her actions panicked Tuan. "Oh no, she's going for a head-on assault," he quickly yelled. "Yichu, spirit corpses can regenerate. You can't take them down with ordinary attacks." She acted as if she hadn't heard him, throwing a powerful punch forward as she said in a firm voice, "I'm well aware of that." She quickly carved a blazing sigil onto the spirit corpse's face. "Lee fire." Command seal. Another undead spirit suddenly lunged from behind. Non-Eng reacted with lightning speed, jumping away just in time to dodge the attack. She gathered her strength, crouched, and leaped up with a cold smile. "Now it's my turn to strike." She executed a precise grab, seizing the opponent's head. Then she slammed it hard against the ground, smirking slightly. "You little punk. You have to face the consequences for trying to sneak attack me." A burning red seal immediately appeared on the undead spirit's head. With that one dealt with, she turned her head. There was only one left. The final undead spirit roared and charged forward. Non-Ush scoffed. "Your fighting style is so outdated." She concentrated her power and snapped the opponent's weapon with her bare hands. Next, she spun around and delivered a devastating kick. "Disappear now." Another departing fire seal was deeply etched onto its forehead as she flipped through the air, landing right next to Tuan. She raised an eyebrow, her eyes blazing. Young man, watch closely. The real fight starts now, she shouted excitedly. Your turn, Burn. Immediately after, the little canary, carrying a blazing red energy, shot out like a bullet, piercing through the three undead spirits. They collapsed and disintegrated into ash. Tuan's eyes widened in astonishment, thinking to himself, what kind of skill is this? The three undead spirits were burned to a crisp, leaving only their dry skeletons behind. The system displayed Departing Fire Curse command. It breaks the opponent's spiritual veins, causing the body to self-immolate. This type of combustion only inflicts damage once, and then ends. Without creating a chain reaction, Tuan immediately understood. She made the burn wounds prevent tissue regeneration, making it impossible for the undead spirits to revive. Nyange, hearing his thoughts, puffed out her cheeks proudly. You guessed right. I spent 3 whole months researching that in this dump. Tuan was surprised. 3 months, she continued. I just wanted to go on a trip. Stopped at a gas station to buy some stuff. But I got tricked and woke up here. Tuan asked, So what have you been eating for the past 3 months? Nan-ing replied cheerfully. Luckily, I brought nutrition bars, enough to last for half a year. A thought flashed through Tuan's mind. It's probably best not to ask how she bathed. He asked again. Do you know the way out? Nan-ing replied. This place is a labyrinth. I've lived here for 3 months and still haven't found an exit. Tuan frowned. A labyrinth, she nodded. I was about to break through a wall to try my luck, but I ended up running into you. What a coincidence. She pointed to a large vent. Let's go this way. Tuan pointed out. But there's a door over there. Shouldn't we try it? She replied decisively. If you don't want to run into more undead spirits, don't open it. Tuan nodded. All right. As they walked, she asked, What about you? How did you get here? Tuan answered. I'm just like you. I was captured by an undead spirit. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. Tuan realized it was an earthquake. The path ahead of them vanished. He was surprised. It was just open a moment ago. Nan-ing angrily punched the wall. Is this damn place trying to mess with us? Tuan immediately called upon his system. God's Eye. Scan the entire area. The results appeared. This place was once a quarry belonging to Old Mu City, near the base of Mount Fenghu. It was abandoned due to its complex terrain. Due to its complex structure, humans converted it into an automated modular system. Each section moves cyclically, causing the terrain to change constantly. However, if one understands the pattern, escape is still possible. Tuan Dedu said. So this tremor is just the process of a section shifting. The wall in front of us is the entrance to a new area. If we can figure out the pattern, we can find the exit. Nan-ing replied aggressively. If we get blocked again, we'll just smash through it. Tuan was startled and tried to stop her. Wait. Nyange, but she had already pulled out a giant crimson drill. Roaring. Nothing has ever stood in my way since I was a kid, and this labyrinth is no exception. She swung the drill and charged forward, causing chunks of the wall to explode. She yelled, Boy from the Bach family, follow me. Tuan shook his head, thinking, I guess being a little reckless sometimes isn't so bad. A deafening explosion echoed, and thick smoke and dust filled the air. From within the dust, Nan-ing appeared, cheering excitedly. We're done. That must be the longest tunnel I've ever broken through in 3 months. Tuan followed, looking around. This place is completely different. It looks like a laboratory. Through the glass, he noticed something unusual. Inside was an entire army of revenants lined up. The system announced, Level 7. Revenants in hibernation. Tuan was stunned. They've been organized into a complete army. What is their purpose? A large door appeared ahead. Nan-ing was curious. How strange. I've never seen this door before. Let's try opening it. The door slowly slid open. Tuan quickly said, Nyange, don't. She replied, I didn't touch it. It opened on its own. Inside, a giant test tube appeared, containing a grotesque creature bound tightly. Nan-ing recoiled in horror. What is that thing? Tuan stared intently. This is... Then he was startled. Through the divine eye, he saw clearly. The creature was a chimera of multiple spirit beasts. Its foundation was a rubber monkey, absorbing its elastic properties to fuse talents. It possessed 5 high-level talents, and could absorb cores to evolve further, becoming a one-of-a-kind creature. Tuan was shaken. 5 talents, and it can still evolve. What a monster. What in the world has it been through? Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. Both of them looked around simultaneously. Asmodan stepped out, her face grotesque. her voice chilling. "Welcome. You two materials," Asmodan said coldly. "You two have passed the maze's test. Now, it's time to see which of you is the pure yang body I need." Faced with this situation, Nan-ung shuddered, whispering. She's talking without moving her lips. It's so creepy. Tuan frowned. "What is this pure yang body?" she mentioned. Asmodan continued. "Whichever one is the pure yang body, you will eventually become a part of this child. Let it play with you." The test tube began to crack. The revenant inside was unbound, and a violent explosion erupted before Tuan and Yaning's eyes. The revenant immediately lunged out, its sharp claws swiping through the air. Tuan shuddered slightly. Its speed is terrifying. He quickly raised a shield, blocking the revenant's attack, and took the opportunity to command, "My fish, come out. Kin-tu. Manifest." Kin-tu immediately charged forward, ramming straight into the revenant, but the opponent's speed was far beyond his expectations. It dodged the blow. Tuan frowned. Such fast reflexes. He suddenly noticed something strange. Its movements were bizarre. The revenant clutched its head and writhed, emitting a heavy aura. It looked like it was suffering from terrible pain, but Tuan pushed the thought aside. "Now is not the time to think," he shouted. "My fish." Use tidal wave to suppress it. Kin-tu immediately rushed forward. A violent surge of water swallowing the revenant whole, an explosion rang out, shaking the entire area. Kin-tu returned to its master's side. Tuan narrowed his eyes. Is it over just like that? When the smoke cleared, the revenant appeared with a completely different look. Stunning Tuan. Its body had transformed into a dense shield. He was surprised. Is this adaptive transformation? It can morph its body into armor to block attacks. What a terrifying talent. The revenant shrieked, splitting its armor apart. Bundles of muscle writhed violently like a swarm of crawling worms, forming a frighteningly solid layer of muscle. Without hesitation, it threw a punch straight at Tuan. Seeing this, Nanga rushed forward, her voice sharp. "I'm not so weak that I'd just stand by and watch." She blocked the punch with her own fist, the impact of the force kicking up a cloud of dust. Tuan called out worriedly, "Nyange, don't fight it hand to hand. It can transform with great flexibility." Immediately after, the revenant's muscle fibers wrapped tightly around her arm. They crawled up Nan Ying's shoulder, making her shudder. What the hell is this? In the blink of an eye, she was completely bound. She screamed, "This is disgusting. Let me go." Tuan immediately yelled for Kin-tu. Use lunar counterstrike. Kin-tu rushed forward and activated the skill. A crescent blade slicing through the muscles wrapped around Han Inge. Tuan helped pull off the remaining muscle fibers, saying, "You were too reckless. Fighting like that is dangerous." She grimaced and replied, "Who knew it would pull a dirty trick like that?" Tuan watched the severed muscles as they continued to move, crawling back to the corpse spirit. He thought to himself, "This regenerative ability is a real problem. I can't win with brute force. I have to think long-term." An idea suddenly struck him. That's right. There's another way. If I'm not mistaken, it's an excruciating pain. In that case, the only option is to try and synchronize with it. Tuan made up his mind. If he couldn't win with strength, he would have to communicate with it. He instructed, "Nyange, no matter what happens, don't interfere." She asked suspiciously, "What are you planning to do?" Tuan didn't answer, just turning to remind Kin-tu, "You two, don't make a move." The corpse spirit roared and charged straight at him. Tuan immediately braced himself, released his limiters, and activated Berserk transformation to boost his reaction speed. The system displayed a 999-second countdown. He maintained a tight defense, calculating inwardly. Berserk transformation drain mana quickly, but it can help conserve stamina with precise defense. A line of information appeared from the Eye of God. Precise defense. Condense mana into a high-density shield. Predict the attack trajectory to nullify it. When used correctly, it consumes no stamina. From high above, Asmodan frowned. Why switch from offense to defense? How boring. She scoffed. He's clearly not a pure yang body. He's a water origin. Why would the corpse spirit mistake him? And that girl, although she carries departing fire, is far from being pure yang. Could the data be wrong? The corpse spirit shrieked, relentlessly and continuously attacking Tuan. He held his defense firmly, pondering. Just as I expected, its attack patterns are simple enough to predict. While dodging the blows, he realized that he enhanced his reflexes not just for defense, but to seize the moment it revealed an opening and counterattack at the perfect time. And took a deep breath, focusing power into his hands. Now is the time. Just as the corpse spirit threw a punch, Red veins bulged all over Tuan's body as he whispered, "Zunkhoniza." In that instant, he was pulled into a vast, gloomy space enveloped in a cold but red hue. Mendes, what is this place? Before him stood 3 towering crosses. Nailed to the center, one was a monkey. Information from the Eye of God appeared. Simian ape. Swift wind subspecies. Highly adaptable to its host. To enhance its adaptability, a vicious beast core was forcibly implanted into it, causing severe damage to its consciousness. Tuan thought with pity. How tragic. Being forced to fuse with a vicious beast core. If that's the case, perhaps the sacred vessel can save it. He gently extended his hand, his eyes full of sympathy, and said softly, "I mean you no harm. We don't have to fight. You must be in a lot of pain right now. Aren't you?" The monkey seemed surprised. Anne offered, "Form a contract with me, and I will share your pain." The monkey hesitated for a moment, then nodded. A contract to share the pain. Agreed. Outside, having received its consent, Tuan immediately deactivated his berserk transformation. Above, Asmodan was stunned. "He's not fighting anymore. What did you do to it, An calmly began to cast a spell. All things are void. All matters are balanced. All living beings are bound by karma. He summoned a magic circle, linking him to the corpse spirit, and continued to chant, "As beasts know the path, as heaven knows the path, as spirits know the path, from this day forward, you and I shall share life, sickness, pain, and the very origin of our souls." Inside the red space, the 3 iron crosses holding the monkey began to disintegrate, and the bindings vanished as well. The monkey stood stunned, unable to believe it was free. Tuan held out his hand and asked softly. "Feeling lighter now," the monkey mumbled in reply. "Yeah." Tuan introduced himself. "I'm Tuan. What's your name?" Outside, the corpse spirit's body began to crack and fall apart. Asmodan screamed in a panic. "What's happening?" Tuan realized it was a success, while Nanga was too shocked to speak. From the body of the corpse spirit, a source of pure spiritual energy began to spread. A new figure appeared, and with it came a notification from the Eye of God. Fused beast Ngayet Van, a stone ape king species, mutated by experimentation and possessing multiple talents due to core fusion. His skills included swift wind, melting cloud azure shield, lake marsh, clear flowing azure stream, water divination, moon-faced pillar azure reflection, and thunder-suppressing dragon fist. Tuan was astonished. He couldn't believe it possessed 7 elemental skills. The information continued to display Mountain Vajra Azure Arm, Earth Sky Iron Mountain Azure Roar, and Heavenly Stem 10 Deaths Azure Fall. Asmodan's voice trembled. "Impossible. You stole the strongest spirit beast I've ever created. It should have been mine." She summoned a giant, headless creature and laughed chillingly. "In that case, let me personally erase this failure." Tuan glared at her. "You think I'm just going to stand by and let you do that?" The headless creature charged forward to attack Nguyet Van, who calmly said, "Transform freely." Instantly, Nguyet Van's arms hardened, completely blocking the punch from the monster. Seeing this, Tuan was about to help, giving an order to Kintu, but Nguyet Van stopped him. "Wait." His voice was stern. "This is my battle alone." While holding a defensive stance, he recounted, "I was originally a stone ape king in the Green Peak Forest. But this woman..." Hearing this, Tuan felt a pang of pity. Nguyet Van continued, "She captured my entire clan to serve her insane experiments. So many of my brethren lost their lives." His eyes blazed with killing intent. "I have the power now. I will personally avenge them." Nguyet Van transformed his arm into sharp spikes, piercing deep into the monster's body. He shouted, "Anyone who stands in the way of my revenge will die." Then he flung the giant creature into the air, roaring, "Get out of my sight." The monster crashed hard against the wall behind it. Approaching Asmodan, Nguyet Van said quietly, "This is for the grudge of my clan." Asmodan remained cold, smirking, "You think this is all the power I have? I am the 5th-generation high priestess of the spider demon cult." Nan Ung-he suddenly shouted, "Look up." Tuan frowned. This is bad. It turned out the corpse spirits had taken advantage of the hole created by the monster and were pouring in. Tuan realized. They're in the warehouse. In the blink of an eye, the entire group was surrounded by corpse spirits. Tuan clenched his fist. "We're screwed. We're completely surrounded." Just then, Nguyet Van charged into the middle of the horde, slashing and roaring. "Anyone in my way will die," Tuan quickly warned him. "Don't waste your effort, that won't kill them." He quickly asked, "Nyan Nge, can you still use that move from before?" While fighting, She replied, I don't have enough spiritual energy to use the command seal repeatedly. Tuan thought to himself, she can't handle it all. I have to step in. He unleashed his power, activating his berserk state. The system announced, countdown 99 seconds. He immediately commanded, King 2, use divine spirit speed and coordinate with the command seal. King 2 shot forward like a hurricane, overflowing with the power of a fierce beast. In just an instant, Kin 2 had swept through the entire horde of corpse spirits. Red seals appeared above the heads of the corpse spirits. Tuan coldly commanded, vanish, you monsters. Immediately after, the command seal activated, and the corpse spirits were impaled by sharp, thorny branches. Azmodan was stunned, her face pale. She couldn't believe that in the blink of an eye, all of her corpse spirits had been destroyed. Tuan gently stroked Kintu's head and said calmly, if corpse spirits are mutated spiritual energy, then we can use the malevolent aura of a fierce beast to erase them. Just then, Nguyet Von charged at Azmodan from behind, shouting, pay with your life. But just as he was about to land the final blow, the headless monster suddenly appeared and blocked his path, causing Nguyet Von to freeze. What the? He was shocked. When did it get back? Seizing the opportunity, the headless monster unleashed a sledgehammer-like punch at Nguyet Von. All he had time to think was, I'm in trouble, before being sent flying. Just then, Tuan shouted, fish, quick, give him a hand. Fortunately, Kin 2 appeared just in time, catching Nguyet Van's back. Azmodan perched on the beast's hand like a queen, declaring haughtily, I must admit, you all have some talent, but failed experiments must be eliminated, and the next step is disposal. As soon as she finished speaking, the ground shook violently. Nan-ing exclaimed, another earthquake. Tuan looked around and realized she was changing the terrain. On a nearby mountain peak, a red car pulled to a stop. A voice from inside announced, we're here. But un moment later, Tuha, Ko Bak, and Ao Rei all stared wide-eyed, screaming in unison. What is this? No one could remain calm watching the landscape collapse. Meanwhile, Tuan forcefully pulled open a panel on a pipeline. The group immediately moved down. Tuan observed, thinking to himself, she's already moved the module to the outer area. Spotting a car with its lights on in the distance, Tuan was surprised. What's going on? The car was speeding towards them. The car door flew open, and Kobak rushed out, crying and calling Tuan's name. Zayinghia. Tuan froze, thinking blankly. It's really. Kobak threw herself at him in an embrace, choking out, you're alive, I thought you. Tuan blushed and stammered. Kobak, you're hugging me too tight. I can barely breathe. Only then did she let go, murmuring, oh, Tuan asked shyly. Are you okay, Ko? Bak nodded slightly. I'm fine. Nan-ing Gay interjected irritably. See, I told you so. It's that old hag from another race again. No wonder my right eye was twitching. Tioha also grimaced. What terrible luck. We must not have checked the almanac before leaving. Running into this annoying brat again. Auri quickly stepped forward, cutting off the argument. This isn't the time for personal squabbles. A horde of corpse spirits is rising from underground. Look, ice pillars like great swords were embedded in the dark abyss below, where countless dark figures swarmed. It was clearly an army of corpse spirits. The group stood frozen, their eyes tense. Tuan murmurt. These really are zombies? He quickly asked. Eye of God. Is my spiritual power sufficient to take all of them down? The system displayed a message. Current spiritual power is insufficient to eliminate 27,591 corpse spirits. They cannot regenerate, but physical attacks can paralyze them. From up high, Lao Don gripped his large gun and yelled, "A special delivery." He unleashed a hail of bullets on the corpse spirits, blowing them apart in chunks. Tuha looked up, smirking as she spoke into her phone. Your delivery service is too slow. I'll have to give you 1 star. On the other end of the line, Xichman chuckled. Come on, cut us some slack. I'm even providing a ride service. How about giving us 5 stars in advance? A helicopter hovered above, dropping a rope ladder right where Tuan's group was. Tuha shouted in frustration. Hey, you're just dropping a ladder. What about my car? Suddenly, a chilling voice rang out. Azmodan flashed a terrifying smile. It seems there's more trash to take out. Hin Thien. Begin the general cleanup. A pair of glowing blue eyes and a giant arm appeared from the sky, reaching for the helicopter. Jichmin was startled and yelled, "Dodge it now." The pilot swerved just in time to avoid the grab, but the helicopter's tail was still hit. Thick smoke billowed out. Seeing this, Tua's heart sunk. Xichmin. She looked up in panic. Azmodan stood on the beast's shoulder, laughing arrogantly. Now I'll let you taste Hinthien's true power. And then she ordered him to attack. Hintien revealed his form, a headless monster, with eyes and a mouth on his torso. The system flashed a warning: Hinthien. Humanoid race. A monster refined from a human corpse. Nearly impossible to destroy by conventional means. Tuan stared at Hinthien and smirked. Another oversized brute. You guys from the demon spider cult really love giant monsters. Lao Don and his group also just got off the plane. Weapons in hand. Jichmin quipped. Next time, don't let Tu Kin fly. His vision is terrible. Tu Kin shot back. If I hadn't dodged, we'd all be dead by now. Tu An turned to Tu Ha with a serious expression. You go check on the others. Leave this giant to me. I have experience dealing with these things. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, and a voice said, Wait, Tu An. Vien Fa Thien Vu. Bach Chi. Kobak. Tu An, Ore said gravely. You've only ever faced gold rank opponents before, but this is a diamond rank. And moreover, it's Azmodan. She is one of the two Azmodan siblings. Zelina Azmodan. Her brother was the strongest warrior of the Sunlit sect. While she is their top strategist, after her brother died, she used a forbidden art to turn him into that monster. Hinthien. Just as he finished speaking, Hinthien swung its arm to attack, and Tuan shouted, You pick now to tell his backstory. Ore immediately sprang into action, pulling his cloak and shouting, Divine Shield. Manifest. A blue shield materialized, blocking the attack from Hinthien. Hinthien didn't stop, putting its strength into breaking the shield as smoke billowed everywhere. Azmodan looked at the shield with a grim face. Could that be? She was no longer smiling, and said in a low voice, Ore. This is trouble. Ore clenched his fist, creating a flash of blue electrical fire. He launched the attack towards the monster Hinthien, shouting, Manifestation, but Azmodan immediately controlled Hinthien to dodge it, making Our frown. She managed to escape. Tu An's eyes widened in shock, his mind repeating the question, what was that move just now? The system displayed, Manifestation, a specialized gold rank skill. It uses spirit power to materialize a portion of a spirit beast's power. It's a branch of the attunement skill. Casting does not harm the spirit beast but consumes an enormous amount of spirit power. Tu An quietly considered. A skill born from attunement. So this is the wisdom of the natives, a gold rank skill. Could a silver rank like me possibly pull it off? Azmodan looked down and smiled menacingly. Looks like I need to get serious now. Hinthien. Spirit armament. As soon as she spoke, a blue vortex emerged from Hinthien's stomach, and it reached its hand inside. It slowly pulled out a blade, blazing with spirit power, its roar shaking the heavens and the earth. Jichmin was stunned, and his spirit beast's jaw dropped beside him. He exclaimed, What is that thing? The monster swung its blade towards Tuan's group, and Jichmin's face paled as he screamed. A blue hand emerged from the smoke, blocking the slash. Ore strained against the blade, murmuring, So it really is a creature refined from a human. His eyes flashed with electricity as he roared, But I am the high priest of the hidden moon manifestation. Multiple giant arms appeared to block the attack. Azmodan's eyes widened in astonishment. What? How many arms did he just manifest? The arms combined their strength, lifting Hinthien into the air. Auri shouted, D. He glanced at Tuan and yelled, Kid, you're up too. An raised his hand and shouted, Moon Pillar counter. His spirit beast shot out like a bolt of lightning. Kintu circled behind Hinthien, avoiding the blade's path and closing in on the target. It focused its power into both hands, striking hard at the lower body. The targets were both of Hinthien's shoulders. Ore swung his sword and shouted, Muk Lin. Wind slash. A loud explosion rang out. He soared high into the air, then dove down at incredible speed, slashing powerfully and knocking Hinthien to the ground. Without stopping, he and Muklin dove straight down, slashing into the monster's back. Nan-Ing watched, exclaiming in amazement, This is what a battle between the powerful looks like. With this destructive force, that girl is no pushover either. She must be at least diamond rank. The slash fiercely incinerated Hinthien. Its body slowly faded away as Aure raised his hand, whispering a prayer. Rest in peace. Ryan. The atmosphere grew quiet, and Tuan gazed at the smoke and ruins, thinking to himself, Is it really over? Just then, Azmodan stepped out, her face aghast and her lips trembling as she gritted her teeth. Damn it. What kind of day is this to have such bad luck? A blade flashed across her neck, forcing her to a halt. Ore stood in her way, his gaze as sharp as a knife, and said curtly, "That's enough. Celine, stop." He looked at her resolutely. "I don't want to harm my own kind. And you don't have to do this." Asmodan lowered her head and sneered. "Our own kind." She was aggrieved, her eyes welling with tears as she screamed. "You didn't say that when you cut off my brother's head. You traitor to our people." After she spoke, her spiritual power erupted, forcing Ore to step back and hastily block with his sword. She raised her hand, her eyes filled with hatred, and screamed through gritted teeth, "The moment you joined the Hidden Moon, you betrayed your own blood." Behind her, Hin Thien emerged from a spatial rift. She whispered, "Brother, I won't lose this time." Tuan was stunned. It was clearly destroyed. So how did it reappear, Divine Eye? What's happening? Asmodan flashed a sinister smile. Round 2 has begun. The system displayed the information, Celine Asmodan. Native tribe. Talent void, space of the dead. This place is a warped dimension where any spirit beasts that enter will be destroyed and then reborn as undead spirits, reviving infinitely, making them nearly impossible to kill permanently. Tuan clenched his fists, thinking to himself, a warped dimension. So that's how it is. She's using it to create Hin Thien and those undead spirits. He looked on with determination. This is clearly a battle of attrition. I have to find a way to end this quickly. The scene changes, and a hail of bullets rains down on the horde of undead spirits. Tipsa aimed and fired repeatedly, saying as he shot, "Boss, we can't keep fighting like this for long." Sichmin frowned. "TSK. I know." He looked at the monster, raising its blade, ready to attack, and muttered, "These ugly things must be connected to her." He gritted his teeth. Then his eyes lit up. "Up there," he shouted. "That crazy woman, take down the witch standing next to that monster." The scope locked onto Asmodan's head, and a deep voice rang out, "Roger that." The monster's mouth suddenly widened, and a swirling vortex of energy gathered, growing larger and larger, until it formed a turbulent whirlwind. Jichmin's face went pale, sweat pouring down as he yelled, "Crazy lady, we didn't do anything to you, Hin Thien." Fully charged, then unleashed a ferocious blast of energy toward them. The destructive power was terrifying. Everything in the energy beam's path disintegrated, and a flash of light cleared away the thick cloud of dust. Asmodan suddenly saw something, her eyes wide with shock. "Wait, is that—" A figure appeared within a blue protective shield. She exclaimed, "A shield? Is that Aure?" A voice came from inside. "Are you guys okay?" The vice captain was stunned, collapsing to the ground and stammering, "What the? Who are you?" When he came to his senses, he looked closely and blurted out, "This voice. This figure." Tuan. Asmodan was horrified, her eyes wide as she screamed the command, "Hin Thien, tear him to pieces." The moment she finished speaking, the monster raised its foot and stomped down hard. Blue lightning erupted, enveloping Tuan's entire body. His eyes blazed and his aura exploded. He clenched his fist and said coldly, "Go on and try it. Make your move." He shot forward like a bolt of lightning, each punch echoing through the space. Aure's group watched in astonishment from a distance. Nan Inga exclaimed, "Is that Tuan?" The girl beside him added, "He's moving so fast I can't even see him." Aure nodded slightly, was understanding in an instant. That kid had fused with his spirit beast. Only fusion could create this kind of speed. Tuan looked towards Asmodan, thinking to himself, if he couldn't kill Hin Thien, he'd have to take her down first. He channeled power into his fist and charged straight forward, shouting softly, "Take this." Asmodan maintained her arrogant smile and said coldly, "Manifest." She began to resonate with Hin Thien. Too, Anne was stunned. "She knew how to do it too," Asmodan said. "I never thought I'd have to use this golden technique." A series of energy arms grabbed him tightly. Tuan struggled. "Damn it, I'm trapped." She approached him, looking at him with a cold gaze. "How interesting. A soul link talent." Her hand gently caressed his cheek as she whispered, "I see you're not just simply soul linking. This talent isn't supposed to be worth much." Her lips curled into a sneer, her voice full of contempt. "It seems you're not entirely useless after all. I'll have to dissect you for research." A blade flashed in her hand, her voice icy. "If I kill you here, I'll learn all your secrets." The blade slashed down fiercely, a flash of light tearing through the air. The blow sent Tuan flying far away. He slammed into a pile of rocks and slowly sat up, rubbing his head with a wry smile. "After fusing with a fish, my head's gotten pretty hard. Lucky for me, she missed. But this manifestation is a real pain, and I'm still not used to this fused power." A voice echoed in his head. "I can help." He was startled. Who just spoke? King Tu replied. It is I. Master. Tuon's jaw dropped. The fish, I thought you were just a dumb animal. It replied calmly. The soul link has temporarily restored my consciousness. Tuon was overjoyed. That's great, but we can't talk now. Our opponent is a diamond rank priestess from the demon spider cult. He scratched his head. You and I are only silver rank. This is going to be a tough fight. Kin Tu replied. Master, you are underestimating our power. You are human, so you cannot feel it. I am a spirit beast, and in this soul-linked state, our source essence is strengthening together. Tuon frowned. You mean our rank is increasing too? It nodded. That's right. Therefore, while soul-linked, you and I can use gold rank, and even diamond rank skills. Tuon smiled. I get it. Let's try out spirit energy materialization. He spun his hand, and spirit energy gathered into a shining vortex. He remembered his grandfather's words. This skill could only be performed by those at the diamond rank. He swung his arm, creating a long, cyan arrow of lightning. He chuckled softly. It worked. Aure saw this and was horrified. Spirit energy materialization. He looked at Tuon, wondering to himself, could it be that this guy has already reached the diamond rank? In his new form, Tuon trembled slightly as he felt power surging through his body. He whispered, Eye of God. Status report. The system displayed. Subject Tuon. Dark Kun. Fused with Kin Tu. Rank Peak Diamond. Available skills. Diamond rank beast taming and spirit beast skills. Attack attribute A+. Spirit energy materialization. Water severing cut. Moon-faced pillar reflection. Moon mirror still water. Moon in the lake. He felt the torrent of power. Just as Kin Tu had said, he had really reached the diamond rank. There was no reason to hold back anymore. Tuon immediately dashed forward, shouting, Spirit, taming Godspeed. A brilliant blue flash of lightning erupted, making space itself tremble as the electric current spread out like a storm. Azmodan felt a flicker of fear and muttered, What the hell is that Hinthian? Kill him. The monster swung its blade, slashing towards him. Tuon reacted in a flash, unleashing dark water corrosion. Flowing slash. The bright arc of his blade cut deep into Hinthian's body. Azmodan smiled confidently. Hinthian's body has been enhanced. That level of damage is nothing. But immediately after, she saw the beast's body start to melt. Astonished, she asked, What did you just do? Tuon stood on Hinthian's head, his eyes cold. This technique corrodes, no matter how tough your flesh is. It can't resist the dark water. She became furious. You're just an experiment. Don't think you can defy fate. Just be a good little stepping stone for my brother's revival. Tuon spun his weapon and replied curtly, What's so great about your brother that he deserves to be revived? If he came back, he'd just be another madman trying to destroy the world. Azmodan screamed in a rage. I will not allow you to insult Ryan. A ferocious skull lunged forward, growling, What does a brat like you understand? Tuon leaned slightly to dodge the blow, his voice calm and steady. At least I know to let go of the past and move on. The two streams of energy collided, exploding in a blinding flash of sparks. He summoned the skull again, his voice cold. Someone like you, so stubborn and cruel. What did you hope to gain by sacrificing so many lives? He swung his sword, his gaze sharp and cold. The thing you resurrected is ultimately just an insect beast, called the Azmodan Giant. Azmodan screamed, Shut up. If you people hadn't fallen into this world and invaded my land, my family would never have been torn apart. Her eyes glinted with venomous resentment. Ryan is dead. It's all the fault of the Hidden Moon sect and those people from the sky. Like a madwoman, she unleashed a flurry of attacks. What's wrong with using those colonists and traitors for my experiments? A sweeping blow connected, sending Tuon flying. He lost his footing, unable to use soul-guiding swiftness. His entire body plummeted through the air. As he fell, he raised his hand and chanted, Gentle Wind Cloud Fusion Fortress. Azmodan gave a cold smile. I'll study your corpse carefully. But Tuon sprang back to counterattack. Soul-guiding swiftness, rushing current. This technique lets me use the air itself as a foothold. He twisted his body, darting through the air like a bolt of lightning. Azmodan gritted her teeth in frustration. Just how do I kill you? Tuon glowed brightly. I've already died once. You can't kill someone who's already dead. Lunar pillar counter, moon chaser. A powerful kick slammed directly into her defensive barrier. He raised his sword, growling out each word. This isn't over. You lunatic. He channeled his power and thrust through the air. Hinthian was struck, its body shattering into pieces. He landed safely on the ground, his breathing steady. Tuon stood up straight, his gaze firm. Even if your brother were resurrected, he would only exist in pain. Because his death is a reality, to live while feeling death is the ultimate torture. Tuan raised his sword. Moon mirror still water. A massive torrent of water erupted from the blade. Hintian was submerged in the vortex. Moon mirror still water moon in the lake. He swung his sword, slashing across its mouth, and whispered, "This is a water-inlaid requiem for you. Asmodan Stajurid. It's rare for anyone to defeat me so thoroughly." Though weakening, she remained defiant, panting. "But this isn't over yet." Tuan pressed his sword to her neck. "That's enough. You've used up all your spiritual power to restore Hintien." Asmodan was stunned. "Restore Hintien," she screamed like a madwoman. "I'm not the kind of little sister who gives up without her brother," and pointed her weapon at him. "Go to hell." Tuan stepped forward, not retreating a single step. He leaned aside, causing her to stab herself. He frowned, watching her body tremble. "Whoa. Why did you suddenly take control of my body?" Kintu's voice rang out. "I'm sorry, Master. I was too scared of her." Asmodan's body convulsed repeatedly. "Damn it. I let him." Again, her outer shell tore apart, peeling off in chunks. A man stepped out from within, his entire body clad in cold steel armor. He looked at Tuan with a cold smile and said, "Diego Barro, I never expected her to destroy her own body. I was planning to wait for her to possess a few more powerful people so I could steal their talents." Silver armor enveloped his body, and his eyes were as cold as ice. "Everything is going exactly as I planned." He slowly ran a hand through his hair, his voice flat as he remarked, "Her talent is indeed quite useful." He straightened up, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "I am Diego Barro, the third high priest of the Sunlit sect, the Parasite." Jingzi sent an urgent warning. "Master, be careful, he's 100 times stronger than Asmodan." Barrow suddenly appeared behind him, whispering, "So you're the strong one, little brother." Tuan was shocked. His speed. "It's unbelievable." He suddenly seized Tuan, trapping him in a steel-like embrace. Then he shot straight into the sky with him, the moonlight reflecting off his silver armor. He whispered, "I was planning to wait, but stealing his talent right now isn't a bad idea either." Watching from a distance, Ore's face turned pale. "This is bad. That's the Parasite's move." He immediately yelled, "Everyone, retreat now. Get as far away as you can." He still held him tightly. "But I have to deal with you first, and then I'll take the talent." What? The two of them suddenly plummeted straight to the ground. The ground around them exploded into countless fragments. Kobach was also caught in the aftershock. She was in a complete panic. Barrow looked at the motionless boy and said, "Is this all you've got, still? You'll make a decent spare body." Suddenly, Tuan's entire body erupted in a brilliant light. He watched in astonishment. "What? I can't believe it. It's malevolent energy. This kid's body holds the remnants of a monstrous beast." Barrow was no longer interested in this body. "It's a real shame. But oh well. There's no point in wasting another clone." Just then, Tuan sliced his head clean off. He stared intently at his own hand. As the body disintegrated, he wondered, what just happened? Tuan was in turmoil. "Where's Kobach? Why did she disappear?" He tore off his armor. "Kobach is missing." Ore was still searching the area. "After the tremor, we couldn't find her." "Don't tell me." Tuan panicked. "Did she fall into the abyss? What?" The scene was chillingly desolate. Meanwhile, he analyzed the situation as the creature continuously flapped its wings in midair. Barrow approached slowly. "I can't believe we went this far and still couldn't finish him." His face was reflected in its eyes. "Consider yourself lucky." Lilith was stunned as she watched. "So this is what Asmodan experienced before he died." Barrow looked away and added, "More importantly, Ori of the Hidden Moon sect is connected to young Master 2, and of Whitescale City." At the mention of his name, she grew furious. "Tuan is the one who cost us 2 high priests. It seems Ra wants to team up with that otherworldly being to oppose our Sunlit sect." Mephisto also chimed in. "If that's true, we're in trouble. It's already difficult enough using the spirit energy shortwave to contain the curse's range." Solaris could no longer stay silent. "Then we cannot afford to remain passive. We must send someone to Whitescale City again. We can't allow those outsiders to form an alliance with the Hidden Moon sect." Meanwhile, Tuan was still searching for his companion. 6 months later, it was still like searching for a needle in a haystack. He continued digging through the earth and rock with his shovel. Even though he had already found the heavenly water spirit coil, Tuan tied his hair back. But after all this time, he still hadn't found any trace of Kobach. He turned around to see that the vengeful spirits were still clinging to him like leeches. A horde of corpse spirits was slithering towards Tuan. What a nuisance. He raised his shovel to face them. He'd clean up this mess first, then continue searching for Kobak. Tuan summoned his pet beast. Nya, you've eaten plenty of spirit stones. Now it's time to work. Nyana retorted irritably. I ate a lot to level up. You know. It was a Sunwheel Firebird. At the mid-tier Silver Realm, with a talent of Scorching Sun's self-immolation at 55, a Fire Spirit body at 5, and an Epic Tier Head potential. Its origin was injured, and its skills were Sunwheel Ray Orange, Scorching Sunbreak Purple, and Yang Flame Flowing Fire Purple. It immediately unleashed its power, shooting out countless blazing flames. The horde of corpse spirits was instantly incinerated. With its mission complete, Nyana said, Tuan, I really don't understand you, humans' emotions. It gave him a meaningful glance. It's been half a year, and your obsession is still too strong. So different from the you I knew before. Tuan replied, if you had said that half a year ago, you'd be right. But I'm more rational now. Speaking of his teammate, he couldn't help but feel sad. Kobak's talent is extremely rare. To me, she was a crucial support. I was only able to level up so quickly thanks to her. Tuan continued. Without her, I would have only reached the peak tier silver level in the past 6 months. Not this fast. Even the contract with you was only possible because she paved the way. Nyana then retreated into the system. Fine. I hope you find that tool lady of yours soon and gather more spirit stones for me. The pain still fresh. Tuan thought. A tool, she wasn't like that. He looked up at the night sky. It was already dark. He'd stop here for today. Tuan returned to his hut in the ruins of Windy Small Mountain and saw someone. A red coat. A woman was standing next to a luxury car. Tuan, how have you been? Tuan couldn't believe his eyes. You are. That person was Tuan's grandfather. But with such a youthful appearance, it didn't recognize him. Tuan guessed internally. Grandpa, the man smiled and said, when I saw myself young again, I was just as stunned as you are now. Hearing Kanj Sung say this, his mind was a tangled mess. Wait a minute. How did you suddenly become young again? And what about your right arm? Kanj Sung patiently explained. Silly boy. Didn't you ask the Red Captain to bring the Heavenly Water Spirit Coil? It's thanks to the clear flute that my arm is this stable. Continued. The reason I've become younger is likely because the Bach family line belongs to the Khan water trigram, and our origin is also Khan water. The silver clear flute can stimulate this origin, causing rejuvenation, but I still need time to fully assimilate it. Although I look recovered on the outside, I can't use my spiritual power yet. After talking for a while, Kanj Sung remembered why he came. His expression turned serious as he said, I came this time for a more important matter. Whitescale City was being rebuilt, but when I left the city for treatment, it was seized by an unknown force. The major clans have been imprisoned. The city is completely sealed off, and no news can get out. He added, the whereabouts of your parents and the Phuong and Vien families are unknown, but rest assured, your parents are still safe. He sighed. I was lucky to escape. I just don't know what's happened to the people in the city. Tuan listened in silence, and after careful consideration, he threw his shovel to the ground. As he turned to leave, a worried Kanj Sung called out, Tuan, I know that girl is very important to you, but... Tuan cut him off. Grandpa. Tuan stopped, his voice firm. I understand what you mean, and I haven't lost my senses. I will return to Whitescale City to uncover the truth. Grandpa, don't treat me like a child anymore. Hearing this, Kanj Sung looked at his grandson in surprise. Seeing that he had truly grown up, he couldn't help but laugh, feeling at ease and trusting the matter to him. Before leaving, he reminded him, this time, you won't have the support or the money you had before. His eyes were filled with worry. You must be careful. Don't let anything happen to you. In the end, he entrusted everything to him. Both the Bach family and Whitescale City are counting on you. Tuan. As the two parted ways, the sunset painted the sky in gold. Tuan entered Whitescale City, cloaked from head to toe, and kicked the gate open with such force that it shattered. He landed softly and sneaked inside, his heart growing heavy as he looked around the familiar place. It had changed so much in less than 1 year. As he walked through the sewers and observed his surroundings, everything seemed unchanged, until a sudden noise from someone's bag put him on alert. Someone was there. He turned to see a stranger running away in a panic. And Tuan frowned. Just a vagrant. Why such a strange reaction? The vagrant's appearance made him suspicious. With the strength of White-Scale City, how could a scene like this appear after the earthquake? Climbing out of the sewer, he guessed that the city's occupiers must have pulled some trick. He opened the manhole cover to observe. Was this really the city center? He climbed out and stood there, staring at the scene before him. White-Scale City was completely transformed. He walked on, observing his surroundings. The city was now unfamiliar, and the streets were suspiciously deserted. A wanted poster on the wall caught his attention. He picked it up to take a closer look. The person in the picture was seeing his own face clearly on the wanted poster, which listed his crime as colluding with the cursed demon cult for a reward of nearly 2 million. Tuan roared in anger. Why me? How dare they say I'm a traitor? He immediately thought of the vagrant from earlier, and a dreadful thought crossed his mind. He must have recognized me. Before he could react, he heard the voices of police officers behind him. 2 of them were talking about the reward for capturing Tuan. Startled, he quickly found a hiding place, and luckily escaped. He thought to himself, I'll have to act alone from now on. Hopefully I won't cause any more trouble. A neon light flashed in the middle of a dark alley, catching his eye. A bar. A good place to gather some information. Tuan walked in, his eyes scanning the room. The noisy interior was a stark contrast to the atmosphere outside. Despite the crowd, he remained vigilant. This place was full of all sorts of people, and he didn't know who might report him to the police. He walked to the bar to order a drink, but just as he opened his mouth, a scream rang out. You just touched me. In a far corner, a waitress was grabbing a pervert and yelling loudly. Stop right there, you creep. Her voice made Tuan pose. Why does that sound so familiar? He tilted his head for a better look. Those bunny ears, that red hair, could it be? Then the guy was sent flying into the bar with a punch. The bartender just sighed softly. Here we go again. The waitress, still fuming, glared and shouted. You pervert. Take a good look at my face, she warned in a stern voice. Not everyone is an easy target. Tuan approached, but was cut off as he was about to speak. He chuckled softly. Isn't this the young miss of the Fuang family? She immediately covered his mouth. Fuang, she gestured for him to lower his voice. Shh. Don't say my name, or we're both done for. Fuang Huang pulled Tuan away, giving a brief introduction. I see you. He's a friend of mine. I'm taking him to the basement. Okay. The man could only nod. She sure knows a lot of people. As they walked, they exchanged information. Little Fuang Hong, what's happened to White-Scale City? She replied, I'm wanted just like you. All the great beast tamer clans are being hunted, and the city is now occupied by strangers who are just puppets. You think I work here? I don't. I'm in disguise to gather intel. Our group needs someone to scout for information. Hearing that, Tuan asked in surprise, Who is this we you're talking about? From the basement came the continuous sound of someone chewing. Then, the steady sound of a keyboard tapping. Fa Thien, unaware of Tuan's arrival, was still engrossed in reporting to Fuang Huang. I've processed the data. The rest is up to you. She turned and said, Look who's here. Bean Map. He looked up and exclaimed, Brother Ann. He rushed over joyfully. Brother Ann, you left to train without a word. I missed you so much. Tuan got goosebumps and muttered, This scene is way too familiar. He held up a hand to stop him. Hold on. Don't come any closer. You've still got snack crumbs on your mouth. Besides, when was the last time you showered? Fuang Hong leaned against the wall and smiled. You've gotten stronger than before. Hearing this, Tuan was taken aback. Why would you say that all of a sudden? She replied calmly. Because I remember. During the awakening ceremony, Bien Map rushed to hug you just like this. But now you can easily lift his body of nearly 700 pounds. Hearing her, Tuan asked softly, about the last awakening. Why do you remember that? He thought for a moment. Little Fuang Hong, could it be that you're interested in me? Fuang Huang quickly turned away and ordered Fa Thien and Bien Map to get started. And the two immediately replied. Understood. After a bit of small talk, Tuan asked in a serious tone. So what is your real objective, Fa Thien? Focused on the screen, replied while reading the data. Of course, it's to find the one who framed us. Fuang Huang suddenly remembered something she hadn't mentioned. She explained that an anonymous mercenary group has recently been operating in the city. She suspects this group is connected to the frame-up. Tuan quickly understood. So you're saying all the intel you have came from them. Just then, Fa Thien spoke up. The data processing is complete. Speaking of the past, Fuang Hong became furious. Most importantly, Mai and Bien Map's families are being held captive by them. We have to rescue them and prove our innocence. We're not wanted criminals. As she spoke, She opened the analysis data. They're heading towards the lower marsh district. And it seems their commander is there too. Can we find out what they're planning? It looks like they're preparing to meet someone. This is our chance to find their boss. Suddenly, Fa Thien noticed something strange and shouted, "Wait a minute. There's another file. This must be the person they're planning to meet." An image of a red-haired girl with a long scar on her face appeared on the screen. She looked very strong, but there was no additional data. Fuang Huang sighed. Is it just a photo? Fa Thien explained that the equipment was too old to decrypt it. She had no choice but to nod. I guess seeing her face is good enough. At this point, Tuan spoke up. Let me go meet that commander. Fuang Huang scoffed. What? Planning to join their crew, he shrugged. I'm the grandson of the city lord. Of course I have to do my part. As for the grudge between us, if you keep your old promise, we'll call it even. He glanced at her bunny ear outfit, causing Fuang Huang to blush and stammer. This is... Before she could finish, he turned to leave. Well, I'm heading out. Fuang Huang's face turned beet red with anger as she shouted, To Anne. You yerk. In the lower marsh district, at an abandoned construction site, Tuan quietly observed his surroundings. Thinking to himself, this must be the place. He scanned the area for a hiding spot. The place was strangely quiet, feeling deserted. I need to find a better vantage point. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Hey, little bro over there. A girl standing on high scaffolding called down, the wind blowing her coat open to reveal scarred legs. She smiled and asked, waiting for someone. Kiddo Tuan was startled. Someone's here. Looking closely at the red hair and the scar on her face, he realized it was the girl from the photo. She said softly, What a coincidence. I'm waiting too. With that, she jumped down and landed in front of him, muttering to herself, This foreign land is so strange. Tuan still didn't know who she was. His guard was up. Just who is this woman? She studied him intently and said softly, From the looks of it, you must be from the lower world. How about we have a little chat? Sensing danger, Tuan immediately activated his defenses, wondering what she was planning. Seeing him on guard, she raised her hands to reassure him. Don't be so tense. I mean no harm. But, suddenly, she gave a slight smile and issued a challenge. If you're a beast tamer, would you care for a match? Tuan wondered. Is this girl a martial artist? The system immediately displayed her identity, Shichen VM. Primary Diamond Realm. Hearing this, Tuan shook his head. I'm not fighting. Someone from the upper world fighting a lower worlder like me is nothing but bullying. Yen VM nodded but kept smiling. Then how about I temporarily lower my level? As she spoke, the system displayed her information. Yen VM. Talents Battle Tyrant S. Crimson Spear S. Realm temporarily lowered to Primary Silver. Her tamed beasts, Night Patrol Demon Firecrow at Primary Diamond, Dawn Filial Tiger at Peak Gold, and Spirit of Magma at High Tier Bronze. Seeing this, Tuan also stated his condition. If I win, you have to grant me 3 requests. He was secretly calculating if he could get more information out of this woman. She didn't even bother to listen, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Come on, hurry up. Tuan was taken aback. Hey, I haven't even stated my conditions yet. She rushed at him like a whirlwind. Beat me first, then we'll talk. As she spoke, she threw a kick straight at his face. Tuan managed to dodge reflexively, thinking to himself, her speed is insane. Yen VM didn't give him any time to breathe. Immediately launching her next attack, she brought a sweeping kick down from above, so fast that it stunned Tuan. The only thought that crossed his mind was, what incredible power. He managed to raise his arm to block the blow, but the force was so great he was sent flying. Seeing him activate a protective shield, Yen VM smiled with interest. A precise shield. Looks like I underestimated you. She immediately summoned a tamed beast, ordering, Spirit of Magma. Crush him, not one to back down. Tuan summoned his own beast, King Tu, to battle. A giant creature emerged from the void, startling Yen VM slightly. She thought, this kid's not bad. But, just as she finished her thought, she looked up to see the 2 beasts clashing violently. Kintu whipped its tail, knocking the opponent to the ground. It didn't stop there, swinging its tail again from above and slamming it down hard on the lava spirit, sending dirt and rocks flying and shaking the entire area. Tuan was overjoyed. Great job, but Kintu warned in a serious tone. Master, don't let your guard down. As soon as it spoke, the lava spirit counterattacked, launching blazing red masses of lava that carried an intense heat straight toward them. Tuan immediately raised a protective shield, blocking everything. Yen VM watched this and chuckled softly. Now that's a rare sight. When the battle subsided for a moment, Tuan turned and asked, "Kintu, are you okay?" It replied, "I'm fine." Watching from a distance, Yen Wiem thought to herself, in the upper realm, hardly anyone would protect their spirit beast like that. This kid is really different. She walked closer, speaking slowly. In the upper realm, no one dares to accept my challenge. Those who truly dare to fight are even rarer. Yet you've managed to hold your own. There's almost no one like that there. Seeing her approach, Tuan grew wary, thinking, this female warrior is too strong. If she were at full power, I can't imagine what her true strength would be. I have to go all out this time. Without warning, Yen Wiem and her spirit beast charged forward simultaneously. She shouted, "Use everything you've got, fight with all your heart," Tuan calmly ordered Kintu to counter. "Kintu, use that move." Kintu rushed in, unleashing a flurry of attacks that left the two no room to maneuver. Yen Wiem was forced to shield herself inside a crystal sphere for defense. She panted, sweat pouring down, feeling bewildered. What kind of move is this kid using? Observing closely, she guessed it was a high-level skill of the Aqua system, the lunar pillar reflection. Immediately after, Kintu swung its tail, a blue light swirling intensely. Lunar pillar reflection. Yen Wiem immediately raised her hand and summoned her weapon. She unleashed a powerful strike, sending Kintu flying high into the air, which stunned Tuan. He ran to catch it, asking worriedly, "Kintu, are you all right?" Kintu replied weakly. "Master." She broke the rules. As the smoke cleared, an exhausted Yen Wiem appeared, panting as she said, "I've lost. Kid, you're the first person to make me break my vow." She raised her head and introduced herself. "I am Yen Wiem, a discourteous warrior who has offended you. May I know your name?" Tuan sent Kintu into his space, just looking at her silently, thinking it was better not to reveal his identity yet. Suddenly, a voice rang out, a male voice sneering. "A girl asks for your name and you're too shy to answer, or should I say it for you?" From the shadows, Tu Hao and Tu Nin emerged. The younger one stuck out his tongue teasingly, while Tu Hao gave a cold smile. A descendant of the Bok family's exile actually knows shame. Tuan took a defensive stance and yelled, "Who are you people?" Tu Hao laughed scornfully. "Oh, my dear cousin, as naive as ever." He glanced mockingly. "I bet you don't even know anything about our Bok family roots." "Do you?" Tu Nin chimed in, adding his own cold laugh. "In the lower realm, no one knows about the upper realm, especially the descendant of that exile." Yen Wiem frowned. "The higher-ups sent you two from the Bok family to meet me." Her words made Tuan turn in shock. They know each other. Yen Wiem spun her spear, which was covered in talismans, and walked past the two. They watched her, saying softly, "Demonic flame seech Yen Wiem. You haven't changed." She replied in a cold voice, "I'm not here to get involved in your family matters. Get serious about your work." Behind Tu Hao, a group of men in black approached with an orange-haired guy. One of them said, "Young master, we've brought the person." Tu Hao glanced over. That was fast. Tianvu was restrained, struggling and shouting angrily, "You scoundrels, do you have any idea who I am? Let me go." Tuan was stunned by the sight. Little Phoenix Aveen, hearing this, Tu Hao raised his hand and slapped Tianvu hard across the face, yelling, "Shut up, lower realm trash. How dare you let a lowly member of the Fuang family run rampant here?" Tuan roared in fury. "Stop," and immediately summoned Duok Nya to counterattack. Duok Nya soared into the air, firing a barrage of sparks down at the ground. They all hit the same spot and exploded, sending up a massive cloud of smoke and dust. When the smoke cleared, Tu Hao was still standing firm. He snared, "That's some powerful essence. My dear cousin." Amidst the mist, he stood with his arms crossed, one hand restraining Tianvu, while the other rested on Tu Nin's shoulder, his voice dripping with mockery. "You dare to oppose the upper realm for a girl from the lower world." A system panel appeared, spirit energy reflection shield, crafted from a soul-reflecting alloy and immune to all spirit energy skills. Tuan frowned. "So that's a spirit energy reflection shield." A subordinate raised his gun and shouted, "How insolent! You dare to attack the young master. Protect the young master. You are cleared to eliminate the target." Tu Hao waved his hand to signal them to stop. "Everyone stand down. After all, he still carries the blood of the Bok family. I will give him one chance. We of the upper realm are always generous." Tu An growled, "Who in the world are you people? And why did you take over White Scale City?" Tu Hao brushed his hair back and laughed. "Take over. This place has always been our colony. It's only natural to dismiss and replace the management. Your father was just an exile." trying to atone for his sins with meritorious deeds. Tu Nin chimed in to agree. That's right. It's a shame he never purged the natives. Now, the higher-ups have sent us here. He smirked and added, furthermore, this world is about to merge with another one. Tu Ning continued. We will use Whitescale City as our base to investigate the portal and find powerful creatures. Tu Hao turned to ask, what's the progress on the portal? A subordinate replied. The soul energy has stabilized, but there are no signs of a portal appearing yet. After hearing this, he waved his hand, and a poison lightning man lamb materialized out of thin air. His eyes glinted as he said, first, let's take out the trash. The system panel lit up. Tu Hao. Talent Pure Water Incantation S. Realm Early Gold. Tamed Beasts Silver Scaled Red Maw. Poison Lightning Man Lamb. Both early gold rank. He nodded to himself, thinking, gold rank, that's more than enough. Then he commanded his tamed beast. Start with this girl from the lower world. The system displayed the information. Poison Lightning Man, Lamb, rank Early Gold. The beast opened its mouth, forming a massive ball of electricity. Tianvu gritted her teeth and shut her eyes, waiting for the blow to land, when suddenly an incredibly powerful surge of spirit energy shot forward, passing by her before circling back. It turned out Tuan had made his move, using his power to save Fuang Huang and Aveen. Even though the veins on his arms were bulging bright red from the effort, he still leaned down to ask, are you all right? Tianvu's face turned red as she turned away, kicked him in the chin, and screamed, stay away from me, you creep. Tuan winced and answered quietly, yeah, got it. Tu Hao was stunned, a thought flashing through his mind. What was that just now, that aura? It felt exactly like a ferocious beast. He immediately commanded, Poison Lightning Man Lamb, incinerate them all. The tamed beast roared and unleashed a colossal stream of purple lightning. The energy surged directly toward Tuan, its brilliant flash illuminating the entire space. He crossed his arms with a faint smile and said quietly, Tuan, if you want to blame someone, blame your grandfather. Standing behind him, Tu Nin muttered, you've gotten even stronger again. Suddenly, the two of them saw something, and their eyes filled with utter astonishment. He frowned and asked, what is that? Tu Nin guessed. A monkey. Then, a familiar voice rang out, Tuan, are you okay? Tuan, holding Fuang Huang, answered, I'm fine. Our opponent is a gold rank from the upper realm, so you have to be careful. The girl in his arms struggled and shouted, let me go. Tuan. Tu Hao narrowed his eyes in assessment. It seems he's no ordinary lower worlder. He then commanded, Poison Lightning Man Lamb, charge, end this quickly. The tamed beast appeared in an instant, surrounded by a ferocious aura of spirit energy, and lunged forward. A tree-like spirit beast raised its hand, gathering light green energy into a powerful beam. In a flash, it unleashed the beam of light, which ripped through the air straight toward the Poison Lightning Man Lamb. However, the other beast reacted with incredible speed, dodging just an instant before impact. The trant-like spirit beast narrowed its eyes, reassessing its opponent. Its speed isn't half bad. It spread its arms wide, watching the Poison Lightning Man Lamb circle around it, and sneered, just like a slippery eel. Hard to catch. The taunt infuriated its opponent, which opened its mouth to strike, but before it could even gather its power, the trant-like spirit beast reached out and grabbed its snout in a firm grip. An incredibly precise move. It violently slammed the Venomshock Blue Fiend into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The blow left the creature stunned and unable to fight Ocelos. The Trant familiar spoke. It's finally staying down. The system flashed a red alert, and Tu An frowned, muttering, damn it. Fa Thien urged him, An, hurry and claim the reward. What are you just standing there for? A subordinate appeared behind Tu Hao and reported, young master, the soul energy is unstable. A portal is about to open. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground trembled slightly, and a blue circle of light slowly materialized in the middle of their area. It rapidly expanded and swirled violently, transforming into a strange vortex that looked like a gateway to another world. Tianvu screamed in panic. What is that? A portal too? Anne nodded. It's a sign of a world merger. She turned to ask again. What's a world merger? Tuan stared intently at the vortex and replied, the earthquake earlier was a warning sign. Tu Hao waved his hand and commanded, prepare for teleportation. Tu Nin stared intently, breaking into a cold sweat as he warned, brother, there's something in there. From within the blue vortex, thorny tentacles began to slither out slowly. They wrapped around Fa Thien and Tianvu, Fa Thien yelled in terror. "An, save me." Thien Vu was also pulled in, letting out a piercing shriek of surprise. The tentacles continued to slither over, ensnaring Tu An and his treant familiar. He struggled, shouting, "What the hell are these things?" Even Tu Hao was ensnared. He worriedly called out to his brother. Tunin cried for help. "Brother, save me." All of them were dragged by the tentacles into the vortex of light. Inside, everyone was thrown out, left floating in the empty space. Thien Vu shouted, "Tu An," he called back. "Little Phoenix." Avian. After floating for a while, a moss-green expanse appeared before them. Filled with a gloomy and chilling aura, Tu An crashed hard onto the ground. He felt a heavy weight on him and struggled to breathe. When he opened his eyes, he saw something was on top of him. Looking closer, he realized it was Thien Vu sitting on top of him, and she was also just coming to Fa Thien, who was pinned under both of them. Groaned, "Not to be rude, but you two are really heavy." His comment made Thien Vu blush. The three of them got up and looked around. Confused, Fa Thien asked, "Where are we?" Thien Vu whispered. "I don't know, but this definitely isn't our world." Tu An called to them, "Look over there. Something strange is getting closer." Thien Vu squinted and asked, "Is that a spider?" Fa Thien added, "It looks more like a crab." Tu An concluded, "Whatever it is, this place is obviously very dangerous." A staff with a stone leaf-shaped head had a blue flame burning at its tip, while hanging seashells clinked with an unusual sound. The three of them wondered in unison, "What's that sound?" The being holding the staff was also surprised when it heard them speak. Meanwhile, at the location where Tu Hao's group landed, a subordinate reported, "Young Master, there are no survivors at this base. It was likely the work of the native creatures." After listening, he calmly replied, "It seems this place is even more dangerous than the Spider Nest Kingdom." The subordinate added, "What's more, our supply lines were lost when we came through the portal." He frowned and asked, "What about the supplies at this station?" The subordinate shook his head. "There's nothing left. It's been completely cleaned out." Tu Hao clenched his fist. "Doesn't that mean we're going to die stranded here?" His subordinate bowed his head to reassure him. "Please don't worry. Young Master," it continued, "we've scanned the caves with our terrain scanner, and the station detected a signal nearby. It might be the native creature's habitat." After hearing this, Tu Hao gave the order, "Prepare to move out." He smirked. "Then let's head there. We might be able to scavenge some essential supplies." Back with Tu An's group, they came face to face with Tu Lam, and both sides were tense. Fa Thien hid behind Tu An and yelled, "What is that creepy thing?" Thien Vu was trembling too. "Is it going to attack us?" Tu An held out his arm to stop them. "Wait. It looks like it's scared." His expression turned serious as he silently called, "Divine Eye, give me information on this creature." But before the system could respond, Tu Lam tremblingly extended a tentacle. Tu An froze, thinking, "It's reaching right for me." A tentacle gently touched his forehead. Tu An's eyes flashed with light. This feeling. It's so familiar. They both floated in midair, their bodies glowing with a blue light. Tu An wondered if he was resonating with it too. When Tu Lam shyly spoke up, "Hello." He introduced himself. "I am Lam from Ri. You can just call me Tu Lam. You don't look like a native." Tu An nodded politely. "I'm Tu An, from the secret Spider Nest Kingdom. I was pulled into a portal with my teammates, and now I'm stuck here." He thought to himself, "This creature is truly intelligent." Thien Vu, who had been watching without understanding what was happening, asked, "Fatty Veen, can you understand that octopus language? How is Tu An able to talk to it?" Fa Thien also grimaced. "I have no idea. I can't tell what it's saying." Meanwhile, Tu An continued his conversation with Tu Lam. "Thank you for your help. I'm sorry for the trouble." Thien Vu stepped forward in frustration and demanded, "Tu An, how can you understand him? Answer me." But he kept his focus on Tu Lam and asked, "What is this quartz stone?" The system panel displayed the information. Soul crystal, a concentration of a creature's spiritual energy and soul. Tu Lam continued to explain, "My people are from Ri, a race of slaves created by our master, a noble lady from the Kak Tuna Abyss. 300 years ago, a plague drove our master mad, and we were forced to seal her on her throne, with 3 black-robed figures performing a ritual beside her. It didn't stop there. The plague also turned us into monsters called the Soulless Ones." Tu Lam pointed to the blue crystals Tu An had seen. When a soul separates from its body, it solidifies into one of these. He looked at the sparkling blue crystals and said softly, "My parents also died in that plague. Perhaps their souls are inside these." Tu Lam's face was covered in sadness. Perhaps this is the last place my family came to rest. Seeing him looking so dejected, Tuan patted his shoulder to comfort him. Even though they had just met, he felt he should say a few encouraging words. Even if they seemed a bit meaningless, he said softly, "You guys have survived for 300 years. There is definitely still hope for the future." Suddenly, the ground began to shake, letting out a thunderous sound. Tuan asked worriedly, "Is it an earthquake?" Tu Lam calmly shook his head. "No, it's not. It's the soulless ones." As soon as he finished speaking, a swarm of soulless ones frantically rushed toward them. The group was surrounded in an instant. Tuan asked in a panic. "What should we do?" Tu Lam commanded. "Stay close to me. Don't move away." Tuan immediately relayed the message. "Everyone, stay right next to him." Immediately after, Tu Lam raised his staff and began to chant, "Oh, wandering souls, listen to the words of the living." The moment he finished, the soulless ones immediately flew into a circle above everyone's heads, spinning in the direction of the staff. Tu Lam shouted again, "You, drifting spirits, receive your orders from us." Tuan watched the scene in amazement. Is he controlling them? Immediately after, Tu Lam yelled, "Wandering souls, go find your lost fragments." Then he slammed his staff down. The horde of soulless ones instantly flew in that direction. After it was over, Tu Lam explained, "They don't attack first. They just need someone to guide them. Doing so would allow them to pass safely through their territory." Tuan couldn't help but be moved after hearing this. "You truly are a peace-loving people." He glanced around and asked, "This place looks like the ocean floor. Was it once an ocean?" Tu Lam nodded. "Yes, but after the cataclysm, the sea became polluted and corrupted, and all life vanished. Fortunately, our master granted us powerful adaptability, allowing us to survive even without water. Perhaps she foresaw this." Tuan's voice grew somber, and yet she herself couldn't escape her fate. How tragic. The group continued on their way, with Tu Lam leading and cautioning them. "The village is just ahead. Don't touch the blobs of slime along the path. They're corrupted." Tuan quickly stopped Avian from reaching out to touch one. "Avian, don't touch that, it's poisonous." Hearing that, Avian snatched his hand back in alarm as the system panel appeared. An alien substance has parasitized the local creatures and environment, transforming them into a new form of life. Suddenly, Tu Lam froze, his entire body trembling, prompting Tuan to ask, "What is it?" Tu Lam. It was only then that Tien Vu realized the guide's name was Tu Lam. He stammered in reply. "The village." Tu Lam's words caught in his throat as he stared ahead at his hometown, now completely devastated. The village. It's been destroyed. Before them, they saw Tu Hao and Tu Nin mercilessly hunting and killing the villagers. Tu Nin waved her hand, summoning her scale beast. "Little White, go." The beast immediately opened its mouth and unleashed a terrifying blast of energy. The blast of energy shot mercilessly toward the village. Tu Hao frowned and tapped Tu Nin lightly on the head, chiding her. "If you destroy everything, how am I supposed to hang them up in the market as a warning?" Tu Nin put on an innocent look, touching her index fingers together pitifully. Just then, Tuan used all his strength to raise a protective shield over the villagers, shouting in fury, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Tu Hao was surprised to hear the voice. Tuan, after confirming it was him, he smirked. "Looks like you haven't been eaten by the local wildlife after all." Meanwhile, Tu Nin whined, "Stop hitting my head. I won't get any taller," ignoring her. Tu Hao continued, "As a human, why would you protect these lowly creatures?" Tuan glared, his brows furrowed, and he declared loudly, "There is no high or low when it comes to life. This is their home, which makes them the true masters of this land." Tu Hao glanced at the villagers hanging in the air and sneered, "You've spent too much time in the ancestral mystic realm. It's addled your brain. A species that can't even speak dares to claim mastery over this place." He tapped his own temple, saying Tu An was only fit to live in the frontier. "Humans conquer planets by force," he said. "It's the law of nature. The strong devour the weak." Tu An shot back immediately. "You think you're strong, so you destroy the weak. But what happens when you meet someone stronger than you? Won't you become the weak one then, if you use your power to crush the weak? One day, you'll be crushed in the very same way." Tu Hao snorted, a look of contempt on his face. "Someone stronger." His eyes widened as he raised a hand crackling with energy. "It's the law of the jungle. Big fish eat small fish. The Bak family will only grow stronger by consuming the weak. What creature can possibly surpass the top of the food chain?" Tuan replied calmly. "That's just a twisted excuse. You're just plundering what others have built, glorifying murder, and showing no respect for life in your obsession with conquest." The two of them faced off, A clash of light and shadow. Tuan immediately summoned Spinefin. He pointed and commanded loudly. The path of slaughter leads only to extinction. True permanence is found in coexistence, in learning from the weak and giving back in return. That is the true path of a beastmaster. Tu Hao grew furious, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared, "You stubborn fool, there's nothing more to say." He then summoned his own scale beast and screamed. Then become food for the strongest. The scale beast charged toward Tuan. The two beasts clashed, but Spinefin agilely dodged the attack, lunging forward to bite the scale beast's tail, causing it to whip its head around in a panic. The scale beast snarled, glaring at Spinefin. "You're just as ugly as your useless master." Spinefin didn't take it lying down, retorting, "Your breath stinks just as bad as your master's. Don't you ever brush your teeth? Or do you have too many to handle?" The two beasts whipped each other furiously with their tails, neither one willing to back down. The scale beast shot back. "You're no better." Their masters were also locked in a fierce war of words. They both yelled at nearly the same time. "You're no better." The battle between their beasts continued to rage. Tu Hao muttered as he watched the fight. "This is what you get when two disciples from the same school fight each other. It's impossible to tell who will win." Tuan realized it too. They were both beasts from the Bach family, so their skills were too similar. But then he remembered. There was one more technique. He shouted, "Spinefin, we have enough room now." Spinefin nodded in understanding. It was time to use its ultimate move. Tu Hao reacted instantly. "There's an opening, crush them." The scale beast unleashed a massive blast of energy at its opponent, but the attack was completely blocked by Spinefin's outer scales, dealing no damage whatsoever. Lan Ngu froze as a massive shadow fell over him, bewilderedly asking, "What is that?" Immediately after, a king 100 times his size appeared, coldly stating, "Now you'll know who the big fish is and who the small fry is." Tu Hao gritted his teeth and asked, "Is this its true primal form?" Meanwhile, Tunin cheered with delight. "Oh my god, what a giant fish." King Tu opened its mouth and swallowed the wailing Lan Ngu, who screamed, "You're cheating." King Tu clamped its mouth shut and smirked. "What do you mean cheating? I've always been this big." Tu Hao watched with his jaw dropped. He really swallowed him whole. Inside King Tu's stomach, a panicked Lan Ngu screamed, "Let me out, it's so dark I can't see a thing." Tuan reminded them in a serious tone. "The big fish eating the small fish is the law of nature." But, he then asked Tu Hao, "If I really let it swallow him, how would I be any different from you, King Tu?" Immediately spat Lan Ngu out, who spun through the air shrieking, "It stinks so bad I could faint." Lan Ngu was sent flying backward, crashing right into the spot where Tu Hao was standing. Tuan stood atop King Tu, looking down from above, and sternly shouted, "Do you understand now? The entire ideology of your upper realm is flawed from the very beginning." Tu Hao clutched his head, hissing in disbelief. Did I lose? Am I the weak one?" "That's impossible. I can't be the weak one." What he was talking about was the blue crystal, an object with extremely high efficiency, containing 50 times the spiritual power of a regular spirit stone, and also strengthening the spirit of a tamed beast, enabling a stronger spiritual connection. Using this to control a tamed beast would save a massive amount of time. Tu Hao was lost in thought as he listened. A glint appeared in his eyes as he smiled strangely, whispering to himself, "Very good. Tuan, just you wait." Elsewhere, Thienvu asked Fa Thien, "If nothing unexpected happens, do you think Tuan will become the lord of Baklan City?" Fa Thien replied that he wasn't sure, but as a friend, he'd support him. He then asked her, "Little Phoenix, what about you?" Tuan was talking with the villagers, who said they didn't know how to return to their old world. Hearing this, Thienvu replied in a low voice, "I'm not sure either." Watching Tuan smiling cheerfully, she said softly, "I used to always see him as a rival, focusing only on finding his weaknesses so I could surpass him. But after everything that has happened, I'm starting to realize he has the qualities of a leader." After she spoke, she added a bit flusteredly, "It's just a compliment. That doesn't mean I acknowledge him or anything, and it's not like I hate him." "Well, maybe just a little." Fa Thien understood perfectly, giving her a teasing thumbs up. I get it. It's that kind of feeling." "Right." Tuan left the villagers and walked over to them, saying, "I have 2 pieces of news. One good and one bad. Which do you want to hear first?" Thienvu asked blankly. "Who? What is it?" Noticing her red face, he asked with concern. "Little Phoenix, are you okay? Your face is all red." She quickly waved her hands. "I'm fine. Just tell us the good news." Tuan immediately announced that before its civilization collapsed, Rai possessed space-traversing technology. "We just need to get to the ancient city of Ri to find the teleportation device The three of them stood in a triangle formation as Tuan continued. And the bad news is, he explained that this place was actually the bottom of the ocean, while the ancient city of Ri was on the surface. To get there, they needed to find an ancient lifting device, which was currently occupied by the soulless, although it wouldn't be a problem with a red pilot. Tu Lam was the last one, and she had to stay behind to stand guard. Tuan turned back, his voice low. So now we have no choice but to rely on ourselves. Tuan's group entered a dark area. He turned his head and said, "This is probably the place." Thien Vu looked at a body on the ground and remarked, "It looks like a lost mercenary." Without hesitation, Tuan pushed the door open and stepped inside, thinking they might have arrived before us. But we still need to be cautious. He suddenly froze as a thought flashed through his mind. Wait a second. Is that? Tuan's group stood stunned by the sight before them. Zichtuha, weapon in hand, leaped up and sliced through the monsters, sneering. Is that all? This is so boring. Upon seeing her, Tuan immediately became guarded, while Zichtuha just smiled and said, "Well, if it isn't Tuan." Just then, a group of guards rushed in, aimed their guns right at their faces, and shouted, "Don't move. Put your hands up." Two guards growled at the three of them. "You'd better start talking." As Tuan's group slowly advanced, he quickly shouted, Hey, this isn't the time to play police officer." Seeing this, Zichtuha yelled down from above, "Stop it. We're all trapped in this world. Didn't your master from the Bakjia family teach you how to read the situation?" The two soldiers backed away. Tuan commented, "It seems Zichtuha knows how to analyze a situation. I thought everyone from the upper realm just had war on the brain." She walked closer to Tuan, pointed a finger, and said coldly, "First of all, I don't care what you think about people from the upper realm. I have my own mission, and I have no desire to get involved with the Bakjia family." Staring straight into Tuan's eyes, she suddenly put him in a headlock and said with a laugh, "You're the first beast tamer to ever defeat me. So you've really piqued my interest." Tuan yelled, "Interested my foot. Let go of me." Seeing this, Thien Vu angrily called out his name, while one of the two soldiers turned away and the other scratched his head in embarrassment. Fa Thien just stood there, not daring to interfere. Suddenly, the two of them froze. Tuan asked in a serious tone, "What the hell is going on?" A strange creature appeared before them. Zichtuha immediately let go of Tuan, pushing him behind her as she ordered, "Stand back. I'll handle this." In front of them was a terrifying, giant monster. Tuan's eyes widened as he shouted, "What is that divine eye? What the heck is this thing?" It was a giant, dark green carnivorous plant with 4 drill-like limbs. When he activated his divine eye, information appeared: Star-Devouring Beast. Of the Star-Devourer swarm, Diamond rank. With psychic-type skills, Yen VM tried to launch a sneak attack from above but was detected. She crossed her arms, summoning a shield to block the attack from the Star-Devouring Beast, thrown a great distance. Yen VM tumbled across the ground but managed to stop herself with her weapon. Groaning, "It's pretty strong." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "How interesting." The soldier beside him asked curiously, "What are you doing?" The man removed his mask and walked forward, saying, "I was just supposed to investigate if you all were connected to the Hidden Moon sect. But I never expected this." He was Diego, the third priest of the Demon Lord cult. Seeing him, Yen VM frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Diego didn't bother to answer, striding quickly toward the strange beast and saying excitedly, "To think such a rare beast exists here." With that, he threw his sword toward it, roaring, "Then you will serve me." The sword shot forward like a bolt of lightning, piercing straight into the body of the star-devouring beast. The powerful sword passed straight through its body, and a strange yellow fluid gushed out like a fountain. The strange beast's body changed color from dark green to black and gold, and the information displayed by the divine eye immediately updated. Parasitic control, a high-level spirit beast control skill that even the most powerful of them can't resist. 2, and shouted in alarm, "You parasite! Why is the Demon Lord cult here?" Hearing this, Fa Thien's face paled, and he yelled, "Brother An, don't tell me you've been fighting them for the past half a year." Upon hearing the words Demon Lord cult, Yen VM flew into a rage. She roared and charged forward, screaming, "Demon Lord cult, D." Facing the strange beast, Yen VM unleashed her weapon, delivering an incredibly powerful strike towards it. But Diego remained calm, standing on the beast's shoulder as he asked coldly, "My lady, I don't believe we've met. So why such animosity and raged?" Yen VM shot back, "What are you pretending for? Do you need me to help you remember?" Hearing this, Diego seemed to have a moment of realization. He asked in shock, "This is Yen VM. Could it be that you're that person? Before Diego could even get an answer, a pillar of light from Kin 2 shot straight at him. The attack was crushed the moment it hit his shield, not leaving so much as a scratch. He frowned and looked down, his voice filled with annoyance. I almost forgot. There's still one more gullible fool here. By now, Tu An was standing beside Yen VM, pointing directly at him. He said in a cold voice, "You parasite. I don't care how you came back to life. The score between us isn't settled yet." He glanced over at Yen VM, thinking to himself, it seems she has a deep grudge against him as well. As if understanding his gaze, Yen VM looked back, thinking the same thing. This little brother Tu An is the same. Diego stood on the star-devouring beast's back, charging up energy and roaring. Let's see if you can withstand this power. Yen VM took a stance and suggested they cooperate. Tu An nodded. Then let's strike together. He smirked at her, his voice light and teasing. Miss Sich. I call that. Yen VM also curved her lips into a smile and replied instantly. Great minds think alike. As they finished speaking, the star-devouring beast had gathered enough energy, a massive beam of light, surrounded by brilliant golden lightning, shot out from its mouth. Diego couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. It really is powerful. The ground before him split open, forming a deep trench that stretched out like a dry riverbed as dust filled the air. He grew even more delighted. This power is at least diamond rank. I've really found a treasure this time. But before he could savor the moment, a beam of pinkish-purple light shot straight at him from within the gray smoke. Diego tilted his head slightly to the side, dodging the attack as it grazed past his face. The attacker was Yen VM, stepping out from the smokescreen and pouting in annoyance. She missed. Diego rolled his eyes, seemingly unsurprised, and muttered, How odd. Why am I not the least bit surprised that you guys are completely unharmed? He glanced toward the figure hidden in the smoke, who blocked with a shield, and asked coldly, You tell me why. Yen VM followed his gaze and called out uncertainly, Bachtu. When the smoke cleared, the person holding the shield wasn't who she was expecting, causing her to shout warily, Who are you? The soldier trembled and replied, I'm just a mercenary. Tu An appeared behind him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and chuckled. See, I told you this spirit power reflection shield works well. The soldier just nodded blankly. Yes, sir. Tu An looked toward their opponent, quickly calculating in his head. He's forcing us to use the shield to drain our spirit power. This guy is really cunning. I have to find out what his trump card is. Right before Tu An's eyes, complete data on Diego appeared through his divine eye. Parazici. Diego Barro. From the Myriad Spider Lair. Peak diamond rank. Possesses 2 talents, one of which is hidden. He thought to himself, 2 talents, huh? This is interesting. Then raised his hand to summon 2 golden chains. Let's test this out. Heavenly Dao chains. The 2 chains immediately shot toward Diego and wrapped tightly around him. The system chimed, Spirit Armor Beast, Taming Talent. Copy successful. Talent copy failed. He was stunned. A copy error. Why didn't it work? The system immediately responded. Reason. Unable to copy a hidden talent. Tu An regained his composure and frowned slightly. It's alright. Being able to use just one is enough. The system announced again. Heavenly Dao slot is full. You must replace an existing talent. He thought quickly. I can only hold 3 copied talents. The system listed A rank, Phoenix Flame, A rank, Liquid Fire Body, and A rank, Soul Possession. He considered his options. The Liquid Fire Body isn't a good match for my own affinity. After making his decision, a voice announced, replacing Liquid Fire Body. The fire icon within the circle spun and transformed into a new shape. The Liquid Fire Body was replaced by Star Armor Beast Taming. Diego sensed something strange and thought to himself, what was that feeling just now? It felt like something invaded my body. He roared in anger. What did you do? You foolish outlander. You deserve to die. Tu An was stunned when he heard that. Could it be he actually felt the Heavenly Dao chains? At Diego's command, the Star Beast erupted with power. A wave of yellow-green energy spread out like an electric current, causing roots to burst from the ground and surround the group. Yen VM shouted anxiously, Those mushroom things are alive again. The roots shot out and wrapped around one person's leg, releasing a yellow-green electric current. The mercenary was caught, his entire body squeezed tight by the roots. In the blink of an eye, the roots tore him apart. Tu An murmurt, using a physical attack to take out the soldier carrying the spirit power reflection shield. How devious. The moment he had that thought, another root lunged at him from behind. It was too late to turn around. He only had time to think, I'm done for. but just as the root was about to hit him, it was suddenly shredded. He was surprised. What just happened? The one who saved him was Thien Vu with her golden-fronted eagle. She held her head high and smirked. Tuan, I never thought I'd see the day you'd need me to save you. He just gave her a thumbs up and said, Thanks. Thien Vu got angry and said, You're not even going to deny it. I feel kind of insulted. Meanwhile, Fa Thien was cowering at the feet of his armored gorilla, clutching his head and pleading, Armored gorilla, save me. Tuan took in the whole battlefield and analyzed the situation. He wants to drain our spirit power. So his main goal is a spirit-based attack. We can only counter when he makes his move. Moreover, this strange beast is born from slime fungus, and fungus is weak to fire. The departed fire is the perfect counter. Having figured out a plan, Tuan shouted, Little Phoenix, I have a plan. I need your support. Thien Vu was surprised. You're actively asking me for help for once. He didn't answer and continued. You too, gorilla. Fa Thien asked in a panic. How am I supposed to help? He still didn't answer them, continuing to call out. And you too. Misread. Yenvium chuckled. All right then. What do you need me to do? Diego stood from a high vantage point and frowned, his voice cold. Without that damn shield, today is the day you all die. Watching the astral beast gather energy, Diego smirked confidently. Rest assured, I'll use your corpses as substitutes. This attack is much stronger than the last, and its range is far greater. Seeing the astral beast make its move, Tuan immediately shouted, Now. At his command, Fa Thien had the armored gorilla shield the front, bellowing, rumbling thunder potential energy charge armored gorilla. Block it. The shield around the gorilla flared brightly, absorbing the full force of the incoming attack. Diego exclaimed in shock. That ape is absorbing the energy again. Having absorbed the attack, the armored gorilla roared wildly. Raising its arms to launch a counterattack, it slammed both hands into the ground, unleashing all the energy it had just swallowed. The ground shook violently as debris flew everywhere. Seeing his chance, Tuan yelled, Tieu Feng Huang. It's our turn, Thien Vu shot back with a fiery laugh. You don't have to tell me. You bastard. The two of them attacked simultaneously, one unleashing Crimson Flare Fang and the other using Golden Eagle Claw, sending a torrent of fire straight towards the astral beast. As a plant-type beast, the astral beast was instantly and severely injured when struck by the fire attack. Yenvium began her incantation, one hand raised high, the other gripping her spear. The gods know well that even when the prophecy resounds, the path of evil does not listen. Among the 3,000 living souls, if there is endless reincarnation, I am willing to become a demon. Her eyes flew open as she roared. I am the path of the Asura. As she chanted, a spirit beast wreathed in purple flames gradually materialized in the darkness. With this Asura demon flame, I will cut down everything. The spirit beast took the form of a bird with grayish-white feathers, appearing majestically before them. Yenvium declared with satisfaction, It's time to hunt. Night Patrol Demon Flame Crow. The system displayed its information. Night Patrol Demon Flame Crow. Species Flare Crow. Rank Low Tier Diamond. Skills: 3 combat stances Demon Flame, Karma Flame, and Asura. Tuan's eyes widened in surprise. Stance skills, that's completely different from anything I've ever seen. He watched and wondered, could its stance skills work like human combat stances, changing forms to produce different moves? The Demon Flame Crow shot into the air, preparing to strike down at Diego. He looked up in terror and exclaimed, A Demon Flame Crow. Unbelievable, that species was supposed to be extinct. He froze, his eyes wide, as the Demon Flame Crow raked its claws straight into the astral beast, inflicting a grievous wound. Immediately after, it retreated to create distance, taking a defensive posture, its wings folded as a dense, purplish-pink energy gathered within them, ready to erupt at any moment. Sensing an opportunity, the astral beast began gathering energy in its mouth. But the Demon Flame Crow struck first. Karma Flame Stance. The two beams of purple and gold energy collided, creating a massive shockwave. Watching from the sidelines, Tuan exclaimed in silent awe, Karmic Rakshasa. The fierce clash ended, with the Demon Flame Crow victorious. Its pillar of light had completely overwhelmed the attack, and it landed on the ground with purple energy swirling around its feet. Yenvium's eyes were sharp and cold. This is the true power of a rare subspecies. The sea of purplish-pink flames reflected the majestic figure of the Demon Flame Crow. Diego stumbled out of the dust and smoke, muttering, To purify the 6 senses. Even a creature from another world is no match for an extremely rare spirit beast. Before he could say more, the tip of a spear was at his face. Yen VM stood behind it with her demon flame crow. Her voice icy cold. Scum from the Demon Lord cult will never be acknowledged by the Demon Flame Crow. It's over. As if in realization, Diego Rodet. So you're the legendary successor of the Demon Flame. I can't believe I lost to you. Yen Fim Zvungha and the purplish-pink energy exploded everywhere as she yelled, "Shut up, you puppet." Tu An broke out in a cold sweat as he watched, thinking to himself, so this is the power of the upper realm. She has a rare spirit beast and overwhelming strength. She might even be stronger than my grandfather. He clenched his fists, telling himself, this incident in the Myriad Spider Nest Mystic Realm is definitely going to anger the upper realm. Before that day comes, I have to get even stronger. He looked at Yen VM, his mind racing. But the rank limit in this mystic realm is fixed. The only way to advance further is to ascend to the upper realm. But that's a problem for another day. Jich Yen VM lifted her sword from the ground, slung it over her shoulder, and approached the group, saying, "It seems you're all descendants of great clans." Thienvu replied in a low voice, looking at the flame wings on her back. "You must be the current inheritor of the Phoenix Flame." Tuan thought to himself, how does she know so much? Turning to him, she said, "The White Clan of the Starseed Dragon, grandson of the Exile. Your grandfather once threw the upper realm into chaos." Then she looked at Fa Thien and finished, "The Vian clan of the Icy Mountain Thunder. Your ancestors were the sea-conquering generals. And I can still see their shadow in you." She hugged her sword, smiled, and introduced herself. "I am Yen VM of the Hellflame Skyfire clan. Forgive this warrior's bluntness." She continued, "As I said, I don't care about clan grudges. I came to this world to complete a mission, to test the power of my spear on the strongest creature here." At this, she frowned, "But as you can see, I was pulled into a teleportation gate, and my mission was interrupted." Tuan's face darkened as he asked, "Does that mean you're trapped in here too?" Yen VM scratched her head and gave a forced laugh. "That's right. I hate to admit it, but it's true." Hearing this, Tuan's face lit up. He clapped his hands and said, "Then come with us." Thienvu shouted to stop him. "Hey, don't just decide things on your own." She looked at Tuan angrily and growled, "Are you serious? She's from the upper realm." She clenched her fists and said softly, "What happened in Whitescale City? My family was harmed because of them." Tuan placed a hand on her shoulder and smiled calmly. "Have you forgotten who I am? Super intuition. Trust me. My gut feeling isn't wrong this time." Thienvu awkwardly pushed his hand away and reluctantly agreed. All right. Fine. Stop showing off your S-rank talent all the time." 2. An thought to himself, "Actually, it's mythic grade." The group left the cave one by one. Tuan turned back to Thienvu. "So that means you agree." "Right," she changed the subject. "Let's just find a way to the surface." On the surface, in the city of Ri, Tuan looked up at the dark, moss-covered citadel. Yen VM spoke up. "The civilization here seems quite similar to ours." Tuan frowned, muttering to himself, "We've reached the surface, but it's still this gloomy." Looking at the ancient stone statues, he remarked, "But from the looks of it, you can tell the Ri civilization was once very advanced." The group surveyed their surroundings. Tuan said, "Everywhere looks the same. How are we supposed to find the teleportation device?" Thienvu turned her head and mocked. "Why don't you use that S-rank talent you're always so proud of now?" Tuan's eyes widened as if he just realized something. "That's right, the teleportation device must be made from some kind of treasure. I can use the Eye of God to scan for treasures to find it." Tuan closed his eyes and raised his hand. "Eye of God. Scan for treasures within range. Eye of God. Heed my call. System scanning for treasures." The Eye of God reports, "Due to a special material, the exact location cannot be pinpointed. Only a general area can be displayed." He muttered, "A throne. Could it be in that castle or royal palace that was mentioned before?" 2. An looked into the distance, puzzled. "What's the connection between the teleportation device and a throne? I'll have to go check it out." He scanned his surroundings. Despite some hesitation, he pressed on, feeling like he was searching for a needle in a haystack. The scene changes to a dark place, with tree roots everywhere and a few glowing blue crystals embedded in the ground. Tu Hao stood with his arms crossed and a frown on his face. He asked curtly, "Any updates?" The man beside him nodded. "Yes, young master." He held up a device and explained, "The crystals in this area are showing strange readings. The closer we get to a certain point, the stronger the energy becomes." His voice echoed in the darkness. "These crystals might be linked to an extremely powerful energy source. I suspect it's the core of this world. Since the power from the crystals we've gathered is equivalent to a purple crystal rank beast tamer, it continued. These crystals require an even stronger origin energy to be absorbed, but since you are still recovering, young master, I suggest. Tu Hao cut him off. No, we need to speed things up. There's no guarantee we won't run into someone even more troublesome than Tuan. Tu Mung held up a crystal. Her eyes sparkling, she said cheerfully. Long. Big brother said this stone is very nutritious. Maybe it will help you evolve faster. Tu Hao asked. Confused. What are you doing? Tungung smiled and replied. Long is hungry. Tu Enyung continued, her voice trembling slightly. It's been a long time since Long has leveled up. Long stared intently at the crystal, its eyes glowing as it licked its lips, clearly desperate to become stronger. Hearing this, Tu Hao scowled. The energy in that is too powerful. Swallowing it directly could damage its core. It's not allowed. Before Tungung could stop it, Long snatched the crystal in a flash. It shoved the crystal into its mouth and began chewing greedily. Tu Enyung shouted worriedly. Long, are you okay? Tu Hao and the soldier watched with their jaws dropped. He yelled, damn it. It actually ate it. Its spirit energy is skyrocketing. It's about to break through to the next level. Long spread its wings, its entire body radiating a powerful pinkish-purple light. Its wings elongated, and its neck grew noticeably thicker. In the blink of an eye, its body became gigantic. Tu Nong, tiny at its feet, yelled out, Big brother. Look, Long got bigger. Tu Hao clutched his head and sighed. Thank goodness it's okay. The soldier added, its power has definitely increased significantly. But looking at the status panel, it hasn't ranked up yet, but it has reached peak gold rank. It's a good thing the young lady's beast is strong enough to handle such immense spirit energy. Tu Hao thought seriously. It's just one step away from diamond rank. Tungung's talent really is greater than mine. Watching Long lick Tungung's face and seeing his sister's radiant smile, he felt a pang of jealousy. Thinking back to the past, he too had struggled to become stronger, and had once been defeated by someone from the lower realm. If that got out, it would be a huge embarrassment. Tu Hao held the crystal, hesitating. This method isn't stable, but immense power is the only thing he needs right now. Gazing at the glowing crystal, he told himself, the strong will only get stronger. He frowned slightly, feeling that this spirit crystal was quite compatible with his own aura. Suddenly, Tu Enyung shouted, startling him. Big brother, I'm over here. The little girl stood on Long's head, raising her hand high, and said excitedly, Long, and I want to go out for a walk. It's so boring in here. Tu Hao immediately snapped. This isn't a vacation. Tu Ngung paid him no mind, saying enthusiastically, Long, let's go. Seeing his sister ignore him, Tu Hao grew irritated and snapped. Are you even listening to me? You stubborn little brat. Change. In the dense darkness, Tuan stood before a giant stone statue, thinking to himself, ahead must be the throne where Ketsuna is sealed. He looked around, full of doubt. This is strange. Why haven't the people infected here turned into the soulless? And what is that golden sword? It looks like it's preventing the mutation. Tianvu spoke up. Why is there no normal place in this world too? On thought to himself, it seems these people are the ones who sacrificed themselves to seal Ketsuna. He wondered anxiously, what on earth is that thing? Then he called out softly, Divine Eye. Show me. Information from the Divine Eye appeared otherworldly metal. Stats unknown. Forged with special technology from the city of Lai. Capable of absorbing souls. The Re people use their own souls to seal the corrupted creatures. Absorbing too much spirit energy has caused the seal to gradually weaken, leaking energy, but its power diminishes over time. Understanding now, Tu Anguest. They sacrificed their own souls to maintain the seal. That's why they weren't corrupted or turned into the soulless, because their souls have already vanished. Just as he was about to touch the sword, a shout echoed out, Don't just touch things. Tianvu immediately spun around. On guard. Her voice was tense. Who just spoke? Yenviem replied. I don't know. Must be somewhere around here. Tuan broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, it wasn't a hallucination. Everyone heard it. A blue crystal soul gripped the hilt of the sword and asked in a menacing tone, Who are you people, outsiders? Tianvu yelled. There it is. Yenviem nodded. That's it. Fa Thien chimed in. I heard it clearly. Tuan had to raise his hand to stop them. Calm down. That's the divine weapon that seals the corruption. Suddenly, the blade of the sword trembled. The crystal soul was startled. The seal of corruption. Could it be? It roared. Why am I trapped in this spirit energy sword? Where is my body? What is happening? My head? It hurts so much. It looked around in a panic, muttering, "The seal has weakened. Damn it. We failed." Tuan watched intently, a thought flashing through his mind. Why can we hear its voice? The crystal soul snapped. "Hey, you outsiders. Help me." Quickly, the divine eye immediately displayed information. The essence of the seal is a spirit energy barrier. Anyone standing within the range of the sword's power can hear its voice. The crystal soul continued. "Quickly, destroy this sword. Its existence will only bring more harm." But Tuan stopped it, saying, "Wait, you all haven't failed yet." He recalled the ancient tales and explained that its descendants were still alive, fighting for survival in the great ocean rift. Though their struggle is hard, they have not yet fallen into despair. The crystal soul replied, "But the seal can no longer hold them back. The corruption is eating away at the world. It is only a matter of time." Tuan was resolute. "I refuse to accept that." Behind him, Yen Wiem muttered that it was beyond their control. It continued, "We're here to find a teleportation device. We don't have time to bicker with a spirit that's hundreds of years old." The soul then asked, "You're looking for a teleportation device. Do you intend to enter the main hall?" Recalling the horrifying sight within, it warned them, "Do not enter. Ketsuna is sealed inside. If you go in, you will awaken that corrupted incarnation." Tuan's voice turned cold. "I don't care if it's Ketsuna or some incarnation. There's an entire city waiting to be saved. Whoever gets in my way will suffer the consequences." The crystal soul tightly gripped the sword's hilt, and a brilliant blue energy erupted from it. It gave a cold laugh. "You detestable outsider. Fine. The seal was bound to break sooner or later anyway. Now, take me." Tuan turned back to listen as the soul's voice echoed, "Since you understand, then know my name. I am Lac Fu Hogwarts Graphic." The sword split into 3 sections. The blue soul slipped into the fissures, elongating the blade as a brilliant blue light flared, using its own spirit as fuel. The blue edge of the blade burned with a razor-sharp intensity. The light spread as its spirit became a flame. An eye opened on the sword's hilt. This was its final mission. Tuan was astonished. He never expected it could change its form like this. The sword embedded itself deep in the ground. The crystal soul said, "Come, outsider, and lift it." Tuan walked over. "Warning. You're the one who said it. Don't have any regrets." The soul grew impatient. "Just hurry up." As he lifted the sword, a jade-green energy spread through the entire space. "By the spirit in all things, the way of the Beast Master, the way of heaven, the way of the Spirit Master, the supreme way. Activate." The sword lifted from the ground, pulling with it a cascading waterfall of blue light. Tuan raised the sword high as the light swirled around it in midair. "I make a contract with you. I will accomplish what you could not, until your very soul fades into nothingness." He smiled. "The contract is complete." The soul asked, "What kind of ritual was that?" He replied, "Just a contract. Didn't you want me to take you along?" Suddenly, a powerful green wind swirled around all 4 of them. Tuan shouted, "Is that an earthquake? Or is it one of the soulless?" The soul denied it. "No. This presence feels very much like another outsider." A pillar of pinkish-purple light erupted from the ground, tearing space asunder. Tuan looked up, stunned. "Isn't that a star stream?" The God's Eye displayed its data. Jade Maiden Dragon. Tribe Scaled Fish. Species 4-legged flying dragon. Subspecies Realm Golden Peak. Talent Swift Wind Spread. Skills Reverse Moon White Frost. White Jade Sword Slash. Snowy Tusk Wild Dance. And Marsh Lake, a variant of the 4-legged flying dragon subspecies. It possesses a combat bloodline, yet has an adorable cat-like appearance. It was once adored by countless female beast tamers, becoming something of an idol pet. Atop her dragon, Tu Nin cheered excitedly. Finally, some wide-open space. Looking down, she saw the group of 4 and narrowed her eyes. "Wait, isn't that Tuan?" Tu Nin exclaimed in surprise. The muscle-bound woman from the Red family. Upon seeing her, Yen Wiem just sighed. "Well, look who it is. The foolish brat from the White family." Tu Nin shouted in a rage, "You're from the upper realm. Why are you with that idiot from the lower realm?" Yen Wiem raised an eyebrow. "I've said it before. The higher-ups only told us to go through the teleportation gate. No one ordered me to be anyone's companion." Tu Nin crossed her arms and snarled. "My older brother told me Tuan's grandfather was an evil man. So Tuan must be evil too, and anyone who helps him is just as despicable." Standing atop the Jade Maiden Dragon, Tu Nin yelled, Anyone who helps Tuan is garbage, and you, muscle woman, that includes you. Today, I'm going to punish all of you scoundrels in my brother's place. Tuan was fed up. What kind of logic is that? Yen VM gave a cold laugh. Just ignore her. Your cousin's an idiot. Tuan laughed sheepishly. Sorry. I guess I dragged you into this. She replied calmly. Don't worry about it. I cut ties with that whole white family crowd from the upper realm a long time ago. She raised her hand to signal VM2. The giant tiger behind her lowered its body, with fiery energy erupting from its back and an overwhelming aura. VM2. It's time to warm up the stage. Tuan looked down at his new sword and whispered, Sorry, but I'm going to have to trouble you a little. The soul inside the sword panicked. You intend to use me against that little brat. I'm trying to conserve my spiritual power here, don't be so wasteful. VMTO bared its fangs in a grin, inclining its head toward Tuan, and speaking softly. Little brother, just let us handle this. Hearing that, Tuan could only let out a sigh. Tuan called Yen VM over, about to say something, but she brushed his hand away and said confidently, No need to waste words. You have more important things to do. Then, she summoned a purple sword with a graceful air. Go handle your business. I'll deal with this little brat and find you when I'm done. Tunin gave the order, Long. Attack. Its eyes lost their innocence, turning menacing as it lifted its foot, preparing to stomp right on top of Yen VM. Long's stomp made the ground tremble, sending shards of rock flying into the air, but a hand managed to block it just in time. Tunin cried out in alarm. He actually blocked it. VMTO appeared at the perfect moment, shielding Yen VM, and coldly remarking, Is that all you've got? He clenched his hand into a fist, gathering energy, his expression turning serious. Get ready to taste my fist. VM2 and the tiger spirit attacked simultaneously, unleashing the tiger roar fist. The punch landed squarely on the jade mech dragon's foot. A perfect hit without even looking. Yen VM turned back to remind him. Tuan, why are you still here? He nodded, but didn't forget to warn her. Be careful. That dragon is no pushover. Then, he called out to his companions. Little Phoenix Aveen, let's go. The crystal soul quickly warned. Outlander, I don't have much spiritual power left. Only 2 more chances. Tuan smiled. 2 is more than enough. I only need 1. He raised his sword and smiled confidently. I've never failed before. A powerful slash descended, carving a deep gash that split the earth in 2. The blade's energy sliced through the spreading corruption. Tuan held his sword, saying smugly, See, just like I told you. Right, the crystal soul stammered. Well, it continued. Never failed. You say before, suddenly shouting. Wait a minute. Look over there. The corruption was still pouring out from inside. Tuan was stunned. It's not over yet. The layer of corruption spread rapidly, blocking the path. The sword began to glow as a voice rang out. It's okay. There's one last chance. Just 1 more strike can stop it from regenerating. The sword stressed. Outlander. This is the final time. Tuan hint mischievously. Relax. Why are you getting so dramatic all of a sudden? He raised the sword, his eyes gleaming with determination. Don't you want to witness the fate of your gods with your own eyes? The soul hesitated. But only the soul of Ari can do it. Tuan replied, I believe there's another way. Then he called out, Eye of God. Analyze this sword. Information appeared living metal, a relic of the Re, forged from a special metal, combined with the soul of Arai, capable of shapeshifting according to its master's will. It possesses consciousness and converts soul essence into mental energy. The Re used it to resist the corruption, and it is highly effective when releasing its mental power. The soul strengthens it. The ghostly shadow world lacks spiritual power, using only mental power as an energy source. Theoretically, spiritual power could be a substitute, but it would require a high-grade source, like the evil karma from a vicious beast's core. Tuan immediately unleashed his full power, brimming with energy. Link with the origin. Activate evil karma, the sword cried out. What are you doing? Outlander. At that very moment, the system announced that 4 types of elemental energy had been linked, and the soul had been replaced by evil karma. Feeling the power surging into it, the soul within the sword asked in astonishment, What is this energy? With power surging forth, Tuan surveyed the terrain and calculated, If I seal the entrance, then... He charged forward, shouting, Destroy this gate with me. A colossal wave of energy was unleashed. Powerful and decisive slashes were swung relentlessly. Waves of vines blocking the path were torn to shreds, and the wall behind them collapsed in unison. The scene changes. At the same time, Two immense powers were clashing. As red and blue energies collided to create a violent shockwave, the White Fox, shrouded in a blazing blue aura, relentlessly launched attacks, struggling against the opposing force. The intersecting streams of energy created a massive vortex, and on the other side, the pink dragon was mustering its strength. Refusing to be outdone, both spirit beasts were going all out. Neither willing to back down, Tunin angrily pointed right at Yenviem's face. "Aren't you supposed to be the strongest genius in the upper realm?" Yenviem coldly replied. "Why would you side with the successor of a criminal? Those titles are just a farce." After many years of training, I've come to understand one thing. Spirit power is the root of the way of beast taming, and it's also a reflection of one's character. It only takes a few moves to see through an opponent, she added firmly. "You ask why I side with him. It's because he has never committed the crimes you imagine. A mind like yours could never understand." Hearing this, Tu Nin fumed, her face twisting in anger as she shouted, "What's with all that complicated talk? Who can even understand that?" Then she ordered Long Long to attack again. VM2 clicked his tongue. "This kid probably can't handle complex matters." Yen VM replied, "The only thing wrong with the Bai family might just be their laziness to think. Enough nonsense. Throw me over there." VM2 nodded. "Got it." VM2 launched Yen VM like an arrow. She shot forward, her voice cold. "Let me discipline that Bai family member." Amidst the barrage of attacks from Long Long, she gracefully weaved through every move. Tunin's face immediately turned pale, with only one thought in her mind. "She's charging straight at me again." Yen VM rushed in like a missile, her gaze sharp and cold, causing Tunin to panic and think to herself, "She's a total powerhouse, so terrifying." She landed like a comet right at the feet of Long Long and Tunin, creating a powerful shockwave that made the entire ground tremble. The shockwave immediately knocked Long Long down amidst the rubble. Seeing this, Yen VM smirked triumphantly. "Who said they were going to punish me? In the end, you're the one sprawling on the ground." Turning her head back, Yen VM briefly thought, "Did I go a little too hard on her?" Looking at Tu Nin lying flat, dazed and dizzy, Yen VM sighed again. She's just a kid. After all, the scene shifts. On the other side, Tuan had broken through a large wall, creating a gaping hole. Tuan looked at the scene, scratching his head and thinking, "I think I overdid it a little." Fathian glanced over and remarked, "Brother An, your destructive power is not normal." Suddenly, Thien Vu pointed and shouted, "You two, look over there." On the throne ahead sat a massive, motionless creature. The crystal spirit recognized it instantly. Kasuna. She was once the queen who fought against the corruption, but now she's been completely consumed and turned into that. It spoke sorrowfully. To think a former deity would meet such a tragic end. Suddenly, the monster slowly opened its eyes. At the same moment, Long Long also opened its eyes. Its gaze synchronized with Kasuna's. It shot up to its feet right behind Yen VM. Yen VM was startled and spun around in disbelief. "What the?" Facing the enraged spirit beast, its mouth wide open and a mark clearly visible. Yen VM couldn't understand how it was able to get back up. She quickly glanced back to check on Tu Nin, who was still unconscious, and thought to herself with a weary sigh, "It's clearly lost control." She repeated the thought, "She's still just a child." Just then, Long Long unleashed a fierce blast of blue fire that seemed to erupt from nowhere. VM2 was sent flying by a blow infused with turquoise energy, hurtling straight towards Tuan, who had to put up a barrier and warn everyone. "Watch out." Right behind VM2, Long Long appeared, its eyes now an eerie, deep blue. In VM2's arms, both Yen VM and Tu Nin were still being carefully shielded. Seeing the scene, Tuan thought, "Miss Yen VM, what's going on?" Then the crystal soul pointed, saying, "Look at that dragon's eyes." It compared Long Long's eyes to Kasuna's and immediately concluded that it must have absorbed the crystal soul of the Re people. Unexpectedly, Kasuna also began to stir. Long Long slowly approached Kasuna. The crystal soul shrieked in terror. "What is it trying to do? This is bad. It wants to pull Kasuna off the throne." Long Long tried to remove the vines binding Kasuna's body, and the crystal soul screamed in panic. "You can't let it do that." Seeing this, Tuan shouted, "Miss Yen VM, hurry and wake that girl up. Tell her to recall the Jade Mech Dragon to her beast taming space. If Kasuna breaks free, it'll be impossible to control." Hearing this, Yen VM frantically shook Tu Nin's shoulders. "Hey, you little fool. Wake up now." Tu Nin was still unconscious, so Yen VM had no choice but to smack her. Tu Nin groggily opened her eyes, and as soon as she saw Yen VM's face, she thought in a daze, "What a brute of a woman." The moment she came to, she scowled and yelled, "Get away from me. Don't touch me. Yen VM roared in fury. You should be worried about your own tamed beast. Only then did Tunin groggily take in the situation. Seeing Long Long caught in Kasuna's grip, Tunin cried out in alarm. Long Long Yen VM quickly reminded her. Recall it to your beast, taming space, Tunin immediately shouted. Long Long, return at once. Long Long slowly faded from Kasuna's grasp. A piece of Kasuna's arm was torn away with it. Provoked. Kasuna let out a furious roar. Power erupted violently from Kasuna's body. As energy surged, the tentacles surrounding it began to move. Seeing this, Tuan thought to himself, these tentacles, they're the same things that appeared when the teleportation gate was activated. Yen VM, standing nearby, whispered, Good. So this is the dominant creature of this place. The staff in her hand began to glow. Her aura flared as Yen VM stepped forward. Her voice was firm. Now you'll taste the power of a prototype weapon forged from a demonic fire crystal, but the crystal soul hurriedly tried to stop her. Wait. Don't do it, let me handle this. Before the soul could finish, Yen VM had already charged at Kasuna. The giant creature stood its ground, and the crystal soul shrieked in panic. Listen to me. Don't be reckless. In the monster's hand, a sword was glowing fiercely. It raised the sword, preparing to strike a finishing blow against Yen VM. Seeing this, Yen VM gave a confident smirk. So it's time to use swords. Is it? Yen VM immediately ordered VM2 to engage. Thinking to herself, we're not going to be pushed around that easily. VM2 caught Kasuna's blade, blocking its attack. Seizing the opportunity, Yen VM leaped high into the air. She shot straight down, unleashing a lightning-fast strike meant to finish Kasuna in one blow. But suddenly, a multitude of vines sprouted from Kasuna's arm. In the blink of an eye, the vines twisted together, forming a spear. Kasuna raised the spear, zaying it. VM2 was startled, thinking, it can regenerate demonic fire. VM2 quickly leaped backward. Assuming a defensive posture, the monster roared and charged forward, swinging the spear in its hand with great force. In an instant, the spearhead pierced through VM2. Only then did it realize that it was just a feint. Outside, Yen VM was also hit by the backlash and fell to one knee. Tuan immediately rushed to support her, asking, Lady Crimson, are you all right? Yen VM watched the fight and frowned slightly. Careless. I was a step too slow. She tried to cast a healing spell, thinking to herself that she should retreat and rest first. VM2 was carried away immediately after. Tuan sighed as he watched. As expected of a deity, the crystal soul explained, Kasuna was originally a being capable of creating life. After all, the Eye of God activated instantly. Information appeared Kasuna, a corrupted incarnation. A former amethyst rank high priestess, and once a deity, she was tainted by an even more ancient existence. She was demoted and fused to her absolute limit. As long as her soul remains, she can resurrect endlessly, the crystal soul said. To destroy her, you must completely annihilate her soul, and only a soul can do that. Your spiritual power can only destroy physical matter. It has no effect on the soul. Tuan concluded. So that means I can't truly harm her. Yen VM smiled and replied gently, It's all right. Little brother. She pushed herself up, saying softly, Let me try again. Tuan tried to stop her. But your spirit beast was just injured. That alone is enough to prove your strength. Yen VM's eyes were resolute. The more I'm injured, the more interested I become. Just like when I met you, as long as this spear hits her, I can prove to my superiors that I am the right one for the job. Tuan could only fall silent after hearing that, thinking to himself, she's a total battle junkie. She doesn't know the meaning of fear. But then a thought crossed his mind. Fear, wait a minute. He recalled what had just happened. No matter how she was attacked, she regenerated. But when the spear came near, she dodged it. He suddenly understood. She was afraid, and the thing she feared was that very spear. The Eye of God continued its scan. Demon Flame Crystal. A rare spirit stone formed from demon flame energy, condensed under extreme pressure, containing all the properties of demon flame. It can be crafted into demon flame weapons, a special type of weapon capable of affecting both the physical and spiritual planes. Legend says it can even damage intangible souls. Tuan chuckled softly. Just as I predicted, that spear can destroy souls. The crystal soul was astonished. You mean? It understood. Then that must be the only thing that can kill Kasuna. Tuan turned to Yen VM to explain, but she cut him off. I heard all of his analysis. Tuan said, then I'll control her movements. Yen VM laughed. Then I'll make sure to give her one hell of a hit. She sighed. You know, if it weren't for the rules of my planet, I think we'd get along great. Tuan replied. I think so. Too. He added. It's my honor to fight alongside you. Lady Crimson. Then they both charged into battle. Tuan said softly, I'm not holding back this time. The Sword Soul asked curiously, what are you planning to do now? Outlander. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped him, and a suit of magical armor materialized around his body. Now, Tuan was clad in a full suit of armor, his entire body radiating a strange light, as the system displayed data, primal spirit armor. An armor formed from origin power. Its abilities change depending on the nature of its master. Tuan was surprised. So this is the talent of that old parasite. Who? The Sword Soul exclaimed. Outlander. What tricks are you pulling now? Tuan realized that even the shape of the sword had changed. The sword spoke. What are you standing there for? She's here, Kasuna loomed before them, her spear raised high, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. But as the attack descended, a massive explosion erupted, and a blinding light tore through the space. Kasuna paused, looking somewhat surprised. Tuan said quietly, sorry about that. The Crystal Soul replied, we're not that easy to take down. It turns out, Tuan had used the Crystal Soul to block the attack in time, and the Crystal Soul spoke in confusion. Outsider. As it struggled to hold back Kasuna's giant sword, it grumbled, don't use me as a shield, Tuan. Just shrugged. Just a reflex. What's the point of complaining now? Not missing the opportunity. Tuan shouted, Lady in Red. Now, and Yen Wiem immediately dove down from the sky with her spear in hand. She went all out, plummeting down to finish Kasuna in a single blow. But below, Kasuna had already summoned his monstrous tentacles. They wrapped tightly around Yen Wiem before she could strike. She could only think, I'm screwed, then cursed under her breath. Damn tentacles. Seeing this, Tuan knew she was in grave danger. He saw the monster about to strike, and immediately thought of a way to save her. Right after, Tuan broke free from Kasuna's blade, and used his sword to create a magic rhinoceros. He then commanded it to charge swiftly toward Yen Wiem. The Sword Soul exclaimed in shock, Outsider. You people know this trick too. Tuan just hesitated. I'm not really sure how this appeared either. It's clearly materialization, but I haven't reached the gold rank yet. The God's Eye then displayed a message. The metal lifeform has a deep connection with spiritual power. It can amplify spiritual power, allowing abilities to be materialized through resonance with a beast pet. A beast master reaches the gold rank because their spiritual energy is strong enough to activate the beast tamer spirit armor. When used in parallel with the metal lifeform, the conditions for materialization are met. Watching the rhinoceros rescue Yen Wiem, Tuan suddenly thought, that technique is similar to the ones from the magic cult. I wonder if they're connected. Meanwhile, Kasuna, though injured, remained composed. The Crystal Soul warned, an outsider's tricks aren't enough to take him down. Tuan replied calmly, I'm not blind. Looking at the murderous Kasuna, he thought to himself, if that's the case, then it's time to release my limits. Despite being warned against it, Tuan still sent King Tu into battle. The Crystal Soul panicked. Don't be reckless, but he was determined. I have to take advantage of this materialization, and ordered Kin Tu to attack. He thought it was time for its true form to appear. Then shouted, Kin Tu. A spatial gate opened up behind Kasuna. Kasuna immediately became alert. But it was too late. Kin Tu shot out from the gate, roaring as it charged forward. It chomped down on Kasuna's head without a moment's hesitation. Seizing the moment, Tuan gripped his sword and rushed in. While Kasuna was still struggling in Kin Tu's jaws, he delivered a blow that pierced straight through the monster's side. Tuan even took the chance to taunt it. Guess what a whale's favorite food is? Then he threw in a few basic slashes, leaving Kasuna heavily wounded. He laughed. It's giant squid. Of course. Then he gave the signal. Lady in Red. It's time. Yen Wiem saw her chance and nodded slightly. Aiming her spear at Kasuna, I'll make you pay. She found his weak spot. She powerfully hurled her spear through the air, shouting, demonic flame punishment, but the spear was stopped by a magical shield. Both of them were stunned. It was a barrier. Yen Wiem gritted her teeth in frustration. She had been so close. Tuan plunged his sword into the mangled tissue and said in a low voice, I'm sorry. The sword spirit was startled. Why are you saying that? It grew anxious. Wait. What are you planning to do? I have a bad feeling about this. Tuan leaped onto the blade with a faint smile. I'm just gonna borrow your body for a sec. The moment he launched himself, the sword spirit screamed. It's gonna break. It's gonna break. Tuan immediately leaped off the sword. He shot upwards like a flash of lightning, leaving behind the furiously cursing sword. You detestable outlander. Switching to Yen Viem's spear, which was still embedded in the barrier, he immediately got into a striking stance. A powerful kick sent the spearhead piercing through the barrier, plunging deep into Kasuna's open wound and creating a massive shockwave. Intense purple light flared up. Yenvium spoke. This should be the end of it. Right. Tu-an landed, with the blazing Kasuna behind him. Looking at the monster's remains, he suddenly understood this was the price of bearing the title of a god. Tu-an unconsciously blurted out, I never expected it to be so beautiful. As soon as she took off her armor, Yenvium walked over to thank Tu-an, believing that this time, those old fogies wouldn't dare doubt her demon fire anymore. Tu-an was puzzled, unsure of what Lady Qi was trying to prove. Yenvium simply said he would understand once they reached the origin crystal. The crystal spirit suddenly interrupted, breaking the atmosphere and loudly telling them to look over there. In an instant, a portal appeared in midair and began to expand. Tu-an immediately recognized it as a teleportation gate. The gate sucked in everything around it, forcing the group to brace themselves against the intense pull. Tu-an struggled to stay grounded. Growling, why is this gate appearing now? The crystal spirit seemed surprised. Don't you guys want to go back? Tianvu, beside him, reminded them that it wasn't time to go back yet. The culprit hadn't been revealed. Sensing the strange situation, Tu Hao immediately became alert and asked, What's going on? A subordinate rushed in, urgently reporting, Young master. That reaction is... He stared intently at the monitoring screen and blurted out in shock. That's a teleportation gate. With a loud boom, a terrifying force erupted like a beast, swallowing everything whole. A vortex like a bottomless stomach, sucking in everything around it. Tu Hao was stunned, murmuring, The entire facility is being pulled in too. His subordinate quickly explained that it was a fusion teleportation gate. It continued. So you mean this world is merging with the myriad spider nest secret realm through it? Just then, the crystal spirit angrily shouted, You outlander! Where do you think you're taking me? Tu-an grinned and replied simply, To my home. Of course. And just so you know, my place is pretty spacious. Meanwhile, the teleportation gate continued to relentlessly pull everything in. It was like jumping through space. When he came to, he was in a strange place. Tu Hao asked dazedly, Is this your home? The shock had made him faint, and he only woke up because he felt someone staring at him. He opened his eyes to a scene of rolling mountains. Tianvu stood with her arms crossed, coldly asking, How long do you plan on lying there? Tu-an's face turned beet red as he quietly snapped, What are you staring at so intensely for? He quickly sat up. Tianvu explained that it seemed the teleportation gate didn't return them to the right place, probably because of a time flow difference between the two worlds. This is the desert around Whitescale City, but it's closer to Black Sand City. Tu-an, his face still bright red, mumbled in agreement. This desert really is vast. Fa Thian suddenly pointed in a direction and shouted, Look, there's a city, let's go check it out. The crystal soul grumbled, Why are you so dry? You outlander. It continued to whine. After all that fighting, we end up in a place full of deathly energy. Didn't I ask for a beautiful city, too? An drew his sword, cutting it off. Quiet. This is a desert. Of course there's no water. Then he coldly sheathed his sword and snapped, Go find your own water. The crystal soul shrieked in anger. You despicable outlander. After being sealed away, it said no more. Tu-an breathed a sigh of relief and told the group to head for Black Sand City. In truth, there was no other path. He muttered, and there's no way to get back to Whitescale City either. The landscape in Black Sand City was so harsh that there wasn't a single sign of life, leaning on some absorbed ruins. Tu Hao stood up, looked around, and guessed, We must be back in the myriad spider lair mystic realm. Suddenly, he heard a girl's faint cry. Big brother, save me. He immediately called out a name. Tungong. It was Tu Nin. Her body was suspended in the air. Her collar caught on a piece of architecture. She shouted, Look up, I'm up here. Her face was pale, and it was unclear how she had ended up in such a strange predicament. Once she was rescued, Tu Nin sighed in relief, relaxing in a chair with a bright smile. A subordinate reported, Young master. A call from the family head. Before Tu Hao could react, Tu Nin cheered. That's great, we can go home. The family head's voice came through the screen. What's the situation? Have you found it yet? Tu Hao replied with a satisfied tone. Reporting. Sire. It's just as expected, with very high exploitation value. Tu Hao added. Tungong and I are on our way back to the origin star. The family head sounded pleased and asked, Excellent. What about Shichnian DM Dao? Tu Hao hesitated. She isn't with us. But was cut off by the family head before he could finish. I understand. Keep this matter a secret for now. It is time to join forces against the enemy in the myriad spider lair mystic realm. The voice from the screen was decisive. The family head's figure was blurry, but his eyes seemed to hold a carefully laid plan. When the time is right, the enemy will be nothing but easy prey for our allied fleet. Just follow the plan as discussed. With that, the family head ended the communication. Tu Hao bowed his head respectfully and replied, "Yes, family head." The moment the signal cut off, Tu Hao suddenly shouted, "Wait!" He shot to his feet and called over the subordinate who had just reported. In a stern voice, he said, "Since ancient times, our Bak family has always addressed the head as revered master or family head. So why did you say clan chief? I've never heard that form of address before." No one expected Tu Hao to be so perceptive. He stepped closer to the subordinate, his voice hardening. "Who are you?" To dare impersonate a member of the Bak family. Realizing the jig was up, the person immediately removed their disguise. A flustered look on their face. As the disguise came off, a seductive figure was revealed, with short silver hair, fishnet stockings, and a striking black bodysuit. It was Kobak. Currently in a different persona, she casually revealed herself, looked at Tu Hao, and laughed. "I can't believe you'd notice such an old-fashioned rule. To think I was defeated by such a trivial detail." The Bak family members had completely surrounded her. Urgent warnings blared in Kobak's ears, demanding she stand still. But she just smirked, her voice teasing. "These security guards are pretty quick on the uptake, aren't they?" Kobak's voice lowered, full of menace. As her hand silently tightened around her weapon, she gave a cold laugh and charged forward, saying, "Do you really think I'll surrender without a fight?" Seeing this, Tu Hao's men immediately opened fire. But strangely, not a single bullet touched her. The subordinates stared at each other in shock, whispering, "How did we miss every shot? Is our luck really that bad?" Tu Hao became enraged and shouted, "Stop firing blindly." As swift as lightning, Kobak closed in on him. When she appeared right in front of him, only one thought flashed through his mind: "I'm done for." The blade of her weapon pierced through Tu Hao's body. He choked on his own blood, struggling to ask, "Who in the world are you?" Kobak chuckled softly and replied simply, "Isn't it obvious I'm your enemy?" Tu Nin rushed to hold the collapsing Tu Hao, who still managed to say, "You don't look like someone from the mortal realm." Suddenly, the Bak family was ambushed from behind. A deep, hoarse voice rang out. "Mongrel, what did you just say?" Diego Barro appeared, taking down each security guard. His voice was filled with hatred. "You arrogant offworlders. You invade my planet and still dare to call us mongrels. Now let's see who's more valuable." He grabbed Tu Hao by the face, his eyes cold. Speaking slowly, "A human dies when killed. We're all the same in the end." But his goal wasn't to kill Tu Hao. What he wanted was the lifeboat. Diego Barro had begun to reveal his true intentions. He said, "Today is just a warning. I won't be so gentle next time. Now spit it out. Where is the lifeboat?" In outer space, an object detached from the mothership. While Tu An's group was still on their way to Black Sand City, the journey wasn't going smoothly. And Fa Thien sighed. "We've been walking forever, and we're still not there." Tu An observed their surroundings, guessing that there was more than just one teleportation gate here. Thien Vu wiped her sweat and grumbled, "I wish the butler's driver was here to pick us up." Tu An shot her a light glare. "Keep dreaming. The situation in White Scale City isn't over yet. We're wanted criminals now." Fa Thien whined miserably. "Brother Anna Sen, it's so hot I'm about to melt." Thien Vu tossed her hair and said to just deal with it when we get to Black Sand City. Suddenly, a familiar voice called down from a nearby wall. "Yo." What a coincidence, Tu An froze, thinking, this situation feels awfully familiar. A figure landed behind them. It was Zich Yen VM. She smiled. "I thought you guys were still stuck in the Ghost Shadow world." Without letting anyone get a word in, she continued, "Since we've met, there's no need for pleasantries." She said, "I have some news for you. The higher-ups have ordered preparations for a second attack on the Myriad Spider Nest secret realm." A colossal object appeared behind her. Tu An stared in a daze, murmuring softly, "A warship." Xi Hianfim explained, "When the attack begins, it won't be just this warship. The only thing that can make the superiors back down is to prove that White Scale City still holds dominion, which means you have to eliminate the lord of this world." She spoke as she climbed onto the warship, turning back with a smile. "I hope you'll come to the Origin Star. Don't waste your time in this tiny place anymore." With that said, she departed. Tu An called after her, "Wait," but the warship had already vanished. He grumbled, The least she could do was offer us a ride. He looked up at the warship streaking across the sky and thought to himself, "That's fast." The thought echoed in his mind. Attack the myriad spider nest secret realm. And kill the Lord. He sighed. They don't even let a guy rest for a bit. Night slowly fell over Black Sand City. Despite the thick clouds, starlight still peeked through. Tuon's group had finally arrived. Fa Thien cheered. "We're finally here, Tuon." Exhausted. Suggested, "Let's find a place to get something cool to drink." Thien Vu immediately agreed. The group stopped by the famous Nine Dragons Gang's 7th shop in Black Sand City. A server's voice called out, "Here are your 3 mint lemonades." Fa Thien leaned back in his chair as the news came on. Today is Friday, August 18th. Tuon found that strange, and turned to say, "Wasn't it the 15th when I entered the Ghost Shadow world?" Thien Vu nodded. "We definitely weren't in there for 3 full days." The broadcast continued. Breaking news. A border warship was attacked 2 days ago, and the victim was an official from the Origin Star. Thien Vu concluded, "1 day in there is equal to 3 days out here." The report then moved on to news about a bilateral conference between Black Sand and Blue Billow City. Tuon pondered this, saying, "Maybe the teleportation gate caused a time distortion. Not only was space torn, but time was also warped." Thien Vu said anxiously, "Then we're too late. We can't save my father in time." The speaker in the shop continued to announce, "Military vehicles are currently stopped at the famous Nine Dragons Gang's 7th shop." Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed through the shop. Shards of glass flew everywhere. Tuon shielded his face with his arm. Amidst the smoke and dust, an urgent news bulletin came through. The Southern City Lord's vehicle has been ambushed. Fa Thien panicked. "What's happening?" Outside, a line of wrecked vehicles lay scattered about. It seemed they were in the middle of a continuous assault. Tuon's group rushed out. Through the hazy smoke, they saw the silhouette of a girl carrying someone on her back, as if she had just kidnapped someone. Thien Vu was on guard, covering her nose and mouth with her hand. She whispered, "This smoke is poisonous." Tuon tried to squint. Recognizing a strange insignia, he wondered who these people were. He froze. That was the insignia of the demon spider cult. The group vanished as quickly as the wind. Tuon could only grit his teeth. Damn it. They're so fast. The poisonous gas made his head spin, but he still managed to think. It seems the demon spider cult has returned. With no strength left to fight, Tuon gradually slumped to his knees. His consciousness began to fade, and his last thought was that they must be planning something new. He absolutely couldn't let it happen. His body lost all its strength, and he fell completely unconscious. Before sinking into darkness, Tuon managed to choke out a few words. Damn it. Poison gas. Blood trickled from his mouth and nose. The last thing he saw was the silhouette of an army rescuing civilians. Led by a woman, he heard shouts of, "It's safe. Prioritize the injured." An image of a blue uniform flashed in his mind. Azure City. And then he blacked out completely. The woman stood beside Tuon and said softly, "You're Baklao Dong's grandson." When he came to, Tuon found himself in an unfamiliar place. The room looked completely different from any he'd ever been in before. He was lying on a clean bed, confusedly wondering where he was, when he heard someone's voice. "He's awake, inform the city lord." Quickly, 2 men hurried to make a call. "City lord. Young Master Bach is awake." Tuon struggled to sit up, his head spinning. He asked groggily, "Where is this A hospital?" The door opened, and a woman with blue hair walked in. Smiling, "You're finally awake." He felt like he recognized her face. Before he could place her, Dong Lai spoke. "I won't ask why a criminal from Baklan City is in Black Sand City. But since you were at the scene of the attack, I need to ask you a few things. Do you remember what the kidnapper looked like? Or anything unusual?" It was then that Tuon realized this was the city lord of Azure City. A thought crossed his mind. If she's asking this, then the person who was kidnapped must be Kikai. He remembered Lam Chikai, the lively and naturally gifted girl he had met at the auction. Tuon recalled everything and understood. By this point, she must have already formed a contract with a space-type spirit beast, a type that can even travel through time. What would the demon spider cult want with her? An aide reported new information. Tuon didn't hide anything and said directly, "It's the demon spider cult. I saw them at the scene." Dong Lai frowned. "Tell me something I don't know." The aide interjected. "Lord Dong Lai, the security cameras have been restored. Please take a look." Dong Lai nodded. "Understood." Tuon quietly repeated, "Security cameras." Sheikah stirred, walked outside, then turned back and said, "You're coming with me." Tuon sat dumbfounded for a few seconds, thinking to himself, Why does she talk with such a sharp tongue? Should I just call her an old hag? But then he thought, I haven't done anything to offend her. Whatever. Dong Lai led him to a control room filled with advanced equipment. She asked someone inside. Old man Lam. What's the situation? A man's voice replied. Don't worry. Dong Lai. It was Lam Kwai, also known as the Black Tail King, the city lord of Black Sand City. He gently reminded her. There's a junior present. You should maintain your image a little. Tuan looked at the masked man and shivered slightly. That mask sent a chill down his spine. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Tuan. He turned his head and froze. Little Phoenix. But why did she look so angry too? And thought awkwardly. I'd better apologize at first. Or she'll make a scene. He stammered. Ooh. Little Phoenix. Contrary to his expectations, Vu Thien rushed forward and hugged him tightly. Her voice trembled. You're okay, that's great too, Anne blushed. Thinking, oh my god. This woman is completely nuts. He thought to himself, she must be confused from inhaling the poison gas. Then he asked, where's Aveen? As soon as she heard that, Vu Thien's grip tightened. She growled, I was worried about you. And you ask about that Fatso Tuan struggled to breathe. She was annoyed. I should just squeeze you to death. On the other side, Dong Lai looked at Lam Kwai. He coughed lightly. To be young. Then he became serious again, opened the system, and said, back to work. System, play the video. The footage from last night's incident appeared on the screen. Lam Kwai pointed at the image. This is the data from the security camera. The culprit was acting alone. Tuan leaned in closer and pointed. This is. Lam Kwai replied. This is when the vehicle was leaving the city. He recognized the familiar figure and said quietly, that looks a lot like the person who took Chi Kai. Lam Kwai commanded, System, zoom in. Kobak. Tuan was stunned into silence. Lam Kwai asked, what's wrong, is that her? He nodded. Yes, that's Kobak. But her aura is completely different. Lam Kwai gave the order. Notify the Secret Service Bureau. The suspect has been identified. Vu Thien noticed Tuan's pensive look and asked, is something wrong? Dong Lai was impatient. That's my niece. Now that we have confirmation, let's move. I'll go myself. Lam Kui was about to stop her, but then sighed. To avoid any diplomatic incidents, I'll go too. Tuan hesitated. Lam Kwai turned to him and asked curiously, Tuan, is there something else you want to say? He hesitated, wondering to himself, is that person really Kobak? I need to confirm it for myself. His fists clenched. But thinking about the unresolved matters in Bakland City, he didn't know how he would explain it to Little Phoenix and Aveen if he left with the two city lords. As if understanding his thoughts, she sighed and then called out loudly, Tuan. Vu Thien said with her hands on her hips, if you're going to go, then just go. Stop humming and hawing. When Tuan still hesitated, she added, Aveen and I will take care of things in Whitescale City. My father has friends here, so don't you worry about us. Besides, you have a personal reason you have to go. Right, Lam Kwai chimed in. Legally speaking, neither Bluescale City nor Black Sand City has the jurisdiction to arrest someone from another territory. This isn't me doing a favor for the Bak family. No objections. Right, Dong Lai, she nodded. If you're going, then go. Time is precious. Stop dragging your feet. Tuan lowered his head slightly, calling a name in his heart. Little Phoenix. He glanced back at Vu Thien's retreating figure and whispered, I'm sorry, she sighed, a bitter smile playing on her lips. What was I even expecting from you anyway? Outside, a long convoy of military vehicles rolled out. Lam Kwai looked over the documents as he gave directions. The target is approaching. I'll go over the key points. The suspect is on a train to Giant Wood City, traveling along the coastal railway. Inside a train car, Kobak sat quietly, her face hidden behind dark glasses as she looked over some files, not drawing any suspicion. The pursuit team didn't order the train to halt, only to reduce speed, as two military vehicles moved in parallel, flanking it on both sides. Once they reach the rear of the train, the special ops team will board and seize control. Lam Kwai watched the monitor and gave the order. After boarding, you must secure the scene immediately. Prevent any chaos. The rest will be up to young Master Bak to identify the suspect. He concluded. We'll be depending on you then. Young Master Bak. Tuan looked up and answered quietly. Right. But his heart felt heavy, as if something was wrong. He clasped his hands together, lost in thought. The train's route was fixed. Getting caught on it would be like trapping oneself in an iron box with no way out. As the train rumbled through the hot, arid land, with wind and sun lashing against the windows, his anxiety grew. Why would she choose such a dangerous method of travel, besides? Could that person really be Kobach? Suddenly, the train conductor announced, "The commander has arrived." Lam Kwai raised his hand to give the signal. "Begin the operation." 3 special ops. Soldiers immediately climbed onto the roof and closed in on the car. While inside, Kobach quietly observed every approaching footstep. A glint flashed in her eyes, as cold as ice, and then her lips curved into a faint, cold smile. One of the soldiers whispered, "We have a suspicious passenger." He slowly raised his rifle, aiming it in her direction. As he was about to check on her and ask for her cooperation, he found her seat completely empty. She had vanished. The next second, Kobach leaped down from above, hair disguise falling away. The soldier only had time to gasp, "We're screwed." Before she closed in on him, she used her long legs to lock his neck in a powerful hold. Her gaze as cold as a razor's edge. The remaining soldiers simultaneously aimed their weapons and fired repeatedly. She leaned back, somersaulting onto the floor, while keeping her prey firmly in her grasp. As bullets whizzed past her body, missing by mere inches, the whole squad continued to fire frantically. But fortunately, their teammates' body armor helped him survive. Kobach spun around, unleashing a kick that sent the surrounding soldiers staggering backward. She swung her arm, and a flash of purple electricity shot out, striking down one person after another. Her speed was so incredible the naked eye couldn't track it. Her opponents were utterly powerless. A true beastmaster. In just a few moments, the entire special ops team lay defeated on the floor. She fixed her hair, glanced over at the bodies strewn across the floor, and commented softly, "That wasn't even enough for a warm-up." A hesitant voice called out from behind, "Kobach." She tilted her head, noticing there was still one survivor. It was Tuan. He was stunned. "Are you really Kobach? How did things turn out like this?" She repeated her name, her voice deep and cold. "Kobach," Dong Lai yelled. "What are you standing there for? Make your move." But Lam Kwai held up a hand to stop her. "Calm down. It looks like they know each other." Kobach let out a soft laugh, her eyes becoming sharp and captivating. She said, "The one you speak of? Are you referring to that weak little child? She's no longer here. The person standing before you now is someone else entirely." Tuan asked, bewildered. "What do you mean?" She just smirked. "You still don't understand anything at all." Her eyes suddenly flared a brilliant red, her voice dripping with contempt. "That child was weak and an orphan. Who do you think has been protecting her until now?" She brought a finger to her lips and smiled lightly. "That's right. It was me." A secret that not even the child herself knew. It was then that Tuan understood. Could she have 2 personalities? He recalled Kobach's previous weak and frail appearance. Whenever she was in danger, her other self would emerge to protect her. He took a deep breath and looked straight at her. Regardless of which personality it was, why was she helping the spider demon cult? She replied nonchalantly, "It's just for mutual benefit." What's there to question? Just then, a voice came over the radio. "Report. We have a situation." Lam Kwai frowned and asked, "What is it?" The soldier stammered. "You might not believe this." "Sia." He reported that a strange phenomenon was occurring outside, with sand and dust swirling into a massive sandstorm. For the past 20 years, Blue Sand City hadn't seen this happen. So why now? Lam Kwai was startled and muttered, "This isn't normal at all." The soldier added in a panic, "Wait. There's something else." The storm roared violently as the ground around the tracks trembled, and a massive creature burst forth, its rough skin and sharp horns shattering the earth. The train shook violently, sending passengers tumbling. Lam Kwai exclaimed in horror, "A black sandworm." Its mouth opened wide like an abyss, its gleaming, spiral teeth looking as if they could swallow the entire train whole. At the carriage door, Kobach watched the creature with a calm expression, as if she had been waiting for a long time. She whispered, "It's finally here." Behind her, Tuan called out softly, "Wait." He stepped forward, panting, his voice heavy as he asked, "What in the world are you people trying to do?" Kobach didn't answer. She simply picked up her suitcase and walked out, where a figure was already waiting, still alive. "Huh?" he asked. She replied, "You can see for yourself." Diego Barro smiled. "So he's the one you couldn't bring yourself to kill?" Kobach replied coldly. "Weren't you the one who said to keep him as a spare tire?" He squatted down, looked at Tuan, and chuckled. "What a coincidence." Tuan growled, "Mr. Kai Sin." Diego Barro bowed his head slightly and said, "Don't waste your energy. Just stay put quietly." Tuan was horrified to find his body covered in a layer of milky white slime, completely immobilizing him. He stood up and sneered. Wait until you've grown a little more. And I'll be back. A special spare tire like you needs to be nurtured longer. Then, they both mounted the black sandworm. Diego said, the boss has been waiting a long time. Let's deliver the package. And stop sitting on it. You hear me? But Kobach remained silent. Her gaze fixed on a distant point, as if she were lost in thought. Meanwhile, the train was still in chaos. Urgent calls rang out over the comms. Commander, respond. The communication system is down. Lam Kuai said, the sandstorm is causing interference, so we'll just have to wait for it to pass. Dong Lai leaned against the wall, with one leg propped up, her eyes sharp and cold. You're just going to let her go like that, too. An lowered his head in silence. Dong Lai put her foot down and stood up straight, her voice firm. I don't care how you're involved, but something about this doesn't sit right with me. Dong Lai took a deep breath and clenched her fists. Right now, saving Kai Kai is the only thing that matters. Meanwhile, Tu An was lost in thought. The more he considered it, the stranger it seemed. They clearly could have taken their target by other means. So why choose the railway? Lam Kuai placed a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. Calm down. I know she's worried about Kai Kai, but if Kobach understands the enemy this well, it might not be a bad thing. Perhaps she intentionally revealed her location to lure us into this desert. Hearing this, Dong Lai just glanced over before turning to leave. I'm going outside for a smoke. Lam Kui called after her. Dong Lai but received no reply. He had no choice but to sit on the train floor. Turning to Tuan, he said softly, City Lord Lam is just really worried about Kai Kai. Tuan frowned, confused as to why this man was suddenly confiding in him. The man continued, I hope you don't take it to heart. He then gazed into the distance and said slowly, from the way you look, that comrade must be very important to you. Tuan was taken aback, thinking, does he think I'm heartbroken? The man lit a cigarette, gave a faint smile, and began his story. This was a long time ago, before I became the Lord of Black Sand City. Lam Kuai continued, your grandfather, Dong Li, and I. One was an exile from the Origin Star, one was a commoner genius, and one was the illegitimate child of a great clan. The three of us once shared the same goal of reaching the Origin Star. We trained together in the secret realm of the 10,000 Spider Lair, and we all shared a secret that we could see clearly, but could not speak of. An image of a young Kan Shung appeared, his gaze awkward as he faced a blushing Dong Lai, revealing a vague romance between them. Dong Lai was once in love with your grandfather. Lam Kuai chuckled softly, then sighed. But just as our group was about to reach its goal, Kan Shung suddenly left. The next time they met, the distance between them had grown. By the time they saw each other again, Kan Shung was already the Lord of Whitescale City, and we were nothing more than strangers to him. He added, thanks to her talent, Dong Lai caught the eye of the Lam family of Blue Sand City. She ended up marrying their useless eldest son. After her husband passed away, she inherited his position, becoming the first female city lord of Blue Sand City. As for me, Lam Kui said softly, I succeeded my father to become the Blacktail King, the Lord of Black Sand City. He then looked at Tuan, his voice calm. I just want to tell you, don't get too hung up on the past. Many things that seem important really aren't worth much. After Lam Kuai left, Tuan sat in silence. He never expected the two city lords to be old friends of his grandfather. Now he understood why Dong Lai was always so hostile towards him. Meanwhile, everyone was lost in their own thoughts. But Tuan was still haunted by the appearance of Kobach. Even as the train car tilted over, he thought to himself that instead of guessing about the demon spider cult, he might as well wait and see what the sandstorm reveals. Just as he finished that thought, a strange noise came from the window pane, making him jump. What was that sound? Then suddenly, the sound of someone loudly slurping noodles echoed through the quiet space. The person mumbled while chewing. The desert's flavor is as dry as this cup of noodles. Immediately after, there was a long sliding sound, then a heavy thud, accompanied by a casual voice saying, Yep, really dry. That figure crashed right through the train car's window and fell straight to the ground. Everything happened so fast that no one could react. Tuan was stunned. What just fell? He and Lam Ki approached and realized the person on the ground was Ore. He pushed himself up, wincing as he complained, What a waste of good noodles. Dong Lai immediately became wary, her gaze fixed on his strange eyes, rectangular pupils. She froze. In an instant, she drew her green sword and pointed it straight at his neck, her voice cold. You're one of the demon spider cult. She gritted her teeth and yelled, What did you people do with my niece? Ore quickly raised his hands. Hey, relax. I'm not with the demon spider cult. Tuan stepped in. City Lord. I know this man. She narrowed her eyes. Who is he? He pointed and explained. He's an old friend of my grandfather. Tuan scratched his head and added, it's a complicated relationship, but he's definitely not on the same side as Kai Kai's kidnappers. Donglai lowered her sword, but then immediately raised it again, the tip pressing against Ore's neck, making him flinch. She glared. Air voice heavy. Even so, he was once a friend of that man. He can't be trusted. Hearing this, Tuan could only sigh and mutter to himself. Grandpa, just how much trouble did you cause? Lam Kuai stepped forward and gently lowered her arm. He whispered, Dongli, calm down. Let the past be the past. Then he put a hand on her shoulder and smiled. You're still as hot-headed as ever. Aure raised 2 fingers and politely interjected. Excuse me, may I say something? He said. From what I know, the City Lord's niece was taken by the Sun Sect, also known as the Demon Spider Cult. While everyone was still in the middle of the wrecked train car, Aure continued. During my pursuit, I was caught in the sandstorm and fell down here, where I ran into you all. Luckily, I'm still in one piece. Tuan crossed his arms, his tone serious. You're talking too much. Just get straight to the point of why you're here. Aure smiled and pointed at Tuan. It's simple. My goal is the same as yours. Tuan's eyes widened. You're also after the Demon Spider Cult. Aure nodded. That's right. My Moon Shadow Sect specializes in monitoring the Sun Sect. Lam Kuai then asked, what are those 2 sects? Aure explained. The Sun Sect is the Demon Spider Cult, and the Moon Shadow Sect is the opposing faction. The name Aure is just what the native people call me. Just then, the sound of rotor blades echoed as a helicopter descended. Someone reported, Commander, we've arrived. Everyone looked towards Lam Kuai as he gave an order into his earpiece. Good. Bring us up first. The helicopter hovered in the red sky. The pilot asked, Commander, what are our orders? Lam Kuai replied. Scan the area. Look for traces of a giant creature. The hostage is still in enemy hands. We have to be fast. On the ground. Tuan sat next to Donglai and glanced over at Aure. He asked, you must have some new information, or else you wouldn't have come all the way to this desert. Aure smirked, raising a finger. He said cryptically, of course I do. And what's more, it's directly related to you. Tuan pointed to himself. Surprised. Related to me, Aure gave a slight nod. Yes, I'm sure you remember what happened 6 months ago. In the Qingxiao Forest and Giant Tree City. Tuan chuckled softly. Of course, I remember. You're talking about the 2 priests from the Demon Spider Cult, aren't you? Aure frowned and confirmed. That's right. Then continued to explain. Right now, the Sunlight Sect is short on combat power, so they're going all out to find the Spider Queen. The Moonlit Sect only managed to bolster their strength thanks to Banfuk, all because Tuan took out 2 of their high priests. Dongli's eyes widened in shock after hearing this, exclaiming, What? Lam Kuai was also surprised, gritting his teeth and saying, I can't believe Tuan is that powerful. Donglai praised him sincerely. Those were diamond-level experts. Tuan just rubbed his head and dodged the compliment with a forced smile. It was just luck. Despite the praise, he remained cautious, as the current situation was a total mess. He quickly sorted through everything in his mind. Yen VM had said the army from the Origin Star was already on its way and would soon confront the Spider Queen. Chi Kai had also made her move. If this investigation got to the root of the problem, they might find the Spider Queen, but they would also clash with the Demon Spider Cult. The situation was still full of variables, and one thing in particular remained unclear. Donglai clenched his fists, frowning as he asked, But what does the Demon Spider Cult finding the Spider Queen have to do with my niece? Aure was also puzzled. He nodded and said, That's exactly what I was wondering. They've captured many ordinary people with no special talents, which makes me suspect. Could it be? Tuan suddenly remembered something, and after a moment's thought, he blurted out, That's right, Diet Koi Chinan mentioned Chi Kai before. Aure seemed to have figured it out too, pointing and asking immediately, Her daughter is a beast tamer with an extremely rare talent, isn't she? Donglai nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's right. It happened when we visited Black Sand City. Back then, Kai Kai awakened her talent on her own without an awakening stone, and she even revealed her abilities in front of a large crowd. Lam Kuai scratched his head, recalling, Things were so chaotic that day we never got to properly test her talent. Plus, there were reports of a spatial rift appearing in the desert. Tuan shrugged and gave a slight smile, thinking to himself, It's actually just because the 2 worlds are starting to merge. When Chi Kai awakened, A blue divine beast appeared beside her, startling everyone. But what was even stranger was that the legendary spatial devourer actually formed a contract with Chi Kai on its own. Something like that has never been heard of before. Aure shot to his feet, startling the whole group. He pointed and exclaimed, "That's it." Then he frowned and explained. The spatial devourer is a high-level creature, capable of opening dimensional gates. The Sunlight sect wants to exploit this, so they have to control the person it's contracted with first. At that moment, Chi Kai was standing before a strange purple portal. According to Aure, that was the entrance to track down the Spider Queen. He urged them on impatiently. "We're running out of time." Just then, the helicopter flew over a large fissure, and the pilot reported, "Sir, we've got something." Lam Kuai rushed over and gripped the handrail. The pilot continued, "Down below, there are tracks that look like they were made by a black sandworm." He immediately gave the order, "Follow those tracks, we don't have much time. We need to move now." The helicopter began to follow the trail. The scene shifts to a space filled with spiderwebs. Kobach walked behind Diego, sneering, "The trail we're leaving is so obvious. Who are you trying to hide from, and you call this professional?" Diego glanced back at her, his voice low. "I have my own plan." Then he added pointedly, "Did you really think I don't know what you're secretly plotting?" Kobach didn't show the slightest bit of fear, retorting provocatively, "Then why don't you tell me? Don't make baseless accusations." Diego frowned and pointed a finger at her face. "I don't care what your goal is, but don't get in my way." And most importantly, the atmosphere grew tense. Diego grabbed her chin and squeezed it hard, hissing, "Don't forget, if it weren't for me, you'd still be buried under that pile of ore." Kobach remained unfazed, even taunting back, "I suppose I should be very grateful to you then." Faced with the provocation, Diego let go and turned away, leaving a warning behind not to dare cross the line. While Kobach tightened his grip on his luggage, rubbing his neck and glaring coldly at him, Diego glanced back to add, "Remember to keep the inside man alive." He can't yet. The sky darkened as the red sunset faded, and the helicopter landed in an area full of gray, seemingly abandoned structures. As a voice announced, "Sir, the trail ends here." Lam Kuai peeked his head out of the aircraft door and said, "This is the Abandoned Research Institute of Black Sand City." Then he ordered, "Go in and check it out now." As they stepped inside, everyone looked around curiously. Tu-On asked what this place used to be. Lam Kuai replied, "The Comprehensive Research Institute for Sandstorm Control Solutions." Dong Lai countered, "But Lam City's science and technology already helped Black Sand City solve its sandstorm problem." Tu-On channeled his mana, thinking to himself, using the Iron Genesis Eye should reveal something. As soon as he activated the eye, his vision flashed. There's something underground. He immediately placed a hand on the floor to investigate, and as an image appeared, he was surprised, wondering, is that a kinetic reaction from a mana stone? At that moment, a deep, square shaft appeared at his feet. It was an elevator. He was startled, wondering why such a thing would be here. Tu-On stepped back, accidentally hitting a switch on the floor, and his foot froze in place. The elevator suddenly opened from beneath the ground, causing Aure to fall on his butt with a curse. The four of them moved closer to the door, and Dong Lai frowned, questioning Lam Kuai. "You should explain this." Seeing his hesitation, she narrowed her eyes. It seems this place was never abandoned after all. Aure composed himself, frowning as he peered inside, and said suspiciously, "Something's off. We should check it out right away." They stepped into the elevator. Lam Kui put his hands in his pockets and said encouragingly, "At least this proves we're in the right place." Tu-On stroked his chin thoughtfully. "It's not just the elevator that's suspicious." Dong Lai looked around cautiously and asked, "So where does this take us?" Tu-On's eyes flashed a deep blue as he thought coldly, "It's as if we've been led here from the very beginning." Inside the cramped space, the elevator slowly descended while Tu-On analyzed, "If even the Lord of Black Sand City doesn't know about this place, there's a high probability of a spy within the city." Finally, Lam Kuai answered Dong Lai, "To be honest, I'm not sure where this elevator leads either." Tu-On used his spiritual sense to probe him. He wasn't lying, but Tu-On remained on guard. This man doesn't feel like City Lord Lam. The doors opened and the four of them stepped out. Lam Kui hesitated, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. And Tu-On whispered, "Holy crap." Right beneath the black sand desert, a city revealed itself. They were astonished by the towering, vibrant buildings, thinking that if this was the base of the demon curse cult, it was far too modern. Suddenly, a system alert blared. Intruder detected. Armed figures appeared all around them, and Aure's face went pale. "We're surrounded." Tuan was reminded of the monsters he had seen before. They looked just like the assassins from the attack on White Scale City. He tensed up, sensing that something was very wrong. The system continued to command. Activate extermination mode. Rows of red-eyed robots drew their weapons and advanced. Tuan assessed that a few details were different from the news reports. Riding atop Kintu, he glanced at the robots and smirked. A welcome like this is all the proof I need that you're planning to open a teleportation gate here. Lam Kuai raised his hand and pointed at the robots, saying, Senya, break through their encirclement. As soon as he finished speaking, he performed a summoning, and the Scorpion Queen appeared. Dong Lai also summoned her spirit beast, commanding, Azure Gray Thorned Insect. It's time to eat. As the giant Kintu appeared, Ari laughed. It's been a while. Has your insect evolved again? Tuan glanced at the beast sleeping on his head and replied with a smirk. That's right. But what about your Muchi Ma Cha? Still the same old thing. Ho. Hearing this, Muke Lin sat up in annoyance and crossed its arms. Our snared. Let's be real. You're not just here on a rescue mission. Are you? Tu, Anne replied coldly. What are you trying to say? Ori looked him straight in the eye. You're hiding something. It's written all over your face. Tu, An got annoyed, thinking to himself, this old geezer is way too perceptive. The whole group charged into battle. The azure gray thorned insect swept away enemies with its scythes, while the Scorpion Queen attacked from below with purple beams of light. Lam Kuai killed one of them, holding up its head to examine it and concluding, the head was rigid and metallic. It was a biological android. What was suspicious was the red eye-like dot on their faces. Suddenly, a massive explosion sent everything flying. A dark figure appeared on a rooftop, standing with her hands on her hips. As she looked down, a female voice rang out. What a shame. Tuan looked up curiously, wondering who it was. It turned out to be the second priestess, Lilith. She rubbed her neck, muttering to herself, next time I'll have to set the fuse a little shorter. Ore recognized her instantly and called out her name. Lilith. Tuan was surprised. Another acquaintance. Muke Lin took a defensive stance and stared intently. Ra frowned. But before he could speak, Lilith cut in. You want to ask why I'm here when I died 20 years ago, don't you? Teacher Ari. Auri's voice trembled. That's impossible. I clearly, with my own hands. Tuan turned to him in bewilderment. Ori's student. While King Tu was still fighting, Lilith continued her story from 20 years ago, saying she survived thanks to off-world technology. But she was nothing more than a puppet. She spread her arms and summoned a spirit beast of the demon race at the peak diamond rank, and a giant monster appeared. Lilith gave the order. Han Huyen. It's time to end this. Let's get down to business. Tuan spoke with a cold voice and a sharp gaze, snapping his fingers to command King Tu, and another giant, Kun Tu, to charge forward. Just as Tuan lunged, he was stopped by an arm, and a voice said, Wait. He froze. It was Ore, his face dark as he gritted his teeth and said, I'll handle this. Then he put Mok Lin on the ground and commanded, Son, to reveal Connie's true form. A spirit beast materialized with 6 arms and dark blue skin. It was Mok Lin's true form, from the wilderness god race. At the peak diamond rank, Ore sent a telepathic message to Tuan. This is our business. Then flew off, leaving a trail of white smoke. While Tuan was still stunned, Ore returned with an apologetic look and said, I shouldn't have dragged you into this from the beginning. Tuan cut him off. Wait a minute. You're not about to give me that old cliche about running away or hiding somewhere safe, are you? He recalled the battles he had fought. That's right. You're not wrong. The previous battles all involved you, seniors. But I don't demean my respect for you. It's just, I don't think I'm some kid. You can easily lead by the nose. I have my own opinions and my own principles. I don't need anyone to make decisions for me. He frowned, pointing a finger at his own chest with a firm voice. From saving Chikai to taking down the cursed demon sect, every single step was decided by me. Tuan, so you can all drop the guilty act? He gave a thumbs up, his eyes as sharp as ice, and declared, I decide my own path. I don't need anyone to arrange it for me. Dong Lai, who was dealing with the robots, heard this and laughed. You're quite the smooth talker. I wonder who you learned that from. Down below, Lam Kuai wasn't standing still either, fighting, as he said. That personality is just like City Lord Box. 3 formats rushed to attack, but Ore just stood there and asked Tuan, What's your plan? Tuan calmly replied, If they're blocking our way here, it proves that Chikai is somewhere nearby. An astral body rushed forward, spreading its arms to shield them, blocking the advance of the 3 giant formats. Tuan laid out his plan. My beast companion is extremely fast, so as long as you can hold them off, I'll break through and find Chi-Kai. Donglai and Lam Kwai nodded. Right. That's the only way now. At that moment, Lilith launched a kick, attacking Tuan while growling. Are you all making plans as if I don't exist? Tuan didn't flinch. He was waiting for her to take the bait. And looking up, he replied, I said it loudly on purpose for you to hear. Otherwise, how could I lure you into making a move? Ore seized the opportunity, drew his blade, and charged toward Lilith. Standing before her, he still hesitated. Lilith, teacher doesn't want to strike you again. Lilith's blazing red eyes flashed as she emphasized, the Lilith of the past is already dead. Teacher. In the dim light, Aura swung his blade, but she had already dodged. Ore turned his head and said curtly, let's not beat around the bush. I only ask for one thing. Whatever your purpose is, do not kill the Spider Queen. Tuan thought to himself that this was a difficult request. If he spared the Spider Queen, the fleet would destroy the 10,000 Spider Lair mystic realm. Unsure, he only gave a vague answer. I will choose to do the right thing. Then he turned away, calling to King Tu and Kuntu. Let's go. Sitting on King Tu's back, Tuan asked softly, is this okay? Kuntu reassured him. Don't worry. Hearing that, he gave King Tu the signal to fly up. King Tu shot high into the air as Tuan waved his hand, firing a stream of electricity that swept away all obstacles. Shouting, sorry about this, but I'm out of time. The two of them zipped past the robots, flying between the towering skyscrapers, and Tuan looked up and exclaimed, the ground is much wider than I thought. King Tu added, it's just like a beast taming space. But Tuan frowned. If that's the case, it will be difficult to find Chi-Kai with the naked eye. And the scanning range of the God's Eye is too small. He suddenly remembered. That's right. I once gave Chi-Kai a treasure. What if she has it with her right now? With that thought, he held on tightly to King Tu's fin, his eyes scanning everywhere, hoping that with Kuntu's speed, he would find her quickly. He decisively stretched out his hand and commanded, God's Eye. Scan for the treasure. A divine sense spread across all the buildings. A blue light filled the sky, and King Tu shot forward like an arrow. At that very moment, Tuan's eyes flashed. There's a reaction, and he immediately said, Kun Tu, slow down. He pointed to the building below and shouted. Land there. Kin Tu immediately flicked its tail and changed direction. Meanwhile, the group holding back the robots was starting to get tired, and that included the Scorpion Queen and the Grey Thorn Insectoid. Lam Kwai and Donglai panted. These things are so tough. We can't kill them all. Elsewhere, Muk Tin was fighting 3 formats when he was knocked to the ground. His master was also being cornered by Lilith, parrying a continuous barrage of sword attacks. Ra drew a line on the ground with his sword to steady himself, sweat pouring down his face as he thought, she's really a handful. He had underestimated Lilith, never expecting her to be this strong. Looking at her attacks and the red electrical energy surrounding her, Aura sighed. This child has grown so much, but... He raised 2 fingers, tilting his head as he guessed. External technology has enhanced your spiritual power, and I'm guessing that device is on your head. Lilith froze, cautiously reaching for the back of her head. Ari rested his sword on his shoulder and said sternly, Lilith, after all these years, have you still not understood what I taught you? The 3 formats continued their relentless assault on Muk Tin, but he parried every blow without flinching. Ari continued his lecture. Most of you are using your spirit beasts the wrong way now. He pointed at Lilith, identifying her weakness. If you only see your spirit beast as a tool, you can never unleash its full power. Through every battle, I've realized that both we and our spirit beasts possess spiritual energy, and the key is to merge that energy into one to create superior strength. As her former master, Ari emphasized, the very reason you have to rely on a power-boosting device is that your relationship with your spirit beast is one of master and servant, not the companionship our ancestors passed down. He continued, the lesson is about respecting and understanding your spirit beast, not forcing it. The format reverted to its small form and landed on Ore's head, and he smiled. You've worked hard. Now for part 2. The 3 other formats were still growling, their mouths open in resentment, but Ore just calmly instructed his own. Get ready. The monster, over 3 meters tall, slammed its hand down, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. When it lifted its hand, there was only a deep crater with no one in sight. The monster was confused. How did I miss? Lilith was also surprised, whispering, where did he go? Just then, a dark figure appeared, swinging a staff from above. Aura brought his strike straight down on Lilith, and a current of electricity shot through her, seemingly splitting her in two. Her mask shattered in two, revealing horrified eyes staring straight ahead. At the same time, all the LUC robots short-circuited in unison. Their red eyes flickered out, and they swayed as if they'd lost connection. They all collapsed, motionless. Lam Kuai and Donglai looked around in alarm. What just happened? Ore turned and asked. Donglai, are you okay? She replied. I'm fine. Her gaze still firm as she added, looks like we should be thanking Old Man Bok's friend. Muke Tin sat quietly on Ore's head with its arms crossed. Ore also crossed his arms, looking down coldly at Lilith trembling on the ground, and said slowly, What's wrong? Are you not going to continue? He gently touched a scar on his own face. Remembering, this is the mark I left on her that day. Lilith lowered her head to avoid his gaze, her trembling hand covering the scar on her forehead. Ore fell silent as the memory of killing his student all those years ago resurfaced. Seeing her cowering and hugging her arms, Ore suddenly felt a heavy weight in his heart. Perhaps he had just made her relive the moment she was killed by her own master. Unable to watch any longer, he turned away and said softly, I once promised I would never raise my hand against you again. His figure slowly disappeared into the light, leaving Lilith behind. Lam Kui sighed. I wonder how long this war between us and the demon spider cult will last. Donglai narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Are you sympathizing with them? Lam Kuai shook his head and replied, No, I was just thinking. Looking at Ore's troubled expression after the fight with his former student, he said quietly, They're just like us. They have feelings. They feel anger and pity too. While they were talking, a figure suddenly appeared on a rooftop. It was Lilith, her voice urgent. There's no more time to think. Go find Chikai now. Lam Kui replied calmly. I wonder how young Master Bok is doing. Unaware that someone was watching them from behind, Ore suddenly pointed upward and screamed. Look up there. Kobosh smirked menacingly, gripping his knife as he charged straight down. Lam Kuai was startled, only managing to gasp. What? By the time he looked up, a dark shadow was already upon him. Meanwhile, Tuan and King Tu landed in front of a blazing red tower. He whispered, This is the place. But Kin Tu shuddered slightly. Master, this place makes me feel uneasy. Tuan touched the red glass surface, his eyes widening in shock. This is... I can't believe it. Inside the blood-red tower was Chikai. Unconscious and breathing faintly, he pressed his hand against the glass and called out, Kiki, are you in there? A strange voice echoed from behind. Relax. The young lady will be fine. Tuan whipped around to see a figure in a hat. The voice was deep. He asked cautiously, Who are you? The man introduced himself. Mephisto, the fourth priest of the Sunlit sect. He gave a faint smile. I'm merely borrowing the power of that girl's familiar. Tuan gritted his teeth. Borrowing. You call what you did kidnapping borrowing. Did you consider that reasoning when you attacked innocent civilians? A blazing red eye in the center of Mephisto's forehead flashed as he replied. You call it terrorism. I call it resistance. This is our territory. We just want to make you understand that, in the empty space, Mephisto stared intently at Tuan. How could an outsider like you possibly understand our suffering? Tuan's voice was low and dangerous. Even if I did understand, I would never accept your methods. Let Chikai go now. King Tu beside him braced for a fight, spiritual energy flaring around it. Tuan repeated, If you don't, then remember what happened to Asmodon and Arthur. Mephisto's eyes narrowed. So, it was you. Behind him, a spirit beast materialized in a swirl of purple flames. Its eyes were blood red, and its voice was ice cold. It seems a fight is inevitable. Both Tuan and Kintu were stunned. Master, that's impossible. How could this be? It had a chiseled face, a high nose bridge, and rippling, muscular arms covered in strange patterns. Metal armor clung to its body, reflecting the flickering flames. Mephisto's spirit beast had finally revealed itself. The evil spirit queen. A vicious beast. At peak diamond rank, a species that evolves through alchemy. It shouldn't have been able to reach this form without human intervention. Tuan thought to himself, did he really make a pact with a vicious beast? Mephisto opened his palm, revealing another red eye. It was obvious he was controlling the spirit beast with it. Tuan realized this method was extremely dangerous. The vicious beast could end up devouring its own master. The evil spirit queen roared and charged forward. Tuan clenched his fists, quickly calculating. This opponent would not be easy to handle. Kintu opened its mouth and spewed blue flames toward her, but she dodged aside. Tuan observed carefully and smiled. Her vision only senses spiritual energy. Just like last time, the evil spirit queen launched her first attack, but Tuan and Kintu leaped away just in time to dodge. He waved his hand and shouted, "Use the old trick." Blazing Fang. A phoenix shot out, diving like a streak of light. Blazing Fang spewed fire that engulfed the queen, throwing her into confusion. The flames surged, followed by a deafening explosion. It seemed she had been incinerated. Tuan stared at the dissipating smoke and exhaled. Could it really be that easy? But from within the inferno, she lifted her head, her eyes glowing a blood red. Her eyes glowed. Her teeth sharpened to a point, and her body began to transform. Steel claws grew from her hands, pointing directly at Tuan, who stood behind the wall of fire. A flash of light erupted. The evil spirit queen raised her hands and tore the flames apart, carving a path for herself. Blazing Fang's wall of fire was shattered. Tuan fell back, stunned. Isn't she supposed to be blind to spiritual energy? A massive explosion erupted, causing the entire red tower to shake violently. Mephisto narrowed his eyes, his voice low and cold. "Is that all you've got? Did Arthur and Asmodan really lose to someone as weak as you?" Tuan activated his protective shield, emerging from the smoke of the explosion. He stepped forward and said, "You're speaking too soon. This battle isn't over yet." The evil spirit queen broke completely free, waving her hand to disperse the white smoke. Tuan looked up, completely stunned by what he saw. He gritted his teeth in frustration. "I just told myself not to underestimate her, and I made the same mistake again. She must be able to share her line of sight with it. I need a new strategy. After all, I'm not that weak bronze rank anymore." He continued his analysis. "The savage beast's physical defense is nearly absolute, and it dodges all of my spiritual power attacks. Even its visual blind spot has disappeared. It's like an invincible creature." As he was strategizing, a voice rang out. "Besides those two types of damage, there is a third." Tuan jumped and looked around. Who said that he glanced over at the evil spirit queen, who stood motionless. He thought to himself, "Am I hallucinating? This is weird. Time itself seems to have stopped." The voice spoke again. It turned out to be the crystal soul. It spoke proudly. "You can thank me for this." Tuan replied softly, "I guess I should thank you. Now I understand why time has stopped. But aren't you in the spirit space? How am I able to hear you?" He then remembered that something similar had happened in the phantom world. It was caused by field induction. This must be the same thing. Understanding the mechanism, he began to move as he spoke. "Now I get it. Even though my body is temporarily frozen, my consciousness is still active thanks to this ability." He noticed his thoughts were moving incredibly fast. "This is field induction. This is your doing, isn't it?" The crystal soul laughed. "You catch on quick. This ability can also open a private mental space. In this induced space, everything is merely a conscious illusion." The crystal soul explained. Tuan can link his soul with his contracted spirit beasts, like Duke Na and Kintu. Both of them can use this ability with him. Even so, Tuan still didn't get it. He crossed his arms and asked, "So what's this third type of damage you mentioned?" The crystal soul immediately chided him. "I just praised you for being smart. Did you suddenly turn into an idiot?" It still explained patiently. "In this space, both you and I exist as souls, transcending the boundaries of the physical world." It continued. "Therefore, souls can link together." Tuan glanced behind him. Kintu and Duknya were ready. His opponent was the evil spirit queen. He finally understood. "Thank you, Crystal." The evil spirit queen lunged forward, as if wanting to devour Tuan whole. She swung her hand to grab him, but an energy shield flared to life. No matter how much she clawed at it, her purple lightning couldn't pierce through. Inside, Tuan gripped his sword, maintaining the barrier around him. He chuckled softly. "I told you not to use me as a shield." He then turned to his two spirit beasts and said, "Duke Nya, Kin 2, return to the spirit space." Duke Nya, who had just been summoned, stared wide-eyed. "I just got out and you're already calling me back. That's so unfair." Kin 2 calmed him down. "Master has his own plan. Let's go back. He definitely knows what he's doing." Tuan swung his sword, slicing off one of her arms. The blow sent her stumbling back as smoke filled the air. He immediately activated his spirit armor. The suit covered his entire body, and his power skyrocketed. He summoned Kin 2 in the form of pure energy. Manifestation. It shot forward like a lightning bolt, forcing the evil spirit queen to dodge hastily. At the same time, Tuan separated his soul from his body, freezing time itself. Just as I predicted, a high-speed surprise attack. Tuan smiled. With the acceleration provided by the mental space, this tactic is easy to break. Wietvien, you're up. A portal opened, and Nguyet Vienne charged out from it, forcing the evil spirit queen to leap to the side. Nguyet Vienne's vines wrapped around her body. Taking advantage of the frozen time to strike precisely at the opponent's opening, she was bound tightly, the vines weaving into a net that restricted her movement. Now, all that's left is to break through her physical defense. Tuan poured his soul into his spirit armor and commanded, Kin Tu, Duke Nya, get ready. He braced himself. Manifestation. The essence of manifestation is the fusion of souls between a beast tamer and their spirit beast, creating the ultimate form of combat. He raised his sword, aiming directly at the bound queen. All he had to do was channel his soul into the blade, converting that energy into its purest form of power. A soul shock. He poured all of his spiritual power into it. 2 rings of blue and red light swirled around the blade. This was the soul vibration, and it would be the final blow. He swung the sword down, and a beam of pure energy shot straight toward her. Tuan shouted, Wietvian, let her go and get to the side. The vines loosened, and a sword strike flew forward, slicing her body in 2 amidst a fiery light. The soul-infused slash pierced through her, and the evil spirit queen collapsed, her body slowly dissolving into smoke. Tuan returned to his body as the sword vibrated slightly, a voice echoing from it. Outworlder, I didn't expect to still be useful here, but that guy is still a long way from godhood. Remember, we've even taken down a god before. Tuan replied dryly, wrong time for that. I was just planning to meet this world's god to see his true power. From the shadows, a solid black figure emerged. The figure stepped out and looked directly at Tuan, his voice deep, as expected of the beast tamer who took down 2 priests. But I advise you, do not touch the Spider Queen. When he opened his eyes, Tuan realized it was Mephisto, a priest of the Radiant Sun. Protecting the Spider Queen was his duty. Eliminating heretics is the greatest mission. Mephisto walked slowly. His body had completely fused with his spirit beast, an insane act that few would dare to attempt. Tuan was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Fusing with his own spirit beast, the sword in his hand let out a faint chuckle. Honestly, even by my world standards, this guy is a rare kind of ugly. Mephisto swung his arm, and a barrage of tentacles shot straight toward Tuan. On another street, the air was thick and suffocatingly silent, until a voice broke the quiet. This isn't what was promised. It was Dong Li's voice. Dong Li gritted her teeth and clutched her stomach as sweat rolled down her face. Lam Kuai quickly caught her, his voice filled with worry. Are you okay? She collapsed, her breathing ragged. Lam Kuai stood in front of her and yelled at the person opposite them. Kobach. Didn't I make it clear? Do you people still want to cooperate? Sobach shrugat, raising his hands as if to surrender. I'm just following orders. No extra conditions. I'm just a hired hand. Lam Kuai turned back to look at Dong Li and hesitated. I'm sorry. Her eyes widened in a glare, her voice trembling. Cooperating with the spider demon cult. Why you? He was silent for a moment before saying softly, I have my own worries. Dong Li shot to her feet and threw a powerful punch straight at his face, knocking his hat to the ground. She gritted her teeth. Tell me, what worries? She looked at him with utter contempt. It was the same when you inherited the Blacktail King. You didn't say a thing, and now you're doing it again. A flash of suspicion crossed her eyes, and her gaze turned icy cold. She noticed something unusual. Your eyes. Don't tell me you're a member of the spider demon cult. Ore paused, then asked directly. Mixed blood? Dong Li was surprised. Mixed blood. Lam Kuai didn't shy away, answering decisively. That's right. I'm an illegitimate son of the Lam family. My mother was one of the indigenous people. Their mark is hidden in the blood, and my eyes only revealed it over time. That's when I learned who I really was. Dong Li's voice trembled. Is this why you chose to side with them? She suppressed her anger, saying through clenched teeth. You betrayed us just because you're of mixed blood. Diego, standing on a higher vantage point, laughed with his hands on his hips. Hey, don't pin it on him like that. He glanced down, his voice cold. We just want to take back the land that rightfully belongs to us. Ore chuckled nonchalantly. No wonder I've been hearing a buzzing sound this whole time. Turns out it's just a bee. Diego frowned, retorting with an annoyed grunt. He jumped down next to Lam Kuai, saying with a tone of approval, Good job. Diego looked at the two in front of him with a wary gaze. I didn't expect you to find this place. I guess the plan has to change. He straightened up, his voice cold. No one can know about this place. The only option is to act. Lam Kuai frowned slightly. Really, a change of plans. Just as Diego was about to lunge at Aura, Lam Kuai suddenly shouted, Wait, Diego. He adjusted his mask and said loudly, I agree to cooperate. But on one condition. He pointed at Diego. His voice heavy. You people built this place underground behind my back, taking over my territory and nearly getting me killed. Dongli's face went pale as she clutched her stomach, watching them, unable to say a word. Lam Ki continued. What's happening now is completely different from our original agreement. Kobach and Diego glanced at each other, both thinking, this old guy really doesn't get it. Diego shrugged. Didn't you say you wanted to end the war? Then let's cooperate. Immediately after, Diego charged straight at Ore, his hands glowing brightly. Ready to attack. A blade of light slashed down, a brilliant flash filling their vision. Lam Kuai ran and knelt before Dong Lai. Frantique, listen to my explanation. It's true I helped them capture Chikai, but it was only to end this meaningless war. The Origin Star people are always deceitful, so I had to cooperate. Dong Lai was stunned into silence, her voice trembling. She asked, Do you even know what you're saying? Lam Kuai replied, Don't worry. Chikai will be fine. Kobach stepped forward, casually spinning the blade in his hand. His tone flat. Old man, you heard him. Now get out of the way. Dong Lai gritted her teeth and asked, You're not a native either, so why are you helping them? Kobach smirked. A lot of people have asked that. It's simple. Really. For profit. Don't blame me. Meanwhile, Ore leaped high into the air, waving a hand tauntingly. Taste this. The giant hand he created smashed heavily into the ground, causing the floor to explode. Diego managed to create a protective bubble around himself just in time. He landed and looked at Ore, thinking, manifestation. His eyes turned pure white as his power erupted. He gritted his teeth, thinking, You think I can't do it? He counterattacked. His body began to glow, and the rocks and debris around him were pulled into the air. Then he launched himself, flying straight into the sky. Lam Kuai's voice rang out from behind, making Aur look back. Stop, I won't let you touch Dong Lai. But Diego had already concentrated power into his feet, shaping it like a needle, and shot straight down, yelling, Or didn't dodge. 6 arms of light appeared and blocked the attack. Perfect timing. Just as Diego charged in, 4 giant arms simultaneously grabbed him tight, leaving him no time to react. Ori laughed. Surprise. He smirked, saying softly, Wait. The fun part is just beginning. Another giant arm swung out and slammed into Diego's back. Off you go. The blow sent him flying, and he crashed into the ground, creating a massive explosion that kicked up a cloud of dust and smoke. Kobach brushed the dust off his shoulder and frowned. What just happened? Suddenly, a beam of light shot past, swift as the wind, causing her to freeze. Before she could react, Ore's power blitzed past Kobach toward another target. All she could think was, this is bad. Lam Kuai ran after her in a panic, shouting, Dong Lai. Ori manifested several giant arms, which gently lifted Dong Lai up. He even politely whispered, Mi apologies. The city lord only provides standard class service, so please bear with it. She stared blankly at the 2 arms holding her tight. Strange. Can spiritual power really be used like this? Kobach watched them go, shaking his head in frustration, but didn't give chase. One of the 2 Diegos pulled his comrade from the rubble. It's fine. We still have a backup plan. The 3 of them turned to look at Lam Kuai in unison. What was that guy going to do now? Ona Diego spoke up. He's still useful. The other continued. All the resources to build this city came from him. Hearing this, Kobach let out a long, drawn-out laugh. Yes. Meanwhile, Ore and Dong Lai were making their way through the deserted corridors of the citadel. He supported her with each step, saying, It seems no one lives here. We should be safe for now. Dong Lai replied softly. This is the Fiend's Citadel. After all, Auri looked puzzled. The Fiend's Citadel. What's that? Dong Lai struggled to explain. It's a shelter that Black Sand City established in case the Origin Star people attacked. Her voice was flat, as if recounting an old story. They planned to use a starship to destroy the entire Myriad spider nest, to annihilate everyone, both the natives and colonists like us, and the Fiend's Citadel was the only refuge at that time. Ori listened with his arms crossed, frowning slightly as she continued. But most of the city-states objected, arguing it would mean declaring war on the Origin Star people. So they chose to negotiate and set a 50-year deadline to kill the Spider Queen as proof of their conquest. And now, that deadline is drawing near. Hearing this, it all clicked for him. So that's how it is. No wonder Tuan was so pensive. It turned out the kid's real goal was to go straight for the Spider Queen. The air grew silent, and Ore's expression turned grim. He suddenly wondered how Tuan was doing. hoping everything was going smoothly for him. From a distance, a series of explosions rang out. Ore immediately whipped his head around to look. His eyes widened at the unbelievable sight before him. He cursed under his breath. May God. What the hell is that? On the battlefield, Tuan held his familiar sword with a cunning look, staring at his opponent with clear interest. I'm surprised you could take that hit. Hey, I told you to stop using me as a shield. The monster before him flared with red tendrils, its fierce face making the air heavy. You're the first person to ever withstand that blow. He pointed, the eye on his head glaring wide, and said threateningly, and you'll also be the last. His red tendrils began to glow as his body shot forward, with beams of light like arrows hurtling toward Tuan, clearly at a disadvantage. He could only raise his sword to block each wave of attacks, muttering, again, this is so annoying. In that instant, Tuan's mind began to analyze. If the thinking space accelerates my thoughts, then time outside must stand still, which means he quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the volley of light that struck where he had just been standing, and chuckled, I can still make it in time. A blue light flashed around Tuan as Thick Tree smiled, signaling for Kintu to prepare a coordinated attack at her speed. She shot up from below, and Tuan leaped onto her back, hurtling toward the monster. He calculated that if this succeeded, he could finally understand the alchemical beast's perfect evasion. The blue light pierced through the dense red aura. The beast began to get angry, unable to understand how such a dense barrage of attacks could still miss. Kintu charged right up to its face, startling him and causing his eyes to flash with panic. Suddenly, the sword in Tuan's hand resonated, the crystal soul expressing its displeasure at being overused. Hey, Outworlder, this ability isn't something you can just abuse. Hearing this, Tuan was momentarily confused, his eyes flashing. What are you saying? Why didn't you tell me sooner? His body began to sway, losing control. He was clearly overloaded, no longer responding to his will. Mephisto immediately recognized the opening and prepared to launch a counterattack. There's my chance. A simple yet powerful blow sent his opponent flying far away. Tuan fell. The crystal soul explained, your body hasn't adapted to using the thinking space for so long. High above, Mephisto sneered, your fighting style isn't like a beast tamer's bad. You remind me of an old acquaintance. He laughed contemptuously. Someone just like him. And in the end, he couldn't do a thing to me. Mephisto raised his hand, creating a blazing red orb, his voice cold. Your life ends here. Despite his injuries, Tuan smirked, both mocking himself and provoking his opponent. Everything useful comes at a price. I'll remember to control myself next time. The red beam shot forward like a bolt of fury. That power swept over a wide area, completely engulfing the spot where he was standing. Ore suddenly flew in, his voice teasing. Hey, can you tone down the boasting a bit? He landed and exposed Mephisto's lie. I remember winning our last fight. Though, the other man was stunned. Ore, seeing his savior arrive, Tuan said with relief, you came at the perfect time. This guy is tough to handle. Before he could even react, Ore had already drawn his sword from its sheath. The blade was pressed against his neck. Tuan was horrified and couldn't react as his ally suddenly became a threat. Ore's voice was ice cold. Your objective is to kill the Spider Queen. Correct. Tuan sensed something was wrong. With blood on his face, he shouted, now is not the time to talk about that. Besides, I already told you my answer. The sword began to slice lightly into his skin, and Tuan pressed his lips together tightly. Ore's face remained cold as he asked again, do you truly intend to kill the Spider Queen? Tuan stared back, confused by this bizarre behavior, while the surrounding dust and smoke made the atmosphere even heavier. What's wrong with this guy? But to stop the origin star, I obviously have to kill the Spider Queen. The pressure on his shoulder suddenly vanished as the sword was withdrawn. He let out a breath and admitted, yes, I did intend to, because it seemed Ore already knew everything. His eyes were cold as he continued, the off-world fleet will destroy all life here. Tuan was stunned, while Mephisto roared, you're obviously provoking me on purpose. Are you two just going to pretend I don't exist? Ore continued to speak nonchalantly, ignoring the torrent of power crashing down behind them, his voice calm. The Spider Queen's core is bound to this world. When she was injured, the world's level dropped to purple crystal. The two of them continued their conversation in the middle of the battlefield, as if they were the only ones there, ignoring their enemy's seething rage. No one knows what will happen if the Spider Queen dies. Tuan became lost in thought as faint images he had seen before flashed through his mind. His expression softened slightly, but his lips remained pressed tightly together, unable to feel at ease. If this is all true, then the world of the myriad spider nest might be assimilated. becoming part of another world, just like Phantom Shadow. The two of them hurriedly joined forces to fight back, all while continuing their unfinished conversation. Their faces were grim amidst the thick smoke and dust. So killing the Spider Queen means destroying this world. Precisely. Tuan suddenly spun around, his expression a mix of tension and mischief. It turns out Ore was deliberately messing with him, while also trying to wake him up to the importance of this world. Why didn't you just say that from the start? What if I hadn't cared I'm an outsider? After all, just as the two of them had reached an agreement on most things, they were rudely interrupted by someone else. They were forced to pause their conversation and leap into battle together, deciding to deal with that guy first. Agreed. Ore flashed a wicked grin. Seeing his old rival again, the first thing on his mind was to reminisce about the good old days. Mephisto immediately tried to change the subject, saying who could possibly remember something from so many years ago. He struck first, but Ore wasn't about to lose, and he countered fiercely. Mephisto's mouth never stopped running, bringing up embarrassing memories from their past. The guy was truly shameless. You're definitely losing this time. Last time, I clearly slammed you into the ground. He glanced over at Ore, his voice dropping low. If that's how it's going to be, Ari got the message. His expression filled with obvious excitement, as if he'd been waiting for this exact chance for another fight. The battle officially began. Attacks flew from both sides, turning the scene into a hellish chaos. Mephisto lunged forward, unleashing his attack as red tendrils shot toward Ore at a frantic speed. Aur let out a chuckle. Watching the attack, he remembered the last time they had clashed. It's been a long time. Seeing this move again almost felt nostalgic, not allowing himself to be overwhelmed. Aure summoned arms of light that appeared one after another, completely blocking the assault. Mephisto's eyes turned sharp as he muttered under his breath, seeing Aur's technique. At that moment, it was as if 1,000 years of memories came flooding back. They still remembered every move and every step, just like in their battle from long ago. It's exactly the same as back then. But this time, I have a comrade by my side, Tuan, Kin Tu, and the sword containing the crystal soul all began to glow brilliantly at the same time. A beam of blue light shot up toward the sky. Startling, even their opponent, Tuan calmly gave the order with a confident smile. Kin Tu, use that move. She understood his intent and replied softly, "That's the one." Tuan launched himself high into the air with a decisive leap. The movement was so familiar to him it was like second nature, executed with pure instinct. As he swung the sword, Kin Tu craned her neck and soared high into the air. The skill activated Twin Moon Pillar Reversal. The blue beam of light sliced through the air, instantly severing 6 of the red tendrils on Mephisto's body. He was sent flying by the force of the attack. Without missing a beat, Tuan charged after him, channeling all his strength to drive the sword deep into Mephisto's body, intending to cleave his enemy in two. Even though he was thrown backward, his face was still beaming with excitement. He let out a sigh of relief. Team White Scale City didn't disappoint. Kin Tu rushed forward, her mouth wide open, ready to bite down on him. Mephisto sensed the terrifying power coming from behind him. His eyes widened in shock as he was enveloped in smoke and dust. She lunged forward with incredible speed, swallowing Mephisto whole. Tuan charged in right behind her with his sword, his eyes gleaming and a thrilled smile on his face. Just a little more and it would all be over. Meanwhile, Ore also charged in, an annoyed look on his face as he heard Tuan's shouting. "What are you yelling about? You think this is a soccer match or something?" The two of them slashed down from opposite directions at the same time, sending the monster's head flying high into the sky. Tuan tilted his head and warned her, "Kin Tu, spit him out now. That guy made a pact with a fierce beast. If you eat him, you'll be toast." Kin Tu followed his command, immediately spitting the corpse out. It's been a while, and it seems the gap between them had closed. "You've gotten pretty good, kid. You'd be even more surprised if you knew where I've been." Tuan smirked, and Ore laughed. "Be honest, you learned that last move from me, didn't you?" Tuan didn't miss a beat, shooting back. "Who'd want to learn from an old immortal like you?" The monster's head flew far into the distance, landing who knows where. Only a faint curse could be heard echoing back. "Damn it, I got sliced again." A hand reached out of nowhere and snatched the head. Its eyes were filled with terror. Realizing just how fearsome his opponents were, he turned away to avoid the gaze and mumbled, "I'm sorry. I have disappointed you, my lord." A cold voice suddenly rang out from behind Ore, shattering the cheerful atmosphere. "What a surprise to run into you here." Solaris materialized, his eyes filled with clear displeasure as he demanded loudly, "Aure, are you still siding with these invaders?" His brow furrowed with clear anger as she pointed directly at them, just like she used to. Solaris screamed, and Ore froze in surprise. siding with the invaders, yet killing your own people, Solaris. How many more must you kill before you're satisfied? Rage contorted her face as she spat out a single word. Traitor. A flash of red lightning erupted, and a fierce wind kicked up a cloud of dust, forcing Tuan and Ore to shield their eyes. Solaris's spiritual power was immense, and the two braced themselves while planning a counterattack. Ore frowned, trying to remain calm as he pleaded, Solaris, stop this. Violence will only hasten the collapse of the myriad nest. She threw off her cloak, revealing a tall, slender frame and a piercing gaze. Do you even hear yourself? The ones destroying this place are those invaders. Ore stood frozen as Solaris glared, her voice like ice with every word. We once wore the same colors, and we fought for the same ideals. Ore's expression darkened. It was clear Solaris had never been ordinary. With just her words, the stench of blood filled the air. She had never hesitated to kill even children to complete a mission. Solaris continued her psychological assault, putting Ore on the defensive. Do you remember how many outsiders died by your hand, if I recall correctly? They used to call you the Butcher of the Sun's Radiance. Tuan was stunned by her words, his face a mask of shock. Wait. Could Ore have been a member of the Curse cult? A beam of light crossed his face, illuminating a lonely silhouette. Life and death, the waxing and waning of the moon, all are like the fate of man. A smoldering anger flared in Ore's eyes, but his voice was calm and filled with reason. I once chased the light of the crimson sun, believing that the sun's radiance would bring an end to this war. He cast off his own cloak, revealing a solemn face as his voice deepened. Now, I have chosen to follow the evening tide, rising moon, believing that the way of the hidden moon is the future. I may have abandoned my old faith, but I have never betrayed this world. He glanced at Tuan, entrusting him with the task of protecting Chi Kai, his gaze firm as he prepared to face Solaris. Tuan, I'm leaving that girl to you. What are you going to do? Tuan asked worriedly. Ore straightened his back, his eyes cold as a blue light flashed in his pupils. The situation is more complicated than you think, he said sternly. This time, just obediently listen to your elders. He let out a smirk, tilting his head up confidently, both teasing and acting like a senior. Just give this old-timer some face. A junior like you should learn to be a little more patient. Ore turned back to Solaris. A small spirit beast named Wood Spirit perched on his head, and he gave a challenging smile. Wood Spirit, today has been exhausting, hasn't it? Solaris stood amidst the gloomy atmosphere, Herr Geistestant, a faint smile on her lips, as if recalling the past. She stood in the center of the mist-shrouded city, looking down arrogantly as she reminded Wood Spirit, that year, you and I signed a contract. Remember? A blazing red portal appeared above Solaris's head, erupting with sparks, and a creature called a flame demon stepped out, its face showing clear smugness. Solaris called out, Flame demon, come forth. The flame demon's body was immediately enveloped in blazing red, spiritual energy. She glanced at it and explained, the flame demon is a spirit beast born from the earth, from the same root as the wood spirit. Long ago, in the forest, there were 5 creatures as white as snow, as pure as newborn souls. The scene replayed according to her tale. The wood spirit and the flame demon were once simple beings, but after a period of tempering, they changed into what they are now. Through years of refinement, the primal spirit gradually branched off, eventually forming the 2 lines of wood spirit and flame demon. Returning to the present, both of their gazes were as cold as ice, radiating palpable killing intent. Just like you and me, Ore said coldly. Solaris gave a slight smile. We've come too far. There's no turning back now. Solaris's spiritual power surged as her fiery sword burst into flames, and she screamed, Flame, unleash. Ore was no less powerful. His sword crackled with whirlwinds and blue lightning as he took his fighting stance and roared, Wind, unleash. Solaris lunged forward with incredible speed, swinging her arm to grab her opponent. While Ore countered without a moment's hesitation, his expression grim, the 2 swords clashed, creating a blinding flash of light. A massive pillar of energy erupted, sweeping everything into a vortex of spiritual power. Solaris's eyes widened, revealing a look of pure excitement. Ore's expression remained ice-cold as they both shouted in unison, Spirit Avatar, manifest. As the smoke cleared, 2 majestic spirit avatars were revealed. 4 extra arms suddenly sprouted from the back of the flame demon's spirit avatar, its presence becoming even more menacing. The 2 spirit avatars simultaneously took their stances, preparing to charge at each other without mercy. Down on the ground, the fight continued. Both withdrew their swords as their avatars lunged forward, their 6 powerful arms clashing with tremendous force. Solaris swung to attack, growling at the same time. "Ra, I'm sure you've met Liz. Even your own student opposes you. So what are you still so stubborn about?" Ore parried the blow and replied curtly, "Don't bring the girl into this just to taunt me." Solaris grew furious. Images of Asmodon and Lid flashed in her mind, causing her to scream. "You said it yourself that you would negotiate with the outsiders. In the end, you only brought suffering to our people. Do you really think we can coexist with them?" Ore looked at her with a resolute gaze. "One day, we will." At the same time, Tuan seized the opportunity. Rushing to rescue Chikai, he ran to the red pillar of light, where Chikai was sealed inside. He pointed at it and shouted, "Lamchi, destroy this pillar." Hearing the command, Lamchi shot forward like a jet of water and slammed right into the pillar of light, causing a resounding shockwave as watery smoke billowed everywhere. The rising smoke was almost completely absorbed by Lamchi's body. It glanced at him and whined, "Master, my head is for thinking, not for ramming." The attack had no effect. Lamchi's eyes widened as it frowned. "This pillar is even harder than my head." Inside, Chikai slowly opened her eyes. She saw her body floating in the middle of the red column of water. Confused, "What in the world is happening?" She looked outside and asked in a daze, "Where is this? Who is that person?" When she saw his face clearly, she froze. "Brother Tuan, why are you here?" Tuan stepped closer, placed his hand on the pillar, and said to Lamchi, "This thing is really tough. We need another way." He then gently reassured Chikai, "Don't be afraid. I'll get you out." Hearing that, Chikai gradually calmed down. Lamchi immediately rushed forward on command, its body beginning to grow larger in the direction Tuan was pointing. Tuan's face turned serious. He pointed directly at Chikai's prison and yelled, "Bite it to pieces." Lamchi opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and charged straight at the pillar. At the same time, Solaris, who was fighting Ore, suddenly caught sight of Lamchi's actions and paused. Her eyes glinted, and she smirked, trying to pull a fast one behind my back. "Are you? So that's your game?" Solaris shouted a command, and her flame demon avatar condensed its spiritual energy, creating an energy sphere. She yelled. "How naive," Ore frowned and replied calmly, "Solaris, you don't understand what's happening." Ore immediately commanded his wood spirit avatar to gather its spiritual energy in response. A massive sphere appeared as he stated coldly, "Your plan was flawed from the very beginning." Both avatars simultaneously launched their energy spheres, which shot straight toward each other. When the two forces collided, a seismic blast of light erupted, illuminating the entire sky. The powerful beam gradually pushed closer to the wood spirit avatar. The immense energy pressure gradually put the wood spirit avatar at a disadvantage. It was ultimately overwhelmed completely by the flame demon avatar. Ore was crushed by the ferocious power, raising his arm to block the blinding light. His face contorted as he muttered tiredly, "Damn it. I can't hold on much longer." Immediately after, a massive explosion from the flame demon avatar blew everything away, and the red pillar that Lamchi was biting also shattered. Thick dust and smoke filled the air. The space trembled, and everything collapsed amidst the white haze. Only Solaris and her flame demon avatar remained standing tall. She placed a hand on her hip and said arrogantly, "Ore, you can't stop me." As the smoke cleared, the flame demon shrank and flew into Solaris's hand. She walked step by step toward Ore, her gaze cold, saying, "If you don't fight, you lose everything. How can you not understand such a simple principle?" Exhausted, Tuan collapsed onto the ground, leaning against Lamchi. He grimaced and asked Ora in a hoarse voice, "That high priestess seems to be targeting you, doesn't she?" Ore struggled to his feet amidst the smoke, his spirit beast reverting to its smaller form at his feet and looking up at its master with concern. He gave a tired smile and said softly, "You'll understand when you have a lover someday." As Solaris approached, both men struggled to their feet. Tuan asked again, "Is she your ex-girlfriend?" Ore leaned heavily on his sword to stay upright, sighed, and replied, "At least, she thinks so," even though she was the one who decided to break up. Despite their injured state, Tuan still managed a sarcastic smile and glanced at Ore. "Making small talk at a time like this. Who?" Ore turned and replied with a smirk, "That's the confidence of an experienced man." But just then, they were snapped back to reality as Solaris stood before them, her aura chilling as smoke swirled around her. Ore warned gravely, "Neither of us can take her on right now." Tuan Sahil. "So, this is what a matriarchy feels like." "Who?" A cold voice rang out from the distance, belonging to a silver-haired man. "Blow it up." The moment the words were spoken, A massive explosion thundered across the sky, drawing Solaris's attention. Ari turned in surprise and asked, "Is that your backup, Tuan?" Startled, shot back, "Do I look like someone who knows how to call for reinforcements?" Looking up, Solaris frowned, her gaze darkening with clear displeasure as she muttered, "More trouble has found its way here." A giant crystal of ice plummeted from the sky, crashing directly into Solaris. The aftershock rippled outwards, and the wind whipped up a blinding white mist. Tuan stared at the ice block, thinking in amazement, "This is an ice crystal." The air around them grew bitingly cold, and from within the mist, a pair of ironclad legs stepped out, forcing him to shield his eyes from the swirling haze. As the smoke slowly dissipated, Solaris lowered her hand and got a good look at the newcomer. Her face twisted in annoyance as she spat. "Took you long enough." The person who emerged from the ice block was none other than Kan Sung. With every step he took, the temperature plummeted, and a cold mist swirled around him, the residual energy from shattering the ice still lingering in his hand. His face was stern, his voice hoarse as he said, "You people still like crawling around underground. This place is unbearable." Behind him, the mist parted to reveal a majestic frost dragon. Kan Sung gently stroked its head. "You've done very well. Abyss Frost Dragon. Zayn Kan Sung." Tuan's eyes went wide and his heart skipped a beat. He cried out internally, "Grandpa, what's more? His beast has evolved." He turned, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings as shards of crystal ice levitated around him. The corner of his mouth curled into a slight smirk. Ore watched his heroic entrance and let out a laugh. "So you finally decided to show up," Kan Sung replied. "Ora, it's been a long time." Ore walked towards him, teasing, "You little rascal. Still got a sharp tongue. I see." The two men raised their hands, preparing to clasp them in greeting. A loud clap echoed as they slapped hands. Ore gritted his teeth, laughing as he chided, "Sneaking off to become a city lord and even marrying my granddaughter, you've got some serious nerve." Kan Sung shot back, "And you're still kicking? You, old geezer, time is meaningless for you. You haven't changed a bit." Ore. Meanwhile, the frost dragon lowered its head to look down at Tuan and Kintu. It looked at Kintu, its eyes sparkling as it trembled slightly, silently calling out, "Mother." Kintu quietly asked her master, "Do you think I'm weak?" Tuan turned in surprise and whispered, "Why would you think that?" Other spirit beasts began to materialize, their light flooding the sky. Kintu lowered her head, her voice filled with sadness. "I'm a descendant of dragons, but I'm still stuck in the form of a fish. It must be embarrassing for you." "Master," she continued, "I'm stuck at the silver rank, which is preventing you from breaking through. I know I was stronger than this before." Hearing that, Tuan's hands began to tremble slightly, and his heart sank. He suddenly tapped her firmly on the head, causing her eyes to well up with tears. "What nonsense are you spouting?" he said sternly. Then he held her face, enunciating each word carefully. "Now you listen to me." His expression softened, and his voice grew warmer. "Don't blame yourself, and don't be sad that you can't turn into a dragon." Kintu replied softly, "But it's so humiliating." Tuan looked at her, his eyes shining as he said with sincerity, "Just think about it for a second." As he spoke, he gently squeezed her cheeks, causing Kintu to stare blankly for a moment. It continued, "Maybe you were never meant to become a dragon. Maybe something unexpected held you back, but you never once gave up. Did you?" Old memories flashed by like scenes from a movie, replaying all of her past victories. "Even when we were used and threatened by fate itself, we never surrendered. With our own two hands, we've defeated so many powerful opponents. Just think back, even when we were only at the bronze and silver ranks, we took down countless diamond rank foes." Finally, he looked at her seriously, his voice soft but firm. "To perform miracles under those conditions, you're already incredibly strong." Their faces drew close, and they both broke into a smile. He whispered, "I know you're just worried about what other people think, but they don't understand a thing." He let go of her and looked up at the sky, his voice filled with conviction. "Those self-righteous types only see the clouds they fly through, completely blind to the long and treacherous road that lies ahead." An image of the two of them from long ago appeared, fighting in perfect sync. Every strike tore through shackles, shattered injustice, and crushed arrogance and oppression, like a flame forged into a brilliant blade shining in the dead of night. After speaking, he turned to it, a bright smile on his face, his voice clear and strong. "How could you ever be a disgrace?" That sincere gaze made his next words ring with pride. "Forming a contract with you is my honor." Every word and gesture moved Kintu, its eyes shimmering as it uttered two words, Master. Turning back to Kan Shung and the Frost Dragon, his eyes were as sharp as a sword, an explosive aura enveloping his entire body. He pointed forward and commanded, "Frost Dragon, attack." As soon as the command was given, it exhaled a wisp of icy blue smoke. As the smoke rose, it quickly solidified into a giant block of crystal ice. Solaris reacted instantly, creating a fire shield to block the attack, her expression remaining calm and unchanged. Aura narrowed his eyes, looking somewhat intrigued by the power of Kan Shung and the Frost Dragon, and smirked. Not bad. Mina Solaris's eyes glowed red, her hand tightening on the sword at her feet as she grinned with delight. But it's still not enough. Suddenly, Kan Shung's expression turned grim as his spiritual power surged, and he asked, "What is this situation?" Ore assessed the situation and spoke softly, prompting Kan Shung to turn and question him. "Has she gone mad? What do you mean?" He grimaced and gritted his teeth. "That's super limit synchronization," Albert explained while observing the power erupting before them. Super limit synchronization is when a beast tamer and their spirit beast merge, causing immense pain and tearing for both. Solaris's spirit beast erupted, a brilliant golden light radiating an oppressive aura. Aure continued, "But in return, the abilities of both are dramatically enhanced. That's super limit manifestation." As Solaris used super limit manifestation, her eyes turned pure white, her aura became overwhelming, and her hands, glowing red like fire and enveloped in the golden power of her spirit beast, slowly rose. She slammed her hands onto the ground with a thunderous roar. The earth shook, cracked open, and erupted violently upwards. Everyone immediately sensed the danger as magma surged from the ground, threatening to swallow everything whole. Ori cried out in alarm. "Magma is erupting." Seeing the dire situation, Kan Shung raised his hand high, his eyes filled with determination, then slammed it down, causing a wave of ice to instantly spread through the air. He created a series of massive ice blocks around himself, blocking the incoming flow of scorching magma. Observing the situation, Kan Shung let out a soft breath and said quietly, "Looks like I've managed to hold it off for now." Affected by that move, Albert trembled and clutched his arm, stammering, "Is this guy trying to kill me?" Seeing this, Kan Shung could only sigh. "Sorry." Behind him, the Frost Dragon watched silently, its body leaning forward, its eyes turning completely white. Kan Shung raised 2 fingers to sense the air and nodded slightly. "That's right, Frost Dragon. They've played their trump card. Now it's our turn to go all out." He clenched his fist, his own power surging as his hands began to glow with a familiar, sparkling blue light. Suddenly, the Frost Dragon vanished like fading smoke, and a streak of pale blue smoke appeared in Kan Shung's hand. He roared, "Frost Dragon." Spirit armament instantly. A blue sword materialized, radiating an imposing aura. He gripped the sword firmly, his body settling into a solid stance, his gaze resolute and sharp. The sword had an exquisite design, its cerulean blue color seeming to embody its master's aura. Kan Shung's arm formed an arc as he spoke excitedly to Swang Uyen. "Of course, you've been getting impatient, haven't you?" The clashing red and blue of Solaris and Kan Shung painted a brilliant scene. Seeing her charge at him, he remained calm. "Let's see how well she can withstand the roar of the Starsea Dragon." On the other side, Solaris's eyes blazed red as she swung her arm back forcefully and roared, "Prepare to die." Kan Shung immediately took his stance, his eyes flashing fiercely. The two, like incompatible ice and fire, unleashed their decisive sword strikes at the same moment. A colossal pillar of light shot up, towering into the sky and creating an unprecedentedly powerful shockwave. Ore scanned his surroundings, lost in thought. "I wonder how Tuan is doing over there." He turned and asked softly, "Hey kid, what's the situation on your end?" Tuan was holding Kin Tu when he felt something strange and called out, "Kin Tu, what's happening?" Kin Tu was fading away, turning into a wisp of smoke. Before their eyes, the smoke gathered into a small vortex, leaving everyone stunned. The vortex glowed a jade green color, with spiritual energy swirling around it, and the other person only had time to shout, "Kin Tu." A new King Tu appeared, this time as a beautiful white-haired girl with her eyes gently closed. She looked slightly different from her previous form. It seemed her figure was a bit more curvaceous. As Ore and Tuan stood there staring, and Tuan stammered, "Is this Kin Tu?" Aelbree's eyelid twitched as he turned to the boy and said, "Calling her King Tu feels a little off now, doesn't it?" She also looked at herself in bewilderment, stammering, "Master, what is happening?" Tuan looked her over carefully before stating firmly, "In other words, Kin Tu has turned into a girl." As Tuan clutched his head, still trying to process the truth, Kin Tu quickly explained. Why does it feel like your close brother turned into a girl? I've been a girl from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Kanshung slammed his sword into the ground, creating a massive wall of ice to block the attack from Solaris. Scanning the situation, he immediately sensed the danger and blurted out. Damn it. We're both diamond rank. So why does it feel like I'm facing death itself? Solaris lifted her head and sneered. Outworlder, how many years have you known how to tame beasts? We were the first species to domesticate spirit beasts here. She swung her arm powerfully, and the spirit beast roared, its overwhelming pressure spreading out like a torrent. Tuan sensed that Kanshung was in trouble. His heart clenched, and he cried out inwardly, "This is bad." Old man. Before he could react, he was startled to see Kin Tu charge straight ahead, her gaze resolute as she said curtly, "I'll handle this." A hazy pocket of space appeared, eerily silent. A young man with an indistinct face stepped out silently, his voice filled with emotion yet chillingly cold. His tall figure approached the cave entrance as he quietly assessed the scene, his thoughts unreadable, noting the complicated tactics and that they were all experts at micromanagement. When the door opened, a blinding light obscured everything behind it. But at least there had been some sort of breakthrough today. Two figures faced each other in the light, their features obscured, but the pressure emanating from them was terrifyingly heavy. One person was huddled in a corner, their bare back cold, as they heard the other ask again. The same question. Who are you? Really?